the tree down. You see me at my old league. I'm OBS at, bro. I can't. We got down 3 screens over here using one at a time, bro. This setup was crazy. Rest of the block, no bad shit. A hollow battle still. Paycheck came in. I'm gonna listen to new songs so we can add it to the playlist. Wait, so you can only do it once? What? I'm not getting a damn thing. Look. You know I'm not about to get there, right? I'm not getting it, dog. That's so fucked up, dog. Why do you even play in my face like that, dog? I don't even want to look at the Discord. I know somebody got it, bro. I know somebody got. I told you I wasn't gonna get it. I ain't get that shit once. I ain't gonna look at the Discord, bro. I hate the loot boxes, dog. It's like making fun of me. Like, why would you even show me that, bro? Is Homeland still bugged? I have to go anyway. Yeah, so Homeland is bugged where it would go to 0% every time, dog. And it was annoying. I'm listening. It said, you're gonna listen to this. What do you, is there only one? It made 800K. Who the fuck you guys? Who gave y'all 800K? Y'all ain't even finish up. Look, and you're fucking slacking. That nigga's slacking, dog. The roses ain't going. Oh, I'm missing coconut trees. Dog, this is literally the most important thing, and it's so hard to get. It literally takes days for you to get it, by the way. And these fuckers are slacking. I put like 1,700 ground types in here, dog. And all they want to do all day is mine. Some fucking slackers, dog. They're out of food. Man, dog. Bro, how am I supposed to help you if it's glitched? Like, explain that to me, gang. It's 0% every time I go in. Like, eat your food and get the fucking work, dog. I I need y'all on 20, not 10. Bro, I don't even want to know what's in this egg, bro. Oh my goodness. I'm sad. If it is Shara, I'm a freak out. I got Stellaris. Up, time to main Stellaris. You know I main whatever I get. Stellaris team, please. And so what am I trying to do? I better be fucking working, dog. See if we can get to RV8. I didn't even get to put the theme on because shit was so fucked up, bro. I'm gonna start listening to the whole game OSTs. How we can live. I don't want battle music per se. Let me hear area. 33K. So they're almost done. I need 50,000 by the way. And these fuckers are glitched. Not making me shit. I love you guys, man. I sure do. Totally not plotting on y'all. Bro, this is large. Alright. And then we're gonna steal. He's an ice type now? In theory, Flora should be one of my favorites, but he never is. I like fireball mages. You haven't made dried flowers. What the fuck are y'all doing? They're not making the dried flowers? I'm out of roses. Oh, I still had 200 rose seeds. Nah, again. I'm gonna have to put it in something, bro. Like, 200K. Let's slow that. 600K. What are these guys even doing over there? There's like a bunch of work to be done, and you fuckers are trolling. That's why I usually don't buy space.
Hey.
98K. I need 236. What's that short ass theme? I can't play the music. They be trolling. No, I gotta try whatever I get. All right, let's go see how he does. You don't have to try whatever's new. Now, Blazing was a little too good. He was kind of amazing. All right, let's see how he does. The 2,706. Alright, let's add people to his team. Why is Turbo in all support? For some reason, Turbo is in all support. I don't know why. They nerfed the hell out of Turbo's look. I actually need to go get the Turbo one too. And then last is any healer. These are interchangeable. Oh, the last one is grass? Oh, we can try it. We're gonna do Hollow Battle Sim. Last trial is grass. I need to do water, to be honest. Team isn't fully set, but they'll do fine. Kind of tough. Motherfucker was just so overturned. He's actually slow as shit though. I don't know if he's keeping up. The big dog. Who has movement and is ranged? Just a hard sell. Who the fuck has both? This dude has shadow clones? Like, Finman has slight movement. Wait, Lunara has movement and has clone. Wait, Lunara might be a best in slot. Lunara might be a best in slot. The second she gets support, she's best in slot. Like, who else is ranged with movement? Like, Lupa has range and movement, but his range is in his skills, not his attacks. It's so easy to play. Don't even do anything. I need to think who else has movement. What, this motherfucker does have movement, but it's only in battle. And honestly, he needs a break. Hmm. Not the most fun. Or Blazing was actually fun to play. Let me look at all the DPS. Four Towels, Polaris, Cornet, Uristol. Thorn Blade, Ignitus, Momentous, Glyncera. They also, oh, are there any tanks who are ranged as well? Like Inverlupa? Inverlupa's ranged and a tank. Walito, actually, Walito has movement. Moving and using skills builds up overload energy. When fully charged, the next skill deals 40% extra damage. Cheryl has movement. Kwani's movement is kind of light. I ain't gonna lie. He's not the most movement. Ooh, and Fergon. Oh, Fergon's not ranged though. I know he's not. I've seen him. Melangel's not ranged. Gotcha Push is ranged, but you just have movement. I think Finnelan may be a top tier. You know, she does. Hey. Why is there a picture of Finnelan? Is Finnelan like. Never mind. Like, Finnelan is not even in the game anymore. I'd rather have AoEs though, I ain't gonna lie, than just pure range. We're halfway. How many sets does this dude need to do? Yeah, I'm gonna think Breakers might be up there, dog. What the heck does poor Lee's have? 78? Oh, where's a fraud? I'm trying. Let me get the headphones back. Then. I don't feel locked in. I just don't feel locked in. Like at all, bro. Okay, let's cook. What are these main rolls? Good enough. Like, bro, this dude's low key boring in comparison to Blazing, dog. Blazing was actually fun. Like, he stands still too much. That was good, Ann. So he's not doing any damage. He's not breaking. While we farm Inferlupas. Oh, I just started. I don't know. I used to be streaming. About a real streamer, I need to get on here and go. I can't swap? I frame it. Never mind. Yeah. Why, and you be talking like a bot, man. True. Hold on. I'm doing damage. Hold on. I look you don't like Stellaris. Like looking at like it's just too slow. You know? Like I wanna go fast and stuff. If I showed you this compared to the other dude's gameplay, dog, I was just using, like I'm playing a different game. All the dude does is sit still. Back up, back up, back up. Hold on. And I died instantly. This is what I said about that standing still stuff. Bruh. If I could actually deal, if I had the other move for the other that would use it. Alright. But this dude has a heal? Bruh. I'll be leading the box on. I can't even cap. Alright, bro, got annihilated. Good heaven. What's good, Iris? I don't like Solar. I don't like him at all. God, he's so stationary. I'd rather use a starter. I could buy these. I only got bolt though. That's 1600. I might actually go back to the other dude. He's just too fun. There's a vast difference. Honestly, I go back there for this before I go back to this dude. Alright, just spam ult, just spam here. Heavens, dog. No breakers. See, this is why people have to run breaks. I don't run breakers unless they're the main. If your breaker isn't main worthy, I probably won't run it. We need to set up. I think, is that 3 buffs? For some reason, Turbo is an all buffer. Even though they nerfed a lot of the all buffers to be dedicated. Like you have to buff a specific element pretty much. I thought this one took forever, dog. Like I built him, he's just. I think he got nerfed a little much. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm one of the people that asked for this dude to be nerfed. Bro was smoking me in PvP. He just has too much range. And you only can do like 3 dodges before you run out. So you try to dodge, and then all of a sudden he's like halfway across the room because of this skill. That doesn't like, if it doesn't cost stamina, you can get out, bro. I might go back to the other dude, bro. Honestly. Like you can't run double support with him. Bro, y'all got the Orisa list, bro? I actually need to see it in the Discord, bro. They be slapping us in the face, dog. They say, "Oh yeah, you totally have a chance of getting the legendary. You, we're gonna give you a loot box with a small chance of getting a legendary." We didn't mention how small it was, but hey, at least you had a chance. You guys have anybody? Well, in Primogy, the currency is doubled right now because of the monthly pass, I think. So it's supposed to stop at 300. So you have to pay to have a 600 cap, which is why it's so slow. I thought I pressed shop. I think it says it in here. I think it's normal. I think it's standard for the energy systems to take 24 hours. So because it's double, it's so much higher. Hmm. Honestly, don't like Stellaris EH real type shit. I'm taking my points back. I'm going home. I actually did not like him. I had the thing for him too and everything. Go drag it. There you go. All of them almost all have break stuff. Look at the ones that don't have HP. I can hand those off to a healer. Can I run double these? No, because his crit rate is legitimately better. Each of his skills has a 50% chance to crit. Wait, wasn't he at 24 because of the six potentials? Or wasn't he at like 22 or something? Yeah, I'm dumb. See how high his rating goes. All broke now. Still only has. Wait, he doesn't have 600 attack anymore. Oh no, I'm not running. I'm running whatever, right? That makes sense. Are we? Oh, this already stopped. Are we gonna do some Pathfinder battles right quick? Are there any rematches I can beat? Some of them are actually worth it. Get 5 with that. Oh, it's thundering! Oh my goodness, I almost forgot. I can have thunder form. All right, okay, this should be fun, bro. Why is this so replayed? Right, so we're gonna go catch Thunderform Shiro. I actually never got Thunderform Shiro in the last beta because I just did not. I was not around, I guess. Wait, which song? Which song is this? Nah, this one's tough. I'm adding this one. The Steel Drum Gang. That shit tough. DKCTF menu theme. The Donkey Kong. There. Tropical Freeze. This junk beautiful. That junk getting added. That junk is added. PvP is tomorrow. You can only play PvP from 6. That's 6, right? 6 to 12? Dang, that means I'm gonna have to come back at 6. I'll probably be on a little earlier. Alright, let's run up. I got my thunder form. This dude's blocked to it. Gotta go catch that guy. Yo, the movement difference is so crazy. Like this dude, he genuinely get down, bro. I don't remember this. No. You must be waiting to put a boss here. Oh, it might be the Prismata area. I pressed right click about 5 times. Nah, bro, this dude, he dead one of the toughest. Whenever he fall hard, he do a flip. They nerfed him. He used to be a DPS. They changed him to a tank. They made he looking better as a tank. He gets shield now. Should I go catch 100 ember pups? For real type shit? Might have to. What is this one? Sunshine Seaside. Super Mario 3D World. The breakdown is nice. All right, now, let's see. I want a farm low key. Think they're beatable? 65, they are not beatable. Oh my. Ooh, they are not beatable. I'm telling you right now, they are not beatable. They junk say 65, bro. They gotta be soft to be beatable. Shero, I lost. Nigga, don't even try to fight this gang. Set up your healer. I look, you need to farm the water one. I need some more HP. Let's see how we do. Thanks for you. Lots of drugs for you. You better whoop me, by the way. Let's dance, little nerd. I'm on it ass. Hold on. Oh, I glitched. What? It didn't hit? Why is it not proccing? Oh my goodness, kill my healer. And what? Where are you going? She takes no damage. It's supposed to proc though. Alright, look how little damage I'm doing. Actually, I could technically win. If I have to play perfect and not glitch out. Alright, that was a good hit. I think I can win. Like, just slightly. All right, why is this dude have? Why am I not building anything? I'm not building. I'm literally hitting them. It's a 50% chance to proc every time. And it's actually over that because it's for every crit. Unless they're giving me negative crit, which is impossible. Wait, it's not procking. Is it glitched? My awakening mode is not procking. Actually, it's kind of doable. We're gonna put some heals down. We keep our sustain. Throw out this. That is not, how does it have iframes? And it's not, there you got my proc. Oh my goodness, though, get the pay perfect. That's not what I meant to press. Garage. Put up good heals. This is technically winnable. That's easily dodged. Drop ult on her. Where the heck are you going? Putting heals down. I'm one off. And it's not proccing. I done hit it about 5 times, dog. It's supposed to proc. Can't turn it. That junk did 6,000 damage, bro. They nerfed him, I thought. Where are you going? This troll, dog. What the fuck is this, dog? Bro, I'm pressing in the right direction. And it's supposed to last way longer than that. Hey, at this point, I think I should be running double healer. You could actually beat him if you run doubles. How much defense does this dang Cheryl have? I'm hitting her with the same shit. No, I'm dropping all. What the fuck? She's immune? Alright, low key, bruh. Dazeman isn't worth here. It's completely winnable with double healers. Low key. You literally outlast them. I think these ones might be better for them, simply because I don't know. Just want HP rolls. That's just to get enough to get you to the next stage, pretty much. All right, and then alright, go to All About Sim. Find some quick training passes. I can do 5 right now, actually. These quick training passes he hitting there. It's like, bruh. This shit don't even match. Hmm. Let's see if we cook her. We're just gonna have sustain. Yo, I didn't buy any heals. I put down 2 things of heals. See how much burst heal this does. Not fucking much. Oh, she's immune to break if an ult. That's dumb. Not immune to damage, but she's immune to any breaks. Where the fuck were you going? Why is it glitching? If I drop ult, they literally get hit by it, and they give me awakening. I was also glitched in Pathfinder fight. A lot of his tracking is very glitched in Pathfinders. I thought I just built it. I very easily get these heals off. How the fuck did you get that swap off? Come on. Bro, look how little amount of damage the Shero take, dog. What the heck? Where were you going, dog? You be getting excited, I swear. It, I thought it just procs. Bro, I could have sworn it just procced. It's been telling me I'm at 5 stacks, bro. No, 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 no. That's some bullshit. My game is so glitched. My game is so glitched. What the hell is that? It's so glitched. As you can see, I build stacks. Every time I get a crit, it's supposed to. I got 1 crit, right? Every time I crit, I build a stack. And at 6 stacks, I enter Awakening, which gives me shield and lets me get spam dashes like this. First of all, the tracking on the dashes is busted. I just entered Awakening and I was out of it in 2 seconds. What else? As you can see now, I'm not glitching out on it. I actually keep my full Awakening so I can keep going. Just fly around her. Oh, he's dashing away. Alright, we're gonna build it stacks this time. So build. I need 1 stack. There you go. As you see, it glitches. I think it's the switch. Since the Pathfinders can switch on like the hack on a dime gang. It's confusing. I'm not enter Awakening again, it's glitched. Just walk around her. I think it say I have 4 stacks. Now I'm in Awakening. Yeah, Erlath has no defense. I have no energy. That landed. I couldn't tell which side she was going for. Guess what though? Double healers means double healer ults. So I'm back at full. Tanks are dead better. In beta 2, you wouldn't dream of using tanks. It just glitched out. I was in Awakening for about 2 seconds. So whenever you hit ult, you get Awakening. Hero is immune to break while she's using her ult. Cheryl also has so much damn health. What were they feeding the Cheryl? Keep topping off. It's also way too hard to get pictures of this dude in his awakening. How did she get over there? We get rid of her water setter. I'm like 90% sure she can't even put water down. Pop off. Couple. We're just waiting for them to pull Cheryl out. I ain't gonna lie. Guess what? Bring that ass here. Bro, as you can see, I'm way better. She just has so many numbers and she's over leveled. So honestly, I think that's a little excessive. You should be able to punch above your level. I think it got a little excessive when people were 10 levels up. Like, I think it should be around 10 levels, not 5. Well, I just exited Awakening early for some reason. I guess because she swapped? Like, I don't know. What does this ult do? It gives you full energy. Lacey just ulted. As you can see, it's supposed to last like 5 seconds. Sometimes it only lasts 2. I don't know why. I'm at 1 stack. It's just lying to you sometimes. I can't tell if she's almost out healing my DPS. Yeah, no, POPR is almost at full. If he escapes, does he just? Oh no. The hell are you going? Oh, it's not cool. That 4 stacks. Probably don't just time out, dog. All this for a battle I should have easily won. He is out healing me. I could have swore I had Cheryl at half. Oh, I'm broke. Not bad. It was a good break, honestly. 4 stacks. Full. Hurry up. Where the hell are you going? You're messing up my damage windows. He gives full energy. See, you're messing up my damage windows. You don't understand. I apply break, dog. They don't get to do shit for free. They get hit with the break tax. Every time they swap. Alright, we gonna heal. I'm out of energy. How do we do that? We heal party. Why did Cheryl just teleport? Why did Cheryl just teleport? Why can she do that? That is not in her skill set, bro. I be playing Cheryl. Bro, I feel like the only ones who should be able to apply a break are the breakers. They should not be doing as much break as they do. They aren't a breaker. Why is PO Piata at fucking full? Good heavens, dog. Full? It's a war of damn attrition, and my shit keeps glitching. Bro. Bro, POP ought to be coming out and he's on fucking full. How? How, POP oughta? How? If you miss it, you do not get Awakening. That is funny. Just to only have 2 stats, actually. No, you're fucking him. Bro, POP oughta is at full again. Lacey is at full. Shot this, bro. Good fucking hell, dog. It's an infinite fight. The only thing that was gonna die was Erlath, and she's only in for 2 seconds. Bro, that healer's never gonna die, by the way. All they have to do is land a break on me. And look, he just dropped hit. Like, that is dumb. I'm just in a 30-minute fight, and I'm glitching out every second. Keep going. Just drop the heal. Oh, Heroes at fucking full. Biobiota is at full. I only have 2 stacks and it's acting like I have fucking 5. There you go. Urlath has been at that stage of health this whole time. Bro, that is so dumb. You shouldn't even be able to swap a healer in and not get break applied at all. Like that you cannot be punished, dog. This Urlath should have died 30 minutes ago. Currently just fighting this dude forever. It just fucking glitched. I love this game. Biobiota should be just about dead too, dog. And my damage window gets ate up. Up, and there goes the instant Glacie. You just love to see it. Drop ult. This thing should have been dead. Effective health 9 million. Finally, I got a fucking kill. Like, I can fucking combo breaks, but they've just been healing this dude to full. He should have been dead. Didn't really spam. But she can get me back to full. Keep spamming, keep spamming. Get him out of here. Good fucking heavens. I'm so close. Whew. Let's fucking go. That's beautiful. She's refusing to swap now. I think it's because all she has to do is get the break and I lose. It's kind of true. Second she gets the break out. I should low-key bait it, so we're gonna heal. We're gonna bait the break so I don't die. We're baiting the break. Fuck, I can't heal enough. Come on, dog. Just a little more heal. All right, perfect. I have one more till I break. All right, she's not using it right. There's no fucking way she got the kill. Dog, what? Bro, you see how much work it took? And I died in one break. I died in one break. And she's been healing them this whole time. That's dumb, dog. It takes 50 minutes to do anything to her. But breakers are literally the best. There's like no one better. Like legitimately. If I wasn't like so glitched, I could probably get him out of here. Yep. Alright, yeah, I'm out of here. That's a glitch. If you hit them with your ult, you get awakening. It's super unfair because not only am I playing optimal, but he's fucking glitching on me. I'm playing optimal, he's glitching on me. Selling my shit, bro. I'm fucking playing optimal, he's glitching. Let me get one that's at 60. I don't like that the game has double dipped nurture and prismata forms, because the old perfect method mine was cultivations plus nurture, and now that has become the prismata method, which adds a dilemma to the game. Do I want to farm perfect or get a prismata form? Unless you catch 50 Aniimo. And we don't know how much the ball. I don't know how much. All right. I need a DPS to main. Some movement on them. I'm gonna go catch 1,000 Ember Pups for real type shit for real. My game is about to lag something serious. I was good, float you. Let me check up top. Until my method is patched, we're gonna go for a perfect tenor. This is a infinite spot, so we're just gonna grind up pins. I'm turning graphics down to low. We're running low for now, so the game doesn't lag while I catch 1,000, you know? I'm tired of it. I have to press it 3 times for the ball to go out. It's just not, it doesn't keep up with my speed. And now the frame gen is also bad. I'm running 6 before. Why was I running 6A? I watch a video while I catch all this shit, bro. Because I can just put it on the top screen and still show it for you guys. So who got good videos out? All right. This shit kind of serene. I'm totally down the graphics just for this part because it lags something serious at this. It's still lagging, honestly. Should I go get a video? Hmm. Hold on. Wait, but McKella and Moog never got it on. McKella used that nigga. Here, we gonna watch this.
In an interview with Playboy magazine, A Song of Ice and Fire author George R.R. Martin said, "I may write about incest, but I do not endorse it. Let us make that perfectly clear." There was this moment around 10 years ago where A Song of Ice and Fire, or Game of Thrones as the TV series was called, was one of the most talked about pieces of media ever. In
See what
my
you're talking
bubble,
about.
as an East Midlands sixth form student, it felt zeitgeist defining in ways that most properties never ever touched. Unfortunately, showrunners David Benioff and D.B. Weiss lost the plot when they began building the series in such a way as to capitalize on
Oh
the
my
pub
goodness,
reaction
dog.
videos that became so popular around the airing of The Red Wedding. Every character got plot armor, all the clever characters got stupid, a lot of twists were dropped in lieu of Aurum
I have
moment,
not seen
and
Game
then
of
they got
Thrones. Am I a
bored,
bot?
wrapped it up, and fobbed it off so that they could go and get fired by Disney. Still, back in the golden days, Game of Thrones was catapulted to success off the back of its zero plot armor premise. Based loosely on the War of the Roses,
I wonder if
a
I should
real
put a couch
15th
in my room.
century war fought over the throne between the
There's low-key
houses
nowhere
of
to put it,
Lancaster and
'cause
York. A Song
it
of Ice
wouldn't
and
be
Fire
angled,
focuses on the
I
conflict
guess.
between the houses Lannister and Stark as they face off in a fight for the throne. A saga brimming with backstabbing, political intrigue, and most importantly, rampant amounts of incest. Although there's dribs and drabs of sibling shagging and daughter grooming across the series, two main houses in particular in
All
A
right,
Song
bro.
of Ice and Fire
He says he doesn't like doing
incest.
it,
The
or he doesn't
ancient
like it, but he
House
just writes about
Targaryen,
it.
which performed systematic incest that blurred the lines between keeping it in the family and straight-up sex slavery, and the current ruling House Lannister, whose incest is not so much systemic as it is endemic. We also have outlier groups like Wildling Lord Craster, who keeps a harem of daughter wives to give birth to sons that he might trade with the mythical White Walkers for his own safety. Being so rare a plot device, incest hits with a particular impact in literature because it is so taboo. You don't see
Yeah.
it very often, so
People
when it
love
hits,
taboos.
it hits. George uses incest in his work for equal parts political satire and shock value. When young Bran Stark is shoved out of a window to his near death by the twins Cersei and Jaime, having caught them in the act of some passionless doggy style, it's a scene intended to horrify. Their framing as posh dickheads earlier in the episode initially alienated the viewer against their family, and killing a child in cold blood sealed the deal in setting their villainy in stone. In only a few scenes, we know who we are rooting against. Still, that's just the tip of the iceberg. In practice, the Lannisters' incest represents several things to the overall narrative. It represents the arrogance of the Lannister family, as their father Tywin, who married his cousin, insists a Lannister is worth more. It represents pure blood, as all of Cersei's children are Jaime's, little blonde-haired inbred angels. And key to their individual characterization, Cersei and Jaime's incest represents the concept of hating and loving oneself. Cersei and Jaime believe they are two parts of a whole person, a male side and a female side, and part of their arc is in realizing that they are quite different after all, maybe too different. In believing that they belong to one another as twins, Jaime and Cersei possess the parts of each other that they hate and love, controlling and supporting in this weird contradictory duality.
What's good,
never
Emma?
quite understanding
Yeah,
it.
I didn't think
Most
this dude would be talking
importantly,
about
the
Game of
incestuous
Thrones for so
Lannisters
long.
represent the way
We're doing an
that
Elden
history
Ring video.
repeats itself, the way that monarchies begin to rot if the wheel refuses to turn. By interbreeding, by clinging to their bloodline through depraved taboo means, the gene pool stays still and turns stagnant and rotten, leading to deficiencies that manifest as madness and instability in Cersei's child Joffrey, just as they saw with the Targaryen lineage, an ancient family hailing from the now destroyed Valyrian freehold on the adjacent continent of Essos. The Targaryens' rampant
Did he just
inbreeding
fall
is
from that
best
hill?
understood through the House of the Dragon spin-off show and is
It's
signified by their
still
pallid
going on
skin,
Game of
pure
Thrones. Yeah.
white hair, and violet
Is he
eyes.
that
Although
prolific
inbreeding
with
in our
fucking
world
incest,
usually
dog?
ends in disfigurements like club feet and other congenital birth defects, incest has made the Targaryens a mythically beautiful family. George uses uses the Targaryens and their customs to subvert the old school fantasy tropes of special bloodlines, by implying that their wish to preserve their blood is mainly just an excuse to avoid integrating with inferior local culture, and to keep their outdated customs, which, surprise surprise, allows them to take multiple wives and marry their siblings. The Targaryens don't have many women spare to bother tying big houses together through marriage and building alliances, highlighting their disdain for the cultures and customs of the people they conquer. I guess that's where the Aryan part of the name comes from. The darker reality of this is that it limits marriage freedom for their daughters and nieces, doomed to essentially be passed around the male members of the family. As a grim omen of the future,
Like, bro, who got first
Lannister
dibs in
family
that?
tree,
And
the
that's
Targaryens' incest
like, how does that
becomes a
work?
physical expression of their monarchical stagnancy.
Watch 4
As
seasons?
birth deficiencies
Do they have like
their
8
minds, and
seasons?
propaganda taught the Targaryens that they were gods among men, their inbreeding destroyed them from the inside out. They became impulsive, careless, and brutal tyrants. According to King Jaehaerys II Targaryen, madness and greatness are two sides of the same coin. Every
That's one
time
of those
a new
shows that's like
Targaryen
way
is
too
born,
long.
the gods toss the
That's
coin
like
in
the show you
air
gotta watch
and
with
the
like
world holds its
with
breath
like
to
your
see
husband
how
or
it
stuff, or
will
your
end.
like your
So when
wife,
George R.R. Martin was called upon as a world-building writer for
like
Elden
over a
Ring,
year.
was there any surprise to see themes like this crop up again? In medieval literature, these unfortunate
Yeah,
entwinements
but actually,
have a
I
very
don't even
high
think it's that
probability
long.
of ending in
What, it's
disaster.
like what,
But
200 or
that's
something?
no issue, because
No, I
what is
know,
incest?
I know. Aren't they
If
like
you
an
don't
hour?
know, you're probably very lucky, or very fucked. Either way, incest refers to sexual activity between people who are too closely related to marry, like your siblings,
Just talked about
parents, and
incest
children.
from Game of
Most
Thrones
people
for 10
also
minutes, and we're
extend
talking
this
about
to
demigods.
step-family, so
It's about
step-parents,
Elden Ring, bro.
step-children, step-siblings, which is called statutory incest. And it's largely agreed upon amongst psychologists that this sexual activity can range anywhere between sexual intercourse to intimate touching to the display of sexual organs to the verbal expression of sexual interest. Incest in literature isn't different. It follows the same definition, but across the last 2,000 years, it has often been used as shorthand allegory in everything from political subterfuge, Christian propaganda, and as twisted morals in weird fairy tales or old myths. Percy Shelley, a romantic author, suggested that incest may be the excess of love or hate. In Gothic literature, incest served to go beyond all boundaries,
Is the
especially
excess
conventional
of
law
love?
and morality. While Oedipus is one of the most famous
I don't
examples
know
of
about that one,
incest
bro.
literature, you will be surprised to hear that its various retellings are usually far more interested in demonstrating the fallout than
Like,
the
if you
crime.
love him,
The
you
Civil
gonna leave
War,
him
the
alone.
fall of Oedipus and his mother wife Jocasta's family, and the crisis of authority. Depending on who is telling it and why, the outcome will be different, but across the board and without exception in tales of incest, consummation ends in punishment, even if that consummation is, to put it very lightly, coerced, and that punishment is upheld for the aggressor and for the victim. Across all eras, one thing is consistent. In literature, incest is depicted as an act of
see
pure
what?
contradiction. By blending blood with your siblings and parents, you get weaker
What did I
children,
see,
your
Tony?
family unit becomes the most unsafe, poisonous relationships, and it is impossible to consent to because most people who knowingly engage in incest as adults do so because it was normalized for them as children, just to name a few examples. But when we're looking at themes of contradiction, opposing forces, and incompatible dualities, what better world to explore that through than the world of Elden Ring? Elden Ring's world building is crammed full of entities comprising two halves, either two individual separate pieces, like the Irises of Grace and Occultation, or
Oh yeah,
two
they
in
love
one,
that
two
junk.
sides
They
of
love
the same
two
coin, like the
sides.
central monarchs of the lands between, Marika and Radagon, who inhabit the same body. The reason these dualities are contradictory is because they are often
Actually, I have a
diametrically
theory
opposed.
about
For
America,
example,
because since she's
Miquella
a
is
shaman,
innocent, eternally
they said
wicked,
shamans
whereas
can
Malenia
easily
is
meld with
eternally
anybody.
rotten. Mohg
So I think
embraces
Radigan just
impure
got
blood,
added
whereas
to her by
Morgoth
like the
rejects
greater
it.
will,
Randy's body dies, but soul lives,
and then they just became
whereas
one.
Odwin's soul dies, but his body lives. The most important contradiction in Elden Ring, however, sits at the center of the current regime of the lands between, the Golden Order.
Like, I don't think
Part
they're the
political
same
system
person
and
at
part
all.
religion, church
Like,
and
in a
state
sense,
combined into one monolithic theological movement that began
I
the
think
movement of
Radigan was
Trauma.
added to
Eternal
her
Queen Marika
instead of
sealed
always
the reign
being
of
there,
death away. There's plenty to say about that, and none of it is relevant. For now, we'll focus on
because
the
she
two
says,
fundamentals of the Golden Order,
"Am I
the law
on
of
Discord?"
causality and the law
Not
of
right now,
regression,
twin.
two incantations whose existence highlights
I'm
how
low-key in flow
refined the
state.
direction of the Golden Order was. According to their respective item descriptions, causality is the pull between meanings, that which links all things in a chain of relation, and regression is the pull of meaning, that all things yearn eternally to converge. Causality is consequence, the spreading of multiple paths, growth and change, and And regression is conserving and pulling back, the opposite of progress, not only refusing to change, but also pulling inwards and backwards, away from consequence, regressing to a comfortable known state. And nothing defines this contradiction more than the rulers of said Golden Order, Marika and Radigan. In the opening cinematic, we are awoken and sent in search of this shadowy figure, Marika the Eternal Queen, who seems to have disappeared. As the story continues through the towering glintstone cliffs of Leonia and the grand streets of the royal capital Lindell,
When did she
you learn
become
about
raw?
her husband, the red-haired Radigan. Eventually, you will learn that they are the same person, somehow. Ultimately, these two represent the biggest contradiction in the Elden Ring universe. Marika, the wish to destroy the Elden Ring, to move on, and Radigan, the wish to repair it, conserve,
See,
and
but I
stay.
think Radigan
Now,
is
all
like
the
that because
demigods
of the
you
greater
meet
will.
across the lands between are children
Bro,
of
please
Marika
don't try to
and
sell me
Michael
art.
Radigan.
Please,
The
bro.
timeline is fuzzy, but for our purposes, Marika
Please,
and
bro.
Radigan met long
Pretty
ago,
please.
got together, and had Marika's firstborn, Mesmer. His sister
Oh,
Melina
bro, I'm not
found
even
Mesmer, though,
commissioning
and
art
would
right
die
now,
on
bro.
the hill that she followed immediately.
Like, chill.
Marika attained godhood with the help of Mesmer and then separated from Radigan. Marika paired up with Godfrey to birth Mo, Morgott, and Godwyn, and Radigan with Renala to have Rykard, Radon, and Ranni. Two awkward breakups later, and Marika and Radigan got back together to have Miquella and Melania. So why are they one person? One in-game argument to be made is the argument that Marika is from a village of shamans who, when
Yeah,
filled
that's
in
what I was
sheltered
saying.
jars, melt together in restless agony.
Yeah, they
so
can
maybe
melt
she
together.
combined with Radigan in the same manner.
That's
Only
my
the jar
theory.
people we free are red raw, and the experience has driven them insane. Marika
Yeah, but
is still
America's a
intact,
god,
so
though.
this doesn't track. Now, potentially Marika can use her powers of her own volition and facilitate a far gentler combination. But still, the jar combos we meet are visibly multiple people fused together, like into writhing masses of skin. Marika
Maybe
and
you're
Radigan are
spitting.
more like two souls
Maybe you're
possessing one body.
right.
There is another theory, the one flesh. See, George R.R. Martin loves English history, and I'm glad somebody does. A lot of his writing satirizes or straight up reflects the politics, religion, and life in Britain in the Middle Ages. According to one solid gold WordPress blog called Tower of the Hawk, a scholarly exploration of the world of George R.R. Martin, George specified in a 2011 interview that the prevalent faith of the Seven Kingdoms is of course based on the medieval Catholic Church and their central doctrine. George loves basing things off real history.
The one flesh, or unitas carnis, is the old Roman Catholic belief that once a man or woman had sexual intercourse, they became one flesh, whether or not they were married, and whether or not their sexual relationship continued. If we follow this theory, Marika and Radigan had intercourse first, and Marika birthed at least Mesmer, maybe Melina, and became one flesh in the process. At this point, they went their
You're kind of
separate ways.
spitting.
How one goes separate ways whilst sharing a body is up for debate, but the law is very vague on how this works, and I choose to believe that they shared custody of the body. Marika and Godfrey on weekdays, Renala and Radigan on weekends. The law of one flesh introduced one teeny
dead
tiny
ass.
hiccup. Specifically, it seemed a logical consequence that the relatives of one spouse should be related by affinity to the other spouse, i.e. Marika and Renala would have been considered sisters by blood, and Radigan and Godfrey brothers. In Christian doctrine, the unitas carnis meant that you would become a part of each other's families. Marika would have gained two new parents and any of Radigan's siblings, and vice versa. Their brother and sister-in-laws just became their brothers and sisters. Despite being considered separate people under the actual church, George R.R. Martin and the writers of Elden Ring have played this physical duality out to its fullest. Radigan and Marika's 4 children, Mesmer, Melina, Melania, and Miquella, are all cursed in some way, symbolizing their inbreeding. In practice, under Unitas Carnis, entire family trees would have been no-goes in the Middle Ages. It wasn't uncommon to be married to somebody for a while before learning that you're actually technically like cousins through some weird interpretation of the law. And it was up to each ecclesiastical authority
It's so
as to
laggy.
decide how they wanted to handle those cases. The most cynical interpretation of one flesh suggests that it was very profitable for the church to be able to dictate who you could legally marry, because if you couldn't marry anybody, your money would go to the church when you died. Now, there are many ways to interpret Marika and Radigan's self-cest. Robert Duggan, author of Our Close But Prohibited Union, wrote that Elizabethan and Jacobean dramas registered sibling incest as fed by pressure within noble families, not to mix their blood with families of lesser status, citing examples from across history, from the Ptolemy dynasty of Egypt to the Habsburgs of Europe. Marika and Radigan's belligerent levels of self-cest and the incredibly strong children that resulted indicates a concentrated genetic purity, a reluctance to dilute their blood by sharing it with others. However, in all of these
Yeah, I
dramas,
guess
the
in a
warning
way,
is
if
clear.
two
The perverse
gods have a
preservation of the
baby,
family, however
technically
attractive,
their
always
children will
seems
be
to lead
gods
to
themselves.
stagnation,
That's why almost all
stasis,
of the
and
that's why
entropy,
almost
and
all
can
of
be
the
often warm battle. We can
Empyreans
also compare it
are
to
like
works
they have outer gods
1849's Edgar
messing
Allan
with them
Poe's Fall
because
of Helsushka, which
they're really
describes a
close
family
to
falling
being
in on
God.
itself due to
Because since
sibling
there's so much
incest, or the
incest,
fall
they're
of
trying to
Camelot,
make a
which can
god
be traced to Arthur's
like separate,
incestuous
pretty
liaison
much.
with his sister, or the works of John Gower, a 14th century poet who used incest to represent love out of control, leading to the
So
breakdown
in
of
a way,
family
they're
life
trying to
and
like
common
min
good. By
max.
the
It's like,
time
all right,
they tarnish
if
the
we're
magic
technically the
around
same
between,
person,
the Golden
we
Order is
should
hanging by
drop
a thread.
a
We
god
are
off,
the
right?
usurpers in every
Like in
ending,
9
even if
months,
we are
we're
acting
dropping
on
a god
behalf of
out.
someone else. Incest has rotted
Like
away
if
the
we
foundation
are
of the healthy
gods and
family. They are
we have a kid,
scattered,
that's a god,
weak,
right? It's
and
not a demigod,
unaligned.
right?
Marika's imprisonment represents her stasis.
So I see
She
what they
is
were
a
trying to
powerless
do
figurehead. She
because they
reminds me of
became.
Jocasta, Oedipus's mother wife, who in
I
many
think that
versions of the
tells
story
you
is often the
that
last person to die, forced to
since
watch the
if
collapse
if
of
they
her
would have been
kingdom
two
and the death
gods
of her
and they
children
had
before she is set
a
free.
child
Finally, we can
and their
compare
children are
Marika to
still
figures like
demigods, that
Nero,
means one
Cicero,
of them
and
isn't a
Caligula.
god.
Charges of incest
It tells you
were
that
often
right
made
there.
in the classical world to
Because
blacken
technically,
the characters of
every
unpopular
like
figures,
the
especially
self-cessed
tyrants. In
demigods should be
Charlemagne's
full
case,
gods
the legend of his
in
dreadful and
that way.
unconfessed sin seems to have
Like if a
begun
god
very
has
shortly
self-cessed,
after
he
his
should be
own
dropping off
lifetime, when
gods,
the
right?
contritionist movement was finding stories
But
of monstrous
they're
sins as
demigods.
useful ammunition.
They're some of the
Marika's
strongest
threat to
demigods, but
incest
they're
may
demigods
be a
nonetheless.
physical manifestation
They're not
of the
full
kinds
gods.
of rumors that plagued the posthumous reputation of unpopular rulers.
In some cases, like Periander, the tyrant of Corinth, incest is believed to be what caused him to become a tyrant in the first place. Incest was also a common metaphor for the misuse of political power, implying one considered themselves to be totally above the common good. Marika and Radigan's bond highlights their corruption. He's the head of her army and they're shagging. That's not very professional. Marika's incest, similar to the Targaryens of A Song of Ice and Fire, may also represent her inability to integrate into the political system of the lands between, how she will always be seen as an outsider by the people she rules. When we compare the Golden Order to the classic Roman Catholic structure that George bases so much of his work off, the beast folk are a clear metaphor for pagans. W.J. Thomas Mitchell wrote that animals stand for all forms of social otherness. Race, class, and gender are frequently figured in images of subhuman brutishness, bestial appetite, and servility. As we learn from the description of the Cinquedilla short sword, the design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. The game is explicit that the beast folk are intelligent. Their clear systems of religion and government and
gotta
the
keep
mastery
going
of
till we
red
get
lightning, magic thought
till
to
we
be
get a
wielded
tenor.
only by ancient dragons, hammers
I'll
his
take at
home.
least a
Still,
10
their
in one
constant
stat.
subjugation and derogatory beast folk title tells me that this opinion is not shared by members of the Golden Order, who see them as brutish, inferior, and animalistic. Although incest is sometimes presented as a stereotypically barbarian practice,
I will be
pagan
back
communities shit
in a
on
sec.
early Christians. They thought Christianity was really weird. They pounded on the Christian emphasis of love, the use of brother and sister as a standard form of
Yeah, my
address,
God.
and their communal meals or love feasts interpreted as cannibalism and incest. Pagans ripped on Christians so much that scholars argue that this was the reason why Christian writers didn't use incest as a major theme in their works until the 11th or 12th centuries, because they didn't want to draw attention to themselves, make it seem like they were protesting too hard.
While the beast folk don't do all that much themselves, their existence as a community provides a contrast to the Golden Order. There were no instances in the game that I could find of beast incest, which highlights the recurring Golden Order incest even more. Ironically, the race considered bestial are the ones who avoid indulging in the same taboos as Marika and Radigan.
The theory of unitas carnis has more interesting implications, albeit they get stretchy, so bear with me. Elizabeth Archibald, author of Incest and the Medieval Imagination, explained that in the 10th, 11th and 12th centuries, prohibitions banned sexual intercourse between all relatives connected by consanguinity or affinity to the 7th degree, and between spiritual affinity to the 4th. Consanguinity relates to people from the same family by blood to the 7th degree, counting incest as anything up to third cousins. But what is spiritual affinity?
Well, spiritual affinity is based on the beliefs of the 5th century Roman Emperor Justinian, who thought that being somebody's baptismal sponsor, like being their godparent for example, would bind you into another kind of relation that he considered to be as strong as blood, and banned those marriages to the 4th degree, so god cousin or closer were off limits. This made your local community a minefield of incest. You couldn't marry your father's goddaughter because you were technically god siblings, or your godchild's mother because she was technically your mother. And the more I read, the more I understood why Henry VIII founded an entirely new church just to circumvent these ridiculous rules. Now, these rules weren't always honoured. The Middle Ages have left behind a ton of reports of people complaining to their local church that there is literally nobody in the community that they're allowed to shag, and it was up to the priests to decide when and how to enforce these rules. Some priests saw the foolishness of the idea and allowed marriages even if they were legally incestuous, and in other areas like Rochester in Kent, some of the priests were so anal about following the rules that they were immortalized in the history books. Still, despite incest's definition stretching so far that you would struggle to find a partner without going on some holy pilgrimage of your own, this introduced a very useful get out of jail free card. Basically, if you wanted a free divorce granted by the Catholic Church, no questions asked, all you had to do was sub in as your child's godparent at their baptism. By law, you would be forced to separate from your spouse because you would now be related by spiritual affinity, and spiritual affinity trumps blood affinity.
Now, this is 1000% speculation on my part.
Well, they had method.
I'm running with an idea, but when exploring the Mohgwyn dynasty, I wondered where the name came from. I know Mohg, obviously, but Wyn? The only other character in Elden Ring with the Wyn suffix is Godwyn. Why would Mohg take the same suffix in his own dynasty? And if that means that Wyn is a suffix, then God is the prefix. And if God is the prefix, then we've got Godwyn, Godric, Godroy, and Godfrey. None of these men are gods, except demigod Godwyn, so you could interpret Godfrey and his family as being Godwyn's god family. Maybe the reason that Marika and Godfrey split so amicably to pursue their own ends was because Godfrey offered to be the baptismal sponsor of his final child. Maybe he became Marika's brother, thus dissolving their marriage.
Okay, that one was a reach. I'll give you that.
Next on our roster is inbreeding, as a discussion topic, to be clear. The Maradigan family tree is a wreath, especially if we apply Unitas Carnis, and I think we're supposed to, because every child of Marika has traits allegorical to themes of inbreeding and or genetic diversity. Looking first at the offspring of Marika and Godfrey, Mohg and Morga ironically are the least inbred of the group, and yet were born with physical traits that the Golden Order considers impure and cursed. These twins
but
omens,
other places say they're even more godly than the others
horns.
because of the
As
horns.
we learn in the time of the Crucible, before the Erdtree and the Golden Order, omens were considered divine. Nowadays, non-royal omens will have their horns sheared off by omen killers, which usually kills them, and royal omens aren't mutilated. Instead, they are shoved down below the city of Leyndell and forced to live in the sewers, which would have been the fate of Mohg and Morgoth. You could interpret that omens represent the horn-scent race, the people who were flaying and potting Marika and her ilk, but I don't think so. Rather, it's more likely that the omens represent genetic mutations, genetic differences. They weaken the image of the royal family because they do not conform to the standards of beauty set by the Golden Order. The era of the Crucible was a time of chaos. The Golden Order is just that. Golden Order, and Mohg and Morgoth represent neither.
Still, other interpretations exist. If we base our ideas off Unitas Carnis, especially if we consider every union Marika engages in to be self-censored,
I got the Prismana. What the fuck?
Partner, Mohg and Morgoth still do represent the output of interbreeding.
Maybe the Greater Will, the knower of fates, preloaded the inbreeding coded deformity because it knew what Marika and Godfrey were going to do. It's unlikely, but another possible interpretation of their appearance. The people writing
Technically,
early
there's a
and
chance for it to
medieval
be
literature did not
Glycera.
understand genetic diversity and inbreeding. They had
But
theories,
it never
sure,
is,
but they
by the
didn't know
way.
what a chromosome was. Some of them got it. Like in Oedipus, it is stated that, as clerics saw, when blood touches blood, the resulting fruit is corrupt. But there are as many, if not more, records to the contrary. Adonis, the epitome of human beauty and beloved of Venus, is the product of father-daughter incest. In fact, in fictional texts, inbred children who survive infancy
I didn't
often
catch
turn
him?
out to be heroes or saints rather than monsters, and this interpretation could carry for Moog and Morgoth. Moog becomes a cleric of the outer god, the formless mother, dying a martyr to her, innocent and manipulated, cleared of all charges. On the other hand, Morgoth dedicated his life to the Golden Order,
They actually
guarding the Erd
technically.
tree after
Well, he's not
never
good.
seeing
He
its
still
flesh.
does
When
too
you
much.
kill him in game, his body is visible without any omen horns, demonstrating to us that the Greater Will has removed his genetic differences, rewarding him in death as a hero.
In fact, in the Middle Ages,
yeah.
incest was
Dude,
not
just fucking
assumed
him.
to produce defective children.
The poet John Lydgate remarked that the child born of Cannae and her brother Macarius excelled in favour and fairness. Specifically, any deformity resulting from incest would have been interpreted as divine punishment for sin rather than biological cause and effect. This was echoed by Xenophon, student of Socrates, who wrote in his 400 BC text Memorabilia that those who transgress the unwritten law of the gods are punished by having bad children.
This leaves us with two more interpretations of Moog and Morgoth. Either their physical appearance is divine punishment on Marika for her sins, or they are the output of self-cest. I'm leaning towards the former, considering Renala and Radigan's children turned out okay.
This theme of inbreeding
I don't know
and
how.
basic purity is seen all across
All of
Elden
them are
Ring.
all
One
of them are
major
wrong
centre
in the
of
head
inbreeding
though.
is the Shaded Castle, home to the Marai family. The castle is surrounded by poisonous, stagnant water, a metaphor for the stagnation of their gene pool. The Marai mask description states that the mask conceals a genetic sickness that the whole family possesses. Since the whole family possesses it, it's not X-linked recessive like haemophilia, which disproportionately affects males. If it were linked to dominant or recessive genetics, babies born into the Marai family would only have a 50% chance of inheriting the illness because people outside the family would not be carriers of the disease. If the whole family possesses the genetic sickness, that means that no new genes are being introduced from outside the family, which means it's like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in there. When you compound that with the family head Malay Marai's obsession with Melania, you have a man who probably saw her as the poster child of living with inherited chronic illness. We also have the Albinaurics, a race of man-made life forms who were constructed by the people of the Eternal Cities. These people are made from silver dew, or silver tears, and every single one of them possesses the same genetic defect. After a certain point in their lives, their legs stop working and then they die.
That's
This
actually Mark
demonstrates not
2
a
or
gene
no, it's Mark
pool,
1.
but a gene puddle. Due to a lack of genetic diversity, they all await the same fate. This is similar to neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's,
Like Mark 1,
ALS,
their
and
legs don't work.
Parkinson's, which, whilst contractable through
And
a
Mark 2,
variety
they
of
look like
factors,
frogs.
often have a genetic component. Raya is a snake girl hailing from Volcano Manor who learns that she is the offspring of Daedakar, a person who indulged in every form of adultery and wicked pleasure, giving birth to grotesque children.
In the early Middle Ages, incest was
Hey,
rarely
yo, I didn't know that.
define incest. It was often described
He was
instead
fucking on a
as
snake that hurt and she
fornication,
came out,
adultery,
gang.
or lechery.
Sometimes in stories, incest is subsumed into some other sexual sin, like adultery or fornication or lechery. In this context, the use of adultery in the description of Daedakar's woe is interesting. As Raya's human form appears to have albinism, a recessive inherited genetic condition, it's possible that this was the wicked pleasure Daedakar involved herself in. Finally, we have the dragons. The dragons of today are considered pitiful in comparison to their ancient relations.
True,
have
they
two
are
wings
losers
and
now.
2 limbs, whereas ancient dragons had 4 wings and 4 limbs. The dragons of today also often bear genetic mutations, like feathers and bundles of overlapping fangs, and they're able to adapt to their respective environments by consuming aspects of them, like the glintstone, rot, and ice dragons we encounter on our travels through the lands between. The state of the dragons today reads to me like an allegory for genetic diversity. The ancient dragons were considered regal entities of myth and legend, able to wield red lightning magic. The dragons of today cannot wield red lightning magic, but they're arguably a healthier
there.
space now. They are no longer weighed down by needing to eat enough to sustain 4 enormous limbs and 4 wings, and their ease of adaptation allows them to spread out and hunt in different areas of the world. This reduces competition between them, unlike the ancient dragons of crumbling Faram Azula who lived on top of each other. The ancient dragons we see in the walls of Faram Azula look identical to Dragon Lord Placidusax, and what I find really interesting about Pisax is their heads. In this video by Zolly the Witch, you can see that the heads are labelled male and female in the code, a parallel to Marika and Radagon being 2 bodies in one. Potentially, Placidusax was the progenitor of all the ancient dragons, and their cell-cest would have produced massive regal beasts that paddled around in a shallow, squalid gene pool. The wyverns of today may have lost their monarchy, but like pigeons, have managed to find a comfortable place in the present ecosystem. The dragons, like the omens, represent the chaos of genetic diversity, having overcome the same stagnation that rots Marika's lineage from within. Medieval writers frequently interpreted incest as original sin because they had a notoriously low opinion of female sexuality, believing that women's sexual appetites were notoriously insatiable, and like their ancestor Eve, they had no self-control. In fact, even in most stories of father-daughter incest involving rape, the young female victims would also be punished. It became a bit of a dry joke to smite father and daughter alike with thunderbolts, rendering lightning an interesting choice of weapon for the dragons of the lands between. I'm looking at you, Gransex. Our interpretation of Marika's greed is hard to pin down because we only learn about it eons after the fact. We can see that she committed 2 genocides, taken godhood and led the Golden Order for thousands of years without passing power to the next person, an everlasting kingdom. What was she like? Was she happy? Did she want this? Was it possible to transfer power, or was she trapped forever? Is that why she shattered the Elden Ring? We never learn the answer, and anyone who might have an answer is so repulsed by us that they attack us on sight. Original Sin is a plausible read of Elden Ring. Marika brought on an age of undying abundance in a gorgeous lush land overseen by a huge tree of the Greater Will that she is now crucified inside. The lands between are a once grand crumbling Eden. The shattering broke that perfect harmony and caused God to abandon her and
also,
us.
them getting rid of the black sparkle on Darkler's
still clinging to the Golden Order and the Greater Will in the hope that it might return one day and fix things. Marika's fall to original sin supports the medieval belief that incest was far more prevalent than one might think. There are many stories which assume that incestuous desire is not an incredible perversion found only among barbarians, pagans, heretics, or power-mad tyrants, as well as among animals, but rather an overwhelming emotion that may strike quite normal and respectable Christians, even some previously notable for their heroism and virtue. The fact that incest is interpreted in some exemplar as original sins suggests strongly that all humans are potentially incestuous sinners. The only aspect of this interpretation that I didn't align with was the Great Serpent. Everything else, yeah, I'm totally on board with. But Eve of the first human fame shattered the spell of the Garden of Eden because she was tempted by the serpent. Why, following this metaphor, would Marika lock the serpent away? Well, firstly because Mesmer has a primordial snake inside of him, a sharp colour palette, uses a spear, connecting him to Vlad the Impaler of course, and is weak to holy damage in Phase 2. He has been cast out of Marika's heaven and now uses his fire and spears to enact endless holy war. Many design motifs point directly to Satan as an inspiration, Mesmer the fallen angel, and a natural foe that Marika alienates in a self-fulfilling prophecy. But also because in a section of the Tales of Lancelot titled Agravain, the reader is told that Mordred, born of the unwitting incestuous union of King Arthur and his sister Morgause, is destined to destroy the Round Table and to kill his father, who dreamt that a snake would come out of Mordred's belly and destroy the land and himself. Not only will our player character frequently return to a place called the Round Table Hole to smith weapons and chat to NPCs, but this parallel to Mesmer and Marika is too much to ignore. Mesmer holds within him a great serpent that Marika is terrified of. Not only does Marika replace Mesmer's eye with a grace seal, keeping the serpent locked inside her son's body, but Marika abandons Mesmer inside the realm of shadow for an eternity, and it's never explained exactly why. Yeah, maybe she got busy with the shattering and her imprisonment, but Mesmer's role in the genocide that allowed Marika to ascend to godhood means he
she's likely been waiting there since before Marika was with Godfrey. I think Marika sealed
Wow.
Mesmer away out of fear because she thought that he would use
Wait,
his
so
kindling
Mesmer's
to
the
burn
oldest
down
child?
and
Wait,
for
what?
his association with the serpent. Mesmer's increasing disillusionment with Marika might have enabled a self-fulfilling prophecy if the opportunity had arisen. Unfortunately, we kill both of them before this can come to pass, and maybe it would have if Radahn had not held the stars in place, and fate with them. Although being the child of incest often makes you a hero, Mordred is destined to be a villain. The same can be said for Mesmer, whose possession by the Great Serpent represents inbreeding deformity, but unlike Mohg and Morgoth, does not die a saint and lacks the agency to be a villain. In the end, Arthurian parallels always come back to Christianity. Some critics think that incest was seen as the fatal flaw, which depicted Arthur as human and explained the downfall of his kingdom. Typical of the human condition, because incest is the worst kind of lust, symbolizing original sin. Both interpretations of Marika may be true, regardless of the role of the Great Serpent. All
just
of
mass
Mesmer's
catching.
siblings are born cursed, a clear allegory for inbreeding deficiencies. What's most troubling is that these curses seem to have been placed by Marika herself, who seems to be using her children as vessels to contain her ancient enemies. Mesmer contains the Great Serpent, Melina arguably hosts Marika's ancient enemy, the Gloam-Eyed Queen, Melania bears a connection to the god of rot, and Mikola... I don't know. Vati never said. These curses manifest differently too. Melina seems to be totally tied to the sites of
Mikola's
grace,
cursed
unable to
being a
live in
child.
vicinity, and it's unknown whether she takes any form at all.
why he looks like
there's
that.
no one to observe her. Whether she's able to observe
He's
events,
cursed to have a
whether she
child's
just
body.
flips in
That's
and
why
out
he
of
doesn't
different
fight.
graces, like a Severance character clocking in. Melania has been rotting alive across her extended lifespan and suffers despite
It's also why
centuries
he
of
just
efforts to keep the
manipulates
rot at
every
bay.
fucking
Mikola is
body
cursed with
and has
mercy.
like
If you're as
pretty
bad
much
at Elden
mind
Ring as
control
I
with his
am,
charm
you will hear
powers
Melania introduce
that
herself
allows
fondly.
him
She is the
to just
blade
use
Mickle,
Melina
her
as a
great rune,
fucking
the source
sword
of
and
her
do
power, should have
everything
been
and
the
then
strongest,
take
but
over
she
the
was crippled
fucking
by her
world
rot,
pretty
which
much.
grows like an unstoppable cancer across her body. By the present day, the rot has taken her limbs and her
And the
eyes.
only
It
people
can
to
be
stop
kept
him are
at
the
bay
fucking
by fire or
chosen one
consecration,
themselves.
hence why Melania
Mr.
dwells
fucking
on the other
Tarnished.
side of the bastard consecrated snowfield, and why flaming walls have been erected in Khalid where the rot
I'm
is
looking
spreading.
tired
Rot
of
is
Ronnie
represented
Glazers
in
as well,
Elden
bro.
Ring
Ronnie
through
is not
stagnant
like that,
water,
bro.
and
We
the
do
world is
everything for
constructed in a
Ronnie.
very intentional way to
I swear
emphasize
Ronnie
this.
is not like
Eternal
Ronnie
cities of
never gets her
Nocturne
hands
and
dirty.
Nocstella are
And some of
full
y'all
of
are so
streams and
happy
rivers with an
to
emphasis
be
on
that
their
little
drainage.
fucking
We see
cog
an
in the
attention to
machine
detail
for
that
Ronnie.
includes
And Ronnie's
consideration
like,
of the ground
yeah,
flow
you
of
totally
water
happy
and
to do this.
sewage grates. It takes time to design and model sewage facilities. And when
Kind
you're
of shows how
designing for a
smart
balance of
Ronnie
game
is.
performance and environmental storytelling, what we see is often
She puts
crucial
your
to
ass
that
to fucking
understanding.
work.
It's no coincidence
And you go
that
right
the
ahead
lake
and
of
do
rot
it.
sits downstream from the eternal cities. We are told that an old
Ronnie
blind
never gets her
swordsman
hands
sealed
dirty.
the
She
god
could,
away,
or
but
she
it's
gets
not
rocked by
specified
just
whether
about
he beat the
everybody.
god
There's a
in
chance
battle
Michaela
or
could
whether he
smoke
was
her in a fight.
responsible for the movement of water that prevents rot spread. The blue cloth cowl states, just as still waters turn foul, stagnation leads to decay. Warriors
she just
must
gets someone
remain
else
ever
to do her
drifting.
work.
As the youngest member of Marika's lineage, tied with Mikola,
So
Melania's rot
isn't
can
she
be
the only
interpreted
Empyrean
as
that has an
physical
ending?
manifestation of the rot of the Golden Order.
You can't
It has
join
remained
Melania, she's with
static
Michaela.
and unmoving for generations, if not thousands of years. The law of regression suggests that the Order refuses to budge, but the law of causality insists that it has to. Since it refuses, it rots, and its youngest child is born afflicted. Most of what we learn about Melania indicates that she took this rot very seriously, and took full responsibility for managing it. She enlisted the help of said swordsman, hence why her technique is called the waterfowl dance, who taught her to keep moving so that the rot would not settle. Her life is structured around managing this chronic illness, where she lives, who she employs, and what she wears. And yet, curiously, when Melania is sent by Mikola to kill their half-sibling Radahn, she sacrifices her dignity to meet Radahn's measure. When the battle is turning,
Yeah, she was
and it
supposed
seems
to
like
kill
might
Radahn
win,
and take his
Melania
body
unleashes
back,
her rot and
so they could
essentially
become-
moves Radahn and the region of
What's
Khalid
it called,
with him.
bruh? But
When
she couldn't
discussions
complete
of
the
this
mission
fight
all the
come
way.
up, it often devolves into arguments
And no
about
one
who
could,
really
honestly.
won.
No
I
one
think these
wanted
arguments
smoke with
imply
Radahn. They
that
were already
the important
going through
question
enough.
to ask
They're trying to
is,
fight the most
did
powerful
Melania
demigod.
abandon everything she'd
Would
worked her
fuck
entire
anybody
life to
up.
preserve because she was charmed by
And then
him?
Market
It's hard to
may
discuss
outskill
Melania
him,
without discussing
but I
Mikola.
don't
Not
think
only are
Market.
they two
No,
twins
Market doesn't
whose
think he can
lives
win.
and
I ain't gonna
journeys
lie.
have intertwined for millennia, but Mikola's ability to charm people is so pervasive and undefined that it's impossible to write off its usage in any of Mikola's interactions. People who are charmed do not bear his mark. It's not like a tattoo. There's no way to tell until the charm is broken. Most characters are not aware that they have been charmed either. Some characters like Arnsbach are totally aware of being charmed, but not everyone is. Maybe Mikula allowed Arnsbach
Look, that's
to know
Arnsbach,
that
that's
he'd
different.
been charmed because Arnsbach tried to kill him, and this is Mikula's way of mocking him. Either way, Mikula has been ruining his charm for
Mikula's
a long
fucking
time.
mean,
The
dog.
description of the
He said,
twisted
yeah, you
branch
can't do that.
tells us that he has learned well how to compel affection, implying that it was not always possible. As we see during the promised consort Radahn fight, he only needs to speak to you to charm you, and while this is during a grab that can be dodged, that's probably because it would be a broken ability otherwise. As we
Yep,
learn across
all he
the
has to do is
DLC,
talk to
Mikula
you,
has
gang.
charmed almost everyone he's met. He drops charms willy-nilly, making no effort to do things the hard way. Mikula reminds me of the character Alison.
That's why I say
Hargreaves
Mikula's
from the
top
Umbrella
one, bro.
Academy, whose powers
Mikula
of
is top
persuasion
one
are
demigod,
by
bro.
proceeding a
And
sentence
Melania
that
is
I
his
heard a
blade.
rumor
So
that
he really is
throughout the
top
first
one.
season, we learn that she has used her powers
He really
to
is.
global
He's
fame
just
as an
literally
actress,
top one.
persuade her now husband into loving her, and she has used her ability on her children because it is quick and easy. Alison soon finds herself surrounded by people who are bitter, upset, and confused. Her husband is sitting there like, I don't know if I even love you. I don't know if any of this happened with my consent. And her relationship with her children is strained by the fact that she has used mind control on them. It's a great examination of how the
Kinda
power
true.
of persuasion strains relationships, and how this power dynamic is too absolute to be permitted. As with much of Elden Ring, you can read into this however you like. Mikula refers to Melania as his loyal blade, but Radahn
Yep.
is his lord brother, indicating that he sees his sister as a weapon. She describes him
Yeah.
as possessing the wisdom and allure of God. He was the most fearsome Empyrean of all, suggesting that she has
Duh.
abandoned her ambition to fight for him instead. On the other hand,
Duh.
siblings do often just love
I'm
each
telling
other,
you,
and
bro,
Mikula has
she's
spent a lot
bro,
of
it's a
time
top
trying to
one
cure
duo. They're
Melania's
literally
love,
unbeatable.
even if his curse of
They're the
nature
only
is
ones to
eventually
actually become
never
like
come to
full
fruition.
gods in lore.
Melania's adoration of Mikula could be seen through the lens of sibling incest. Being the youngest members of their family, born around the time of the Shattering, the isolation that characterized their relationship draws parallels to Sonia Harnett's story Sleeping Dogs, where denied
Wait,
the
you're
chance
saying
to
that
pursue
they're-
its children,
they're
the two
incest?
siblings are now incapable of making outside friends. They believe that their relationship is a reward for their suffering. Robert Duggan wrote that in the Romantic era, sibling incest was read not as perversion but as an extension and amplification of sibling love, arguably the highest form
yo.
of love and devotion. Comparing
Hey,
it to
yo.
paternal incest, so common in Gothic fiction,
Nah,
is
bro, y'all
even more
English
tyrannical.
motherfuckers got
Still,
it.
that doesn't make sibling incest pure or good, and it doesn't get a free ride in
Nah,
fiction
gang, go
either.
hop in that
his
Bible,
book,
bruh.
Rethinking Romantic Incest, Alan Richardson pointed out, while the Romantics may have gone out of their way to valorize sibling incest and see it as a special intensification of sentimental sibling attachment, they did not go out of their way to supply the characters with a happy ending. In more cynical interpretations, sibling
Wow.
incest may be a strategy for the brother to preserve the mother. I think
I'm
an
all out.
incestuous read of these two is possible if you are so inclined to believe it, because so much of their bond is indicative of these literary traits. They were the final two siblings,
as well
isolated
go
from
till the thing
Mesmer
is
by
full.
the veil and Melina by her curse. Statues around the Halig tree indicate that they were raised by Godwyn, who obviously died. Their place in a lost, isolated corner of the world represents their isolation within their own family, which, considering the other allegories for incest in this game, you would be totally within your rights to interpret how you choose. I love Mikula. You occasionally see the 2,000-year-old dragon trope in anime, which is only ever used as a device specifically to sexualize children. Mikula actually
Yeah, pretty
is
much.
thousands of years old, and instead of using this as an experiment to see how far you can go with fan service before your co-workers call in a tip about you, the writers of Elden Ring used Mikula's eternal youth to represent a limitation of his potential. Mikula is cursed
Yep.
to never
Could you
finish
imagine if
anything. He
Mikula
can't
could charm
finish
you
growing,
and
he can't
Bach?
resurrect Godwyn, he can't cure Melania, and he can't become an Elden Lord. While we may see eternal youth as a blessing, for him it represents thousands of years of denial. Imagine how frustrating his life has been. As an
Can you imagine if he grew up?
2,000-year-old dragon tropes
Fucker would be
did actually
busted.
exist in medieval fiction, although instead it would be the queen's dying wish was that the king remarry someone who looks exactly like her, which was used as a device to justify and exonerate stories of father-daughter incest. Okay, so Mikula is only present in body in the base game. By the time we find him, he is a withered, naked body crammed into a cocoon, displayed on a giant pelvic bone in Moog's living room. This is because, in an attempt to force his childlike body to grow, Mikula has cocooned himself at the base of the Halig tree. Moog had come along and pinched him, leaving a big empty gap in the womb area of a big blonde figure built out of the roots itself. So, Freud. One of the reasons why researching incest is so frustrating is because of Sigmund Freud, an early 20th century neurologist
this
who
dude
I
right
always
here,
just
dog.
thought was like a silly
Oh
little
my
guy
good,
with
this
dumb
nigga would
theories
write
nobody
something
took
and say, "Oh
seriously.
yeah,
But
no,
the more you
totally, the
read, the more
daughters
you
love it when you
realize he's
incest
sent
them
studies of
because they
child
want to do
abuse
that," and he
back
put that
by
into
probably
a fucking
100
study, and
years.
people
These
acted
other
like it was real.
academics just echoed his conclusions
Whole time he
without
was just
question,
fucking on his
framing
shit, his kids,
incest
bro.
as the parent's seduction by the child, or the helpless acts of the father who had nowhere else to stick it and couldn't possibly be expected to control himself. In short, in 1954, Freud described incest as being a fantasy on the part of the child, suggesting that incest was the
Bro,
product of a
bro,
victim's
this
seductive
motherfucker was
powers
doing a
and the
method,
social
bro.
thwarting of their desire as children to have sex with their parents. This meant that incestuous sex could only take place in a victim's imagination, fantasy, or when they provoked their parents into breaking the taboo, seduction. Thus, Freud held victims responsible. Freud was speaking baloney, obviously, but literature
Yeah.
is a different thing to
He was
reality.
fucking
A lot of
tripping.
incest stories are told through the Freudian perspective because it is easier to write taboo love if you create a world in which the victim is actually the one in power. Mikola is clearly written with an undertone of Freudian psychology. He is defined by the line in Freud's The Creative Writer and Daydreaming, "The motive forces of fantasies are unsatisfied wishes, and every single fantasy is the fulfillment of a wish, a correction of unsatisfying
I just been mass
reality."
catching.
Mikola is cursed with nascence and will never be satisfied by reality. His desire is all he has. According to Bulgarian-French psychoanalyst Julia Kristeva's essay on Romeo and Juliet in Tales of Love, children never outgrow incestuous leanings towards their parents, predilections that date back to long before the Oedipus complex, to that oceanic, blissful union with the mother in the womb, that loving bond with the ideal father in infancy. Basically, I don't think it's a coincidence that the woman on the wall of the Halig tree resembles Marika. Kristeva's observations on the return to the mother extend to what she calls womb and tomb. The safety she offers is thus the other face of death. The mother is seen as an inescapable power who ensures that, whatever the child's exploits in the world may be, he will always return to the womb layer and her ambiguous protection. Not only can Mikola's pelvic cocoon be
Wait till I give me
compared
a
to this,
tenner.
but so can Godwin. Buried at the face
Wait,
of the Erd
I'm
tree,
gonna get it.
tangled in the roots, Godwin returns to the base of the tree and his life force is fed back in to be recycled. In a twisted way, with Marika crucified inside, her tomb is his womb and vice versa. Mikola's parallels to incest don't end here. As with Marika and Radigan being two in one, Mikola is joined with a woman named St. Trina. It's unknown whether St. Trina is also nascent or whether she has grown into an adult and left Mikola behind. We don't know where she's come from or how long they've been together, but by the time we meet St. Trina, it's clearly on the other end of the
Hey,
kind
I have
of
a
breakup
9
you
attack.
go and lie in a fissure for. We've all been there, miss. Let's watch Bridesmaids. St. Trina is a tree, which is the most interesting aspect of her design by far because it draws parallels to the young princess Mira of Greek myth. Mira seduced her own father, then pregnant, fled from him. As he closed in on her, intent on killing her for her deception, she begged the gods to be freed from this mortal plane and they acquiesced by turning her into a tree. Often the call
Aw.
to incest in literature is inspired by the absence of a parent, often the mother. Sometimes, like in Ian McEwan's 1978 novel The Cement Garden, 15-year-old Jack and his younger siblings are forced to adopt new
78.
roles following the death of their parents, i.e. the Oedipal scenario is fueled by confused children in dysfunctional family dynamics. Alternatively, works like Catherine Harrison's 1993 novel Exposure depict scenarios where the absence of the mother fuels the father's sexual interest and he engages in incestuous child abuse. Sometimes this is mutual, like in the 1969 novel Bouquet of Barbed
How the
Wire,
fuck is it
where the
mutual?
father Peter Manson's incestuous tension with his daughter represents his yearning for a lost youth, reflecting, "The world belongs to the young, and you're a fool if you resent it. They're the new elite." Mikola's relationships can be interpreted in any of these ways. He and Melania were the youngest of Marika's children, born around the time of the shattering. They are the only children of Marika and Radigan to have failed to embed themselves in the political and communal sphere of life in the lands between. The Halig tree that Mikola tried to grow withered and became a husk when he was abducted, and Melania just sleeps at its base now. Although there's evidence that Godwin took them under his wing, they barely knew their parents and lost much more than their siblings when Godwin was killed. The absence of the mother, and by proxy the father, is integral in understanding Mikola's actions. He chooses to follow his mother's literal footsteps to become a god, taking Radan, the perfect blend of Radigan and Godfrey, as his consort, likely under his charm. Mikola's characterization can be compared to Prue Manson of the aforementioned Bouquet of Barbed Wire, whose childishness is emphasized but whose depiction varies between manipulative manipulative and innocent. The earlier TV series portrays her as manipulative, but the later movie, released after psychologists started to actually get serious about unpacking incest and its effects on children, portrays her as innocent. I think Mikola can be read both ways, mainly due to his depiction as nascent and being intentionally underdeveloped. Mikola isn't just physically nascent, I also believe he's mentally nascent as well. He's always in that period where his brain hasn't quite fully developed into an adult brain. A lot of his ideas are the kind of blanket approaches you see critiqued in media like Death Note, where I am 16 years old and my worldview is so correct that I am fully entitled
But he's
to
thousands of years old. He's just stuck with a little kid mind.
His naive lack of empathy and inability to adapt solutions across problems. Instead,
Oh yeah, because he's spamming charm. Oh my goodness. He doesn't even think of like what the fuck charm is. Charm is just straight up mind control. And he doesn't think, wow, maybe I shouldn't mind control people.
This guy can't get anything done.
He doesn't even think like that. He has to think, oh, maybe I shouldn't mind control my sister so she always fights for me.
Kidnapped in the game's opening
Nah. She's my blade and shit for real.
As the shadow of the Erdtree deal,
She actually kind of likes it now that she's charmed.
That Moog was actually the victim. Moog is interesting to me because he embodies the kind of narrative timeline and payoff.
What do you mean she's charmed? She likes it.
Victims of incest. He is subjugated, a second-class citizen with no hope of taking power, marginalized and owned, like Goneril in King Lear. As property of blood, her voice is framed by the patriarchal power epitomized by her sire. She is deprived of mind and body by a male discourse that constricts her female presence. Not only does Moog spend most of his life hidden underground, but his family see him as property. Mikola charms Moog into kidnapping and caring for him with the express intention of having him killed so that his body can be possessed by Radahn. Moog is exploited all his life and then he is killed. In medieval literature, victims of incest were often punished just as much as their aggressors, such as in the story of Apollonius, where King Antioch rapes his own daughter so graphically that she considers taking her own life. She is talked out of it, but is killed alongside him later. She
gets killed any fucking way.
He is. Like Phaedra, Mira, Candace, and Byblis, they were.
He said I was gonna do it though.
In love. Moog worships the
nah, gang, bro. What?
Figure, and under her guidance, he learns to love himself. He tries to build an underground civilization which attracts other outcasts, like second-generation Albinorics. When Mikola charms him, the first member of his family to reach out with a message of love, how would Moog know what the difference was between genuine love and a fake message behind a fake smile? He is betrayed by his brother, Mikola, who tricks him into thinking that he will take Moog as his consort and help kickstart his new dynasty. On that note, it is impossible to assert for sure whether anyone in Mikola's life has any autonomy. While I believe Moog could have been manipulated off the back of his naivety, it is impossible to know whether Mikola's actual consort, his brother Radahn, consented. Pier Paolo Pasolini, director of 120 Days of Sodom, wrote about his interpretation of the intertwining of desire and power. Desire has already been controlled by power. One must realize how much one has been manipulated. Love is always already contaminated. I.e., love becomes a means to an end. Even if Mikola charmed you for the right reason,
fucking 85. I'm just brainlessly clicking.
After defeating the promised consort Radahn, we can watch a cutscene, a flashback, to the moment that Mikola asked Radahn to vow to be his consort. But we don't see Radahn's response, and we don't know if Mikola is using his charm ability on Radahn. I think it's impossible to know what Radahn wanted, especially when we consider
I think Radahn has a fucking choice.
Magic he learned in Celia to halt the stars. On one hand, yes, he did it to stop a comet hitting the lands between and opening up a big hole in the ground. Valid. But it's important to remember that the fates of the people in the lands between are determined by the stars. If you stop the stars, you stop fate. Hence why Rani asks you to kill him for her storyline to complete, as she wants to take control of her fate and begin her own age. I wonder if Radahn stopped the stars and fought Melania off because he didn't want to be his brother's consort. If he knew he needed to die to be his brother's consort and the stars had to be in motion for that to play out, why would he work so hard to prevent that? Also, everybody is always so quick to say, did you invent gravity magic so he could keep riding his horse? Isn't that so heartwarming? And I look at the horse and I'm like, that animal looks miserable and malnourished. Why the fuck is that a heartwarming story? Radahn and Mikola's relationship is interesting because there are many perspectives we can examine it through. On one hand,
love that
have
shit
the sibling incest of myth
they don't even
legend,
think about it either.
Only mortals tended to be punished for this. The gods had a free ride. Virgil described Juno as both sister and consort of Jove. Zeus shagged his sister Demeter and then shagged the resultant exulting daughter Persephone, resulting in the birth
Yo.
of Dionysus, sometimes Zagreus. Persephone married her uncle Hades, and Zeus
Maybe I'll
shunned her
farm
again
Wisp this.
then too. Although literature demonstrates that there can be no future for those who have committed incest, this arguably does not apply to the gods like Mikola and Rodan. The nurse in Seneca's play Hippolytus remarks that power breeds the desire for the forbidden. The man with too much power wants to be able to do the impossible. Mikola has absolute power over everyone in the lands between. His relationships are trivialized and hollow because of his charm. If he restrained himself from using it at every opportunity, he might have been alright, but his innate ability to turn every person into a yes man is the cognitive equivalent of being kicked in the head by a horse. Since everything is accessible, he
He's
seeks
practically
the impossible,
evil.
godhood, and the subjugation of his strongest brother. Since they're both men, we can examine their
He
relationship.
doesn't even think about it. He doesn't even think, wow, maybe I should just mind control everybody.
Incest with homosexual themes is well explored by writer Ian McEwan, whose writing depicts a crisis of
Maybe
constraint.
well explored.
Rodana's
How much did he
chosen role
fucking
of
do
life,
it?
creating a crisis of his own masculinity. He doesn't speak, ever. Mikola does all the talking for him, creating a role reversal that indicates, to me at least, that Mikola controls Rodan because Rodan's power, strength, size, and masculinity have always been exactly what he wanted, and likely made him feel very inferior.
Oh, he wanted to grow
Owning
up.
Rodan is to humiliate Rodan, and it is control. This relates to the writings of McEwan, where the survival of patriarchal culture depends on the disavowal of feminized flesh. Maleness must be forced into being through hatred and fear, and in The Cement Garden, Jack masks his feelings of inadequacy through violence, acting out in ways that degrade female authority, suggesting that Mikola, the picture of his mother, discards that part of himself through hateful, violent rejection, claiming Rodan, the physical 50-50 of Godfrey and Radigan. This selection of consort reminds me of Robin McKinley's 1993 Deerskin, where a father chooses his horrified daughter as his wife's replacement as a result of her close physical resemblance. At the end of the day, Elden Ring's got a bit of incest and a lot of allegorical incest. But that's not atypical for literature. Even in medieval literature, incest was often implied rather than flatly described. The cup of Elden Ring runs over with depictions of self-cest and brother consorts, but so many characters, settings, and stories can have their own incestuous readings too, be that for the purpose of highlighting sexist tropes, monarchical rot, or the stagnancy of the aristocracy. This video is long enough, and I still think there's more you could cover if you got into the real nitty-gritty. But ultimately, the question for today is, what is Elden Ring saying about incest? Which themes is the game trying to communicate?
Type shit. Alright, I need to change my dang thumbnail on YouTube. I keep trying to, but it never goes through. Yes, the fake anime fan. Watch that.
Good show. Name Team 7. Team 7?
Oh my goodness, he's gone.
Shoot, you guys.
He's gone. Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto. Team 7.
Is it me? I don't know. I can't lie.
Team 7, bro. Just say you ain't watched Naruto, bro. Just say you ain't watch it like that. Say I watched it maybe 1,500 years ago. Say that, bro.
Right?
Yeah, we got something we want. We gonna go down.
Your pen ain't sharp, but your mind is gold, little nigga. I can't even count.
Us asking them all questions, we're gonna pick one to remove that we think is fake, a fake anime fan.
I bet. I'm gonna ask you a question in a white shirt. Yeah.
Yo, bro.
Yeah. All right, but you know, before Crunchyroll, anime was on like Crunchyroll and Netflix and stuff. We all had to go to like websites to.
We
watch
still
anime.
do.
What
Hey.
website did you go to watch anime on?
9 anime.
Oh, okay. I think you're good.
He's not good. Not anime is not old.
What about y'all? Don't take no answers, bro.
YouTube.
Oh, I was a YouTube watcher
Kids-
too.
YouTube was tough. Arcade Cat YouTube was tough back in the day.
Kolioko.
No, I'm saying what they
5
do
minute-
post the videos.
Oh, we had the
5.
border
Huh?
Yep.
the little border
Oh,
on it.
hey,
It had the border. The video was 5-minute segments.
Tsunami.
Like
Okay, valid.
them shits used to hit, bro. Oh my goodness, bro. YouTube was low-key undefeated in like 2012. Bro, YouTube was one of fucking one, dog.
YouTube too, Jay.
With the border.
With the border.
This nigga LARPing.
Who gave you that answer? Him in the purple.
God gave me that answer.
I ain't gonna lie, that's a good answer, but I don't know, bro.
Me, I was
He lying. I'm watching on Kiss Anime, man. I'm watching.
Hold on, he valid. Kiss Anime was bro. Kiss Anime was the one, bro. Kiss Anime was the one that, bro. Kiss Anime was so good they had to come kill that nigga, bro. They had to come get him. Kiss Anime was that good.
I ain't gonna lie, Orange Shirt, you finna get grilled. You finna get grilled right now. Not Orange Shirt, I want some Orange Shirt. You valid. What y'all want to do? Y'all want to vote? I have no. Oh, y'all got a question?
Y'all think Orange is another question? Valid?
Oh wait,
No, he's not.
y'all seen Naruto?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Everybody say yeah. Okay, cool. Have I seen Naruto?
Hell yeah.
Bro. You know what's crazy? Nah, I'm going for you now. Yeah. Hold on. Hey, hold on. Look, can I ask you a question? Just name the Sonian.
Say it again.
Name the Sonian.
Name is Sani, Jiraiya. It's Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru.
That's on me. Hey,
That was a pretty clear question.
Wait, one more time. Say it one more time.
Name
I want to say a U name for Tsunade. I don't know why.
The Sonian. Name.
Are you
But like, bro, I'm a little too far deep into Naruto.
Hold on.
What's up?
So I'm like the exact opposite of a LARP, bro. I'm like, shit, I got cookie on that shit.
I'll lie for you before I lie.
There's a reason I only talk about certain shit, bro. I'm not gonna talk about something I don't know.
What you got?
I won't even mention it. If I don't know it, bro, no, go ahead. I won't even mention. I won't make no video about something I don't know about. I won't even mention it. I'll literally cut it out the video if it's in the script. I'm like, yeah, doc, I don't know about this for real.
Hey, is that Naruto? Sasuke? You saw that?
Hey, wait.
He's cheating.
Come on.
You gonna finish now?
All right, name Team 7.
Naruto, Sasuke, and what's my girl's name?
Hey, what's
What's that? Yeah.
You don't know Sakura, nigga?
Oh, Tsunade.
No. It's Shadi in the pink. Shadi, she like Sasuke. What's her name?
Oh, Ino.
Nah. But what's? Oh, phone a friend? Can I phone a friend?
No, you ain't phoning no
I can't phone no friend.
You can't phone no friend, nigga. She a main character.
Bruh, I needed help.
All right, and the sensei.
The sensei? You got Kakashi.
That took too long.
It took way too long. This nigga took 5 minutes on the fucking main characters, dog. You got CTE, bro?
Answer the first one.
Who are the Sani?
The Sani?
Yeah.
I told you.
Who?
You said Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura.
Oh my goodness, dog.
Hey, get him out of here. All right. My answer is you're the fake anime
I'm the
fan.
fake one?
You're the fake anime fan.
Is that right?
Huh?
You're the fake anime
You're the
fan?
fake anime fan.
I can't tell you.
Oh, once he goes off, they'll tell us over. You got extra stage left, and they go.
We already know he is, though.
What if he's not?
Okay, how much you want to bet? How much you want to bet?
How much I want to bet?
Yeah.
What?
He don't know what he just did.
Y'all got to be confident in your answers, though.
Wait. What's your favorite anime?
Naruto for sure.
No. No, okay. Not for sure. Type shit's for real type shit, gang.
Come on, man. I live a good life. I got
Too, though.
I'm gonna go spam Farm Blazes, maybe. I don't know.
All right. Can you hand the mic?
I got you.
All right. Can you name the Sani?
I cannot.
You what?
Oh, what happened? What happened?
Then now y'all making it hard. All right. Hold
It
on.
said I cannot.
Okay. So y'all didn't watch Naruto heavy?
Nigga, shut up. Oh my god. You said that's your favorite.
But got 3 guesses. Let's get back.
Also didn't know the answer.
Just lying. Just lying, bro.
But what y'all talking about? What y'all talking about? Huh?
What were you gonna ask us?
Hey, bro, he know he out. All right, so wait. It's
No, I think it's one.
It's just one. Okay. What? You
These niggas just sorry.
You don't know the Sani either. either.
Okay, let me ask one of them a question. You in the picture, have you watched Death Note?
You should
You
just
have watched
fit.
Death Note? Okay, what is Light's nickname in the show? Or like, what does he go, like, what do they call him?
Holy shit. Holy
See, I don't know.
shit, dog.
L. This is
They
tougher
don't
than
know
I thought.
Kira, nigga? You don't know
Harder than I
Kira?
thought. Okay.
You don't know Kira?
It's hard now.
Bro, y'all got the most drooling ass motherfuckers, bro. See, bro, this is what I used to say. I used to say RDC community, bro. There's something in the water over there, bro. I don't know if it's like they just dumb or something, bro. I don't know what it is. There's like smart people sprinkled into the community, but there's just like this, like, I don't know. There's just something wrong.
RDC, you guys have to make a decision.
Like they lack
after this question.
coherence.
I bet.
Okay, this is the last question.
And like I feel like this, I don't know. Nah, if you showed the DreamCon, you're probably RDC. But like still, like, do you think it don't make sense, bro? You think you're an anime fan, and you do shit like this?
Oh, that's valid. That's valid. That's valid. That's the one with the backing, right?
Yeah, vacuum.
Why y'all talking, bro?
RDC, you must choose now.
We gotta vote, we
RDC,
gotta
you must
vote.
choose
Oh, wait, we got
now.
vote. We got vote. We got vote.
I'm still for orange.
I'm going orange.
It's orange. It's orange.
Orange. All right, orange.
No, that's my favorite color too. You know what I'm saying? So.
Tell him to stop lying.
That's me. Is it me?
Please exit. Please exit.
Am I supposed to tell him?
No, please exit. Please
Oh,
exit.
you exit stage.
You
right.
exit stage and they'll tell us.
He.
This is sorry.
You can exit stage. You can
Exit stage. Exit
All right, bro.
stage.
Nah, who the fuck was that, bro?
All right, EP, let us know.
The imposter is still here.
He said he wanted to bet. He wanted to
That
bet.
boy,
He did.
third imposter among us, bruh. Amogus.
Hold on, her with the glasses. She been real quiet. She been
Two
real
questions. Two questions.
Oh wait, what she say? Go on. Oh, she said go on.
What's up?
Oh, she.
I'm with all the
What's
smoke.
What? Why would his favorite show be Naruto? He can't name nothing. Like,
Hold on.
not anything. These
Three
are-
Sani,
Okay.
Jiraiya, Orochimaru,
Uh-huh.
Tsunade.
Yeah.
Oh.
Damn, nigga, you need a
Yeah,
husband?
that's not a question, EP. Him right here, the black, he helping everybody. Look. Yeah, he is. He really are. Hey, come here. You're not helping me. You're not helping me.
Hold on.
No. I said, okay.
Hold on.
You a dog? I'm a dog. I bet.
What's your favorite show?
What's my favorite show? Soul Eater.
Ooh,
This is your last question. Last question, and you have to pick.
Oh, I've got one.
What is the dude's name that has the gloves? Black dude with the gloves.
What's it? I actually don't know his name either. I've
That's
seen it.
From what show?
From Soul Eater.
Oh, from Soul Eater?
From your favorite anime.
It has the black glove.
No, he's black.
He's black with gloves. I remember he has one glove that's fire, one glove that's lightning.
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know it either.
I watched Soul Eater.
Okay, let me think of either.
That nigga, he don't show up much.
What's the witch's name?
That's a better
Which one? It's a lot.
The one
You
that-
got Blair, you got
Oh,
Medusa,
it
you
was
got-
Blair.
We're looking for Medusa.
Oh,
I was looking for Blair.
For
I'm looking
Medusa.
for Blair. Okay.
You have to pick. You have to pick RDC.
Blair is in the first episode. I don't remember most of the Soul Eater names. Soul Eater like a blur.
I think
At my school in high school, they put on Soul Eater. We had an anime club, and they put on Soul Eater, and the anime club was gone in a day. There were fat ass
You go that
titties
way.
on the screen, and they said, "Yeah, we're shutting this shit down before I catch a case." Oh, bro, we had an anime club for a day, bro.
RDC, y'all boys
That shit
pretty
was
good. Y'all got the
gone.
Imposter, baby.
it took one try. It took one try. Why you hot?
So, oh, they said,
All right, y'all. We're about to get the next group of contestants out.
so we're
Yeah.
bringing the next set out?
Say it, y'all. Thank y'all.
Love you too, bro.
Appreciate you. Love you too.
How did she pull out Shizuku, bro? There's no way.
Get that?
Somebody helped
Yo,
her.
someone told her. Someone fed her answer.
Wait, oh, she must have done some research.
But for
That's great. And how did he not
for
know?
a Phantom Troop member, that's so specific to like have looked up and remembered because that's not even an easy name.
But his knowledge of Naruto, so sorry. I think he is a fake anime fan, bro.
Maybe
Yeah.
he's, like, I don't know. I really don't
What if
know.
he
Yeah,
just
907
slow?
is kinda
Like
crazy.
he just not smart. Like he like Kai Cenat on some shit where he just watches shit and says, "Oh yeah, I watched that," and he wasn't even paying attention. Like he's watching his sub with no captions. He just hearing Japanese. Said, "Oh yeah, I watched it. I saw them fight and shit." He don't know no
He said that was his
names.
favorite anime. That was the issue.
These lights is bright though. I ain't gonna cap. I ain't gonna lie. All right, send the next contestants out.
Yo, yo, yo.
What's going on? What's going on?
Okay.
John, over here, bro.
Do you think the devs can see me catching thousands of Ember Pups?
We're gonna find out. Okay, I got a question. I'll just start.
You think they could see
What's your
this?
name,
My name?
That counts as a question, Ben.
It's Mecca.
bro? Mecca.
Just call me Meeks.
What's the last non-shonen anime you watched?
Last non-shonen anime that I watched. It's been a while. That time I got reincarnated as a slime.
Okay. It was. I was trying to see if you knew what that meant. So that's just it. That works. That works for me.
Respect?
Yeah.
Ben, now you wasted a question on that?
Lame ass Ben.
Next one. Go.
Go.
Okay,
That's a valid question.
okay, I got one. Hold on, let me see. Any anime fan is gonna be able to turn a manga page to page 1 without looking. I want you to turn to page 1 without looking. Close your eyes.
That's a good one.
Close your eyes.
You got it.
Turn to page 1.
No, she got it.
Everybody close
Okay,
their eyes.
okay,
Everybody
stop,
close
stop,
their eyes.
stop, stop, okay.
You in the blue. Hey, blue.
Thank you.
Yep, close your eyes. I see you.
She locked in.
Thank you.
Seriously.
What, are you going to test everybody?
No, she did it right.
All right.
She did it right.
One more question, RDC.
I know he don't know. Right here in the orange. Not orange hat.
Huh?
What's your favorite anime? Real quick.
Dragon Ball. Easy.
Okay.
Dragon Ball, right? Not Z.
Dragon Ball Z.
Interesting.
I'm 23.
Okay.
What does that mean? What does that have to do with anything? Oh, but no, for sure. All right, well.
Y'all have to pick.
No, that's a 2-part question, AP.
So Dragon Ball Z your favorite?
Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon Ball G.
You name 5 movies?
5 movies?
5 movies.
Movies.
Dragon Ball Z?
That's so tough.
That's
All right.
ball. That's ball.
Hold on.
Broly.
World's Strongest.
Cooler.
BoJack Unbound.
BoJack,
Broly.
yeah.
Bio Broly.
Oh, wow, Broly's a pull.
Tree of Might.
Locked in.
Ooh.
He's locked in.
All right, the Sonic noise just messed in my head, bro. I got
I be
scared.
knowing shit.
Hey, y'all three.
I thought this nigga pulled up into the crib and shit.
Oh, y'all got hoed. Y'all three. One of y'all three about to get hoed.
Have that.
Y'all have to pick. Y'all have to pick.
Oh, bro, I thought he was behind me. I'm like,
The
ah.
whole group. Y'all have to pick.
No, I peeped something.
He's
earlier.
here.
What?
Dealing with Sean.
Look at
he
Sonic,
said
fucking
he
EXE.
took the monitor page to where he was, right? Everybody had to close their eyes except Blue. He was staring to see. He was scared. So I don't know.
So you want to pick blue?
I'm picking Blue, yeah.
I'll pick blue. That's a shot in the dark.
I
I'm going
seen him.
Des intuition.
Yeah, for sure. All right, blue. I think we're gonna pick you, bro.
You got
But
hoed,
just
man.
wait, just real quick. Just name 3 Dragon Ball Z characters, quick. Go, quick. Who? Get out.
He didn't even try.
Goku, Yamcha, Krillin.
Right, Ippy.
I think we got that one.
The imposter is still here.
Oh.
I'm sorry, y'all, my bad.
See, I feel like he was acting, bro.
Yeah. My bad.
Bro, they ain't cahoots. They try to protect each other.
2 questions, RDC. 2 questions.
Okay, you in the red, all right?
Yes, hello.
In your opinion, what show has the best power system and why?
Hunter x Hunter.
A little bit of recency bias, but I think that I think JJK is the best.
Okay.
I really like how the sorcerers like have unique abilities. I really liked how the last arc has really had like interesting characters. I saw Registar earlier today, and I thought that was really fun. I loved how they got like all the receipts to look like actual werewolf.
Okay. You said some interesting characters.
Yes.
That shit is not unique at
I
all.
just said Registar.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Yeah. Who else?
Who else? Oh, Takaba and my favorite.
Oh, she locked in.
Oh my goodness.
Ask him.
Like,
Judge Man. Who's Judge Man's friend? I remember this because I was talking about this because I was like, if I get into law school, y'all have to dress up like Kiguruma for me. But yeah, I think it's fun. I like that he has like his only ability is in the domain, and so yeah, I think.
Okay.
Oh, she locked in.
Yes,
She
yeah.
locked in.
I thought it was fun that they give.
Hold on, Raven might have got lucky on that manga,
Next
bro.
question.
No. Oh wait, let's ask Kimmy a question.
Yeah, Cammy.
You
Yeah.
Kimmy, right? Nice. Well, can you answer Ben's question too about the power system? Without naming JJK.
I think my favorite power system is probably in Hunter x Hunter, Nen.
Finally, Baldor.
It's one of the most confusing. But like once you take the time to really sit there and
It's
learn
confusing
it, I
how.
really love it.
It's confusing how you didn't explain.
I ain't gonna lie.
I have no clue.
RDC, you
I
have to
think
make a
Raven got
decision.
lucky on the manga.
Raven?
I think she got lucky on the manga.
Okay, Raven, what's your favorite show? It's a 50-50 chance, to be honest.
My favorite is Seven Deadly Sins.
Oh, damn.
Get her out of here. Get her ass out of here. Get her out. Get her out. Get her out. Get her out. Get her out.
Decision, RDC.
Get her out. Get her out. Get her out. 7 Deadly Sins. Ew. Stinky.
Are you a cop?
Stinky.
When goes that? Nice.
Nobody, bro. Anybody with a brain don't like 7 Deadly Sins, bro. 7 Deadly Sins is the first ass anime because that shit is super bunched. Super butt. Shit, BBL, gang. Bro.
What's going on?
It's you, bro. I gotta.
The imposter is still there.
Hey, I know, bro. Sorry, what you saying?
I got a question. Can you name me 3 Studio Ghibli movies?
Yeah, my neighbor Totoro, Kiki's Living Service, and Princess Mononoke.
Good fuck. Even I can't do that shit. I just throw fucking
That's valid.
Spirit Away.
What? Wait.
I thought for sure.
They all got. Wait.
That nigga, they're teen. What the fuck?
Oh, this is hard. Hey, do y'all all watch like One Piece? No.
No.
You said the what? You said the Netflix version?
Yeah, does that, like, first season?
I mean, I guess.
I haven't,
That's what you watch?
Nigga don't know not a thing about that One Piece.
He playing with us.
Oh, no, I swear.
Shit, bro. I'll be baiting One Piecers. I can't even count. I'll be baiting them. I do. I bait them all the time, dog. I'm sorry. I'm not. But hey, I said it. I'm sorry. I just think One Piece is so long that people get mind controlled and acting like they like it because of its length instead of liking it for what it really is. And I think I'm talking mainly about anime watchers and not really manga watchers. I think if you're reading the manga, you already love that shit, gang. But if you're watching the anime, you're only watching the anime, and you're calling it one of the best anime of all time, you're smoking dick. I'm sorry, dog. That shit is so ass. They're trying to remake it, and the remake don't even look that different. Like, Toei made that shit, and they fucking whitewashed all the characters. Like, gang, time skip. Bro, Usopp come back, this nigga white now. Like, what happened?
You know the one?
I do not.
Oh, so you don't know shit, but I know shit.
Oh. I like you.
Thank you.
I like you. Okay.
I should be hosting. What the fuck?
Nobody. Get up out.
Okay.
Let him host. Ask a question. I want to
Ask a question. Let's see.
All right, Cammy, let me ask you something.
Okay.
Okay, you said you watched Hunter x Hunter, right?
Yeah. Ooh, I know that
I've
shit.
never watched it. Tell me the plot. What's a hunter?
Ooh. That's easy, actually. She passed the mic. Oh my goodness.
Put your phone up.
I got your phone.
What is a hunter, dog?
You know, like there's a lot of
Hunters have nins. And hunters are kind of like
like in the
mercs.
show, like they hunt like demons, right?
They don't hunt demons. They do not hunt demons. Hunters are like mercenaries. You hire a hunter to get a job done for you. In Hunter x Hunter, a hunter is like they can have superpowers, but their main thing they do is jobs for the government, and the government takes care of them.
RDC.
So hunters get like if you trade in your hunter card, you get like $1 million. Like, bro, they're
Are y'all working together? Are they working together?
Imposter, please raise your hand.
It was
JJK, bro. I'm telling you, they act like that shit's so tough. When she said JJK, y'all should have said something, bro.
That's 1, RDC 1.
I said I'd be on your side.
Yo, you fake, but
I saw he went after Cammy. He attacked.
What's your name?
RDC, you have 1 fake fan left.
He said red shirt. We said red shirt. But we lost. We lost.
Jaden, nice to meet you, bro.
Appreciate y'all, bro. Thank y'all.
You gotta believe.
so good. He told her that. From JJK, the power scaling, it was so quick. The power scaling, she went off on a tangent. I said, okay,
And Reggie Stark,
we get it.
Okay, so probably just watch.
All right, ready for the next group of
Hey,
contestants?
we got locked in. We got locked in.
Yeah. They tricked us, bro.
They stole off on y'all ass.
Oh, we got a full cosplay team. Oh.
Let's go, Dream God. Let's go. Woo!
You just think of Yami?
Oh, yeah. Hey, y'all got a lot of energy. Yeah.
Full cosplay team. There's just one white nigga in the middle.
Hey.
My fault, G.
Cool, man.
I think I've caught 700.
Likewise.
All right. I bet John, you got a question?
I don't know. I'm a fake fan too, I guess. I don't know how to answer that question.
Low key. Low key.
All right. Let me think. You in the orange.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, how's it going? All right.
Good, how are you?
This could be controversial depending on your answer, but depending on what you say, we'll know. So, in your opinion, what do you consider are the big three anime?
Dragon Ball, One Piece. I'm from Japan.
Oh.
So actually it's a bit different. I really like anime, but manga and also, but it's a bit different, category.
Manga better.
So,
I stopped watching anime.
I don't know if you guys know, but
I just read manga. You know why? Because manga is so fast. Dog, you could get on your phone for 2 minutes, read a whole damn story, smiling, giggling. I'm done. I'm gone. 2 minutes. I just read some Pete. I'm gone. I'm gone. And then, especially the colored ones, like the Korean ones, they be having nice colors, though. And like Japan has actually caught on to that. They're like, damn, these Korean niggas is kind of cooking us because their shit looks like an anime, but it's still in the book. So they're like, all right, we're gonna have to start copying them. They start outsourcing it to Korea because, like, damn, nigga, this shit pretty as fuck. Like, have you seen Solo Leveling? Bro, Solo Leveling has like one of the best looking manhwas of all time. Bro, Solo Leveling's manhwa looks so good that it looks better than its anime adaptation. Like, I don't think people understand that shit almost looks mosaic in that manhwa, bro. You could scroll the page and get a fucking home screen every time, a background, a wallpaper. You could get that every time you scroll in Solo Leveling, dog. I don't think people understand. Solo Leveling is actually so pretty, and that's actually what put it on the map. Not even its story. Its story is super basic, but because the artist was so good, that it made the story even better. It took it to levels it probably should have never reached. Honestly, the story is just not crazy. It's the most bare bones story. There's not even side characters that are worth anything. The only side character you need to worry about is this dude's girlfriend, and he doesn't even really pick her up for a hot ass minute. Like, but then when they get to the second one and they actually learn how to write, it's like a whole new thing. I'm like, damn, like this shit gas as fuck. Like this, they don't learn what side characters are. They don't learn what a rival is, a deuteragonist. Like, bro, oh my goodness, what happened? I'm clipping this because I can look and keep this for later.
Okay. We don't know that. So can you give us another one?
I'm just gonna post that on YouTube.
What's your second?
What's your second favorite?
Full Metal Alchemist?
Yes.
Ooh.
Hey, that's my favorite too.
I went on a thick ass tangent.
Yeah, bro. What you like about it?
I didn't like season 1 because it took way too long. But.
Wait.
No.
I mean, personally, me, I don't break up Full Metal Brotherhood into seasons, but can you tell me which part you're talking about? Got your ass.
No.
You said no.
Yeah.
Taking my time.
Oh, finish.
I like the pacing of the anime, basically. Like, honestly, like.
Did you just say there was something wrong?
More better. It follows the manga more better than the original Full Metal Alchemist, because I felt like they literally put way too much in the first one. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Wait, they put too much in the first Full Metal Alchemist?
Because it was just too much information. It's like Brotherhood basically like
the first
actually
Full Metal
follows the
Alchemist
manga.
didn't continue. Like the studio finished their first Full Metal Alchemist. It's like a GT. Did you not hear what I'm saying?
No, I didn't hear that.
Like that didn't follow the original story on the first Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah,
It
the
stopped
first
after
one
like
they did
episode 20.
Until Brotherhood.
Yeah, until Brotherhood.
Yep.
Did I catch
So why
too
did
many?
they put too much in the first Full Metal Alchemist?
No, like the first 2 hours.
No, bro.
What's the translation now?
Vote.
All right,
We gonna vote.
yellow.
Yeah, but yellow.
Yeah, we'll go yellow. I'll go yellow, yeah. Please exit.
Yellow, yeah. Just
Hey, yellow, get your wide shield. Nice to meet you. Ippy.
The imposter is still on stage.
Bro, I'm telling you, RDC just droolers, dog.
I
What
have
is
a question
this?
for Guy in Brown, yeah. Do you watch Shonen? This is two-part, but you watch Shonen anime, right?
Yeah, most of them.
Bet. Okay, cool. What's your favorite fighting scene?
My favorite what?
Favorite fighting scene.
Like scene? Like
Yeah,
a
favorite fight sequence, whichever one.
Nothing from Dragon Ball Z.
Nothing from Dragon Ball Z.
Izzy Gas, what's your favorite fight is?
Kaido.
Hold on, not bad.
Gear 5, bro. It's peak. That's
Gear
peak,
5.
bro.
Tell him to explain what Gear 5 is.
Can we ask her something? Right here. How you doing?
Hi. I'm good.
What's your
Because I think a lot of people don't even understand what Gear 5 is. It has a word for it too.
Attack on Titan.
Nice.
Ooh, what you know about that?
That's one of my top 2.
That's my top one, dog. I can't have another thing at my top, bro. I can't.
No, I ain't gonna spoil. No, I ain't gonna spoil. No spoilers. No spoilers. Well,
I got a question.
all right.
Uh-oh.
You said Attack on Titan, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Who is the colossal Titan?
Marco. Mind you, Aaron saves Marco so he can kill his mom. Or so he can get his mom killed. And Reiner.
Okay. You could have mixed that up.
Yeah, she could have messed
up. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not.
Say the other one.
Berthold.
She's saying names.
Oh, I said Marco. I'm tripping.
She know names at least.
Just mixing them up, but that might not.
One more question.
I think she good.
I don't know about.
Don't let Orange get away. No, if we ask him just because he ain't ring Goku, don't.
Yeah, we gotta ask.
That looks like cosplay you could just bought right now.
So who's the Colossal Titan?
No, that's not. That's not the question.
What's your favorite anime opening? My favorite anime opening?
Opening?
By Naruto.
Bluebird? Larp.
I'm not falling for that. That's basic. That's basic.
Yeah.
Nobody would know that off the top of their head.
My favorite opening?
No,
That's actually hard.
Nobody's gonna be back there like, oh, they might
Actually,
ask
I
you
need
what's your
to
favorite anime
think
opening.
about
They're not
that.
gonna say
I have so many. Give me like, give me the Noragami opening. Give me a Noragami opening. Noragami has peak. Ooh, Overlord has peak. Like, who's my favorite though? That's actually a hard ass question.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a little bit. That's tier 2, a little bit.
Y'all want another?
Yeah, give another one.
Love Me, JJK.
Oh my God, bro, this is so hard.
Make your decision, RDC.
I think orange. What?
Not
Are you
orange.
from Japan, Jay?
Yeah.
Hey, I was just in Japan, and they said everybody over there don't just watch anime. I don't believe that DreamCon. So he came from Japan to DreamCon. DreamCon is not just an anime convention. I know. Look at him. Hey.
This is hard. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm getting some brown shirt. I ain't gonna lie.
Wait, how many
Brown shirt? I think they just got somebody off production and gave him a badge.
I'm about to put this in this story.
Dead ass. I'm sorry. No, low key. I didn't even think about that. All right, yeah, let's go.
No, he got tattoos on his arm.
Oh.
What is it?
He ulted. That's Goku on his arm. He not playing.
Oh, he had an anime tattoo.
I apologize. Yeah, she's the only one
that's
that
a real
saw.
tattoo? That's a real tattoo? Wipe it. Yeah, okay.
Man, why would he have a fake, bro?
Fake fan.
Bro,
Make your decision.
red. I'm going red. Ooh, the girl.
Yo, this is hard, bro.
She's Berhone Reiner.
She said the name's wrong.
Wait, you want to go orange?
But she's saying names.
I think it's Ringo.
Okay, I'll go for it. Who y'all say? All right, sorry.
All right, Red.
Appreciate the audience. This is hard, bro.
RDC. The imposter is still on the stage.
Oh, all right, man.
8:56.
Man, what's going on?
I truly feel like it's Rengoku.
What is going on?
Score is 1-1.
Yes, bro.
Do not lose to
It's
the fake
orange.
fan.
I said orange.
No,
I said orange too.
no, it's Rengoku.
Wait, why is it in the past? He just got this from Spirit of Halloween. Like, it don't matter. Why
Bro,
in the
he
past?
answered.
That's
he
a custom
answered
hat.
Rengoku right on
That's a
back.
custom wig. That's custom, bro.
He answered Rengoku right on back.
It gotta be orange then. Process of elimination. Wait, what'd you say your big three is again?
But
What's your big three?
No, bro, I remember his big three. Don't waste the question on that.
You might not say the same thing twice.
One Piece?
That was one question.
No,
Hey,
Ippy, no.
All right, you in the orange. You in the orange. Have you seen JoJo's? Have you seen JoJo's?
Well,
Yeah?
yes and no.
What's
in
that mean?
Japan, yes.
The manga?
No manga. I went to their the exhibition.
Huh?
Okay.
Oh, so you don't know it though. Okay.
No
What does that have to do
Not
with
much, but like I went to exhibition.
It's not Rengoku. He just named two. What do you want?
Look at his stance.
Bro, he went.
He wants us to ask another question.
I just feel like those were safe answers, bro. He got a knock. He told you.
Last question.
Okay, wait. Have you watched Naruto?
When I was kids.
Man, it got orange.
No, that's not my question.
What are you doing?
I'm just trying.
So
Last
Naruto when I
question.
was
Make your
kids.
decision.
That's not my real question.
Jay,
That's not my question.
What's your favorite anime?
Rengoku.
He's gonna cheat.
No, I'll put it in mic. Put it in mic. Yeah.
Dragon Ball Z.
Everybody's favorite.
I got Goku tatted on my arm. Why not?
You got Goku tatted too?
Oh, he do.
With the Nimbus Cloud.
Okay. Bro, I feel like it's orange. He giving basic answers. Every time he asks him something, when I was a kid.
I'm with orange wholeheartedly.
Hold on, this a hit.
I'm with orange wholeheartedly. Let's just get
This
orange.
a hit.
He's not giving solid
Orange.
answers.
Last choice.
All right, you clean, but you gotta go, bro.
This is your last choice.
What y'all want?
Oh, go orange.
What else you want to ask?
My first 9-9.
We don't need a question. Get
Audience,
orange.
what y'all think?
Orange, all right, bro.
I'm on brown. I'm on brown.
I think it's him.
I'm on brown.
I'm orange. I'm orange.
Some of y'all saying you know?
Orange.
You
Orange. Orange.
We gotta do orange.
You said what?
Wait, give him the mic.
All right.
What'd you say?
I would ask like one more question.
You trying
No more questions, Ben.
Ask the woman. Ask the woman.
No more questions.
Well, what's your favorite anime?
Ben.
What is your
Bro,
favorite?
stop.
Again.
Took him 5 hours. I know, I've been grinding.
Make your decision.
You're out. We won. You know we won. That's why you moving slow. You're out.
You want us to question ourselves?
Yeah.
Hey, man, if it's not him, then I don't know.
All right, bro. Ippy, give us our win.
RDC.
Come on.
The imposter is off the stage.
Yeah. Crazy. That's crazy. That's.
Why is it crazy?
I was saying orange the whole time. That ass. I knew it from the beginning.
Bro,
I
he
knew it
kept,
from
he
the
kept
beginning.
giving basic
You got
answers.
me.
Hey, good try though, y'all. Good try though, y'all.
Hey, appreciate y'all, bro.
Yeah, appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all so much, bro. It's supposed. Love y'all. Love y'all, RDC. See ya.
9-9 with break. $88. There's a spot on the map that spawns infinite Ember Pups. There's a spot on the map that spawns infinite Ember Pups. Oh wait, I forgot to do the video thing. Here. That was a good video. Yeah. So the comment means. All right, who should we watch? It's just how much I farm. I have a couple Bloom stairs. Streaming University's OnlyFans problem. Yeah, not watching that. The origin of the hood. I think I know the hood. Ooh, trope talk. Hold on. So it might be a hit. I'm gonna keep
People all
farming.
throughout history and all across the world agree that being a person is hideously complicated. You have to make all these important decisions about yourself and your life and the things you want to do with it. You need to grapple with new and convoluted situations with all sorts of unclear parameters and constantly solve problems that have no right answers. And you have to do it all while navigating the role you play in other people's equally complex lives. It's crazy out there. And at the heart of the profoundly human struggle to live right and live well, there's a question that haunts us. What
I
is
can give
the
y'all my
purpose of
spot.
our life? What is its meaning? Why are we here? These questions are haunting because they're usually unanswerable except in hindsight. We discover meaning and purpose of our lives by living the life we've got and then finding the meaning we gave it by looking back. We don't usually have some higher authority dictating the meaning of our life and telling us it's our singular purpose to pursue it. But what if we did? What if all that complexity and ambiguity just wasn't our problem? What if we knew exactly what we were for, what we were good at? What if we didn't have to make any decisions about who we were and where we were going because somebody else was making those decisions for us? Sure, we'd basically just be a tool in somebody else's kit, but it'd sure solve a lot of those pesky personhood problems for us. After all, while a warrior's life may be fraught with confusion and pain, you don't tend to find the same inner turmoil bothering their sword. So today let's talk about what it means to be a living weapon. Just as a quick side note to avoid some confusion, the way TV Tropes uses the term living weapon is to specifically talk about physical weapons that are also sentient, like a talking sword. We're not really talking about those today. I personally call those sentient weapons, whereas I define a living weapon as a person who is also meant to be used as a weapon. I don't want to get prescriptive with this, but I figured it was good to draw the line. Essentially, instead of
this
a weapon
little
that thinks
finger.
like a person, today we're talking about a person who thinks like a weapon. Put in the simplest possible terms, a living weapon is a person who has in some way been trained, molded, or designed to serve a violent purpose. The nature of this process varies a lot from story to story and setting to setting, but there's a lot of common threads. Living weapons are often trained from birth or early childhood, or even grown in a lab to ensure total control over their development. They may be partially cybernetically augmented or fully robotic and literally built from the ground up to serve a specific purpose. They're frequently at least kind of brainwashed or mentally programmed, and they might have been permanently bonded with a dangerous weapon of some kind to literally turn them into a cog in a machine of war. A degree of physical and or mental modification is extremely common, and a living weapon as a rule has spent some significant fraction of their life being trained, conditioned, and or physically rebuilt to be optimized for some kind of dangerous business. All of the typical nuances and complexities of a human life are carved out of them to keep them focused on the mission.
Just where he
Living
was.
weapons are not
Yeah.
supposed to have anything going on beyond the purpose their maker wants them to serve. Central
Well, I
to
would
this
stop.
trope is the fact that the living weapon is not intended to wield themselves. Whoever's responsible for their creation designed them to function as a tool rather than operate with agency and free will. This is a good way to draw some helpful distinctions. Plenty of characters who are intrinsically dangerous are not living weapons because they weren't molded to specifically be dangerous in a way that benefits somebody else.
10 out of
Now, there is
10s
a little
are
bit
way
of a gray
rare.
area here because you can get some characters who sort of proudly self-identify as living weapons. This is comparatively pretty rare. As a general rule, living weapons usually experience some sort of crisis point either before or during their story where they realize they don't want to be an unfeeling tool in the hands of some higher authority. They want to be, alive. This is usually a fairly pivotal source of conflict, and we will definitely be talking about it in more detail later. But sometimes a
I
character
had
becomes a
some
living
in
weapon
Battlefield.
intentionally as a way to make themselves more badass and dangerous, typically in service of what they perceive as a higher calling, or, more tragically, as a way to escape the pain and struggles of being a person living a life. To hone oneself into the simplicity of a sword is a pretty compelling way to outrun some really bad vibes. Like, nobody else made Batman do all that shit, but he did it, and now he gets to make it everyone's problem. This is usually not framed as a strictly healthy approach, and the character in question might experience some sort of crisis about what they've turned themselves into. Amusingly, with Batman specifically,
They
two
lowered
of
the
his
rate.
proteges have been trained as living weapons by other people, Damian Wayne and Cassandra Cain,
I
and every
do
single
think it
time
is
he's like,
lowered.
no, that's bad and fucked up, you shouldn't be a living weapon, only I get to be a living weapon because I'm doing it on purpose. Anyway, but in general, a living weapon is forged by somebody who isn't them for a purpose beyond
But it was
themselves.
rare, the other
And
one.
it's pretty obvious how this trope can immediately resonate with themes of agency and personhood and the violation of both. There's a reason why so many living weapons are cyborgs. If someone takes off your arm and replaces it with a really big gun, you're probably going to have very strong opinions about that person and that gun. This trope is very common in the cyberpunk genre, which is extremely interested in unpacking personhood and autonomy in the context of how much do you get to be a person when significant percentages of your body are proprietary technology. This is where the trope of the living weapon overlaps a lot with things like the Pinocchio plot, unpacking how much an artificial human gets to be seen as a real boy. For instance, in the Blade Runner universe, replicants are designed to be physically very strong and durable specifically so they can be extremely effective living tools and weapons. Huge swaths of the movie are about unpacking how fucked it is that these thinking, feeling people are being mass-produced for slave labor, and then assassinated as soon as they start becoming inconvenient. Even a supposed poster boy for proper replicant behavior like Kay, the protagonist of Blade Runner 2049, turns out to harbor deeply suppressed normal human feelings like loneliness, fury, and hope. Kay is an interesting case, actually, because he starts off the movie as a perfect living weapon, seemingly completely content in his job as a Blade Runner, killing other replicants that have gone rogue. He's a perfect soldier at his most comfortable following orders. He's got simple needs, and his holographic AI girlfriend handles most of them. But when he learns about the existence of the miracle child, born from a replicant when that was thought to be impossible, he starts to think he might be that child, that special chosen one. It would make sense, since on some level he's always known that he felt and thought things that a replicant
Skill
wasn't
issue.
supposed to. Hefty spoilers past this point.
True.
If you haven't
Holy
already,
shit.
I'm vamping for another few seconds so
Animation
you
is
have
too
time
long.
to
Sheesh.
pause, but anyway, when Kay learns the truth, that he isn't that special child, but he now knows who she is and what she represents as the hope for the future of replicant liberation, he goes
He
through a brief
shoots
bout of
giant
heartbreak about
water
not being the
splashes.
special chosen one before locking back in and doing what he does best, hunting down and killing a rogue replicant, but this time it's to save Deckard and reunite him with his miraculous daughter. And Kay is mortally wounded in the process, but like a perfect living weapon, he doesn't even let that slow him down or seemingly even bum him out. Kay is
Bro, her-
who he's always been.
Bro,
a
her
very
slashes
dangerous
are
weapon good at
huge.
very specific specific things. But he's unearthed his free will
How
at
are
this
you
point, so he gets to
missing?
choose a new purpose to fight for. And he carries out his duties very well, and then gets to indulge his newfound humanity a little bit as he appreciates the beauty of the snow while he dies. Cade doesn't really stop being a living weapon at any point in his arc, but he sort of hero's journeys his way back to where he started fundamentally changed. Still a living weapon, largely unconcerned with his own safety, but also a person who's giving himself permission to make his own choices and feel all those human things he never allowed himself to indulge in before. After all, he thought he was the miracle child because it would explain why he never felt completely right about what he was supposed to be. But if he's not the miracle child, then he doesn't need a genetic justification to be who he was all along. If he can be who he is and be a replicant, then replicants are internally capable of everything humans are. The core of the whole movie is about breaking down the line between human and replicant and showing that it's basically a social construct, one that their entire functional slave-based society is built around pretending is real. This is of course why the existence of the miracle child is such a destabilizing X factor. Simply by proving that humans and replicants can have children together, it proves unequivocally that the only difference is that it's really convenient to be able to use one of them for free infinite labor. Obviously, Blade Runner is not the only cyberpunk story interested in unpacking what makes us truly human, nor is it the only cyberpunk story about a living weapon having second thoughts. For a very influential example, this is a core theme in Ghost in the Shell. Major Motoko Kusanagi, who is so much of a living weapon that she is named after a sword, spends the vast majority of the movie feeling completely alienated from her top-of-the-line military-grade cyborg body, questioning if she's even got a real human brain in there anymore, or if she's just a thing that thinks it's a person. A ghost in the shell, you get it. And in a world where people's physical brains can be hacked to implant a lifetime of false memories, it's kind of hard to fall back on the old reliable, I think therefore I am. She feels trapped and stagnant, even in a body that can do unbelievable things, because as far as she's concerned, it's not really hers. It's proprietary tech that needs constant upkeep, and if she ever wanted to leave Section 9, she'd have to leave that body behind, since it's military hardware, which seems to be why she's so cavalier with its safety. Even though she seems fairly content with her job and friendly with her allies, like, she's not miserable doing the work of a living weapon, she's not happy with her own existence in this state, which is how she inadvertently draws the attention of the ghost hacker Puppet Master, which turns out to be what she was afraid she'd already become, a bodiless, brainless ghost in the machine, an emergent intelligence born from the net that declares its personhood and wants to experience what it is to be human and alive. Something Motoko also wants, despite being human and alive, because in the process of being this living weapon, she's sort of denying herself all of that. By the end of the movie, the two of them have merged, Motoko reborn into something entirely new, no longer trapped in the existence of a living weapon and free to grow into something completely different. And growing into something completely different is kind of what humans are really good at. Cyberpunk as a genre tends to get very existential about what it means to be human in a world of corporate dehumanization, to the point where it can kind of feel like living weapons are a dime a dozen in these settings. After all, if you can make one weapon that's this effective, why wouldn't you go for mass production if you have the option? But outside of Cyberpunk, it's fairly unusual for there to be whole squads of living weapons running around. It's more common for them to be isolated instances, the pet projects of dedicated weirdos, the last survivor of some now-defunct program, or semi-failed prototypes of a process that turned out to not be suitable for mass production. Generally, when we're not in cyberpunk capitalist hellscape land, a living weapon will stand out in the story they're in because they're well outside the norm. Frequently, this is because any setting that isn't a cyberpunk capitalist hellscape will find the concept of a living weapon, or indeed of any person being treated as an object and forced into violence, extremely distasteful. In fact, the creation of a living weapon is often framed as a uniquely horrific act of villainy, especially in cases where the weapon crafter uses the most convenient material on hand and makes a weapon out of their own child, which happens with alarming frequency, in that it happens at all. This is a unique flavor of god-awful parenting, and often shows up in stories where the parent in question has some kind of axe to grind in the vein of a revenge scheme for which a child soldier is extremely convenient. Also, if it's not practical to make a kid, cloning is fine. As long as you get the little tykes started early enough, you're pretty much guaranteed to see some highly effective results. You do get some sort of gray areas where a child might be taken in by somebody with a unique skill set who raises them to be really good at that skill set. Doesn't really give them a normal childhood, but does love and care for them and train them as best they could. Sometimes you get parents who are sort of living weapons themselves, and this is the only way they can conceive of training somebody to
Why are you running a tag?
These gray area parents are usually given a little bit of leeway because they clearly actually care about the kid, and that is honestly, the bar is
in
Wait, hold
hell.
on.
Even them just indicating that they kind of like their child is a huge step up from where the floor is in this trope. Since this is so uniquely horrifying, these child living weapons, more than most other variants, are almost always seen as tragic victims in need of rescuing from their fucked up circumstances, and they're generally not held as accountable for their weapony actions taken under parental control. They really highlight how much being a living weapon can absolutely fuck you up, and why the people who make them are generally amoral maniacs. Of course, as is so often the case, moral exceptions are made in times of war, leading to things like the original plan for Captain America. After all, what is a super soldier if not a living weapon? Now in the movie, the whole thing with Cap is that Steve was selected specifically because he wouldn't be a perfect soldier, but a good man. And since the plan was a squadron of super soldiers rather than a single superhero, Steve manages to dodge a lot of the living weapon angst, since rather than being used and abused, he's more neglected until he goes AWOL to rescue some friends. At which point the army kinda just seems to give him whatever he wants. But while Cap is for the most part not a living weapon, the same cannot be said for some of his friends. After all, Bucky Barnes didn't become the Winter Soldier because he wanted to. He got the full suite of living weapon treatment: cybernetic enhancement, super soldier serum, and brainwashing to keep him in line. And he plays out the archetypical arc that usually forms the backbone of a living weapon's personal story, questioning his programming for the first time, gradually discovering his free will and humanity, eventually breaking free from his wielder's control entirely, and then having to reckon with the fact that even if he's largely in control of himself now, he is still the weapon they made him. This playbook is especially popular in superhero media, usually because in order for a superhero to exist, there needs to be something exceptional about their origins, and living weapon is a pretty common backstory. Black Widow experiences a variant of it, and it's pretty common for the Silver Surfer to go through something similar in Fantastic Four movies. Wolverine has a fun version, and by fun I mean definitely not fun for him. Since Wolverine has lost his memory so many times, it's frequently a surprise to him to learn the reason why he's even got adamantium claws is from a dark and brooding past as a living weapon, specifically Weapon X, or Weapon 10 if you're nasty. By the time any given X-Men timeline gets started, he's usually already fairly comfortable with being
that
his own
AoE,
person,
his
making
AoEs are
his
so
own
good.
impulsive, lancery decisions and brooding about his mysterious past. But it's taken him a while and a lot of memory loss to get to that point, because a lot of his key formative events were centered on bad
I'm gonna run
guys doing
Stellaris as
crazy
a
mad
damage
science
support.
shit to his bones and brain to program him
But I
into
feel
being
like
the
he's not as
perfect,
good.
unstoppable living weapon. For extra spice, in some versions, he later finds out that this project was continued after he got away, because as he's proved by escaping and then joining the X-Men and becoming a superhero, it really worked out the first time. So the project is continued by secretly cloning him, raising that clone from birth to make sure it's a little more pliable, and then inflicting the exact same horrific adamantium bonding and brainwashing stuff onto said clone, who is also, for extra horror factor, a young girl, playing into the already discussed nightmare scenario of the child living weapon. X-23 is not doing good, and there's nothing that horrifies Logan more than seeing anyone else go through the same stuff he did.
Yeah, we need
While
more
it's very
AoE
common for a
boys.
living weapon narrative to center on the horrific, tortuous dehumanization of the subject, especially when that subject is Wolverine
more
specifically,
AoEers.
it's weirdly not unheard of for some stories to put a positive spin on the concept of being a living weapon. After all, if we zoom out a little bit and focus less on the existential nightmares and the unethical mad science, the thing that defines a living weapon is that they have been given a purpose. Someone has a job that they need this living weapon to do, and they have dedicated all their focus on preparing the living weapon for that job. And from this angle, it's really obvious that a living weapon can be just another way to frame a chosen one. See, when you've got a prophecy or a destiny or some other narrative structure that demands someone play the key role in making it happen, that person is simultaneously a chosen hero and a tool. The only critical difference between the framings is that chosen one narratives are sometimes kind of vague or existential about what force is laying out the destiny for the chosen one to follow. It could be the will of the gods or the universe itself, but it could be a lot more specific. For living weapons, that directing will is specific. It's not some vague higher power, it's a person or a group who needs a chosen one to do something they can't or won't do themselves. And if they can't find that chosen one, they're gonna create them. If I had a nickel for every time a fantasy heroine was specifically chosen to wield a magic sword, only to later find out when the sword exploded that it was actually just a tool and the real magic was inside her all along, and also it was the late 2010s at the time, I'd have at least 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it is notable
Why do you have
that
so many
Wonder Woman
nickels?
and She-Ra and the Princesses of Power both
Why do
did
you have
that.
so many
In Wonder
necklaces?
Woman, the fact that the god killer Zeus created specifically to destroy Ares is not actually a sword, but is instead Diana herself, feels like it could kind of reframe her entire existence and potentially foster a feeling of betrayal or resentment towards the Amazons who trained her for this purpose. But it ends up coming across as more personally empowering than anything, since it means the sword wasn't special, she was. It especially hits hard when she connects the dots that this also means she's the child of Zeus and fully a god just like Ares, and can therefore kick his ass. Ultimately, while Diana is a living weapon in the literal sense, she sort of manages to avoid the angst involved because she's not actually being controlled by anyone. She's already left
Dang, that's
Themyscira
kinda
at this point,
tough.
and there's nobody telling her what to do. Her decision to take down Ares and end World War I is her decision brought on by, you know, World War I. So this reveal is less of a fundamental reframing of her existence and more of a, you never needed that magic feather. The real ass kicking was within you all along. And that's super awesome for Diana that it worked out so well. But that is
Usually they
not
just
at all
become
my
like, oh
favorite
yeah, I
truth.
must
We know from
destroy
episode
Dora.
1
I
that
respect
Dora was
the
specially chosen by
like,
the
bro,
fancy
what?
magic sword, and that she's the only one who can use it to transform into She-Ra. And there's been some slightly vague talk from her ancient AI holographic mentor Lighthope about how she is the chosen one whose duty and purpose as She-Ra is to bring the planet into balance, which is the sort of vaguely positive sounding goal a lot of chosen ones are saddled with post-inciting incident. It also involves her correcting the actions of her predecessor, the previous She-Ra, who for some strange reason that's probably not worth exploring, betrayed the first ones, abandoned her planet balancing duties, and dragged the whole world into an empty pocket dimension. What we learn in season 4 is that this planet balancing business is actually bad, and that the Magitech systems the ancient first ones built into the planet are basically designed to turn it into a really big magic gun with She-Ra as the trigger. All of this elemental magic system with princesses connected to different crystals, that's all legit, but it's basically all just cosmetic on the surface of this really big gun thing. It also, fun fact, reframes the big rainbow power, all our powers combined thing from season 1 as actually being foreshadowing of this really fucked up thing that turns out to be the case, which is cool and fun. I like it when an aesthetically completely unobjectionable heroic victory gets reframed as a sign of terrible things to come. So rather than allow herself to become the firing pin on a Death Star, Adora shatters the sword, and with it, her sense of purpose and destiny as this shining golden chosen one. It takes her a hot minute and a few crucial emotional revelations to figure out that she can still turn into She-Ra even without the sword, but this new and improved version is not the living weapon she spent the first 4 seasons as. She's no longer a tool of the first ones and of Lighthope. She's a self-actualized, self-defined guardian of the planet and its people. It does take her until the series finale to realize that it is not actually her job to sacrifice her entire life for everyone else, but still, breaking that sword was a huge first step. Considering how
Just said,
fraught
oh, I'm
and
not supposed to just
dehumanizing
die
this
for
trope
everybody.
foundationally is, it might
You
be
could
a
just
little
say fuck
surprising
everybody
how
and
many
leave.
of
What are
these
they gonna
living
do?
weapon
Stop
stories
you?
kind of come out on the side of tenuous positivity. Like, obviously, a lot of living weapons have a very bad time being used by some wielding force to commit horrendous violence, but even when a living weapon breaks free of their programming and gains the ability to choose what they do next, a lot of them stick to what they know. You know, living weapon stuff. Now they just get to choose whose weapon they are. A person is not a weapon, because a person can choose and a weapon can't. In most living weapon stories, it's the job of the wielder to make sure the living weapon never figures that out. But when they do, and they almost always do, it's not like they pull a hard reset and become a completely baseline human being who hasn't been through all this specialized training and modification. They still have the experience that they have. They've still done what they've done. Even when rehabilitated and theoretically in charge of their own lives, a lot of living weapons never really figure out how to think of themselves as real people. They're tools defined by how useful they can be. They're hardened and ruthless, with none of the squishy distractions that make their teammates so different from them. You know, so human. That's why the living weapon can do the things the others can't, and that makes them useful, and that means they have value. It's a perfectly simple form of clarity that you just don't get from a messy human life. People have complex dreams and emotional vulnerabilities and heartbreaks and breakdowns and questions and way too much going on. Weapons only have one job: to make the person who's holding them more dangerous. Everything else is out of their scope and out of their hands, not their job.
Start making
to worry
videos
about.
like this,
Being
bro.
a person is hard, but being a sword is really easy. It's no wonder a lot of living weapons stick to the simple calculus of violence for the sake of their people. And the living weapons that take the hard road and try to grow into the messy human life they deserve to have usually still end up haunted by the simple path always presenting itself. They know what they're good at. They know how clear everything looks from the vantage of the knife edge. Even the happier ones usually never fully shake the feeling that the best thing they can be is useful. It's comparatively a lot easier to recognize that you have free will than to accept that your value as a person is not conditional to how cleanly you cut. So, yeah.
Up, I'm all out. Gonna watch this Rick and Morty video. True.
Section 1. The show that refuses to give you all the answers.
Yeah, voice.
Get comfortable.
Nah, I like people more. I'm sorry, dog. The AI voice is just not it, gang. Like, bro, you don't need, it's not even that much work to do your voice.
In the comic book and anime community, I've seen discussion go around lately that isn't infrequent, but isn't frequent enough for it to be at the forefront of my mind when thinking on popular discussions. And so, what
I'm just catching shit right now,
it's
bro.
transformations. Something that is baked into every piece of media, whether it be romance or action. Transformations can often be a core part of a story, and sometimes can even make or break a story. So in this video, I intend on delving into the beauty of transformations, as many people have varying perspectives on it, whether it be the authors and just creators overall haven't delved properly into them yet, and we've barely scratched the surface with them, or some people believe that they are overdone. So strap in, because I'm about to get real in depth with this video. But before I do get into the video, if you guys enjoy content
I
like
just got a
this, you
scam
know what
call.
to do. Hit the like button,
1945
subscribe.
for
As we
a
post content like this
PlayStation
regularly,
5 and a
let's be honest,
3D
it's a
headset
you actually
has
support,
recently
like, you
placed on a
actually
Walmart account registered in your name. Only
Whether it's anime,
$19, nigga. They can have it.
fiction,
Yo, they're
gaming,
balling. You
indie
got
jumping on
you got a
content.
P5
So,
for
be there
1945,
when I
nigga. That's
But I
impossible.
feel like I've
How the
rambled long
fuck
enough.
they going
Let's
up
get straight
on
into
the brick,
video
bro? That shit
and
like
delve into the
600.
beauty
I pay like
of
5.
transformations.
How the fuck are you paying $20? I don't give a fuck if you're on my account.
I
You're
should
obviously
explain
doing
what
something right, gang.
many people
Let me
don't
get one
know
too.
what
Shit.
qualifies for a transformation.
Weak
and
ass
then go
scam,
into
bro.
how
I'm not
they're
86.
used, why they're used, and just overall the beauty
I'm a
of
youngin'.
transformations
Oh,
and stories
bro.
that we have read over the
That's
years
Sean Unc
or
now
have
for
been
real type
created
shit.
over the years. Now, a transformation is when you shift, taking on a new form and often improving or just becoming different. You may have the same fundamental things, but you change physically or mentally so
You
much
think got the
so
best
that
transformation of
you
all
are
time.
usually different to what you were before. As a popular examples of transformations that we see throughout fiction would be ones like Eren from Attack on Titan, who transforms into his Titan form. Obviously, that is a massive physical shift. But on the complete opposite side of the spectrum, we have Jekyll and Hyde. That's a transformation that does occur, but it's much different to Eren's Titan transformation, as Eren in his Titan form still thinks the exact same. The difference with Jekyll and Hyde is that they think
Actually, you know he doesn't.
completely
Actually, no, he doesn't.
Another
It's
example
spoilers,
you have
but he
would
does
be
not
the
think the
Void
same.
from Marvel
He does
Comics.
not think the same at
Essentially,
fucking all. The
Self
second he gets
technically
access to the
transformation,
Titan, he is a
but
different
the Void
person
is a
entirely.
step above
Bro,
that,
it's
where he actually
insane.
transforms and he changes form and physical appearance, but also the Void thinks totally different.
This nigga was doing a run,
Next up,
bro.
we did have Shazam with Billy Batson, and once again, that is
Sentry.
more of a physical transformation. We then have Vasto Lorde, Ichigo. That is a mental and also physical transformation. The list does go on, but you do understand what does qualify for a transformation. Something like Mystique does transform. She takes on that person's physical appearance. Inside of fiction, transformations are so broad to the point where a lot of people forget what does actually qualify for
Well,
a
you got the
transformation.
vigilante Deku
A
shit as your art.
transformation can simply just mean that
He
you
was
change
not
your
that
physical
tough, bro.
appearance a great amount, or how you think and just how your mentality is totally different. As you've heard, there are a large array of transformations all throughout fiction, and so with there being so many transformations,
I remember when Vigilante
derived
Deku was
from
only in the manga and people didn't know about it.
to romance-based things. The reason they are so integral to these stories is because it allows you to delve into many things that you would love to question in real life, like how would people treat me if I was this way, or a simple thing of just how strong a character could be if they could change their form. With the ability to incorporate transformations into your work, you are able to do so many different things. And so with that becoming a norm inside of these series, how you execute and introduce your transformation really can make or break it, as people will be quick to say that the transformation was unnecessary or a waste of time or it was perfect. And even though there are certain transformations in other pieces of media that are definitely great and definitely do set a high standard, I do believe that when it comes to hero and action-based media where fighting is the forefront or some sort of conflict where war is involved, when you have those types of stories and transformations do take place, you can really start to see just how important transformations can be to a story, and how an author or creator overall can really make or break their story when it comes down to transformations, and really just dispel the whole entire argument of transformations being overdone, and leaning more into us not seeing what authors can really do with transformations overall. And how I'm going to do that is by going over some of the most popular transformations we've ever seen. There are 3 to be exact. And the reason I've decided to choose these 3 out of all the popular examples out there is because these 3 stand for 3 different things when it comes down to transformations and just how transformations.
Bro, the Hulk is so
able to
fucking shafted,
enable a
dog. You think the
story
Hulk was
or
fucking
just gain a
black the way they
reaction
do
from the
him, bro?
story
I
to
swear,
then
it's like they're
allow it
racist
to
to him because he's
move
green or
forward.
something,
And
dog.
the 3 of them
Why the
are
fuck isn't Hulk
integral
like
to
a
not
main
only the
character in the
characters
MCU? This
and just the
motherfucker should be like, the
story
whole shit should be
overall.
written
So
around
before I
him.
begin these 3
Like, I don't think people understand how
I think
polarizing
one of
the
best
Hulk is as
guides
a
in the
character.
different
The Hulk is
transformations that are
named
out
the
there.
strongest
See,
for
there
a
are 3 main
reason.
categories
He
with
is an
transformations.
uncontrollable weapon, and to make him controllable instantly while
And the
also
reason I
making
have
him
these
weaker
2
is
separate
lame
is
as
because
shit. His
these
whole
2
entire
can
thing is
give
that
you
he's
a
practically
varying
a
degree
nuclear
on
bomb.
just how
He's a nuclear
different
bomb
the
that fights for
transformation will
you.
be to
Think
its
about that,
peers,
bro. And
and
people
just
aren't
how it will
using him
enact to the
right.
story,
You have to
and how
use
the
him like a
story will
nuke.
be able
He is not
to
just
show us
a
different
character
angles
you
when
could
it
throw
comes down to
anywhere. You cannot just
stick.
have
Now,
him
it is
sitting
very great to
around.
mention
The
that
Hulk is a
these 2
character
things can
that
be
is
combined
hard
as
to
one,
write
and is
because of his
definitely
power,
one
and
of
to
the things that you
use
will
his
see.
power the wrong
The
way
is
completely
that
destroys his
certain
character.
transformations are
And
built
that's why
off
you
of
see
one
such
and then gain the
mischaracterization in
other
the
as
MCU.
bonus.
They're
You're gonna see what
mischaracterizing
I
him
mean
because
in
they
a
don't know
second.
how to
And
use
so
his power.
why don't I start off
So instead
with
of
one the
using
most
it, they
popular
hide it and act like it's
transformations
not
ever,
there.
and that is
Or weaken
Super Saiyan.
him.
Now, inside
Like,
of Dragon Ball, it
oh
is
my
no
goodness,
secret
dog.
that Super Saiyan wasn't the first transformation we ever saw. In fact, it was the Great Ape. But the Great Ape never felt as important and impactful as Super Saiyan, and no other form inside of the series outside of maybe one, and that being Mastered Ultra Instinct, which technically speaking isn't even a transformation.
Yeah,
can
it's a
touch
technique.
Super Saiyan in terms of importance.
It's like saying Kyle Ken is a
And I'm not talking about
transformation.
anything else to do with those other metrics that you gauge a transformation by when it comes down to fandom enjoyment. No, I'm talking about importance to the story, and just how much gravity it held when it first appeared on the panel or on the screen. And so why is it that Super Saiyan holds so much weight? Well, when we look back on Great Ape and we see how it was portrayed, Great Ape was made out to be a massive monkey that would go around and rage, and there was only one Saiyan that could really control the transformation, and that was Vegeta. And when we did see Vegeta use it, it was terrifying, but we saw it get taken down in its first appearance. Nobody hyped up the Great Ape. The Great Ape was only used as a last-ditch effort, and realistically speaking, up until that point, was only seen in a very negative light, as it would mean somebody that we loved would lose control and go on a rampage. It was terrifying because we didn't know what Goku or Gohan would do once they're in that mode. Could anybody stop them? How would they stop them? And that was really it. And every single time that the Great Ape was on the panel,
literally what
it
the Hulk
wasn't
is, by
there
the way.
for long. The Great Ape did have build up, but it wasn't as impactful as Super Saiyan. And
Well,
the
duh.
reason we can say this is because when Namek does arrive and everybody's on Namek fighting for their lives, Vegeta at multiple points
fighting for the
does
universe,
mention
bro.
the Super Saiyan.
Their entire
It's a
universe is getting
reoccurring
destroyed and
thing
Frieza
that
wins.
You start to pick up on. Is Goku a Super Saiyan? Is Vegeta a Super Saiyan? Is Gohan
Am
a
I a Super Saiyan?
What exactly is a Super Saiyan?
True.
And
Holy
why
shit.
is it so pivotal to Saiyans that it struck fear into the man that was enslaving them? Why was it giving Vegeta so
That's
much
actually why he
hope?
did that to
There
them,
were
by the
so
way.
many questions
'Cause
around
he knows about
the
the Super Saiyan.
that made the Great Ape seem like second fiddle. The Saiyan's first transformation, their main way of transforming, was put to the side, and Super Saiyan was the one in front of our eyes. And so
I mentioned
what
Super
is it
Saiyan had
about Super
actual weight.
Well,
like
when we
like
first
it was
get
something
see Super
hard
Saiyan,
to
we
attain,
see
and
the
then when
build-up.
Dragon Ball Super
As
came around,
Vegeta
and they
thought
like
that
they
Goku was a
ruined the
Super
idea
Saiyan,
of
but
Super
we
Saiyan,
find
of
out
how
later
hard
that
it is
Goku
to
was
reach,
nowhere
on why
close
there's
to
so many
being
people who have
Super
never
Saiyan
seen
until
Super
what
Saiyan.
happened
It's like
to Krillin
once in a
happened.
thousand
And
years
for
as
the
transformation.
first
All of a
time
sudden now
in
everybody
a
can do it.
very long
So he is
time,
teaching
we
them, and
see
their
Goku
powers, like I don't know,
play.
power scaling is so weird.
Goku has been mad throughout the series, but we've
And
never
that show,
seen
'cause, like
Goku
Krillin is
look
just
on
way too strong.
anger.
I don't think people
And so when
understand
you
that.
start to see
Krillin
the
solos
Raiden
so many
striking,
universes.
You see Goku twitching, and he finally transforms.
I think
it
that's it.
shocks everybody in the vicinity. And on the surface, we just thought that Goku powered up and that this was something new, but this is where we get to see why Super Saiyan is feared. And I'm not talking about the power that Goku put on display. I'm talking about how he instantly reacted to Gohan. Goku, somebody who is calm, somebody who loves his son, was able to yell at Gohan and tell his own son that he can't restrain the anger he feels inside of him. We do understand that Krillin had just died. Somebody did to Goku, but Goku would never ever do this to his son under regular circumstances. But instantly, Super Saiyan is able to throw off his mental so much to the point where he is telling his own son that he doesn't know if he remains there that he can hold himself back. And so automatically, Super Saiyan does reside itself in both categories. It's a physical transformation. We see Goku buff up, but at the exact same time, we see that mental switch. And upon delving into Super Saiyan further, I feel as though Super Saiyan originally was more of a mental transformation, where we got to see that different side of Goku instead of just a physical one. The physical one was obviously there, it will forever be there, but the mental side of Super Saiyan was what always fascinated me when I
Yeah, he
first
does
read
feel like a
Dragon Ball,
different
and when
person.
I always go back to reread it. And I feel as though that is why people have lost interest inside the form. The form isn't that angry form anymore. They've tamed
Hold
the
on, they
form
just
and
giving
they've
it
made
out.
the form something that is calm. You can always reside in it and know that you are trusting in your same biology to carry you through it. But up to
Goddamn,
that point,
wait a
we had learned
minute.
that Saiyans were nothing but unruly creatures, and that was the exact opposite of what Goku was.
Oh
That
my
is why when
goodness!
Super Saiyan was first introduced and it first happened, it was so intriguing. The transformation was about Goku becoming more
I've never seen
Saiyan-like,
any more after
him
that, by the way.
turning super powerful, but
I
at the
caught like
cost of
800.
him losing that calm and peaceful attitude that he usually carries himself with. Yes, we have seen Goku lash out during fights, but it was never to this degree. And so with the display of power then following alongside it, Super Saiyan was crowned as the cream of the crop. Only Goku had that until Trunks
Yeah,
came.
so Sparkling
And
Mark is not
Trunks
carrying
seemed
over.
to be able to hold it down a lot better, but it wasn't until the Android saga and later on inside where we started to realize that it was more of just a physical
I didn't
transformation.
even think about
that over
Sparkling.
time they were able to quell their anger in. Now, this is where you have the other Super Saiyan forms. And I do believe that the Super Saiyan forms are great, but none of them, in my opinion, really do match up to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan power, and that is Super Saiyan 4. In my opinion, Super Saiyan 4 is the pinnacle of transformations inside of Dragon Ball, mainly because it mixes the two primal states of Saiyans, the two pinnacle
Pretty
of
good
what
run, though.
they thought was power, into one, making Super Saiyan 4. The reason I really do find this transformation to be the pinnacle is because originally we thought that Super Saiyan was a legendary form and how it would be the peak of Saiyan evolution and just power, but with this it combines the unruly ape with the angry Super Saiyan form, taking the Saiyan's pride and the Saiyan's natural drive, hunger, and everything that makes a Saiyan warrior into one. And when you combine those two things together, you start to see that both of them were the stepping stones for the ultimate transformation. Super Saiyan 4 is a mix of primal Saiyan forms, as I've just said. This goes back to the Saiyan's roots, and
Oh,
in
gang,
both
you're tripping.
iterations of the form, we are able to see that they're able to control themselves. Now, personally, I do believe that Super Saiyan 4 should be unruly. Yes, in GT, Super Saiyan Great Ape was unruly, but I feel as though when you mix the primal instinct of a great ape and then the unbridling and unwavering rage of a Super Saiyan into one form, the form should be something similar to the legendary Super Saiyan form. Yes, you should be able to control it, but at times you lose sense of self, and anything that can trigger you can set you off. Now, while I say all of that, I do believe that the form inside of both series, GT and Daima, are done really well. I personally do believe that Daima Super Saiyan 4 Goku is way better physically than GT, as the fur alongside the arms, where he looks more like an ape, I prefer that. The reason I prefer that is because it's meant to be a primal form. It's meant to be the Saiyans mixing Super Saiyan together. It's not meant to look like a regular Saiyan. It's meant to look like a Saiyan that has fused the Great Ape into its base and into the Super Saiyan form. It's meant to look not like a regular person. It's meant to look
that was
like
my
a
dark
mutation.
blur from CBC.
But at the exact same time, I do love what GT did with de-aging or aging up, depending on how old you are, to make you in your physical prime. Same physiology is built off of them being in their peak form, and so having it do that definitely does bring that home and make sure that we're keeping to the theme of that. And so to conclude the Super Saiyan section, I don't view Super Saiyan as just Super Saiyan. I view it as a package alongside Great Ape and Super Saiyan 4, as with those two combining together,
at first they used to say they
were able to get the Saiyan's ultimate transformation. That is why I love the transformations, those three to be exact, inside of Dragon Ball, because when you're able to build off of a transformation that happened before and combine transformations that you'd seen before to then make the ultimate one, that definitely makes it more than rewarding. And so with Goku out of the way, who is next? Well, it's Hulk. And so what is Hulk? As I do believe that many people do not actually know what Hulk is. Many people who have read the comics may know, but those who watch things or just have seen Hulk in passing don't really understand what Hulk is. So who is Hulk? Well, Hulk is trauma, rage, and everything bad that comes along when abuse does occur. You see, from a very young age, Bruce Banner was abused by his father, Brian Banner. And so with his father abusing him constantly as a little boy and also growing up, that then forced Bruce to then make a personality or a friend of sorts to help him out with the trauma. And so what Hulk was everything negative about Bruce's upbringing. And so one day, after being exposed to Gamma in a lethal way, the Hulk persona was finally manifested. I say manifested because it was already there. And because of that, whenever Bruce gets too angry, too stressed, too scared, or anything that involves and invokes emotional stress, the Hulk comes out and
I'd trade every sparkling pity item
and
to
it's
get
to represent the emotional trauma Bruce is going through. And so by proxy, Hulk in a way is a protective figure. Hulk takes on what Bruce can't, and so to see the dynamic, it really makes you question why it is the way it is through so many iterations. Well, it's simple. Hulk is a reminder, a constant one at that, of Bruce's trauma.
Bro, we lost Starplers, and they said, "I hear we're gonna sell you these."
What he holds inside is destructive. Hulk is definitely classified as a mental transformation. It is something that is completely mental and then physically represents itself by coming out as a massive green monster. And so with that explanation of Hulk being Bruce's childhood trauma, you start to see why in many iterations Hulk isn't able to form real sentences. Hulk speaks like a child and acts like a child at times. It's because that is what it is. And through many amazing comic book runs, you are able to see Hulk then become even more sentient in a way, where you get to see Hulk be able to then form real sentences, be able to use the knowledge that Bruce does have to his advantage, and you're able to see how they are two sides of the same coin, and how deep down they want two different things because of who they are. Bruce wants nothing but a life of peace and tranquility alongside just being able to
39.
do what he loves most, and that is
No, it's still
stuff
bad,
with
dude.
science. But Hulk wants to be its own person. Hulk believes that he should be able to function and do what he wants to do. He should not be trapped inside of Bruce's puny body. He should be able to go around and do his own thing, live his own life. Bruce is able to do that, and so now that he is fully manifested and he can have his own thoughts, why can't he? And so because of that, with these two having two different separate wants and needs, it then forces them to clash. Hulk wants to come out and do his own thing, while Banner wants him to stay inside and not do a thing. They have two different fundamental things that they want to do, and so because of that, they clash. And
There's so many Bones guys, bro.
When it involves other people, all they want them to do is just leave them alone and let them have their own tussle. Bruce doesn't get close to people because he believes that the Hulk will do something bad, while the Hulk wants to go out there and experience the love and everything great that the world can provide, because Hulk wants to be his own person, which is why whenever somebody refers to him as Banner or anybody refers to Banner as Hulk, they get irritated. They know that they are two different people, which is why you will see them talk to each other, whether it be in the movies, whether it be in the cartoons, or whether it be in the comics. They are two separate entities. Even though they are mixed into one, they are separate, and Hulk has come alive due to something that Banner has been through. Honestly, the dynamic is the most fascinating thing I've read in fiction. I do believe that Hulk and Bruce Banner do have some of the best plot lines that we've
I've gotten
seen,
like,
and the discussions that you do see between these two, and just what you see.
Can I
Hulk
please,
say,
can I
you
pretty
see
please
Banner
have
say when it
Glycera?
comes down to how they view the other and how they have to end up living with it. This ultimately makes it one of the best dynamics you'll ever read. And when you see all of these different
No, I
movies,
cannot.
or you see all these different conflicts where Banner has to put his pride aside and just let Hulk go out there and protect the world, you can tell that deep down they have one goal that they can always bond over, and they do bond over many other things. But when it comes down to saving the world, these two will put all of their needs aside unless it's a different situation, and will do it. And so with that being the conclusion of Hulk, I want to go over the final transformation, and that's Gear 5. You see, throughout One Piece,
Gear 5 is the
we
final
built
transformation,
up
bro. You're a
to Gear 5
glazer.
with Gear 2,
Glazer.
Gear 3, and then Gear 4, and then Gear 5.
Gear
Gear
6.
2 represented
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm gonna spoil One Piece right now.
stronger,
Psych.
but
I ain't
also
gonna do it. But
expanding
still.
Life Force. Gear 3,
That's why
then
Zach got
allowed
I
them
mean,
to become bigger and then lose size, and then Gear 4 was
what's up,
him
the new main
losing his max
character?
output overall and then losing it. But all of those forms allowed him to expend his energy in one way and maximize it in that way. But Gear 5, it allows him to do everything in one. You see, Gear 5 is
Well, they're so
more of
non-transparent
a
about the
physical
ceilings.
transformation whilst also being a mental one. I think the physical one comes first, mainly because Luffy doesn't change mentally. I'd say he becomes more himself while in Gear 5.
Actually,
Gear 5
he
represents
literally does change mentally. It is a mental transformation.
why
I hope you
believe
know
that
it
it's
is
more
a
of
mental
physical
transformation. He's becoming
transformation
like Nika.
more than a mental one. As Luffy only becomes
Because you can be
more himself.
completely
It isn't
consumed
like
by
with
that
Super
transformation.
Saiyan, where
It is
he
stated
becomes
that
unruly, or
is
like
it
with the
Lokia?
Hulk,
No, not
where
Lokia.
it's a completely different persona that takes
Yeah.
over. No. Gear 5 is quite frankly Luffy just being able to
No,
be free
no,
like
no,
he
no, no,
always
no, no,
wants
no.
to be. And the reason I have Gear 5 here
I
as a
think you're reaching, bruh.
representation is because there are transformations out there that allow you to become more yourself. Delving into more
What is
of
that
the
joint
path
called
of
again?
being
The
able to
transformation?
maximize who you
Where you turn into
are
an
as
animal?
a person. Super Saiyan is different from that, and so is the Hulk. But Gear 5 allows you to become more of yourself, allowing Luffy to do anything that he wants to do, allowing him to be free with his mind but also his powers. As realistically speaking, Gear 5 is a transformation built off of freedom. Luffy is free to do as he pleases. He's free to do with his mind. And I could go on a very long tangent about Gear 5, but this is the sweet thing about it. Gear 5 can really be summed up very simply and very easily. It's Luffy's peak, it's his pinnacle, it's who Luffy is as a character. And with that, it allows me
I don't
to
think it's his
segue
peak, bro. I
and
think he got another
savor
transformation
across
in the
fiction.
tuck. And
Transformations
you're
have
getting a
become
little
so
too hyped,
pivotal
bro. I
in
think he's got
series
another
as
one.
They can go down
And
so
you're
many
jumping the
routes.
gun. I
These
think
are the
there is
main
another
routes that
transformation
these
coming.
Transformations go by. As another category of very popular transformations would be characters that are fundamentally evil taking over a good person's body. But then again, that is technically what the Hulk is, but the Hulk is more of a different case. He's not evil, but it's still a different entity taking over someone else's body. And those aren't the only forms of transformation. Transformations can also come by the way of just appearing as somebody, like Mystique does. You can also have transformations where the character is forced to unlock something new within inside of them, allowing them to rebirth and become something new. Whether that be a more exaggerated version of the previous character, or whether it be just a completely new rehaul. It's as if they go into their cocoon and they come out and they are totally different. We see this happen with Apocalypse's Four Horsemen and many other characters throughout fiction. I feel as though transformations do need to be talked upon a little bit more in a more positive light, as I feel like a lot of people say that they do have fatigue, but they don't really understand that a lot of these transformations are very, very pivotal and great for the series. And so to conclude, what are the beauty of transformations? Well, they're able to show you a different side of a character, allow you to expand upon characters, and allow you to delve into things that you could not regularly do with that said base character. I do believe that we could touch more on different aspects with it. I do believe that Hulk is possibly the best transformation that we've ever seen.
It probably is, yes. Yes, it is.
That's the beauty.
You're kind of spitting right there. I can't even count.
I don't believe
like when you started glazing Luffy, I'm like, whoa, now get it out your mouth. But
So
now
yeah,
that you
that
said
is the
Hulk, I'm
video.
like, yeah, I
Hope
can
you guys
agree with
enjoyed the
that.
video. As I said, enjoy making it, and yeah.
Like,
Love
whoa,
you.
nah,
See you
wait a
next
minute.
video. If you guys want me to make more videos like this, just tell me, and I will. So yeah, good. Bye.
Well, shit. Am I the only one that hates a nigga who just put fucking manga spoilers in the thumbnail, gang? Bro, you gonna get struck by lightning, bro. Stop that. That's how shit happen to you, bro. We getting them Haitians sent over there, bro. And I ain't talking about the ones with guns, bro. Y'all are getting cursed. Oh, bro. Keep playing with them spoilers. Who just hit me, gang? Why would you do that? I thought we were friends.
Growing up, I've always been a fan of heroes, the main characters, the protagonists. They're the ones the story revolves around.
I need
The
to
one
make
who
full
drives it
videos.
forward and
I'll
makes
be
me
making
want to
shorts.
strive for better.
I
I've
can literally
always
do
loved
long form.
heroes, so in turn, I kind of detest villains.
I
Maybe
could probably be a
detest is
big ass
extreme,
YouTuber.
but I've never resonated with them.
My
I
videos
mean,
are
who
actually
would?
pretty
What's
decent
cool
now.
about being the proverbial punching bag for the righteous?
I'm gonna
good?
just
To be
remake them
some
into long
mustache
form.
twirling jerk who ends up
Any of the
failing
ones I
sounds
find
pretty
tough,
lame.
like the
But then I got
Pokemon one,
older,
the
maybe more
Pokemon one is
simple.
one of
I
my
realized
favorites.
there's more to
I
villains
love
than I
all the
thought.
like
I
the
started to
videos
see
that
their
have the
appeal,
old
maybe
aesthetic are my
sympathize
favorites.
with
Those are
their
my favorite
plight.
videos I
I
make.
wanted to dig deeper
Oh,
into
every one of
why
them has
they
the old
beat and
aesthetics in the
start
video.
to
Like
ask the
those are
simple
my
question,
favorite, bro.
what is a villain anyway?
As the sum total of all the obstacles that obstruct a character in the pursuit
I'm
of
just
their
gonna make
desire.
I'm just gonna remake the videos I like into full videos, into full 10-minuters.
Yeah, I guess that works. Villains are the central opposing
Because I feel like that's
force
just
to
good
the hero.
methods.
They
Because I already thought of
stand
the
as
idea,
inverse
and now it
of
just needs to
everything
be
the
jumped
hero
on.
represents or hopes to achieve with villainous intent. And in that way, they hold just as much narrative importance as the hero. From thematic framing to plot progression, the villain carries a lot of weight, and they should. especially if you want them to feel imposing. After all, how can a hero truly be heroic unless they confront a great and powerful evil? But this concept feels, I don't know, incomplete. The pool of villains out there is enormous, but what about the baddies who aren't necessarily bad? Being at odds with the hero's perspective doesn't automatically make you a villain, does it? Well, that's where an important distinction comes in. The term villain speaks to villainous intent to do harm onto others, in most cases the other being the protagonist. The term antagonist speaks to a character who stands at odds with the goals of the protagonist. Someone or even something can be antagonistic without inherently being villainous. And a character can be villainous without being the antagonist. They often overlap, which is why people tend to talk about them as if they are synonymous, but we've seen plenty of examples throughout fiction where they take different forms. In some ways, antagonists can be more versatile than protagonists, while still holding much of that narrative weight.
You can be an antagonist and be a good person.
I've come across antagonists I actually admire, sometimes even find them more compelling than their counterparts. They can be more than just simple mustache twirling villains, as I had previously thought. So maybe I don't have main character syndrome after all. Maybe I'm just in my villain era. Ugh, that felt gross to say.
Bro, be quiet.
So, you know how this goes. Let's look at a few different types of
turn the volume down.
see what they bring to the table, and pick out our favorite. Man, I'm gonna miss this, since this might be the last one.
Yo, he's black. Let's go.
Let's talk about antagonists.
Yeah. I need to edit like this, for real.
We interrupt this program to inform you of spoilers for the following series. Viewer discretion.
Naruto, Dragon Ball, JJK, One Piece. I didn't get to finish it. I'll be fine. I know most things.
They're agents of chaos, those who exist simply to destroy. They wreak havoc whenever and wherever they can. Monsters that feed on suffering, preying on the weak and the strong. But that's just the sales pitch.
Why are you
In
here?
normal people terms, they're assholes who like to cause trouble for the fuck of it. The kind of bully who will wait until you fall asleep during after
In
school
theory,
program
if you
and
just
draw a
form
dick
catch
on your
at the
face with
start
permanent
of
marker,
release,
which
you could
don't
get a
notice until
Glincera
your
in
mom
like
picks
30
you up
minutes.
from school, then pretend like
You
they
can also
didn't
just catch
do
it
it,
on
even
ground.
though I know it
I
was
really like
you,
that.
Zachary. What was I saying? At first glance, they can feel one note, bland in terms of characterization. Take the Galactic Emperor himself, Frieza.
I'm the strongest in the universe. I'll
True.
reduce you and this entire planet to dust.
Cruel, sadistic, petty, and so much more. Frieza is one of those characters that knows they're evil and truly enjoys every second of it. I mean, the guy's main goal was to make himself immortal just so he could continue his already mostly successful mission of conquering the entire universe. Plus, he's like a mega racist. As far as your standard mustache
He's not even
twirling
racist.
bad guy goes, he comes pretty close to being the
He know
poster
damn
boy.
well
But
what he
dig a
need to
little
do.
deeper, there's something profound in their
He said they could
simplicity.
become
Yes,
Super
Frieza
Saiyan. We're
is
gonna have
a
to get rid
petty,
of that.
vindictive
We're gonna have to
tyrant who
patch
gives
that out.
certain
We got the
people
patch
a
notes
run for
right
their
here.
money, but
It is
beyond
this
his
death
shell
beam.
of malice,
Take that.
He's also extraordinarily lazy. For most of his existence, Frieza was already the strongest one in the room. The thought of ever getting stronger outside of gaining immortality through the Dragon Balls never crossed his mind.
But
Yet
I never
once he was
noticed these
revived
guys
after
have
having
fire
his,
on them.
Tail handed to him by the likes of Goku.
What is
and
that? Why they're
Trunks, who
down here? I
begrudgingly
actually never
began.
noticed
This
that
presented Frieza
they have
with a
fire. The
shocking
fingers
level of
have
growth,
fire
not
on them.
only in strength but in mindset. Sure, he still wants to be space.
Actually never noticed
but he also
that.
found a way to endure, maybe even enjoy, the process of improvement. Instead of seeking his habitual instant gratification and dreams of immortality, he learned a new path from his very enemy. Frieza, as a foil to Goku for hard work and good moral character, would turn that concept on its head. See what I mean? It's kind of profound. The drive for destruction and chaos as a means of enjoyment for the villain can lead to self-discovery and even growth. Okay, let's say you're not looking for all that. Maybe you just want a bad guy who really loves being a bad guy, who doesn't change or grow or get his ass kicked multiple times. Enter Sukuna. the literal king of this archetype. He is destruction incarnate, one who cares not for who or what he crushes under his feet, an all-powerful jujutsu genius who laughs at the suffering of others, sneers at the very idea of chaos brought about by his abilities. Sukuna truly is the devil in flesh, and his introduction tells you everything you need to know about him. But what is the cause of this inclination? Is it simply Sukuna is Satan's spawn, born to wreak havoc? Maybe. Sukuna himself seems to think so. Truthfully, within the confines of Jujutsu Kaisen, it is as simple as a matter of perspective. Sukuna sees the world in black and white, the weak and the strong. He is not moved by matters of the heart or morality. He finds those concepts binding, or at least has it been proven otherwise. They hinder true freedom, and to be tied to them is to live a life void of enjoyment. Sukuna seeks a stage that allows him to enjoy all that his flesh seeks to obtain whenever the mood strikes him. Jujutsu provides that stage. You can see it in the way he marvels at the concept of Jujutsu itself, in his fascination with what others can do, and how much entertainment they can provide him. The carnage is secondary, merely the consequence of him expressing pure freedom. What makes characters like this compelling is how they tap into something we quietly recognize in ourselves, a desire to be unrestrained. Sukuna's overwhelming presence resonates because deep down, many of us want to impose our will on the world instead of being shaped by it. But that desire, unchecked,
to get more
is
art
exactly
done.
what makes him a villain. Because is it true freedom if you're the only one allowed to be free? Is it just if your freedom takes freedom away from others? That's where Yuji comes in, the foil to the path of unchecked carnage and the embodiment of what a life led by the happiness of others can bring. One who can endure the pain to bring a smile tomorrow is who Yuji is, and it's what makes their dynamic work. Yuji has to find meaning in taking a life or cursing someone like Sukuna as a means of protecting the lives of others. Sukuna was only able to understand Yuji's worldview by losing in the only language he understood, which was combat. Their ideologies may appear simple, and I think it plays a role in why so many people who consume Jujutsu Kaisen walk away with their own interpretation on who was right in the end. The answer is Yuji, but whatever.
Was Sukuna right? Hey guys, what are we talking about?
The justice antagonist, a savior in disguise, one who genuinely believes their actions serve a greater good. They see
Oh my god, there's too many of these now.
One capable
They've
of guiding
overinflated
saving
this
the
genre
world
of
from
villain.
its horrors, while enacting horrors of their own to reach that vision. This is the area where we're going to start seeing the divide between
The
villain
grades.
and antagonist, with the philosophy of a savior for society or humanity or what
Or
have
saving
you.
their
How
own
they
race.
go about it and the truth of their intent will inform whether we can categorize them as villainous or simply antagonistic. It's also an archetype that has grown increasingly popular in modern
Yeah, there's
media,
too much.
often
I'm
framed
telling you,
as
it's too
the
much.
villain who was right all along, because there's logic embedded in their worldview, and the question becomes whether the audience finds that logic compelling. But more often than not, that reasoning is built on half-truths and hypocrisy. Take Madara or Sasuke,
Oh my goodness,
or
Madara.
pretty much all the major villains in Naruto, convinced they were uniquely capable of saving the ninja world from itself, amassing power until they stood alone as the strongest shinobi alive, then attempting to impose their ideal utopia through absolute control. But they were shaped by pain, pun intended, unable to move beyond their suffering to meet others halfway. Unlike Naruto, who believed that genuine peace required connection, not domination. Madara I would categorize as villainous because of his lack of care for the lives he affects. Perfectly fine with killing waves of ninja to achieve his goal. Versus Sasuke, who is more antagonistic, being at odds with Naruto's worldview and being an obstacle for him to overcome, but not in a way that hinges on dubious action. Except for the 5 Kage Summit, but don't worry about that. One of my favorite examples of antagonistic savior comes from Kagurabachi with Sumora, a war-scarred
Oh wait, I ain't caught up with
Kagurabachi.
Whoa.
Atrocities he witnessed, unable to bear the burden of his actions.
Whoa.
Hit those who have wronged them by any
Whoa,
means
we're
necessary.
not doing that. I haven't
Blinded
caught
by
up.
hatred for a person or for
I read
society
like
itself, they will
Kagurabachi,
raise
but
a
when they had
roaring
one
fire to
chapter out
snuff
and they were
out their
memeing that it's
idea
the
of
best shonen
evil
ever.
until nothing is left. This is a very famous archetype. There's a laundry list of vengeful baddies out
no,
there. It's
we're not getting
probably
spoiled on
because
that.
revenge narratives are relatively easy to write. Every person alive can recall a moment where they felt betrayed, wronged, or longed for some kind of get back. That shared experience makes makes it easier for an audience to relate to these characters. Revenge, after all, is also a matter of perspective. Whether someone is viewed as heroic or villainous often depends entirely on who's telling the story. I'll circle back on that point in a bit, but since we're talking specifically about villains, let's look at some run-of-the-mill revenge antagonists. Take Kugo Ginjo, a scorned ex-substitute Soul Reaper who manipulates Ichigo to regain his power and take revenge on the Soul Society. He plots and schemes for years, caring little for the damage he causes Ichigo's life, all to fulfill his proclaimed reckoning. Then there's Kurozumi Orochi, a cunning little Hydra who spent his life in the shadows of his enemies until it was finally time for his plan to unfold. By partnering with Kaido, Orochi takes over the once beautiful land of Wano and turns it into a hellish wasteland as punishment for how his clan was treated, over the crimes committed by an ancestor long before him. And finally, you have Shigaraki, a product of a broken world that props up the so-called best and strongest in a superhero society while neglecting, discarding, and hiding away those deemed undesirable. Shigaraki represents the anger and resentment this world creates when prejudice is justified and good versus evil becomes a matter of public opinion. He wants to destroy everything and everyone until that world is nothing but ash, then rebuild it into something where he and his loved ones can live freely without being labeled villains. This is where that nuance I mentioned earlier comes into play, because what truly separates someone like Shigaraki or even Chihiro from other characters who start crusades against those who have wronged them? Chihiro is honestly lucky that his enemies are human traffickers, because all that killing would absolutely classify him as a serial murderer, something he himself acknowledges. But things are rarely that simple. Take Kyoko Mijiro, whose family was killed due to the actions of a vampire. She dedicates her life to ridding the world of vampires because of the danger they pose. And she isn't technically wrong. Plenty of lives have been ruined by these selfish actions of vampires looking to feed. Vampires, much like humans, are complicated and capable of great harm, and some actively go out of their way to inflict it. Kyoko may have hurt others and herself, but it was never her intent, and she openly acknowledges how her quest has consumed her. She's another character I wouldn't necessarily consider villainous, and from a different perspective, she could have even been seen as heroic. Call of the Night is peak, by the way. You should read it, and if you think otherwise,
is it that tough?
Fuck you. Another example is Scar. Scar is many things: vengeful, angry, and deeply hurt. A man who has had his home, his family, his body, and his people ripped away from him. The only things he had left were his faith and his lust for revenge. He's Ishvalan, a race and religion wiped out by the state alchemists for reasons so cartoonishly evil they would never happen in real life today. Ishvalans are said to detest alchemy, so much that they would cut off members of their own group, branding them with marks of shame that leave them permanently shunned. But with the Ishvalans nearly eradicated, the only one left to carry on their legacy is someone their own culture would have rejected. Scar now hunts the alchemists who destroyed his people, dispatching them with the very same weapon used to annihilate the Ishvalans: alchemy itself. Scar has every reason to hate the state alchemists and the system that led to his people's death. That system was deeply corrupt, controlled by a shadowy hand, and ultimately required multiple people working together to uncover the truth. What began as a clear-cut antagonist slowly revealed itself to be someone walking the correct path all along. Perspective, ladies and gentlemen, must always be considered when writing a story. Every character you create believes in something, wants something, or is trying to achieve
I can get away one more?
You have to consider the different angles to which those motivations can be viewed. But what happens when an antagonist can't be viewed through any moral lens? What about an antagonist who is unknowable?
I have there's 6 in this one. Okay, and there's I have enough for one more. One more. Why is this part muted? What music did you use? Dang it, bro. What music did you use, bro? This shit should have been big, bro. All right, I'm all out. Let's go. Bro, why is this shit muted?
Is evil born from? Please, take your time. Consider. I, for one, don't know. I mean, does anyone really know? There are countless theories, belief systems, studies, but does anyone actually know? Is the concept of evil real? Well, it is to us anyway, as we humans perceive it so, just as we perceive heroism. If you ask me, I think it's born from desire. Like I said earlier, all characters and people are a complicated mess of desire. That desire can take many shapes, and how we react to those desires, I believe, is what can birth heroic and villainous action. It even transcends what your initial intent was. Desires are born, then acted upon, but they can also be manipulated, twisted off course. The villains we've discussed so far are all driven by a desire, and that desire fuels their rampage. But what if we have an antagonist that isn't driven by its own desire, but simply feeds on the desires of others? Here, I welcome you to Night City.
Yo, wait, I actually can't get spoiled on Cyberpunk. I'll just swap it. Cause I'm playing Cyberpunk, and they have a new season coming out, so I might watch it. We'll be talking about hanging up the crown, bro. The veins are. It's useless, bro. If you ain't got a 10, bro, why are you showing up? pretty good vid.
I'm so happy that people are finally waking up
While
to the industry
grinding.
plan Pokemon conversation. And if you don't know what an industry plan is, where have you been on the internet? An industry plan is a music industry term for an artist who is heavily backed and funded by a major record label or industry executives, but marketed as an independent, self-made outsider. The label conceals its involvement to manufacture an authentic, organic come-up. Now, when you read that, you probably have a couple Pokemon that came to mind, but one of the biggest ones is probably Lucario, right? A lot of people think that he's just popular because he's popular, but no, he's put in your face for a reason. And so today we'll be reacting to a brand new video called What is Every Generation's Industry Plant Pokemon?
Sacred Almighty.
Talk
Fans
to
love
me.
to spot patterns and categories within the monsters of each generation of the video games.
Right.
There's some obvious ones like starters, legendaries, and pseudos, but also slightly less clearly defined categories like regional birds and bugs.
Right.
Hello people. In this video, I'm looking to explore a potential new category in Pokemon that recurs in each generation but isn't really as discussed as the ones I mentioned before. I'm talking about the so-called industry plant Pokemon. One of the most popular Pokemon of all of them is Lucario. It's widely recognizable and featured in merchandise right alongside Gen 1 staples like Pikachu or Gengar. I'd even hazard a guess that Lucario is the most popular non-Gen 1 Pokemon among casual audiences and non-fans.
Yes.
Lucario was revealed early, and although not a legendary, it received its own movie and was rare in its debut games Diamond and Pearl. I think Lucario serves as the benchmark for what I define as an industry plant
I agree.
Pokemon, but I'll give you my full
Probably the
definition
best
right now.
one.
An industry plant is a Pokemon that the Pokemon Company expects to be popular and is therefore treated as special and featured prominently in side media and merch. But it cannot be a starter or legendary. Those are bound to be popular by default because of their mascot status for
Right.
their generation, so I don't count them. Take Greninja
They're
for
not
example.
industry
It
plants,
received
they're
special
the
attention
push.
during Gen 6 and beyond,
They're
and
game
we're clearly
sellers.
proud of its design, but even
Now, what's crazy about Greninja is a lot of people are going to deny this, but if you were around for X and Y's reveal for the starters, everybody trashed talk Greninja. Like, Greninja was the Pokemon that people just outright did not like. And so to see that the anime kind of saved it, and then to see Ash Greninja, then to see like Mega Greninja, then this is just what happened in the anime. It's like, dog, you're so lucky. You're so lucky. But then people would go, we would go Greninja, and then we'll go grab Charizard in X and Y. That's how people ran with it or whatever. Honestly, I don't blame them, but it is a thing. Let's keep it going
if that
though.
wasn't the case, it would have still been somewhat popular and prominent anyway by virtue of simply being a starter,
Right.
which disqualifies it from being an industry plant in my
Yeah, you
book.
can't be an
On
industry
top of
plant and a
industry
starter.
Plantmon also has to be a brand new species introduced in his generation and
They also
not
get
already part of
movies.
a different category. So no evolutionary relatives or forms of older mons and no pseudo-legendaries or mythic.
Nah, but that's not true either. Cause Zeraora and Zarude are
Yeah.
industry plant Pokemon.
All right,
I
also
remember
Zarude
they
was not
tried
meant to be top
bro,
tier.
That Zarude joint did not stick. Zeraora is cool because of Plasma Fist or whatever that move is called. Other than that, like, they tried it. They really, really tried it, but no. And then that one anime special with the guy that, like, you know, had like the red hat or whatever, and he had like the thing, that was cool. But I think Zeraora and Zarude are definitely industry plant Pokemon. Those Pokemon did not land, I think, as expected, personally.
An industry plant relies only on itself for popularity without being connected to an already established Pokemon and without belonging to a special category. Lastly, I'd like to clarify that although the term industry plant has a negative connotation, I don't use it as an insult to these Pokemon. I simply mean a Pokemon that was deliberately designed to be popular.
Yes.
With that being said, let's get into the list. Lucario's popularity after its introduction.
I hate that you have to like preface that. Like, Pokemon fans are so fucking soft. Why do you have to preface that it has to be like it's not a bad thing to be an industry? Like, that's just so dumb. Anyway.
No, now it is
Or
bad.
might lead you to believe that the trope of industry plants only started then, but I want to challenge myself to assign an industry plant Pokemon for every generation.
That's a
even
good
when
little.
the
That's a good
candidate
little
is not
challenge,
obvious.
though.
So I'm gonna start with Gen 1.
The
You can make a
entire lane.
compelling argument that the industry plant of Gen 1 and the first one in the history of
Nidoking?
Pokemon is none other than Pikachu itself.
Oh, Pikachu.
After all, there's no Pokemon that receives more special
Pikachu's
attention
a starter,
than
though.
Pikachu, and in the Kanto games,
He's a
it's
starter
even
in
a
yellow.
somewhat rare encounter, only available in the wild and Viridian Forest. But
And if you remember, Clefable was supposed to be the mascot.
Yeah, Clefable was supposed to be
Pikachu became the
mascot.
mascot because Pikachu was just popular. Like he just became like an organic, popular Pokemon.
Yeah.
And the moment they got a
I
whip
think
for that,
Pikachu
they
may
switched it
outdate
right away.
industry plants.
Like, they
Might be
like
old industry
legit
plants.
made Pikachu the face. It was like, oh, You like Pikachu more than everybody else? Hey, put him in here. Put him in here.
To be honest, I think Pikachu's status as the mascot of the Pokemon franchise as a whole elevates and inflates its popularity to a point far beyond the scope of a mere generational industry plant. And besides, while not technically a member of the
I don't know, I disagree. I think that Pikachu being Skyrock catapulted to the heights that it is, and then it becoming, I think that it being it's the industry plant that worked. Like it's like, oh yeah, cool. You have all these Pokemon in this dex. Here's the game. Then here's this one Pokemon who's obviously even surpassing the starter Pokemon, right? This Pokemon is a rare encounter.
Pokemon, the first person or the first one to become a starter outside the starters themselves.
Cute. It's the industry plant that worked. I feel
like Eevee's the industry plant too. In Gen 2, they try to tell you Eevee, bro.
In the traditional sense, Pikachu
I feel like Eevee is more of an industry plant.
Pokemon Yellow, so I'm tempted to use that as an excuse to not count it as the industry plant for Gen 1, since we established that being a starter disqualifies them on from being a candidate. Another obvious choice would be Eevee.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Starter in Kanto in Gen 7 with Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, and its popularity cannot be denied. But oddly enough, I feel like Eevee didn't start receiving the amount of attention it's now known for until later on in future generations.
I agree.
When it had more.
I agree, because if you remember,
until Gen 4,
they had like that one Eevee episode where it was like Eevee can like transform into 3 different Pokemon, and like you get Eevee in like the Celadon City, and then it's like, okay, cool, he's cool, but then obviously as the forms came,
him.
When Espeon and Umbreon came, that was a big thing. And the day and night cycle was a big,
Gen
big
2.
thing. Then when Generation 4 came out, you get more evolutions. I feel like Eevee is not an industry plant Pokemon. It's the Pokemon that just got popular over time. Like I feel like you add more to it, so of course
his come up is
get
natural,
popular as is. And then when you make it a starter, it's like, yeah, you kind of like, you gotta have it because all these forms are just cute. Like it works, you know.
Evolutions.
Yeah, it's kind of like the perfect evolution.
Enough special treatment in Gen 1 media for it to count as the generation's industry plant.
Yeah, Gen was not used.
Popularity relies partly on evolutions it didn't even have back then. A more interesting choice for Gen 1's industry plant, and the one I actually want to go with, is Poliwhirl. It's surprisingly present on a lot of Gen 1 merch right alongside the starters in Pikachu, and to be fair, it's an iconic design. It was even featured in the manga as Red's first Pokemon even before he started Bulbasaur, and Poliwhirl continued to get special treatment in Gen 2 when it received a new split evolution in Politoed. Poliwhirl's prevalence in Gen 1 side
Politoed is so weird. I've never met a person that, you know, Politoed is my favorite Pokemon, guys.
Actually not a
like, bro, what?
Shout, like that's not bad. That's not a bad like. Cool, I like that. That's actually really good.
If I was the creator of Pokemon, I'd also push for my favorites to be featured on merch, but I'm not sure if this is really what happened, since I assume decisions like that are made by marketing teams and not by the people at Game Freak. In my opinion, the industry plant of Gen 2 is unknown. It's a special, mysterious Pokemon with lots of lore, and it has its own dedicated location in Johto at the ruins of Pal.
Isn't it? No, not Meryl. Meryl is Gen 3. No, Meryl is Gen 2. It's Meryl. It is Meryl. What is he talking about? Meryl is Gen 2. Meryl was supposed to be the second Pikachu.
In Gen 3, Unknown even received 2 new forms in the exclamation and question mark Unknown to go together with the letter-based forms. And when Gold and Silver were remade, they even had a special event where the lore of the Unknown was vaguely linked to that of Arceus. Poliwhirl and Unknown were the best picks for their generations, but looking at them, they don't necessarily look the par of an industry plant mon. They're great designs in my opinion.
I'm telling you, Meryl is an industry plant, dude.
Look. Starting with Gen 3, industry plant
Pika Blue, bro. Y'all don't remember.
Outlined in the intro of this video. I think Absol is the 3rd generation's industry plant. It's got a sleek appearance and a certain edge to it. It's the kind of design that fits in fairly well with Lucario in the industry plant.
And he's got 2 megas.
Let's not get ahead of
ourselves. Damn, he's got 2 megas.
It's rare in Gen 3, and even in future regions, it tends to be encountered in areas related to the game's climax, which
Absol being the Gen 3?
I don't know. I feel like you could put Metagross. Because why the hell are there 2 pseudos in Gen 3? I think he's tripping a little.
I was gonna say maybe Deoxys or Flygon, maybe.
Nah. Most folks, you couldn't
That's
like
what I
you
was
have
gonna
somebody named
say.
with
If
Flygon
not
and
that,
they're not gonna say that.
Jirachi? Flygon? I don't know.
It plays into Absol's folklore about how it shows up to warn people of disasters. Absol did not get its own movie, but it did play a major role in
Bro, do
Jirachi's
people not
movie,
remember
and it was
Pico
featured
Blue?
in the first opening of the Advanced Generation anime. Absol also received Mega Evolutions in both Gen 6 and Gen 9, which it has in common with Lucario. I suppose I could also include Flygon as an honorable mention for Gen 3's Industry Plant, as it is a bit of a
Always
fan
good,
favorite
Lauren
that holds a
Thomas.
special place in many trainers' hearts, and it is sometimes featured in side media, weirdly enough often paired with Salamence, but the kind of attention Flygon gets is ultimately still mostly from the fandom and not so much from the Pokemon Company itself. It's popular, but not because it was particularly well marketed. Moving on to Gen 4, we obviously have the aforementioned...
I don't know. I said I would agree
I'm
if
still on
like
Pico
the
Blue.
media that you just showed, like the spinoff media, wasn't like a big thing. Because at the time, you couldn't avoid Flygon. He was in the Jirachi movie. He was in the Ranger. He's in a whole bunch of like side stuff. But it's like not like a main push. Like he's not like in main game promo, you know. So I don't know. He's cool. I mean, would you count him as a failed industry plant then? I mean, that it can still work, right?
Lucario, who I've been using as the benchmark for determining all the industry plant Pokemon in this video. Lucario's popularity is evident to everyone, but just to recap, here's some examples of special treatment that Lucario received in both Gen 4 and in the years since. It was revealed early and starred in its own dedicated anime movie. In the games, it was initially only obtainable
Oh
from a
wait,
gift
wait,
card from Riot,
wait a
which
minute,
made it feel
wait a
special and earthy
minute,
to add it to
wait
your
a minute, wait a minute. Wait, they forgot Togepi. Yo, this video's bad. Wait, they forgot Togepi. Bro, Togepi is a industry plant. Togepi debuted like early in the anime. Togepi was not supposed to be in yet. I don't know if people understand. Togepi was Gen 2. He's not supposed to be in the anime in Gen 1. He got in early. That's an industry plant. What? This dude, wait, who did he say for Gen 2? He said unknown. No, you're smoking. Bro, it was Togepi. Togepi is an industry plant. 1000%.
team. Lucario also received Mega Evolutions in both Gen 6 and Gen 9, and across the Pokemon franchise, it was featured on a plethora of special characters teams in both the games and the anime. Not to mention its abundant appearance in side games and merchandise. A while back, I was browsing through old archived Bulbapedia pages using the Wayback Machine, and I realized that during the waiting period before Diamond and Pearl, they referred to Lucario as a legendary Pokemon. That's how special and important it felt.
That's
and honestly, it
Glaze.
still does, despite some of the
Glaze.
mystique around it having worn off. If you're even just a casual Pokemon fan, there's almost no way you wouldn't at least recognize Lucario and how much it's been featured in Pokemon media for the past 20 years. Honorable mention goes to Rotom, the only Gen 4 Pokemon with a presence in the franchise comparable to Lucario.
Togekiss.
The main thing holding Rotom back is that most of the special attention it received only started in Gen 7 when they began to feature Rotom-powered devices in every game, although it did feel pretty exclusive even in Gen 4, with it being a scripted encounter in its own dedicated location and using the legendary battle theme. And of course, there's all of Rotom's special forms introduced in Pokemon Platinum through an event. Gen 5's industry plant is almost
Yeah,
as
they probably
obvious
took
as
over.
Gen 4's because Zoroark is in many ways an attempt to replicate Lucario's success.
Yeah,
It too
but
was
he kind of
revealed early,
failed.
was the main star in an anime.
Zoroark is a failed industry plant.
Yeah,
bro.
he
They tried
failed.
it. They tried it with
He
Zoroark.
did fail.
They tried it.
He should have
so
been way
bad.
better.
They tried it bad,
Bro,
dude.
Zoroark is an industry plant to the point that he changed how the game was played on a competitive stage. They had to add team preview because of this single Pokemon. Without this Pokemon, they could genuinely remove team preview. But the second they added him, they had to change how the game was played. They had to add team preview on the competitive stage because you can just transform into somebody and completely trick them.
wasn't initially
That's
available in the
insane.
wild. In fact, in Black and White, you could only obtain Zoroark by transferring in event-exclusive Pokemon from Gen 4. Even the evolutionary lines of Lucario and Zoroark are similar, with both of them being part of two-stage lines and evolving from a smaller, cuter form. Zoroark was also featured on N's team, making it feel special, and in flashbacks we see Kid N with a Zorua, implying that the two have been together from the very beginning. In Gen 8, Zoroark basically had a second go at being an industry plant when it received a Hisuian form in Pokemon Legends Arceus.
Nah, he's good, but
teaser reveal and trailer
he
before
kinda
the game
tough.
came out. Hisuian
That's true,
Zoroark
though.
was rare,
They had a
really
rerun.
hyping, and both it and its pre-evolution featured as the main stars in the Hisuian Snow miniseries. Volcarona gets an honorable mention for the title.
Nah,
of Gen
Volcarona's
5
just tough. That nigga just tough. He not no
Pokemon
industry
that
plant,
wasn't
bro.
legendary, but
He not
felt
no
like one.
industry
It
plant,
had
dog.
a scripted overworld encounter in its own special location.
He did,
whereas
but
the
like,
champion's ace
you
and
see
Gen
his
4
stat
was
lines?
worshipped in the past.
Yes.
Gen 6 is in
Legit
the
tough.
I don't see it as an industry plant. I just see it as a rare Pokemon. Like, it's a
Yeah, he's
rare,
just
mythical-
tough,
it's
bro.
not, it's not what we call like a.
It's like
mythical
pseudo legendaries.
Pokemon. It's like an actual myth of a Pokemon. Like this Pokemon. Only
He's
one
just hard to
person in
get.
The entire game has, and it's Owler, the champion. So it's like
That's
it's a
the
rare
champion's Pokemon.
that just so happened to be revered, and it wasn't promoted. Like it's almost like, how do I say this? It's almost like if they added Bagon, if they added like Lord of Bagon and was like, oh yeah, we used to like revere this thing back in the day. It's like, oh yeah, cool. This is a rare Pokemon that nobody ever gets, but here's Drake with it. You know, with two of them, I'm pretty sure, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm tripping. I don't know, but I don't see it as like a as like a industry plant Pokemon. I just see it as a Pokemon that's like popular at that time, and or like, you know, mythical in its own right because of how they gas it up in lore. Hopefully what I'm saying makes sense to somebody. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping off.
Wasn't as easy to
I'm gonna
determine.
steal this
The
video
Gen
idea.
6 Pokemon that received the most
This shit
special
mine now.
treatment and marketing was Greninja, with its unique Ash Greninja form in the anime and then Sun and Moon, its many appearances in side media, and even its new Mega Evolution
Can you
in
beat?
Gen 9.
I thought you said
But
you
like I
can't
said,
be an
this
industry
concept can be
plant
counted as an
as
industry
a
plant
starter.
because of its existing status as a starter, giving it an unfair advantage. So I had to dig deeper into the Kalos Pokedex.
Yeah, starters are
I
made to
considered
be loved.
Esper because of its cuteness and popularity.
No, fuck no. You're out of your mind.
Of course, but I just don't think it's on the same level
Nah.
as what I would define as
Fuck
an
no.
industry
People don't
plant.
even use that
A better
shit.
pick, however, could be Floette, who is often in the spotlight for a couple of reasons. There's obviously Izzy's Eternal Flower Floette,
Ooh,
a
good
special Pokemon with its own
pull.
signature move, stronger stats, and even a Mega Evolution later in Gen 9. But there's also
Good
the fact
pull.
that the Flabébé line as a whole served as a bit of a mascot for the fairy type back when it was first added in X and Y. These
Yeah.
powerful Pokemon are iconic
Well, the
from
first fairies
Kalos
you can
region and
catch.
sort of introduced the fairy type to the player since you encounter Flabébé pretty early on in the game. Still,
Yeah, like,
I'm not
bro,
sure
there's
if any
level
of
6,
Floette's
dog.
regular forms made enough of an impact or had the staying power to qualify it as an industry plant. My actual pick for the industry plant in Gen 6 is Halucha. It's not a perfect pick either, but in a generation where most of the limelight is being hogged by Greninja or Mega Evolutions for older monsters,
Bro is
Halucha
mid,
the
bro
best
is
I could come
mid.
up with.
Okay, now wait. What if we add Go-Goat to that?
Fuck
right?
no.
'Cause if you remember, the best thing about, or the most promoted thing in X and Y was like the interactivity with the environments or whatever. That's why sitting on the bench was a big thing, and the Go-Go ride thing was a big thing. Now, unfortunately, right, there was only like one.
I feel like
section
Talonflame
of the
almost an
Go-Go
industry
thing,
plant.
but that had its own little art. It had its own
Talonflame was
section
way
with
too
some
good.
trails or
Y'all ever
whatever.
think about that?
And if you
Talonflame
remember,
was a little
back
too
when, like, the
good
big
in Gen
Giga
6.
League
He
happened,
got
like,
nerfed
a
the
year
second
ago,
it was
it
over.
was planned
But I think
for Go-Go
Talonflame
to
may
be
have
like
been
the
a little
ride
too
Pokemon
good. Like you
back
in
then.
Gen
You
6,
know what
I
I'm
used to
saying?
be a
So
Battle
it's-
Spot Warrior.
I can
You would
see
see
where
a
you get
Talonflame on every
Halucha,
team. This
but I
motherfucker could set up
also would like to
instant
throw
plus
in
one
Go-Go
priority
into that
tailwinds, instant
equation
plus
as well,
one
'cause
roost,
Go-Go
instant plus one
literally
brave
got
birds.
about the same
And not only that, he already
impressive,
has a
not
high
like
space speed stat.
Flabébé as well. Because if we're not counting like
You had to run a countermon to that
think
thing
we gotta-
constantly.
if we're not counting evolution, Sylveon is hands down the face of the fairy type Pokemon.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
I think Sylveon is
Yeah.
where Eevee started getting its popularity.
I think Sylveon
in
may
general,
be
honestly. Like I think that's
the
when
industry plant.
they started to get
Yeah.
real crazy. And plus, fairy types being so broken, you know, I think that's what it is. You know.
Yeah, fairy type is
Kind
way
of
too
had a
good.
unique typing, and its flying press signature move even functions as a dual type move to represent that, which is very cool and kind of groundbreaking. Halucho is also a member of Ash's team in the anime, and when we returned to Kalos in Gen 9 with Legend CA,
You got a
Halucho
mega?
received a mega evolution with its own special reveal trailer. Lastly, despite not being as prominent in the franchise as other industry plans, Halucha is kind of a sleeper fan favorite. People are charmed by this avian wrestler. When it comes to Gen 7, a popular Pokemon that immediately comes to mind is Mimikyu. It's loved by
Yeah.
fans has
It's Lycanroc. I'm
Nah,
telling you, it's
Mimikyu is just popular. Bro, he's fake Pikachu.
Plenty of merch inside media.
That's true though.
However, my
He's-
pick for the industry plant in Gen 7 is not Mimikyu because there's actually a Pokemon that slots into the archetype a little better in my opinion. I'm talking about Lycanroc. It's an iconic Alola
Not good
Pokemon
snipe.
initial version exclusive
That's a
form
good
and
snipe,
event
bro. I ain't
exclusive
gonna
form
lie.
Introduced in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon.
That's good
Yeah,
ball.
all three Lycanroc are pretty widely available now, but when they came out in Gen 7, it definitely felt like the Pokemon was supposed to be special, with its multiple forms, each tied to a different time of day.
He's Lycanroc enough. He's
was
lucky
also
ass.
featured on lots of trainers' teams in the games in the anime, and was even Ash's Alola League ace. It was also one of the select Pokemon that received a signature exclusive Z Crystal and Z Moon
Why the
in the
fuck did he get
Lactinian
that?
Sea and Splintered Storm Shards. And of course, Midday and Dusk Lycanroc also have their regular signature move Accelerock. Furthermore, Lycanroc's pre-evolution Rockruff is featured prominently in the early game of the Alola titles and in pre-release marketing for Sun and Moon, to the point where some people believed it to be a fourth Rock-type starter. It even had its own manga, which by the way was illustrated by Tenya Yabuno, the artist for the original Digimon manga, V-Tamer 01, where the character of Taichi originates from. He's kind of a Digimon staple, and it's cool that he also worked on Pokemon, even if it was only for a niche project. But anyway, back to Lycanroc. Between it and Mimikyu, the latter is technically more universally popular and definitely more prominent in merch, but the reason I picked Lycanroc as Gen 7's industry plant largely boils down to aesthetic reasons. It just has
Yeah.
that cool vibe and sharp look that characterizes the archetype, and it's also part of a two-stage line with the same kind of small cute pre-evolution as Lucario and
Three-stage,
Zoroark.
'cause bro gets
Mimikyu
three fucking
developed into an all-time
thing.
fan favorite for sure, but while I have no evidence
And it
to
goes off
support
day and
this,
night
I feel
cycle.
like it was Lycanroc that the devs and marketing teams internally thought of as this generation's Lucario.
I agree.
Especially when you look at Dusk Lycanroc's initial exclusivity that
Wait, does that
other
mean
industry
the
plans like Zoroark
Pokemon?
was
Not the Pokemon,
Generation
but
8 continued the trend of having its industry plan have multiple forms because it introduced both amped and low-key toxicity. Compared to
This
industry
nigga-
plans of the past,
this nigga
toxicity
the-
didn't quite
I did
sink
not
with the
play
fans
Gen
as
8.
much. I feel like most people like it, but it failed to garner a significant
This
mainstream
y'all industry
appeal outside
plan?
of big fancy
Destroy the
places
whole
like
game.
Pure.
Send that
So
shit
its
back.
design and integration in those games is very much in line with the industry plant archetype, which is why I'm counting it. Like I said, Toxtricity has
Where
two
was
base
that?
forms, but it also has a Gigantamax form that was initially unobtainable but was added to raids during events. There's a geoglyph of it in Turffield, and two statues of the regular Toxtricity are also present next to the lighthouse in Hulbury, showing that the Pokemon has a certain importance to the Galar region. Both forms of Toxtricity are also members of the Maximizers band seen during the endgame credits in Sword and Shield. Additionally, Toxtricity's
Maybe.
pre-evolution Toxel also fits in with the other diminutive pre-evos of industry plant mons, and in Toxel's case, it's even a baby Pokemon like Riolu that you get from a gift egg received during the story, which sort of encourages you to add it to your team. Not unlike Halucha and even Lucario at the time of their debuts, Toxtricity stands out because of its unique typing of electric and poison. As for trainers that use it, Toxtricity is mostly known for being featured on one of Pierre's later teams to tie in with his musician theme. But in Gen 9, a Terra Ghost low-key Toxtricity was also featured as Gym Leader Rhyme's ace for similar thematic purposes. And speaking of Gen 9, its industry plants are both Armor Rouge and Ceruledge. Between the two, Ceruledge is the one that gets more attention here, to be honest, but I'm counting both because they're part of the same line, with both of them evolving from Charcadet. If I counted all the forms of Lycanroc and Toxtricity, I think it's fair to lump Armor Rouge and Ceruledge together because they're tied by their shared pre-evolution. In terms of aesthetics, these two obviously fit in with previous industry plans, and they do also have the one cute pre-evolution. In the games, they're quite sparse, since after finding a Charcadet, one would also need to complete a special quest in order to obtain an armor to evolve it, and which armor you get depends on the game version. All of this combined with the fact that Armor Rouge and Ceruledge are rarely seen on NPC teams gives them an air of exclusivity, arguably even greater than that of previous industry plans, since those are at least used by prominent story characters. Both Armor Rouge and Ceruledge
Finally,
were
it only
marketed
took
pretty
300
rivaled outside of
153?
the games too. They were revealed
Oh,
early
now
in
you're
trailers
paying
for
up.
Scarlet and Violet. They're owned by central characters in the anime, and they even have their own
Get
dedicated
another one,
Pokemon
gang.
shorts. Ceruledge especially gets a lot of attention in the form of merch, a special promotional video, and the fact that it was in the anime from the very start, whereas Armarouge only showed up in the latter half of Horizons. I think these fiery warriors are fantastic designs. They look cool enough to be legendaries or mythicals, which was at the core of the industry plant archetype back when Lucario first solidified the trope. They're some of my favorite Pokemon in Gen 9, and I feel like
They're
they
just, like,
really succeeded in making
crazy.
star Pokemon with these two. They're just so universally appealing, and I feel like you can be a fan of them without even knowing much about Pokemon. I really thought Armarouge and Ceruledge would get Megas in Legends EA, but they ended up picking different Gen 9 Pokemon for that, maybe in another 11 years. This brings us to the end of the video, so to recap, the industry plan Pokemon are Poliwhirl in Gen 1, Unknown in Gen 2, Absol in Gen
I
3,
think Togepi
Lucario
got
in
it,
Gen
gang.
4, Zoroark in Gen 5, Hawlucha in Gen 6, Lycanroc in Gen 7, Toxtricity
I'm also
in Gen
stealing
8,
this
and
idea.
both Armarouge and Ceruledge in Gen 9.
I like this.
From all my picks, I feel like Poliwhirl, Unknown, and Hawlucha fit the build the least, and I chose them simply because they were the best options available, while Absol is somewhere in the middle. But Lucario, Zoroark, Lycanroc, Toxtricity, Armarouge, and Ceruledge are perfect choices for the industry plan trope, and they intuitively feel like they're part of the same group. These are the picks that I'm not really willing to debate, as they feel really cohesive with each other.
Right.
They're all popular, cool-looking, strong Pokemon that are part of two-stage evolutionary lines with a smaller, cute pre-evolution. You can see their shared DNA and how it all traces back to Lucario, the mon who really started it all. Let me know what you think about industry plant Pokemon as a whole and whether you agree with my picks. Just to reiterate, I'm not saying that these Pokemon...
Alright, bro. We're gonna take an intermission. I need a break from Shiny Farmer. Let's get a good video. Alright, vicious AI. It's like a tough fit.
When the New Year's ball dropped on January 1st, 2000, there was an
Bro, my favorite
overwhelming
videos are
feeling
the
of
2000
change.
aesthetic, bro.
Whether it was
Whenever I make
people
videos like that, they're
prepping
my
their
favorite.
bunkers for a potential
I'll be back.
apocalyptic event, or those who were just excited about the future, they certainly had this expectation that things were just going to be different. Maybe just not in the way that they ended up being. This feeling of finally achieving world peace and reaching the end of history was soon interrupted by great turmoil and geopolitical conflict that seemed to set back this tranquility and sense of freedom that many took for granted back in the 90s. The 2000s had arrived, and these circumstances helped create the distinct traits, trends, and vibe that we typically associate with that decade now. Why did the 2000s look that way? And was this the look that people expected to manifest when the decade first started? I want to preface this by saying that I will mostly be talking about the 2000s as it appeared in the Western world, and I will also be talking about the most prominent trends that stand out. I am talking about a 10-year period here, so I may accidentally leave a few things out, but I will do my best to cover as much as I can remember. Now, the power of nostalgia and being retrospective is that it allows us to more visibly see the things which stand out about these decades, and this only gets more noticeable over time. But sometimes it can allow us to observe the opposite as well. I feel that, in many respects, the 2000s is one of those decades that actually does not have that much distinction to it. at least compared to now. Now, I want to be clear that there are certainly things about the 2000s that are very dated now, and this observation I am making is not monolithic, but I think it arguably does apply more to this decade than the ones prior, and there are several reasons for this. Just like with any time in history, these identifiable traits were the results of unique cultural, political, and technological circumstances, and in the 2000s, many of these things held new developments back. Much like how a lot of the 70s seemed like just a culturally watered-down version of 1960s counterculture, much of the 2000s was just a watered-down version of the 90s. This is no surprise, given that a lot of people in the 70s were distracted with high political tension and economic problems, which would have hindered some of this cultural development. The 2000s saw the same thing with the war on terrorism, and this new concept that the right to liberty was now at stake. But first, I want to talk about the things that are very distinct about this period, and that requires going to the very start of this decade. In my decadology video about the 90s, I do talk about how different the start and end of that decade was. By the late 90s, much of the world had fully entered the Y2K era of futuristic, chrome, reflective aesthetics that focused on the future, which showed a big contrast to the baggy denim, MTV grunge era of the early 90s. This was of course due to the mass adoption of the internet and rapid advancement of computer technology, which allowed for excited people to express their vision of the future in a whole new, seemingly boundless way. Although Y2K typically has a negative connotation, given that it refers to the computer bug that was rumored to end the world, which did indeed scare a lot of people at that time, you could say that this was still an overall optimistic era. It had a primary focus on looking forward. But then, of course, at the very start of the new millennium, you have the September 11th attacks. And these sentiments completely change. Looking back at the political climate of the 90s, there was a lot of geopolitical conflict brewing. So, while a devastating event of this magnitude wasn't something entirely unexpected, it still changed everything. It was the moment the political pendulum swung to the other side, setting the tone for the next decade. Now, in my video on the 90s, I talked about the 90s as being an overall progressive time, but I want to be clear that I am referring to it as progressive relative to the 80s. Much of the cultural status quo was an almost subconscious counter-response to Reagan conservatism. It was one of the many things that allowed for stuff like grunge to be popular. When discussing social issues, of course, this becomes much more nuanced. Things like same-sex marriage were much more accepted in 2005 than they were in 1995. I'm mostly talking about the overall tone of these periods. The 90s was a time which emphasized individuality and a pursuit of happiness, which was quite different in the 2000s. This feeling of perpetual calmness, sense of liberty, and self-governance had now been switched to be more conservative and also much more authoritarian as war efforts fully took hold. And this change in mood did express itself through art and pop culture, which was only amplified by the continued growth of the internet. I think this is one of the big reasons for why emo culture became so big at the time. Because the real world now felt much more rigid and controlled, the internet was an escape for those who wanted to express themselves without resistance. They could now find their own community out there that accepted them. This tonal shift allowed for men to show more emotion and be more vulnerable in media without as much judgment. And so you get websites like MySpace, and scene culture is born. Given that the very nature of MySpace was to have essentially unlimited customizability, it makes sense why MySpace specifically developed such an emo community. Many of the stylistic choices of the emo aesthetic were repurposed from the hardcore punk style of the 80s and 90s. This would be called nu metal. This isn't to say that emo is inherently political, because it generally isn't, but it can be. My Chemical Romance formed because of 9/11. Green Day's American Idiot is quite literally an anti-war concept album. Now I know Billy Joe Armstrong's famous response to this observation is, it's not emo, it's f***ing punk. but I do believe American Idiot is more emo than he may want to admit. It's no surprise that it quite literally shares its roots with punk rock, which is what Green Day is. As my friend JJ puts it, if the lead singer has eyeshadow, it's emo. Oh, I'm gonna piss so many people off with this video. With all these things considered, I think this is what ultimately gave post-punk revival and rock music altogether that very distinct look in the 2000s, what I call the Killers look. You could argue that it was something that trickled down into general pop culture. Goth culture saw some relevancy at this time as well. Although it stems from punk and visually can look very similar, it actually shares very little in common with emo. As we discussed, emo focuses on emotion, it's in the name, whereas goth mostly focuses on the morbid and macabre, which would make sense given that this was an era where people were now very desensitized to shocking things. But despite all this great political turbulence, this Y2K futurism style that we talked about did persist and was arguably one of the few optimistic things they held onto. Because one thing in this new flipped world was in fact getting better: technology. The iMac in 1998 really was the big turning point for this. It showed that computers no longer had
y'all
to
remember
only be
when they had
these
Blackberries?
ugly big beige boxes. Unexpected
Bro, shit started
alliteration.
fucking
Computers
jumping,
could
gang.
actually be fun and could even look like the things that they were digitally
And we could have
rendering.
them now, and
With
they're
the
not
iPod,
fucking
you
$2
can
million.
now hold 1,000 songs in your pocket, as the ad
Yeah, that was
campaign
tough,
highlighted.
bro.
And it was this smooth,
Oh, we actually
pretty,
felt like the
shiny
turn of the
white
century.
rectangle, very sci-fi looking. Same with the iMacs, which flaunted similar designs and even many celestial graphics, emphasizing that the possibilities with these computers were endless. It was basically a version of the 90s retrofuturism that evolved into something people now call Frutiger Aero. I've already done an entire video on that subject and why it was such a big trend in the 2000s, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it in this video. But in short, the
Hopefully,
rapid
be doing whole
advancement of
videos
computer
on just
graphics
Frutiger
and this
Aero.
growing ambition to create an idealized, better future than the one people were currently living in allowed for it to exist. It was also seen as a way to basically condition people to get comfortable with technology by making designs that resemble real-life objects, giving them reflective textures and gradients, therefore making them feel more familiar and therefore less technologically intimidating. There were plenty of cases where these retrospective styles intertwined. Much of the piracy world at this time exhibits these design choices. This makes sense because pirating content is an inherently rebellious thing to do. A lot of the torrenting websites and even anti-piracy ads embrace this darker kind of style. Now, I'm not saying that the "you wouldn't download a car" ad is emo or goth. That's not what I'm saying. I'm rather pointing out that these styles, although different and serve different kinds of people, do share a common ancestor. It is using these dark color palettes to represent rebellion and cynicism. I like to call it the Hot Topic look, the Tim Burton look. And it emerged at the time and place that it did for all the reasons we just discussed. It even subconsciously shows up a lot in film at this time. Have you ever noticed that a lot of movies from the early 2000s have this bluish, greenish tint to them? These films include Requiem for a Dream, 28 Days Later, The Ring, Saw, and The Grudge. But it's not just horror movies either. Sideways, Aaron Brockovich, heck, even comedies like Zoolander.
I do not
and
watch as many
Envy.
movies
A
anymore.
big part of it was the rise of digital color correction, known more as the digital intermediate. It was now much easier to change the overall color of your movie without having to switch out film stock and all that. So filmmakers just kind of went nuts with it. Blue just so happens to have a much more calming cinematic look to it, and the massive success of The Matrix certainly helped. While it was seen everywhere, it was mostly associated with horror or drama movies, because it does add a gloomy, suspenseful look to them. All of this just further reinforced the presence of these darker colors used in design and media throughout this decade. You may notice that even a lot of comedies at this time were quite cruel and nihilistic as well. A lot of it stems from this fatigue, apathy, and emotional detachment from the world's problems. Malcolm in the Middle is a great example of this. It is an absolutely hysterical show, but it is also so mean. Hilariously mean. It is basically the exact opposite of the typical feel-good, Leave It to Beaver kind of show. There are no family values, no happy endings, the family's dysfunctional, none of the characters are likable, everyone is just a horrible person, and it is just perfect.
Listen to you. Something wonderful happens, and all you can think about is how the world's gonna take it away. You're growing up.
It is frankly exactly what people in the 2000s needed to see. Because at this point, people were already much more desensitized to reality and could much better see through that Hollywood facade. In fact, a lot of the shows at this time followed this format. Not even just comedies. Mad Men is a very interesting case.
Everybody hates
because
Chris
although it
did
is a
that
period
shit, bro.
show about the 1960s,
It went
it is
crazy.
not nostalgic like most period shows are. It is very cynical and negative and is a character study of just the most awful people. It is apparent that the political climate of the time created a demand for more candidness, even if it was, at times, cheeky. The Malcolm in the Middle episode where Reese joins the army literally aired during the 2004 US presidential election. It is just the quintessential show of this period, which weirdly enough brings me to 2000s fashion. The outfits that are seen on Malcolm in the Middle are so uninspired, which ironically makes them so salient. I think this sums up 2000s fashion perfectly. It looks like people trying to not try hard. You get that baggy look of the grunge 90s mixed with the Y2K colors and styles of the late 90s. So instead of oversized blue jeans, you might see baggy black pants. Instead of a neon jacket and shirt, maybe it was a regular t-shirt with some abstract designs and a dark jacket. Suddenly, you could really embrace this vibe of the time, and it was pretty inexpensive to do it. The bar on fashion was just lowered. And since the 2000s was kind of the first modern decade to really start doing that, it is immediately noticeable. And a big reason for why many of these outfits still don't look all that different from what people wear today. But there are still fashion trends that do in fact look dated.
I don't know if that
People wore
got through or not.
jerseys because hip-hop
Excuse
and
me.
rap culture was at its peak, only getting more popular since the 90s. These styles were only further represented in media, such as MTV and TRL. Frosted Tips, as ridiculous as they look now, do kind of embody that chrome-like futuristic look, as it contains many of the bright colors and geometric shapes often associated with that aesthetic. As the world reached the middle of the 2000s, you then start to see fashion trends that emerge from nostalgia. Much like how the 90s repurposed much of the 60s fashion, the 2000s did this with the 70s. It all goes back to the 30-year rule that I talked about in my 90s video. Nostalgia for the 70s was big in the 2000s, with That 70s Show being a great example for that. I like to call this the Drake Bell look. You have
How
that
do you get
almost
that?
seen Partridge Family bull haircut, that boy band look. You see it with Zac Efron, the Jonas Brothers, Harry Potter, and even that YouTuber, Fred. That is a brand new sentence. But you can see how all these trends carried on to create the specific parts of the 2000s look that we recognize today. Which brings me back to what I mentioned at the beginning of this video. Why is it that the 2000s don't really seem all that different from today, compared to how different the 60s and 70s looked to the 2000s? This is something that a lot of people have noticed. Now, I already talked about this phenomenon in my 90s video, but there were a few things that I left out that I wanted to talk about here. In short, the globalization of the internet was a big part of it. Fashion was no longer dictated by centralized mass media. It was now in the hands of people like you and me. Compound this with the fact that the late 90s and 2000s look is not that sophisticated, like we just talked about. You could spend a couple bucks on some clothes at the thrift store and immediately look like you're from the 2000s. Therefore, it's now much more convenient to dress that way. You could theoretically do this with inexpensive thrift clothes from the 60s and 70s as well, but those outfits are less common nowadays because it was so long ago. Because the 2000s were more recent, the trends are a little bit fresher, and these circumstances have prolonged their relevance prior to other decades. But also, have they? It is not exactly unheard of for
Give me
people living in
one.
their respective decades to think that the previous decade is still pretty similar. I remember being alive in the early 2000s thinking that the early 90s still looked pretty modern. But for one, early 90s media was still pretty common on TV, therefore I had exposure to it in everyday life. And also I received a lot of hand-me-down clothes from that time. So that's really just recency bias. In my 90s video, I made the point that period pieces that take place in the
How come I can't
2000s
have it,
don't
bro?
really have to put that much effort into making
It says
things look
racismo.
2000s. The Dropout is a good example of this. You could totally see people dressing like this today, and it wouldn't look weird. Whereas if you saw someone dressed like the Monkees, it would absolutely stand out. But you could also make a case for the opposite. Freaks and Geeks was made in 1999, but the show takes place in 1980. But the thing is, it doesn't really put that much effort into looking
Well, I have
80s
so many.
either. In fact, someone I watched the show with, who is knowledgeable of history, thought the show just took place in the time it was made. Donnie Darko is another example.
I have
It
so
was made
many.
in 2001, but takes place in 1988. Yet it doesn't look that 80s. This has more or less always been the case. It's just that the internet and fast fashion has prolonged it with the 2000s and made it more contemporarily pronounced. Despite these things making the 2000s seem less distinct, there are certainly areas where you can divide the decade into two separate points, much like with the 90s. This is especially easy when you incorporate the omnipresence of the internet. You could say that the creation of sites like Facebook, MySpace, and YouTube ended the dot-com era of the 2000s and started the iPhone Twitter era of the 2000s. And the creation of the iPhone, of course, helped jumpstart the social media app store culture of the 2010s. By the late 2000s, there was a growing sense of fatigue for this government surveillance and authoritarianism, and people wanted change, particularly progressive change. This was only amplified with the 2008 recession, and it was clear at this point that things were about to go in a different direction and exhibit a tone that was very different from the start of the decade. I've seen the 2000s be overall described as a very mean-spirited decade, one full of dark humor, pessimism, and indifference. But once again, you can also find opposite examples to this. There are plenty of songs from this period that are also very poppy and positive.
Maybe I'll turn it
Same
off,
with
turn
many
it back on.
Nickelodeon shows. Even the show Pushing Daisies is almost distractingly positive and goofy. But it also does have a bit of that Frutiger Arrow kind of design, if you ask me. So although these are exceptions, they do prove the rule, because they often borrow from these trends and repurpose them
Hey, yo, I
to
thought I
communicate
just said turn it
whatever
off,
it is
bro.
that they want to communicate in a mainstream way. I guess the main takeaway here is that if something looks, sounds, and behaves a certain way, even if it's in the most boring way, there is always a reason why. Everything has an
It's enough videos. All right, let's see. Whoa. I'm also turning off frames. They never have tough gaming rooms.
From being broke and having a terrible gaming setup, kind of bad in the setup. It's good. time with his friends.
Like I
cousins,
watched
and
some of
pleasure
this video. He was
okay?
showing
It
straight
took him around 3
children,
to
bro.
4
I'm like,
years to
bro.
get everything after he got the laptop, and he's been adding to it since. Here are some of the things he uses in his setup, and he afforded this setup by collecting money for birthdays, chores, and getting
Like, bro,
stuff
this
for
is a
Christmas.
JIT.
Episode
I don't want no JIT setup.
The next person up is Daniel. He is 14. Right
See,
off the rip,
bro?
amazing color scheme.
JIT.
These are nice. On top of that, I love like the wood with these white peripherals. I think it's great. Thank you for the mouse order, by the way. But I do love how the blank wall and the lighting behind the monitor gives this really
not getting
nice
mogged
glow,
on
and it
by
makes
the
the setup
wrist
look really great. These white peripherals with the natural light coming in, I love it. I also like the hints of blue too. I think this is great. I also like, yeah, the case looks really clean too. I think that's literally the same PC case as my gaming PC. I think that's the NZXT H5 Flow. Love the peripherals. I love how, you know, he's kind of turned them to blue, white, and kept the aesthetic throughout the whole setup. And I love the hints of wood too. Yeah, could use some under desk glow. I agree. That chair's on life support though, bro. Jesus, dude. That chair is falling apart. I think overall, I would rate this an 8 out of 10. This is Alaya. I think that's how you say her name. She is 14 years old. Her occupation is dropshipping. They are located out of Israel, and their main game is Minecraft and Beeman Drive. What inspired her to build her current setup is TechSource. They built their gaming setup for gaming and work. They built their setup in 2021, and it took them about rate it like a solid. Yeah, I love the shelf and the nano leaf. Those little things is kind of like,
Bro.
if you like what you see, use the link. Awesome, love that. Kale management's okay. PC management, I mean, well, yeah, it's awesome, man. The one recommendation off the rip I would say is this setup with the cable management. I feel like you're making them tidy per se, but I feel like overall it doesn't really fit this desk because you can see it all from like if you're standing or like you're looking. Student, and he uses his setup for gaming and studying. He started building his setup in S. He's 11 years old from 8.5 out of 10. I love this, man. Looks so nice.
Kiki. Walk on. Head ass, bro. Ooh, Paragon.
Recently I did 2 separate videos on 2 different hero archetypes, the Nomad hero and the Hunter hero. Nomads are characterized by their passive style of heroism. If they stumble across evil, they will combat it, as any hero would. But in those moments of calm, they're enjoying their life and living by their own rules rather than seeking out other people to save. There's not some grand mission to serve, they're just good people. These are your Sonics, your Gokus, and your Sherlock Holmes.
I want to do the. I want to do the
Whereas
Aristolis
hunters are
event.
almost the polar opposite. They'll still help those in need and save anybody who needs saving, but the priority is and always will be the
They ain't
hunt.
let me in yet.
There is no such thing as a moment of calm to them, because somewhere out there is evil that needs to be hunted down and punished. These are your Punishers, your Doomslayers, and your Dexters. But this leaves a pretty big gap. What about those people who share traits from both? Those who hunt evil when necessary, but view hope and redemption as being more important. Those who serve as a symbol for any in need. Those who fight to help rather than to harm. Those who take the good-hearted nature of the Nomads with the strong sense of duty of the Hunters. This is the hero we all know and love. The Paragon archetype. The very best of us. Let's not fuck about, it's Superman. He is the hero. Strong, brave, kind, helpful, approachable.
Oh, I forgot to
There's
get
so
an
much
egg.
history to prove Superman as a paragon of
the
virtue.
boy.
I truly do not know where to start. I wish I could start at his newest movie, but I'll get copyright striked if I even show David Cornsweat's fucking forehead curl. Regardless, it's the perfect example. He's not infallible, he's as human as anybody, which means he makes mistakes. but he wakes up every day and thinks, how can I make this world a better place? The best part about Superman is his symbol is so powerful, it goes past his movies, his comics, and his shows. Just look at this video. Everybody loves Superman. The
I
S
love
truly
Superman
does
too.
stand for hope.
I
I'll leave
stand for hope
Superman there
too,
because I've already
guys.
done
Can
an
I be
entirely
Superman?
separate video about the
Please,
GOAT.
please.
However, my next example is going to raise some eyebrows. I just need you to give me the benefit of the doubt. Avatar Aang. I know. How the fuck can I put the literal air nomad in the Paragon archetype and not the nomad archetype? And at heart, I agree, Aang was born to be a nomad. He's clearly always been a good kid and he was never going to be evil, so I have no problem saying in another life he'd just be like any other nomad type, helping where he can but chilling where he can too. Unfortunately for Aang though, he was also born the Avatar. And a big part of the story is that he doesn't get to run away from that responsibility. Once he starts to embrace that, he actively sets out on a quest to literally
Alright,
save
no, use
the
one
world.
prismatic mark.
You could argue that's reactive heroism in the same way that the other nomads do, but it doesn't just stop with the Fire Lord. He devotes the remainder of his life to helping those affected by the war, shutting down threats to peace where necessary, and reviving the culture of the air nomads. If Aang had retired with the occasional good deed after the war, he'd probably fit right in with the rest of the nomads, but he didn't. He ventured forth to make sure he was always helping people and living up to his title of the Avatar, even at such a young age. His heroism has always been active rather than reactive. That's a paragon, brother. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Hopefully you're all still here after my choice to remove Aang's Nomad title, but I think nobody can disagree with my next pick. Optimus motherfucking Prime. I'm sure by now we've all heard Peter Cullen's speech about how he created the iconic Optimus voice. Be strong enough to be gentle. I can't think of a quote that better encapsulates the Paragon archetype. And remember, the key defining trait for the Paragon hero is to be proactive in your heroism. Regardless of what your external circumstances are, there's good out there to be done, and the Paragon is the one who will do it. In a lot of Transformers media, Cybertron is destroyed, or at the very least, borderline uninhabitable. To lesser heroes, this means the war is over. There's no more mission to uphold, no home to fight for. But the fight was never about Cybertron. It's about hope, it's about freedom, it's about America.
It's about drive, it's about power. We stay hungry, we devour. Put in the work, put in the hours to take what's ours.
To resist tyranny. In a way, I think he's the perfect contrast to Sonic. As you may remember, the reason Sonic was in the Nomad category is because his heroism is usually reactive. He starts most of his games just doing his own thing until he finds somebody being a dick and steps in to set things right. Whereas Optimus does the same thing, but he doesn't let tyranny come to him. He'll seek out injustice and fight for anybody who deserves it. Which is also why he's an incredible leader. Not to mention he's really fucking cool. Another king of this concept is everybody's favorite Boy Scout, Captain America. My favorite part about Captain America is that he represents an ideal, not a country. He's not blindly devoted to the flag he wears.
Bro, if the RV was set up as base building and not
as does any country. So it doesn't matter which government it is or what tyrant is on the other end of his shield, he bears it for those behind him.
grinding,
and not just the American people.
it would be used
any people.
10 times more.
This is best shown in the Civil War storyline in the comics, or the Winter Soldier movie in the MCU. Just like Optimus, just like Superman, and just like Aang, the world could be against him, but it doesn't matter. Before he became Captain America, he was Steve Rogers.
Those dudes are hard to
important
catch.
To him told him to stay who he is, a good man. Even after losing everything, his best friend,
wow, so he
beloved,
disappears from the
future,
ball.
his nation, effectively his whole
It's
world.
crazy.
One thing hasn't changed. There are still people out there who need saving. and Steve's never been one to sit around and let them go unsaved. I know I'm beginning to sound like a broken record, and the reason I left the Paragon video until last,
bro, these things are so annoying. Dog, let me get the Cubos. I hate these things. If it ain't Daysman, I don't want it, dog. Bro, I'd kill him if it didn't give me the points.
Better than most. Redemption.
Ooh, I dog him.
Steve is
You'll see 800 dashes.
He's killed people, but he never takes pleasure in it, and he never rushes to it. His weapon of choice is a shield for a reason. If it can be avoided, Steve would never opt to kill willingly. He says it himself. He doesn't want to kill anyone. Still, that doesn't change the fact that Paragons can and will kill. It's just that unlike the Hunters, it's only ever for the sake of protecting the innocent, not for the sake of punishing the evil. I think it's safe to say this video has been pretty dramatic so far.
Where's the dog?
All the characters I've named have saved the
Well,
world.
could you imagine Paragon Hulk? Like the Hulk, but he's just a pure savior?
Meet Ted Lasso.
That shit would be so tough.
Simple football coach. One who absolutely radiates positive energy.
Fucking good noob.
Anybody who's seen this show knows exactly what I'm talking about. He's the most annoyingly charming, happy, upbeat, chatty, friendliest guy you can possibly imagine. And he's going through some real shit. I don't want to spoil things because honestly, the show is so underrated. I'm probably going to do an entirely separate video on it at some point. But there is one thing I must.
Bro, please, holy fuck, I hate them. Stop, bro. I want to do the Bears. The Bears are interesting, but I keep getting these fuck ass lizards, dog. I hate these things. Daysman's the only thing out of these motherfuckers I fuck with.
He never wants anybody to get.
I don't want to catch these losers. This is why I just farm Everpups all day, dog.
He's going through, no matter where he is, who he's with.
It's actually infuriating.
How against him everyone is. Ted's going to keep trying to make everybody's day a little bit brighter. To me, that is as heroic as it gets. He also checks the redemption of a punishment box. People wrong Ted regularly. And he's not a pushover. There are times he'll put his foot down, but it's almost never out of anger or this need to punish people. It's just because he feels that's what's best for everyone. And if the situation calls for forgiveness,
things are so annoying to catch.
He's almost relieved that he doesn't.
I'm gonna go catch 100 Cubos. I'm about to see what a perfect one hit like.
Lasso's version of the Paragon is he's critiqued.
Well, they're so fucking possible to catch. I always go to timer. Literally, they're time wasters, dog.
But they are essentially perfect, at least morally speaking. Ted, on the other hand, isn't. He makes decisions that are sometimes reckless. Although he always chooses to be nice, that doesn't mean he chooses.
Bro, I can't fucking catch him.
The show has characters that call him out and expose.
I've gone to timer every time.
Way of thinking. It's a much more grounded and realistic interpretation of somebody who has truly heroic intentions, but just kind of fucks it up from time to time. It's wonderful, and it's truly worth a watch. So I think we've now well established what it takes to be a Paragon. Proactive over reactive heroism, an emphasis on protecting the good rather than punishing the evil.
Bro, please, not the lizards. Thank fucking God. Thank Jesus.
Unshakable values that extend to any.
Praise him, bro.
Some of you may be thinking that another key trait would be some kind of leadership.
I be getting tired of them lizards, dog.
Such is the case with All Might. As I said at the beginning, Superman is 100% the #1 Paragon. His symbol is so powerful and so iconic, it extends to the real world. But I'd say when it comes to being a symbol, All Might is a very close second. This is because Superman makes an emphasis on being human. He might be stronger than anybody, but he likes to be perceived as just a regular guy. This has a few benefits, one being that villains often underestimate him, 2 being that it encourages other people to follow his example, and 3 being his secret identity. If Superman leaned into the whole God with a heart of gold thing, it would make people
technically All Might does have
a lot harder to
an identity.
However,
because he just fucking dies.
That the other side of the coin isn't all bad. He bears all that burden on himself by constantly smiling and stating, "I am here." He wants to appear strong and unwavering in the face of evil so that people believe in him. Even if the world is crumbling behind the scenes, people will feel safer knowing their number one hero is as invincible as ever. This might be one of the best forms of leadership I think I've ever seen in media,
Holy
because of how
fucking
closely
shit,
it
dog.
reflects reality.
Please, bro,
For
get me
example,
out of this
if you're the leader of a
area.
small company and everything's going to shit, you can't pay people on time, you're on the verge of shutting down, you can't afford the office rent, the worst thing you can do is let your workers see you panicking. If they think their job security is at risk, they will start looking for better offers immediately. A good leader will shoulder these burdens, find a way to make it work, and still come into the office the next day with a smile on their face to keep the peace. But I said you'd only be half right about leadership, because although it's an important trait and one that helps the Paragon along his or her journey,
Things turn around on the
I don't
dime,
think it's
dog.
100% necessary. Such is the case with everybody's favorite C-class hero, Moomin Rider.
Nigga
By
put
the way,
Moomin Rider.
In case you're curious, Saitama is 100% a nomad type. Anyway, Moomin Rider is a bit
Saitama's
because
kind
in
of
the world of One Punch Man,
he's kind of weird.
He is extremely weak.
Like
At
his
least
story is not in a way to
Compared
make
to
him
the
a
other
Paragon
Paragons
at
on the
all.
list who
He
tend
is
to be
not.
most
He's not
busted in
designed
their
to be a
respective
Paragon at
universes,
all.
including Ted
His
Lasso.
story is to
It's hard
highlight
to
the
imagine
other
Peter
things.
Cullen's
Like
quote of strength
he's like
equating to
pretty
gentleness
much
applies to Moomin
One
Rider.
Punch Man is written beautifully
But that's why I
because
like him, and that's why he made the
Saitama
list.
is so
He exemplifies the
powerful
most
that it's
important trait of the
cartoonish.
Paragon more
But
than
the
anybody
way
else,
they show you that
an
he is
enthusiasm
powerful
for good
is by
deeds.
showing you how
You don't have
everyone
to be a
else deals with
superhero
the
to be a
problems.
hero.
So they show you what
It's
it's like
about
to be a
showing up.
normal
It's about
hero
going out of
dealing
your way
with
to
these
make the world
giant
better.
monsters. And
It's
then
about seeking
Saitama
out
comes
those
in
in need
and it's
instead of
one
letting them
punch
come to
and they're
you.
gone. That's why One Punch Man is so good. That's why it's so special. It actively shows you that the difference between everyone else and the main character. It
But let's
takes
be
time
honest,
to show
if
you
a guy
what
like
it's like
Moomin
to be a
Rider actually
normal
existed in
hero
the world of
versus
One Punch
fucking
Man,
Saitama.
it would have been wraps a long
Alright.
time ago. I mean, somebody with so much
I've been
more
going on
power
rant
than
after
anybody
rant,
else against
twin.
odds that great, surely he'd be dead by now. Or would he?
Very high. I'm about to confirm it.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to Desmond Doss, a real-life soldier who upholds the Paragon archetype better than anybody else I've mentioned today. Desmond was born in Virginia on February 7th, 1919, to a shoemaker and a carpenter. In his early adult years, he worked in the shipyards as a joiner. Because of this, when World War II inevitably rolled around, he was offered a draft deferment. He refused and was signed up to the 77th Infantry Division. Now, obviously that's heroic enough, but here's the real kicker. Due to religious beliefs, Desmond refused to bear arms in the infantry. For those who don't know, practically all you do in the infantry is bear arms. And Desmond signed up knowing this. He knew he was going to be bullied and harassed by his fellow soldiers. He knew he would be sent to fight the enemy. And he knew he had no chance of survival. But somehow, he came home with a Medal
Holy
of Honor.
shit, bro, please.
He did this by running into the battlefield of an active war zone, supplying medical attention to injured soldiers.
Bro,
and
I'm
carrying
so
them back
unlucky.
over friendly lines. He did this 75 times on one
Bro,
mission.
I'm so unlucky. I don't want no
Imagine
Pomade
being
gang.
subjected
I
to
don't want
torment and
them.
abuse by the
They're
very people who
bad.
are meant
I'm
to be your
sorry.
comrades, punished
I
for
don't
your
like
religious
them.
beliefs daily. And when
I
you
want to try
finally get
Gubbo,
permission
even though I
to
think
sit
he
in
is
safety
bad.
and basically
Because he has
sit
a
out the
decent
battle,
design. He even
you
goes Super
willingly
Saiyan.
run
That's
in to save
interesting.
those very
But
bullies.
these guys just
And when
play
you're lucky
fucking
enough to
music.
get away with it, imagine doing that 74 more times.
I like
Not only
Daysman
that,
way better.
but
That's my
Desmond also
goat.
attempted to save some Japanese soldiers too. I get why some of you may not like soldiers, but there is nobody on this planet that can tell me Desmond is not a paragon of virtue. He showed proactive heroism, an emphasis on protecting the good rather than punishing the evil, and unshakable values that extended to any environment. And while I'm not asking you all to fight in World War III,
bro,
I do hope this video inspired you to act more like some of our favorite heroes, and taught you what separates them from the higher-than-life nomads or the harsh but necessary hunters. I have one more archetype video in mind, but please let me know if you have any other suggestions, and until next time, I will see you soon, brother.
Bro, they keep doing it to me, gang. I just wanna thank Cubbo. I just want a Cubbo, please.
Elden Ring has
And I can't
165
be
bosses,
Ursulus, bro.
and
I
an
can't get,
additional
bro.
42 in the Shadow of the Erd
This
Tree
is
DLC.
racismo.
In all respects, it is a game overflowing with
I'm
content.
gonna go do the
So
I'm
why
gonna
does
do
it
the other
feel so
event.
empty? The Lands Between is a world that feels like it should be full, not just because of its size, but because of the way everything in it is built, with a kind of scale and intention that suggests you're meant to support something far larger than what's actually there. And the longer you spend moving through churches with no congregation, and castles with no kingdom left to protect, the harder it becomes to ignore the sense that something is missing. So why does it feel like this? Why does a world this beautiful, this vast, this carefully constructed, feel like it's been holding its breath for 1,000 years? And why, the longer you spend in it, do you feel increasingly more alone? To answer that, you first have to understand the shattering, because without it, nothing about the Lands Between makes sense. Long before the time of the Tarnished, Queen Marika was the vessel of the Elden Ring, the foundation of all order, all grace, and all life in the world. The Elden Ring wasn't just a symbol of power, it was the actual architecture of reality, and for a time, it held. Then came the Night of the Black Knives. Godwyn the Golden, Marika's firstborn son, a demigod so admired that even his enemies respected him, was assassinated, killed by blades
Godwyn
with a stolen
getting
fragment
assassinated
of
is
the Rune of
crazy,
Death
bro.
that had the power to destroy his soul and leave him in a state that was neither life nor death. And Marika, for all her power, could do nothing about it. In response to Godwyn's death, and to rebel against the greater will, she used her hammer to shatter the Elden Ring.
That was her favorite kid.
As punishment for her
She said,
offense,
"Oh, fuck
Marika,
everybody, bro. That was
alongside her
my
other half,
favorite."
Radagon, were
Oh,
imprisoned
bro.
inside the Erd Tree.
So finally, I get the
Consequently,
Prismana.
the grace that once guided everyone in the Lands Between disappeared overnight. This cycle of death and rebirth that the Erd Tree maintained simply stopped, and the demigods, Marika's own children, went to war over the fragments of the broken ring. Each one convinced that if they could just gather enough pieces, they could remake the world in their image. And the people living in the Lands Between were caught in the middle of all of it. Without grace, without the Erd Tree's blessing, and without any sense of order or purpose, they hollowed, becoming shells of what they once were. And for the first time in the history of the Lands Between, death became permanent. The Erd Tree had always been the world's way of replenishing itself, turning loss into renewal, and while it still stood, the thing that held it all together was gone.
Hey, he turned around.
And nothing rose to fill its place. So during the wars that followed, the Lands Between simply accumulated its dead. For the first time, the people were truly irreversibly alone. And the world never lets you forget it. When you ride across empty plains with ruined buildings all around you, or a bridge made of stone and look up to see the mountaintops of the giants, there is a specific kind of loneliness you feel, the kind that comes from being somewhere beautiful that has clearly been through something terrible. That isn't atmosphere added on top of story, that is the story. The emptiness is the shattering made physical. You're riding through the consequences of one woman's decision to break the world. But here's what makes Elden Ring genuinely extraordinary. That emptiness isn't just meaningful, it's breathtaking. There is something about vast ruined spaces that does something to you that no amount of
Alright, I
content
only
can
need Mellow
replicate.
Bloom when I get a
When
sparkling
you crest a
egg.
hill in Limgrave and see the Erd Tree burning gold on the
So we can do
horizon,
that quest.
impossibly large, impossibly distant, and between you and it is just wind, grass, and the ruins of something that used to matter, that image carries a weight that a world filled with quest markers and waypoints simply cannot produce. The scale of the emptiness makes the world feel real in a way that busy worlds never do, because the real world has empty spaces. The real world has places where something used to be and now isn't. The Lands Between understands that, but it uses those spaces to make you feel small in the best way possible. Small against the history of the world, and small against the scale of what was lost.
I'm
Look at
trying to get a
Caelid.
10
It
out
is
of
a desolate
10.
barren landscape that is the physical scar left by two demigods whose war was so catastrophic that it poisoned the earth itself. The vast, horrifying beauty exists because the land remembers what happened there, even if no one is left to tell you about it. In Caelid, if you travel to roughly the center, past the swamp of rot, you reach Selena, the town of sorcery. As you enter the town, you are met with an eerie silence. The buildings are intact, the streets are still there, the structure of a real
See that
place hasn't
fucking movement,
collapsed,
dog?
but the people are gone. What's left are ghosts, invisible until you're close enough to feel them, still moving through the same spaces they once lived in, without any sense of why. And every part of the lands between reflects that same pattern. Nokron, the Eternal City, was once home
Give
to
me
the Nox,
all of them.
an influential society of astrologers devoted to the stars, until they angered the Greater Will and were banished underground, forced to exist beneath a false night sky, waiting for a Lord of Light who never came. An entire civilization buried beneath the world you're riding through, their city still standing, their temples and architecture still reaching upward towards a sky they can no longer see. But the people who built all of it, who gave it meaning, purpose and life, are gone, stripped away centuries before you ever arrive. Now it sits silent and solemn, bathed in ghostly light, a vast sprawling city, with nothing left inside it but the echo of everything it used to be. Lindell, the heart of the Golden Order, is no different. Once the most powerful city in the lands between, the seat of Marika's reign, reduced to a city of ash, its streets still standing, but drained of every person and every purpose that made it matter. The lands between was a functioning world, filled with people and purpose, until a war that had nothing to do with most of them erased both. So when you finally come across someone sitting by a fire or standing alone in a room, it hits differently than it would with any other game. Because the world has already spent hours making you feel the scale of what was lost. Every region you've passed through, every abandoned castle or buried city has quietly built up this overwhelming sense that the lands between used to be full of people who mattered, and now it isn't. So a single living person, with a name, a story, and a reason for still being here, feels significant in a way that's almost impossible to explain. You want to know how they survived. You want to know what they're holding on to. Because in a world that's drained of life, the fact that they're still here feels like a miracle. Diolos Hoslo is a perfect example of this. You first meet him at the Round Table Hold, a man searching for his missing servant, clinging to a sense of honor in a world that has made honor almost impossible to hold onto. His questline takes you through loss, failure, and eventually to Jarberg, a small hidden village of living jars that have no understanding of the world beyond them.
They should have capes.
And Diolos, a man who spent his whole life chasing a legacy that never fit him, finds something worth protecting in the most forgotten corner of the lands between. When he dies defending those jars, nobody remembers it, nobody marks it. The world doesn't acknowledge it at all, but you do, because the emptiness of the world made you pay attention. In a game constantly pulling you towards the next objective, Elden Ring's silence forces you to notice the things that survive within it.
I almost got a 10.
And in a landscape this drained of life, that choice to care about the little details carries a weight it could never have in a busier world. Every quest, every conversation, and every NPC still standing in the ruins feels like archaeology, like pulling something back from the silence that was trying to swallow it whole. But there's another layer to this emptiness that runs even deeper, and it has to do with you. Because you don't just explore the lands between, you are summoned into it. You're a tarnished, one of many who were once cast out, stripped of grace, and left to rot beyond the boundaries
You're not on
of
the
the
guest
world.
list for the Princess's Tea Party. Leave it once.
Is calling you back.
I live to
But even
guard
that calling is
Princess
strange.
Mellowbloom. The thorn in my hand will strike down all threats. Here and now we end this quickly. I won't let you threaten Princess Mellowbloom, no matter who you are. No, whoever you are, I won't allow you to get close. Let our guest in, gang. Okay, I'm skipping around this quest. I'm about to get a
Guidance
shiny
of
egg.
grace doesn't feel like a guiding hand so much as a faint echo of something that used to have direction. It points you forward, yes, but never explains why. Never guarantees meaning, nor promises that what you're moving towards is anything more than another ruin waiting at the end of the road. It is a leftover signal from a world that no longer has a functioning center. And now, something close behind you, And you are not the only one responding to it. Every other tarnished you encounter is also being pulled by the same broken thread of grace. But none of you are truly working together. You pass each other as phantoms. You summon echoes of other players who don't fully exist in your world. You see messages left behind like traces of thought from people who were never really there in the first place. Even invasions itself feel like a fracture in reality. Other versions of you, or others like you, bleeding into your timeline. The world is not just empty, it is layered with absence. Even the Round Table Hold reflects this. A place that should feel like a gathering of purpose instead feels like a waiting room for people who don't know what they're waiting for. Everyone there is chosen, but no one agrees on what that actually means anymore. They speak of destiny, order, and becoming Elden Lord, but it all feels like inherited language from a system that collapsed long before any of them arrived. And this is also what people get wrong when they call Elden Ring's lore obscure. They think this story is hidden. It isn't. It is written in every part of the world you see. That is why Elden Ring feels so empty, because if it didn't, the world wouldn't make sense. The game revolves around fixing a past tragedy, and all tragedies leave destruction. The emptiness of the world reflects that, and as you progress through the game, you truly understand what it means.
But they talk so much,
Even
bro.
at the end, once you have
I remember this
everything
quest,
the Shadowing left behind, and take the throne as Elden Lord, you still feel the emptiness. This should feel like a conclusion of the past, and a moment to move forward into the Age of Order. But in reality, nothing changes. There's no sense of recovery, no people returning, no shift in the world that acknowledges the scale of what you've achieved. The throne is there, the title is there, but the world itself doesn't react. It just stays exactly as it was before. And that's where it clicks into place. The emptiness isn't something you pass through on your way to the ending. It's the state of the world from start to finish. Nothing you do replaces it or fills it in, because it isn't a gap in the world. It is the world. The Lands Between doesn't gradually come back to life as you progress. It remains in the same broken condition you find it in at the beginning. That's why it feels the way it does. The loneliness isn't added on top of the experience. It's what the experience is built out of. And once you see that, it stops feeling like a world you're exploring, and starts feeling like one you've arrived in after it has already ended.
Why can't why Michaela isn't a villain? A villain? Why did I say villain? Villain.
There might be no character in all of modern gaming more controversial and divisive than Mikola the Kind. The twin prodigy born of a single
divisive.
God, an Empyrean
My
chosen
fault,
for
gang.
godhood,
I just said villain.
the founder of a new faith,
My
the Order
fault.
of Unalloyed Gold.
Yeah.
The remains of Mikola's influence and power can be seen scattered across the Lands Between, but his true nature is left ambiguous.
Are you the legendary outsider?
Even his journey to godhood in the Land of Shadow only reinforces how polarizing he is. So I invite you to join me today as we follow in Mikola's footsteps and uncover the deeper meaning behind the core mechanic and theme
I only
that
told you one
underpins
thing.
this controversy. An aspect of Elden Ring's lore which I believe to be one of the most misunderstood. Because to understand Mikola's charm is to gain greater insight into his character, goals, and even the message that's being told through the shadow of the Erd Tree. My hope is that before you comment or respond, you'll watch as much of this video as possible and be open to the evidence that Elden Ring presents us. So it's time now to touch the withered arm and enter the realm of shadow to take a deeper look into Mikola's true power, unalloyed love.
Doubtless it have all come to blows at first glance, were it not for the charm kindly Mikola put upon us.
Maybe that's kindly Mikola's love. Love for all the unloved. Love to
I'm in a bush.
pain. Mikola the Kind is a monster, pure and
There we go.
radiant. He wields love to shrive clean the hearts of men. There is nothing more terrifying.
This
Sparkly
is what
egg.
allows us
Yeah.
to serve together. The work of a living
Let
God.
egg spark, yeah.
Well, I wonder what comes next. If he continues his slumber within the cocoon, all would be well. But perhaps it would be safer to destroy it. Mikola's It's the one thing that remains a mystery to me.
True.
On February 28, 2023, FromSoft officially announced the Shadow of the Erdtree expansion with this image. Director Hidetaka Miyazaki confirmed it to be depicting Miquella riding toward the Shadow Tree on the back of Torrent, or one of Torrent's species. It was widely speculated that any DLC content for Elden Ring would involve the cocoon in Mohg's boss arena and feature Miquella of the Halig Tree. That was all confirmed by this image, and in the lead up to the expansion's release, opinions on Miquella were mixed. He was presented as a young child with great power and intentions, but there were hints of an ominous side to the nascent Empyrean. Certain details of Elphael appeared a bit suspicious. And of course there's the Bewitching branch, which tells us the Empyrean Miquella is loved by many people. Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection. We'll return to this later, but it made it sound like Miquella found a way to intentionally manipulate others into loving him. Did he use these branches and similar incantations?
Elite.
Well, like many of you, I had my Tarnished sit patiently by Miquella's hand on June 21st, 2024, waiting for a portal to be opened. Finally, after being greeted by Needle Knight Letta, I touched the withered arm and was transported quietly to the Land of Shadow. The hours which followed were some of the most challenging, thought-provoking I'd experienced as a gamer. The driving force behind the narrative was my interactions with Miquella's band of followers, led by Letta herself. Hours later, after arriving at Shadu Altus, the first plot twist comes. Letta tells us plainly that,
"Hello again. Did you meet my compatriots? They're quite the congregation, from places as far and wide as you can imagine. Doubtless it'd have all come to blows at first glance, were it not for the charm kindly Miquella put upon us. This is what allows us to serve together, the work of a living God."
So this diverse group has been following Miquella because he charmed them.
Yo, well, he's kind of tough.
We go on to learn that some of them would have followed him anyway, but at that point I asked myself, what are the depths and the effects of this enchantment? Is he in fact brainwashing these characters after all? I felt pretty disappointed. I'd come to appreciate Miquella as a character and looked forward to a truly good demigod who wished to fix things. But all of this was called into question with this revelation. Things were only made more complicated when Miquella discarded his Great Rune and his charm was broken. Each NPC recounted their experiences before and under the charm, and of course Ansbach's speech stood out to me and carried me forward in my mission. As the rest of the game unfolded, I was left confused and honestly saddened at how Miquella's character arc was set to conclude. The quests in Shadowkeep, the battle in Enir Ilim, and Ansbach's revelation that Mohg himself had been charmed. It all left me determined to walk out victorious, even if I might go on to regret it. But in the weeks that followed my win over promised consort Radahn, something didn't sit right with me. Things are rarely what they seem on the surface. After all, this is FromSoft. This is a game written by Hidetaka Miyazaki. For all the negative opinions shared in the lore community about Miquella at the time, something about him resonated with me, and I felt as if I had missed something. So I asked myself, was there more to Miquella's enchantment than I'd realized? It wasn't long before I discovered that there was a lot more. So here's my thesis up front. Miquella's power isn't brainwashing or even some kind of spell. Miquella's true power is unalloyed love, which metaphysically purifies the soul. This revelation fundamentally shifted how I saw Miquella and the narrative of Shadow of the Erdtree. And it all started when I began to listen to the Shadow Realms characters and the stories they had to tell. Near the 3-path cross, you encounter Hornsent, a survivor of Mesmer's
that
purge
deals
who met
massive
Mikola
damage
and
on
answered the call to
moving on
follow.
claw effects. Each stack of claw
Even though he's grateful for
marks
Mikola's
causes
promise to
attack
redeem the Horn-Sent
additional
people,
damage
he
equal to
remains a
5%
guarded and
of the damage
distant
involved,
companion throughout the
obtain
journey.
50% of the
He
claw
wears the
mark back.
caterpillar mask, marking him as a former greater potentate. Its description reads, grotesque mask constructed from countless solidified caterpillars. A ritual implement of the greater potentates of Bonnie Village. Used to ward off thoughts of impurity, doubt, temptation, and other wickednesses one is vulnerable to while absorbed in divine ritual. As a greater potentate, he would have been a part of ritually and grotesquely combining shaman maidens with other horn-sent criminals in an attempt at spiritual and moral purification and transformation. We also know from his interactions that he grew up near or in Belurat, where Mesmer's flame burned the fiercest. The Horn-sent Grandam's scorpion stew brings back nostalgic but painful memories for him.
Who is the ground
He was filled
type,
with rage and a hunger for
boyfriend?
revenge after the destruction of his home. But at some point, Horn-sent encountered
There's a
Mikola
rock
in
and
a
a
land of
stream, huh?
shadow and was left enchanted. He makes it clear that the Erdtree faithful will never be fully trusted or deemed worthy in his eyes, but he's accepted Mikola's apology and promised to redeem Horn-sent's clan. Once the charm breaks, he comments that it mattered little. Initially, he explains that Mikola's fulfilled promise will bring him contentment, yet his mindset quickly shifts. He says,
Clear resounds the call of vengeance. The Impaler, Mesmer, must pay his due. In vengeance for the flames. My blade I wield. How could I allow myself to forget? Revenge alone assures me peace of mind.
should we summon him? And he successfully helps us in defeating Mesmer. He confesses,
If Mikola's redemption soothes the ache that throbs within, demanding blessed vengeance, then I wish not to be by him redeemed.
so even in vengeance, peace eludes him. On the other hand, should we slay Mesmer alone? Hornsent's quest for revenge is extinguished, and he cries out to his lost wife and child for guidance. To me, the tragedy is that if Hornsent manages to get his revenge, we will never hear of his deceased family. He loses himself in his bloodlust. As Letta comments,
Wherever he goes, he won't last long. I needn't bother with him. Unruly emotions only lead to misfortune. All the more reason we need someone like Mikola the Kind.
along with Hornsent, you meet Redmane Freya at the Three Paths Cross. From her armor, we learn that she was a gladiator who fought in combat in the Colosseums.
In combat.
Golden armor of Redmane Freya, member of General Radahn's most distinguished knights, affixed with a black woolen mantle. After witnessing Freya's valor as a gladiator in his youth, Radahn invited her to join the ranks of his most trusted warriors. As one of Radahn's elite, Freya would have been there with the lion when he clashed with Melania. So Freya's dialogue before the charm breaks is interesting, as if she remembers the moment she was enchanted by Mikola. She says, long ago, I was stricken by scarlet rot in the swamp of Aeonia. Immobile, feverish, and in great pain, I was entirely resigned to death. I was left behind, and only kindly Mikola was good enough to seek me out. My wound was swollen and festering, exuding a most pungent odor, and yet he drained the poison from it, despite my wretched visage. Now I consider this wound my compass. Let us both take kindly Mikola's guidance to heart. Her helm's description corroborates her story. Golden helm of Redmane Freya, member of General Radahn's most distinguished knights. A hideous scarlet wound was once hewn into the center of her face. Later, Mikola gently put his lips to it, and the unfading scar became the compass that Freya would thereafter follow. Once the charm breaks, nothing changes for Freya, except that she now wants to understand the vow that Mikola made with Radahn.
If you happen to see Lady Leda, tell her that I'm striking out on my own. Don't worry, I've no mind to cross any of you. The guidance of kind Mikola remains etched into my very flesh.
With the help of Ansbach, she learns that Mikola had vowed to revive Radahn's soul and give him a new vessel. Along with theorizing I had been doing on my own, Consecrated Lorefield has a great video about this theory regarding the vow in a video that I linked below. But come the end, Freya gets to fight in another arena for valor and glory one last time. Near the steps of Bellurat, we meet Mor. His main interest is scavenging and finding things for Mikola's followers in the Forager Brood, all in the name of Mikola the Kind. Sensing that Mikola's charm has broken, Mor seems helpless.
I don't feel it. It's broken. Kind Mikola's light is gone. But I stand tall. Together, we work. Together.
The heck, bro?
For Mikola the Kind.
Oh,
Freya described Mikola's charm as a kind of guidance.
Oh, it's good.
Now Mor calls
how do you
it
say that?
light.
Epiphoi?
Light is a central theme in Elden Ring. When I think of light, my mind automatically goes to the Erd Tree and its grace. Light is associated with the guidance of grace and how it leads the tarnished on the path towards the end goal. The Erd Tree's light blesses us with health, and it is said that the light of the grace of gold shines in the eyes of those living in the lands between. The Shadow Realm rune even tells us that for this reason, gold shines all the brighter in the land of shadow. But for Mor, Mikola's light was his guidance. We then learn that Mor is grieving that their mother abandoned them. If we tell him to put it behind him, Mor comments solemnly,
Maybe that's kindly Mikola's love. Love for all the unloved. Love to banish the pain.
There next to Mor is the Honorable Sir Ansbach. The former captain of the Pureblood Knights under Lord Mohg, Ansbach also encountered Mikola and was left enchanted. Even under the charm, Ansbach is only cautiously following the Empyrean. He needs to know why Mikola is in the Land of Shadow so that he can determine how best to be of service. Right after the charm breaks, he tells us,
Once, in an attempt to free Lord Mohg from his enchantment, I challenged tender Mikola, only to have my own heart rather artfully stolen.
I've mainly just been grinding
I believe that with sufficient mastery, even an Empyrean would be within reach of my blade.
I'm about to try this, dude.
I could not have been more mistaken.
And then he famously says,
Mikola the Kind is a monster, pure and radiant. He wields love to shrive clean the hearts of men. There is nothing more terrifying.
With Mikola's charm gone, fearful memories return to Ansbach, and he doubles down on his loyalty to his former lord. The Wise Man's Mask tells us, the Iron Mask of Sir Ansbach, giving the appearance of a quiet, wise, old bearded man, but an old fear lurks beneath, together with the cold, unflinching discipline that once honed his blade, now employed to enhance blood oath and dynastic skills. The description of his robe says, the attire of Sir Ansbach, the embroidered crest of the Pureblood Knights has now all but faded away.
That was kind of tough.
Ansbach understood that keeping his oath to his old master was not an act of logic, nor would it bear any justice, but it was for these very reasons he was unable to let go. The aged warrior is unsure if he will be able to face Mikola in the name of Mohg. But if we summon him in our fight against Leda and her allies, he declares how readily the sensation returns, the runaway spirit of war. Old habits die hard. And speaking of habits,
just trying shit.
at the Pillar Path site of Grace is Tialier, the young performer with a gift for poisons and self-deprecation. As we learn later in the game, Tiolier may have crossed paths with Miquella while seeking out the enigmatic Saint Trina. Similarly, without Miquella's charm, Tiolier reflects,
Are you not affected? Even with the spell broken, I'm feeling rather lost. Haunted by
This
memories
dude runs so funny.
of St. Trina. Her visage.
I've been playing since they released the game for teasers. This game isn't even out. I've been playing since February, but this is beta 3. The game's not even out.
The problem is, I simply cannot help it. I would sacrifice everything just to gaze upon her one last time.
I tried to get into beta 1
This
though.
implies that Miquella's charm had repressed certain memories and desires connected to Saint Trina. Now free, Tiolier travels south to the Cerulean coast, not because he despises Miquella, but because the rich slumber of Trina's velvety nectar calls to him.
Yeah,
Finally,
they stopped
meet
it
Needle
when
Knight
they brung back
Early on in
another
her
beta.
quest line,
Kind of
Letta
weird.
tells us,
Well, we kind of
We
understand
are
now.
all utterly captivated by kindly Miquella. It is what binds us together.
Yo, wait.
However,
I
she
did like that.
explains later on, I've come to the realization there's ample evidence without kindly Miquella's influence, I am quite
guys don't got
mistrustful
damage.
of others. Letta's quest revolves around
Like, I'm running a
purging
troll
the
set.
followers
Like,
of those she deems unworthy. She's a zealot, and under Miquella's charm, it seems as if her zeal
I'm too
is
big?
calmed.
Bro.
As I compared the words and actions of each of the NPCs, I realized
this is
that
why
they
we're beta
describe the true
testers.
nature of Miquella's
I had
power.
to save that one.
Both Ansbach and Moore explicitly identify Miquella's power as love, and the circumstances around the other characters' enchantments imply the same. This article on Bandai Namco's website makes it even more clear. Miquella's power is love. To take this a step further, remember what Ansbach said. Pure and radiant, he wields love. Somehow, Miquella can intentionally direct and use love, just as a
Yo, I did
person
some
would wield a
damage.
sword or a shield. This reminds me of the Roman god Cupid, the
Wait a
one
minute.
associated
You're actually
with
doing
Valentine's
something.
Day. In some ways, Cupid could be seen as maybe an inspiration for Miquella and his power. They're both the children of divine couples and are directly associated with love. Cupid, the son of
Hell
Venus,
no.
was viewed as a good but sometimes mischievous
Thing gonna
god,
explode on me.
and he was often depicted
I'm
either
lost.
as a young man or
What is
even a little child who would use arrows to leave people helplessly
Wait,
in
this
love.
dude is saying
With
Miquella
that
is
in
Cupid?
mind, I turned to the sharp, pointed objects associated with Miquella's power. We just can't talk about Miquella's charm without bringing up the charming and bewitching branches. Miquella's power was alluded to in the base game with the bewitching branch.
Dang it, dog.
Tree branch blessed with an incantation of unalloyed gold. Pierce a foe, using FP to turn them into a temporary ally. The Empyrean Miquella is loved by many people. Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection. When looking at craftable items, especially those with narrative weight like this one, it can be helpful to analyze its ingredients.
Kinda weird.
And the Bewitching branch and its DLC counterpart are two examples.
Alright, thank you.
You craft the Bewitching
Poppy.
branch, specifically with Miquella's Lily and a sacramental bud. Miquella's Lily is described as the flower beloved by
Okay, this video
Miquella
is
in
too
his
long.
youth.
I kind of missed the narrative.
We can see the
videos.
unalloyed gold moving through the flower.
See if I recommended hitting.
It
on
represents
something. Wait. No, that's straight writing. MCU. No. Hold on, wait. Trunks. I'm clicking that one. Oki don't even need this anymore. I should swap to a
Realistically,
playlist.
these three are the best characters.
Like I mainly had
But if you want
videos
to
on because I
analyze
was
Dragon Ball
farming,
from a broad scope
but
of why
I'm
it's
literally
such an
just
iconic and
doing a
enduring
run
work,
now.
This is probably Toriyama's
Low-key,
best character.
I am gonna swap to a playlist. I'm back. They found another egg. Or is that the same egg? I hate how they play. Some people don't bring the egg back, and it's like, bro, we should probably bring it back in case your ass like dies. Hey man, it's your life. When this playlist loads. Because I'm actually playing the game now instead of just farming. Did I run Earthquake? Oh, God. This dude runs so funny. He also goes against my rule of having movement. You can't use his ability? It feels like he should have been a tank. He's a full-on DPS with a Prismata form. I'm about to try Earthquake. I'm not even like... I can't. I can't swap. My child. Where did you come from? What was the egg up here? Yo, I need to see it, bro. This is why I'm telling you I need movement, bro. The other way. This is why I think you need movement. That's low-key movement. We can combo. Does it do damage? Good heavens, what do you mean it did 11,000? I'll have to test him again. He's kind of interesting. I think he could be like the other dude where you can have like movement tech. Because I have movement tech on the other dude that I was using. It's like, nah, you can't combo it. So the other dude can combo his dash into a, like a dodge. So there's an innate interval that completely stops that. So unless you have like a movement ability as an attack, maybe. Like, do people still eat at Crumble? Or Crumble be doing a lot. Alright, there's still more. Yeah, these dudes left. Hey, bro, I get the eggs. If you leave or not, I'm doing a test. I'm literally max rank. I'm max ranking Egg Heist specifically, so I could just bullshit around. Some people like to run it fast though. Yo, dang. I feel like he should have some life steal. Let's see. Weave Mong. There's 3 in there. No, sir. That's literally the most overtuned enemy. If he stuns you, you can't use skills. He's a silence. Almost blew me up. I think it's the whole map. Yeah, we can get out of here. I'm gonna try Earthquake after this. This one is weird. It's 30 for one hit. It did do 11k one time. Should I try Aerosol too? What does Aerosol run? Skill spam? I actually don't have the skill spam thing. Also, I feel like this dude should run on all 4s. I feel like he's not enough bear. You know? Like, he's more human than bear. Maybe I should try to one-shot. All right. What does this even mean? Oh, they be baiting me. Alright, let me change out some stuff on him. I forgot. Bro, these are hard to get. I had to get it from everywhere. Can you pay for them? No. That's so awesome. It's 600 attack. I'm gonna change skill. I want to try earthquake. We got 3 eggs, and there's 2 full sizers. See if we get any matchmaking. I'm gonna work on this appearance. I want a hat. So odd. How do you get that? How do you get flower stuff? Do we try anyone else? As long as y'all ain't slacking in here. I still need like 70k wood. And then I need to give them 2 million to get the RB9. Bro, look at these slackers. This is why I don't like giving them this area. They need 200k. Maybe I should build a wall. If only I was joking. I'm going to build a wall. I should. Doesn't have any of the movement the other dude has. I don't think you understand how fast the other dude is. Ow. The wrong guy. These are better heals. All right, let's see. Bad matchup. They should give the bear Millennia's dance. I don't take these fights for a reason. You gotta bait him. I still think melee, or not melee, but I still think movement is king. The blazing is just the top tier. We should do Hellion since he's a starter. Let's see, where should I go? This way. Local bear too angry to die. And he's super effective. I have a bad typing matchup. Oh, bro. I've been here, twin. Chink is hard. Weak at leg. Oh, I'll take her back. I think it's just a straight line. Yeah, I was right. Who else has deep movement? Should use. I know Cheryl has a movement thing. Obviously a key room. Dude, slow. Oh. Bro, blazing is way too fast. I'm like pampered. Alright, let's see, bro. Any egg? No. No egg. No egg for me. Alright, are there any other rooms? It's just low-key small. It's so small. Are they leaving an egg back there? Oh, it's a water room. Nobody likes water rooms. No, see, Grispo needs some buffs, dog. This is just too slow. I guess when he ranges up, he becomes like a different DPS. This skill is still a 10-second cooldown, though. 10 seconds, dog? Honestly, it should give me an instant swap. Like, I should instantly get my cooldown back if I in range. I feel like that just makes sense. You know? I understand that he's built around rage and that only amount of speed he's gonna get. Also, why did I break that junk instantly the second I got raged up? What the heck? I was smacking on that for a minute, dog. They actually tell you. Look at this big ass series, boy. I think I could finally turn off the graphics. I was mass catching. I'm gonna go back to mass catching, bro. I can see why he's not used. They need to make him more fun, like Blazin. Blazin's goated. Are the difference between the two? They never took that other egg? What type of shit? Bro, that don't make no sense. Yeah, I can see why he's not used. Should we try Hellion? What the Hellion? What does Hellion want to do? We're gonna try Hellion. I think Lunara might be a best in slot right now, though. He has a heal built in. That's crazy, bro. His lifesteal built in. We're gonna try the starter. What carried item does he want? He wants a skill spam. Dog, I'm a troll, bro. What? I don't have no skill. I don't have the skill spam item, I think. Item I have is for crits. The crit. No, when you use skills, 1% chance to gain EP. And it increases crit, so it's technically really good. Oh. 590? Why is his attack so low? Bro, my tank has that much attack. Herbal is technically an all booster. I'm dead just trying shit. Okay, forgot to repair this. No. I'm trying all the. My current theory is that Lunala might be best at slot, movement, and ranged. Bro, look at the difference. Though honestly, their damage is a little too respectable. I think the fact that he's mainable is funny. It's this junk is not locking on though. Let's see, where should I go now? Go this way. Oh man, that's so specific. You remember keys? No, the fuck, I did not. Good heavens, he 2 shots. What the heck, dog? I need to go this way, actually. Bro, look at that damage. Maybe I'm playing the wrong character, dog. What happens, brother? Thing deals insane damage. I'm gonna go to the other side of the map. I'm starting to think Lunar might be a best in slot. I wonder who could compete. We need movement and range. Where should I go? You going forward? Like you missed it. Like almost one taps. How does it one tap, bro? Displays. Ow. Mong. Mong. I'm stuck. I'm charmed. He's eating him up. Pull him away. Maybe I need to go see how Scorch Owl plays, bro. Bro, Hellion is busted. Get him for me. Get him, bro. You almost one tapped her. Get him. There you go. Man, it wasn't gonna be a legendary anyway. Small faded. I can't. Holy shit, run. I usually bring 3, twin. I usually bring 3. I need to try more DPS, dog. Hellion's damage is a little unfair. I'm gonna try another one. I'm starting to think, who else? I don't know anyone else who has like a big movement ability, like Hustle. and is ranged. Oh, so y'all were slacking. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask them for a refund, folks. Bro, there's trees that aren't built. That's why I said I need to build a wall, dog. Because what do you mean my trees aren't going? That's literally the most important thing in the game. Mind you. Who's slacking, bro? Somebody got to be slacking. For there to be no production on the trees, dog. This is the most important thing in the game. It's so hard to get trees. We're thinking about complaining. The whole community is thinking about complaining about that, by the way. Because it's too hard to get in the amount of time we have. I might try Arisalis. Or Arisal. It's time for you to come on out. You're ranged, but you don't have movement. Come on now. We'll replace you. Oh, this shit would love to replace you. Is there anybody with a grass passive? Yeah, also give me my refund back on this dude. No movement though. She wants Leafy. A double heal. I can't afford to star up them anymore. Or Lunar might be a best in slot. I was trying Heli and he just about one shots on Nightmare. What does that mean? You don't really need one. There's no one to run double heals. You could run turbo, bruh. Can I see all the support? This dude used to be an all support. Wait, what? Can't afford Star Up anymore. But you mean to tell me the legendary stuff is tomorrow, dog? Dang it, dog. About to go back to farming for real. Dang, they got me. What the heck is blooming do? Might as well clear it. I need the other skill, honestly. I'm just running double heals. All right. I don't like her much. I mean, I probably could have run a different skill. Too many of the Rangers just sit still. Yeah, I might scout a little. I still forgot keys, honestly. I do think it's dumb a lot of people play the same stuff. Like 2 Pawnees gang, he's getting nerfed. Man, I'm supposed to be listening to stuff for a new playlist. How about I just go back to farming? Her colors be looking crazy sometimes. I don't even have the settings up. Ow. I think you could dodge through that jump. I think sometimes I'd be going too fast on Blaze and I could just go through it. There's nothing up here. It's so dark. I can't see a thing. Win. There's nothing left to do. I have no key. Pick it up, whatever that was. Let's go. I'm heading out. I don't have key. I forgot that. And I want to try a different skill. You could just jump it. Oh my goodness. Like that skill issue, twin. You could just jump it. You could just jump the fire. But you run attack in for Lupa? Might as well head out. It's the Omni Source Crystal, twin. I'm going for that 10 Ember Puff in case the essential system gets changed, bruh. You can. This is rare. I don't. Either they get rid of ratings. Nine out of 9 is reasonable, but 10 out of 10 is like shiny hunted. I was gonna ask if they think we need to get rid of rating. I do the raid bosses. I swear he almost one shots. Still. Why are they just following me? I'm starting to think Jid is actually best in slot. They're so fast, their damage is so high. Like, it doesn't make sense. But when I go back to Blazing, the gameplay is so different. Let's see.
Just use your imagination, nation.
This is the second time we've ever played in front of people, man. We're scared shitless.
I think if you had a stronger build on him, like if you just ran pure attack, you could one shot.
Which is completely acceptable to the listener. Records that give you pleasure.
Ooh, how do you get over here? Look at this dumbass fight. Is it just spinning? Well, I don't like her, bro. Good heavens. Why could she do that? What are they doing? All right, let's fight. No, I was waiting for you. Her damage is kind of crazy, but it's weird. I think if you did run attack, they found any more eggs. Dude, what are they doing? Oh my gosh, I have bots, bro. What could they possibly be doing? I'm gonna go take this back. Bro, they're just waiting by the entrance. You have the most damage, gang. The starters are super busted. Hey, gang. Are y'all new? I guess everyone can't be max rank. Alright, I'm up there. I'll drop it off and come back. Oh, look at her break it down. If that map ain't explore when I get back, bro. It take a minute. They're just now exploring. I'm so proud of you guys. I might go play Cheryl again. Cheryl's low-key my goat. I'll go up stop. Water map. Nobody likes water map. You can't even spawn anything good. I have so much money. I don't know what I could possibly get, gang. An egg. Yeah, that's me. Oma! I'm coming up in the world. I'm well into 1 million. I miss when these eggs used to mean something. Or you already got the fucking Aristolis legendary? This is Racismo. Racismo. You're saying world's first, but definitely China got that shit. You guys find an egg. How do they do that? Could they possibly be fighting? I should try Glyncera after this. I'm trying to get the Prismana. Somebody tell him I already took back 2 eggs. These dudes finally done. You don't take that egg back, buddy. How are you lost? We haven't unlocked the rich list event, bro. Dude in Discord has already got the egg. Nah, this is racismo. I just made an M though, so hey. Win some, you lose some. I'm gonna go back to farming, bro. Yeah, I'm going back to farming, gang. Let's watch a video. Hold on. Nah, Ursula is too slow, bro. Don't. Alright, you killed the Pio Piata. You're mean, bro. It has to be an opposite gender. You don't know. On the stream, 7 hours? That's light. I have to catch the crab too. How do you get Prismana? Oh yeah, I need a third attack. Wow. Because in theory I could reach how much is it? Yeah, you have 2% attack. So yeah. I actually got a good one. I think I could reach almost it. Alright, let's see if we got a video. I'm going back to grinding. I want a 10. If I get a 10 attack every buff, should I just... I have 2 of these. Is it better at 2? Yeah, this is why I turned down the settings, because when you start mass catching, the game lag. I just saw the dumbest titles. Streamer University is proof Mr. Beast is a snake. Gang. Shut that down, bro. Turn off your computer, bro. Alright. Welcome to my narrative videos, bro. Oh, I put it up there.
Sometimes the best thing you can do is learn to shut up at the right time. One of the most common indicators that someone's green in an artistic medium is overdoing everything. When I was younger, I got a piece of advice from a professional musician. He said you can always tell who mixed a demo. Singers, drummers, bassists, guitar, whoever ended up mixing tended to exaggerate their part. But one of the best skills you can learn in any medium is when not to do your job, or to act with subtlety. And in no place is that more true than when it comes to something I call unsuspecting art. The parts that, when done right, largely go unnoticed. Editing, color, and especially sound design. Welcome to a 7-part series exploring what makes anime beautiful.
7-part series.
Today we're talking about when silence is deafening. We're going to start with a bit of an anecdote. Back in late 2021, Demon Slayer's technically third season started airing. There was the first season, a movie, which they ended up adapting into its second season, and then the Entertainment District arc. The reason this is important is because this is the main point in the show where it started to kind of lose me when it came to writing quality. Specifically, in this 11-episode season, about 4 episodes in, the final fight starts. It is then very long and in many ways incredibly contrived. Demon Slayer had a very similar issue to previous shonen anime, which is how do you go bigger after you've already gone biggest? While this is called power creep in shows like Dragon Ball Z, Bleach, and Naruto, in Demon Slayer it was more of a hype creep. It's hard to keep one-upping incredibly hype moments. I mean, literally, characters that were on their last leg got up one final time, way too many times. It felt like basically everyone got their second and third chances in a way that was very ununiform, especially considering the fact that in the previous movie they actually killed off a character in a way that no one expected. So the stakes of this season were all over the place, and in many ways,
Well, yeah, that's why people say it isn't. It can't be the best anime.
This is one of the better received arcs in Demon Slayer. And I think there's good reasons why. The antagonists are really compelling. While I struggled with the execution of what felt like synthesized despair, the core idea was really there. To see lovable characters truly on their last leg could have been incredible. And honestly, for a bunch of people it was. But the reason I bring up all of this is because the big finale of the crazy fight happens in the 10th episode. And specifically, the way the 10th episode ends is fantastic. It truly has stuck with me for years. And there's something so
I haven't seen this in the anime. I've read the manga.
Of a season of anime that you don't really actually like that much doing something so well that it just sticks with you forever. Specifically what happens is there's this crazy intense battle that never seems to end. Then finally, just barely, the heroes overcome the bad guys.
Oh yeah, and then the dude switches.
And while they're struggling to fight the poison coursing through their veins and the injuries they've sustained in the fight, there's one last twist. That overwhelmingly difficult demon that they just defeated self-destructs. There's this crescendoing music as the city's torn to bits, and it just kind of pulls back, and it just sits there for a second. And then the credits roll. This scene lasts, and I kid you not, for about 2 minutes. It was such a cool moment to let the audience just kind of sit in it after the huge finale. And it's what I would consider to be the toned back level of silence. You see, when I say silence that's deafening, I don't just mean literally. I think there's 4 kind of levels to it. The first being absolute silence, the second being single sound, the third being omission, then the last being toned back. And today we're specifically going to explore all 4 of those levels with examples and how they're used super effectively. So absolute silence is a really good place to start, even before we explore more about sound design as a basic component. One of my favorite examples of this actually comes from Christopher Nolan's Interstellar, specifically arguably the most famous scene from Interstellar, the docking scene. Now there are many sound design choices here that really stand out, the obvious one being one of the most famous songs from one of the most famous composers in one of the most famous movies. But the way the scene starts is what I actually want to talk about. So let's set some context for those who aren't familiar. We follow 2 astronauts, played by Anne Hathaway and Matthew McConaughey. They are actively working against one of the primary antagonists in the story, played by Matt Damon, an astronaut whose reckless selfishness is risking a lot of different things. After tons of drama, including leaving Matthew McConaughey
Only have 8 more left.
dead, Matt Damon is doing something incredibly risky in
Or
the
2 more.
primary spaceship, while the other 2 try to talk him down from a vessel outside. Then, in the middle of him explaining why he's taking these risks and them pleading for him not to, everything goes wrong.
Might as well. I've been grinding this junk.
In complete silence. This is the core of the video. When silence is deafening, the oxymoronic nature of taking a component away from a piece of art to make it bigger and more dynamic. This is the most extreme example. Complete silence. Normally silence in movies is paired with ambient noise, the buzz of a room, chirping of birds, or wind rustling leaves. Ambient noises in a lot of ways are synonymous with silence.
There's your
This
end
scene
twins.
literally has nothing. An explosive catastrophe muffled by the
I'm just
vacuum of
grinding.
space. This form of silence is used the least often, but when it is used tastefully, it can be the defining component of an already fantastic scene. Art is all about contrast, and nothing is more extreme than stripping something that should be constant. Meaning, because it's often so overt, it comes with risks. Any artistic expression used with a heavy hand has to come with care. It can completely miss the mark, confuse audiences, or just not click. But great art is the result of conscious choices to
I'm
try
turning
to
down the
express
graphics,
something.
bro.
But what about
It
the
lags too
example that's
much.
less severe, where instead of no sound, you just have one? In
Maybe a
Neon
little too
Genesis
much.
Evangelion, there's an almost infamous scene where two characters who hate one another sit in an elevator for 53 seconds straight.
That's why I
See
don't lag
uninterrupted,
during
repetitive
multi-catches.
shots with only ambient sound from the elevator.
I can play the
This
game,
scene
but just
exists for
multi-catch
multiple
tears
reasons,
this
the
game up.
primary one being budget restraints. But there is
I
something
think that's what the game was
fascinating
about.
it that obviously is stuck with the anime community. Good art is meant to be interpreted, and when someone comes along and does something that's never done, like a minute straight of silence, it leaves a lot of room for interpretation. This scene is a wonderful example of one sound silence, the term one being used a little liberally here. Obviously, elevator ambience is a collection of a bunch of different small sounds, but it can be reduced into elevator ambience. Scenes usually have foley, ambience, dialogue, and music, and effects used to make it all feel seamless. But what we're talking about here is stripping
Not a
down
single
sound to one
perfect.
singular
Good
focus.
heavens, bro.
These scenes are all over the place, especially if you're looking for them. Take, for example, the pilot of Frieren Beyond Journey's End. After attending the ceremony for Himmel's funeral, they're at the grave site. The transition between the two shots pulls the sound away, excluding the lasting reverb of the previous music. You can see a bell ringing, but can't hear it. And then suddenly, with another cut, you can. These choices in sound are very deliberate, which is then made incredibly obvious when the single sound is shoveling dirt onto the grave. And as Frieren reminisces about her memories with Himmel and voices her regrets, all you hear is the shovel. Evan Call's score for Frieren Beyond Journey's End is fantastic, yet they very deliberately for this scene chose to leave space. It's the fascinating decision to pull back to make a scene feel bigger. By reducing crowding, you give the things that audiences are supposed to be focusing on complete attention. It's an incredibly powerful moment, kind of the foundation of the rest of the series, built around a single sound. Now, much more common is just omission, a less extreme place on this spectrum to exclude things that once again pulls attention towards a singular focal point. One of my favorite fights in all of anime is Kakashi versus Obito. There's no dialogue or explanation, there's just a very soft score and the sound effects of people trading blows. I think this is a
Shit,
perfect
look, top 10
example
anime
of
fights.
omission. In many ways, it feels bare bones.
Why is the game lagging more? Now that I'm lower frame, in lower what, bruh?
Choreography and directing. In Attack on Titan, there's a very famous example of omission. In Season 3, Episode 18, titled Midnight Sun, they pulled music away from the entire first half of the episode. There's no opening sequence or soundtrack. This episode's built around an incredibly intense emotional moment for a character named Levi. With one serum that can save the life of someone on the edge of death, and two incredibly important people actively dying, Levi needs to make a choice. The deliberate decision to exclude music creates a grittiness to the entire episode that sometimes Attack on Titan missed. It's a show that lends itself towards the grandiose, and this specific choice feels tragically grounded despite its implications in the larger story. This once again demonstrates that you can make an episode or scene bigger by pulling back. Omitting the music is a very deliberate choice that adds a lot to this specific episode. But what happens when we see the opposite? One of my favorite scenes in all of animation comes in Avatar: The Last Airbender's finale. Last week I made a video talking about Zuko's redemption arc, and I briefly
And over here thinking about the ending of Attack on Titan.
what I consider to be highly
I still be thinking about that.
Zuko's fight against Azula is the accumulation of one of the best redemption.
It's one of those endings, bro.
She represents everything he failed to be, and the beautiful visuals are greatly enhanced by the sound design choices. The score for this fight is breathtaking.
I have to watch Frieren, bro. Frieren gotta be tough if niggas is glazing
The
it.
way that they handle the fight's sound effects, they're
It's
muffled
getting
and
glazed in a
reduced
different
while
way.
still feeling dynamic and big. These are two expert firebenders greatly enhanced by a comet. It's an amazing example of toned back silence. Not a full omission, but an audio effect that adds so much to the scene. Once you start paying attention to all the expert ways that artists navigate sound, you'll start to also see the expertise in subtlety. Animated projects are built from the ground up, which means every sound is a conscious choice. Ambience, Foley, voice acting, music, everything's deliberate. It's a crucial component of immersion, but it's also a playground for expression. For an earlier video in this series, I rewatched Your Name, and I was absolutely blown away with just how good the sound design is. Watch this scene without any sound. Now again with the Foley. I think it adds so much to the scene. It's expert sound design and it easily goes unnoticed. Look at all the different sounds they have for closing doors. This movie is a fantastic example of solid, simple sound design, from ambience to texture and weight. There's life to it all, and it's so satisfying. Sound design is a crucial part of what makes anime beautiful. That's why I love when expert sound designers know when to pull back, when to take it away completely. So while we've so far covered the 4 different levels of silence, I want to look at 3 different projects that are expert examples of using this full range of sound design, from moderate subtle use to extreme and
But I'm not using purples.
Liz and the Bluebird is a film that flies under the radar for a lot of people. While it's definitely a part of the Sound Euphonium series, something that's fascinating about it is how well it holds up on its own. Quick warning, this movie is very slow and delicate with its time. Ultimately, though, I think it's absolutely worth it. It's a deeply emotional story following 2 high school girls who are part of concert band. It navigates their dynamic and relationship. It's a subtle but magnificent story for sound design, and I think everything that's special about this story is demonstrated beautifully in its intro.
Take that fridge out.
Main characters is fascinating.
Oh no, think of where I can put right there. Look,
And omission when it comes to the
it's
levels
too
of
small and it's right next to
this
the
scene lasts 5 minutes and 50 seconds.
door.
It has 11 lines of dialogue that consist of 29 individual words. Everything's sparse, including the Foley and music. It's light, playful, and incredibly expressive despite that silence. The whole point of the scene is to introduce our 2 primary characters, to learn who they are, and this is expressed through all their little actions as they walk into school together. From drinking out of a water fountain to climbing steps or putting on their school shoes. There's so much personality expressed, and it paints a really clear image. Who are these 2 girls? What are their temperaments? What's their relationship dynamic? You learn so much in just under 6 minutes with so little directly stated. You have a clear dynamic of someone leading and someone following, and a flashback demonstrates that it's been that way for a while. One character is reserved while the other has a literally bouncy personality, kind of like a ponytail that swings back and forth with every step. It sets the groundwork for what I think is an obvious romantic dynamic. And it does it over this beautiful, light, classical soundtrack with footsteps that are literally stepping in sync with the rhythm. It perfectly dances around different types of silence, literally at some point just having ambience. And it does what every good intro should do. It sets a clear tone for what the movie is going to be. A subtle,
Dang, it's the whole movie?
beautiful exploration of these 2 fantastic...
The low settings are lagging more.
We've talked a lot about how silence can positively impact a story, but what about when it's directly tied to the plot and characters?
Might as well look good while I
There are many
lag.
pieces of media built around deafness. One of the most famous, especially in anime, is A Silent Voice, a story that follows a boy named Shoya Ishida and his relationship with a deaf girl named Shoko. From him and his classmates bullying her in elementary school, and because of his central part in it being the scapegoat.
Yo, people love showing this one, bro.
To reconnecting as teenagers and developing a friendship. This movie, which aired in 2016,
I don't know, gang. Anime is so different now.
Peak of what I consider when I think about kind of.
I remember when people didn't really used to watch it as
There's
much.
something deeply emotionally vulnerable about this.
Now, all of a sudden, everybody's on that shit.
Self-hate and angst in such an elegant way. It's also incredibly
But it kind of changes how you look at the media.
Goes. It has a runtime of over 2 hours.
Like, it went from being super niche
Very interesting
to being so mainstream.
There's a lot of quiet moments in this movie. One of my favorite examples being that they don't subtitle the sign language used. By not giving the audience information you normally expect, they leave a lot of room for interpretation, forcing the viewer into some of the discomfort that the characters experience. Something this movie does beautifully is humanize Shoko's struggle.
Man, why can't I have the Aristless event?
Navigating social settings within that. The story explores not only the deep internal strife and struggle of Shoya, but also that of Shoko. This movie does not shy away from mental health struggles, and the impact of those scenes is greatly enhanced by the willingness to leave space. Now that did lead to a very long runtime, especially by anime movie standards. And just like Liz and the Bluebird, this movie flourishes within that space. And of course, the scene where they use silence most aggressively is during the emotional peak of the film. Quick spoiler warning, skip to this timestamp if you want to avoid it. A scene where Shoya catches Shoko as she's jumping from a ledge. Fireworks blasting in the distance, a stupid chair almost ruining it for everyone. Part of the reason I love this scene when watching the movie is it really caught
It's
me
a movie
off
too?
guard. It's very easy, almost natural in stories to pay too much attention to the protagonist. So I love the writing decision to shock us, the audience, in the exact same way the main character Shoya is shocked. It ties beautifully into the general moral
Oh, this
of
was a
the
show.
story, which is a deeply emotional
They have a too much money, gang. What do you mean everything got a movie?
Self-worth. And while the silence
They really
is
having bands over there, bro.
very
What the heck?
aggressively, it's everywhere, interspersed in tiny little moments throughout the film. And because of the context, there's a kind of awareness to it that's magnificent. A couple weeks ago, in another video in this series, I was talking about Your Name, another hyper-popular 2016 anime movie. And a lot of people were excited to see the mention of a silent voice, because the impact this film has had has lasted. And I think its sound design is a central component of that impact. So the original reason I wanted to make this video is because of a movie called 100 Meters. It not only has great sound design, but it has some of the most aggressive choices I've seen when it comes
This
to
is a movie too?
score to the Foley, but
Or are you
especially
just
the
saying
use
that?
of silence. This movie
You
has
just say
crazy
movie?
aggressive rock soundtracks at time, and to juxtapose that with so much space is really cool, especially since
Well,
it's
they
not
cannot be
scary.
having paper
The
like that,
story
bro.
follows two boys whose lives diverge and come back together across their life as they pursue, very passionately, sprinting the 100-meter dash. Now, despite how good the sound design is, 100 Meters very famously uses aggressive rotoscoping. It's a stylized anime that's so visually distinct, so the first 5 videos you'd expect someone to make about 100 Meters are about its visuals. But today what I want to do is I want to look at a couple scenes and the way they use sound to greatly enhance them. A shockingly large amount of them being the choices they made to replace a starter's pistol with another effect. From a train running over tracks to a water droplet that was used as the intro of this video. So let's start with a little bit of information on the story. We start with Togashi, a kid lauded as one of the fastest elementary school runners in the nation. He's confident and capable. So when Komiya, a transfer student, comes to school and demonstrates a passion for running, he teaches him. And after tons of work and preparation, Komiya wins a race at their school. Then afterwards, asks Togashi if they can race. Standing under a bridge with a train running above them, Togashi points at a far tree, saying that this is exactly 100 meters. And he points out a loud bang that happens when the train passes over them. But bump. The music then uses that effect as part of its score to represent a beating heart. Slowly, tension is rising. The heart is beating faster. There's a rhythm to it, building and building. Then right before you expect the next beat, it comes in early, and they're off. This movie dances around tension so well, which is especially important given the fact that it's built around this question of what does it mean to dedicate your life to 10 seconds? Training daily, traveling the world, competing on a global level, and then all of that work being determined in the time that's less than these last 3 lines I've said. 10 seconds of racing. But that's not what the life actually is. It involves trials and tribulations, growing up and determining whether or not you even want to run anymore. One of the best shots I've ever seen in anime that I should make a video about is this long oneer, which is only really possible because of their aggressive rotoscoped style. Something that in almost any animated media will be avoided like the plague because it's filled to the brim with things that are hard to do in the medium. Slow, consistent shifting of the camera's perspective, fast frame rates, backgrounds that are complex. In many ways, the scene is one of the 2 pinnacles of what this movie has to offer. Like a lot of the other scenes I've talked about in this video, it lasts a long time, and they really utilize the space. There's this rock track in the background that's aggressive and avert. The rain is pouring. It's building and building and building, and then they get set. We zoom in and watch water drop from Togashi's hair. And once again, they build a rhythm and kind of linger in it, just dancing around the anticipation. And we go in slow motion and watch as the water drops, and they're off. Not only is it a fantastic start to this scene, but the results of the race are kind of shattering for a character, and they use that same rain to create this kind of negative space visually and slowly overwhelm him until it becomes a white noise static. It's one of multiple breathtaking scenes, kind of building around silence and noise. Something that's really special about this movie in comparison to the others that I've talked about is while it does engage in silence beautifully, it also engages in loud beautifully. It's so aggressive in its use of dynamic range. I mean, there's a scene where Togashi in high school has stopped sprinting and gets kind of convinced by one of the girls on the high school track team to run again. They have this moment where they pull back. It's just so good. But the crown jewel is the ending. Spoiler warning for those who want to avoid it. The ending of 100 meters is really what solidified to me that it's a masterpiece. I think it'd be easy to look at this movie and potentially see pseudo-intellectualism, like the characters' statements are trying to be deeper than they actually are, but I kind of think that's the point. Existential fear surrounding the purpose of life is widespread and constant. We see this theme explored all across art because it's such a universal experience. What's the point of life? How can I face something as intimidating as death, feeling confident in the way I lived, the decisions I made? Now, this question is especially apparent for those who are dedicating their entire life to niches with absolute pursuit, like a sprinter whose entire life is built around 10 seconds. In their case, there's this intense question of why do you run? And this movie explores
I'm starting to fall off.
someone in that circumstance.
Between the lag and the delay on this junk, bro.
That border on delusion. In many ways,
I can press about 3 times before the ball goes out, by the way.
The reason we're going down this tangent and exploring this question is because it's really important when it comes to understanding what makes the finale of 100 meters so special. In sprinting, like a lot of other competitive sports, there's winners and losers. And across Togashi and Komiya's life, they trade that place of being the winner and loser. It's devastating to commit yourself to something completely and lose. So in this last race, with so much at stake, we don't linger in the preparation like the other races. Actually, it starts so quickly before you even get a chance to really prepare, because the setup was the entire movie up until this point. All these conversations and monologues between world-class sprinters, all with different philosophies about why they run and what the point is. They all have their reasons, and at the core of that is this experience where when you dedicate so much of your time to such a brief moment, sometimes when you're in the right flow and mindset, it can feel kind of endless. 10 seconds lasts so much longer than you'd expect. And that's what this final race is about. The importance to the human condition of directly facing challenges. Adversity is such an important part of subtle joy and overwhelming euphoria. Happiness comes in many forms, simple and deeply complicated. So when this final race starts and there's no music and an abundance of silence, they purposely make it last way longer than 10 seconds. The actual scene ends up being somewhere around a minute. We cut between the different characters, their breath and footsteps. The intensity of the entire scene is so simple, the exact same distinct style that this movie has demonstrated time and time again across its entire runtime. We're watching just another moment where these characters' lives converge, each one brief but significant. We've seen the way they've developed and grown and shifted, their relationship with running and themselves drastically changing. They're pushing and pushing each.
This one actually feels like a movie.
More exaggeration in the art style.
The other ones don't feel like movies. You're just like naming random ass romantic shit.
War in elementary school as they ran side by side. Everything gets quiet and it slows down. We see the two characters running side by side.
Romantic movies be feeling lesser sometimes, gang.
Who wins?
Just give me slice of life or something, bro. If you gonna go
The
romance.
best part is after a second of silence, we hear them continue to run. It's an outstanding finale that uses silence and sound so effectively. It's all just decisions. Every sound or lack thereof is a choice in animation. And it can take something that's fantastic and make it a masterpiece. I think that's so...
Bro, it's so laggy. Oh my
Amazing
goodness.
sound design decisions are everywhere.
Bro, I'm about to put some feedbacks in.
So cheers to all the unsuspecting components of art out there that make special pieces of media so special. A couple weeks back, an earlier video I made as part of this series kind of flopped, where I focus on color design. And it wasn't the first time I've tried to talk about color design, and for some reason people just seemed not interested. They weren't clicking on the video. But the point
True,
being,
holy
I'm
shit.
really happy with how this video...
Bro, people don't understand that shit. People don't understand color design. Like the color yellow and red go together, and that they're immediately striking to humans, and that's associated with foods. That's why McDonald's uses it. People don't understand things like that. They're not gonna click it, bro.
Examples of what sound has to offer as a component of art.
Like innately, the mind associates colors with certain things without even thinking about it. That's the subconscious.
Ways that maybe won't be noticed. So next time you're watching something you love, pay attention to how it sounds.
So when you do colors
Cheers.
that
I'll
can
see y'all later.
subconsciously give you a narrative or give you a feeling, like maybe unease, people don't understand that. So you trying to explain that to some, like they don't even grasp the idea of it. So why would they click it? Most reasonable crash out. Well, ooh, Ichigo. What's this junk
There's
was?
still people out there who think that Hollow Ichigo was genuinely trying to murder Ichigo throughout Bleach. Despite the Thousand Year Blood War arc having animated the Blade is me moment, I'm still seeing takes that completely miss what Kubo was trying to do with this character. Hollow Ichigo, or White as he is also known as, was never actually trying to kill Ichigo. While yes, he looked absolutely psychotic for the majority of the series, but his words and actions are two very different things. If you pay attention to what White does instead of just what he says, the entire narrative flips on its head. In the final arc of the series, we learn that Ichigo's inner hollow was his true Zanpakuto spirit from the very beginning.
Wait,
Every
what?
single time that he had showed up threatening to devour Ichigo's soul, he was actually teaching him how to survive. Every time that he took over Ichigo's body, which had looked like a hostile possession, was in actuality White saving Ichigo's life when Ichigo himself couldn't get the job done. Ichigo's inner hollow spent the majority of the series looking like a villain when he was genuinely trying to keep Ichigo alive. Old Man Zangetsu, on the other hand, the wise, calm, fatherly figure that everyone had trusted, was actively suppressing Ichigo's powers because he didn't want Ichigo walking the path of a Shinigami at all. In this video, I'll be uncovering the truth of Hollow Ichigo
I'm gonna have
and
to
trying
redo
to
Bleach, bro.
understand everything that we know about his psyche. Let's first go over
I probably have to read the manga, not the anime. Because the anime, like, for Naruto has the best anime adaptation out of the big three,
This was a prototype which Aizen had called a failure. White was
and
covered
it's
in
it's
jet
kind
black
of not
with
even a
a white
contest,
mask.
bro.
Aizen noted the irony. Despite his
It's the
dark
only one with a
exterior,
complete
what lay
package.
within was purely white. He was basically a newborn entity that was operating entirely on instinct with no understanding of the world beyond survival. When White attacked in Naruki City, he went after Ishin and eventually bit Masaki before she destroyed his head with a Quincy arrow. In this moment, White didn't just die. He self-destructed and entered the soul of Masaki, beginning the process of holification. During this process, Masaki experienced something profound. She described falling down a
Hey,
peaceful,
yo.
dark, lonely hole, stating that she wasn't
Hey,
scared because there was
yo.
somebody down there.
Nah,
Needing
Kubo
that
just be
somebody
doing
was, in
stuff,
fact,
bro.
the Hollow White. Trapped in that dark abyss alone
Oh,
in
bro, Kubo might
isolation,
just be a
White was
gooner.
saved from his
What is
loneliness by the
this?
presence of Masaki. When Urahara created the special Gigai that had bound Ishin's soul to Masaki's and White's, it created a Reishi connection which linked all three of them together. This
And
bond
only
meant that
4?
White could
It
potentially
lagged
share
so
in
much.
Masaki's emotions, her joy, her warmth, her love for her family, for a being who had only known instinct and isolation. Suddenly experiencing this human connection and care would have been truly transformative. When Ichigo was born, some or all of White had transferred from Masaki to him, fusing with his inherited Shinigami powers from his father. White had a front row seat to everything. He witnessed Masaki's love for her son, he potentially felt her emotions through their blood, and when Masaki died protecting Ichigo, White was there for that moment too. This wasn't just a mindless hollow that happened to become Ichigo's Zanpakuto. This was a being who learned what love and protection looked like from Masaki herself, and then had dedicated himself to protecting her son. This added context does reframe the relationship between Hollow Ichigo and Ichigo. Ichigo. White's aggressive protection of Ichigo isn't just instinct, it's a devotion that was created from the connection that he had with Ichigo's mother. When he tells Ichigo that he wants to protect him during the Fate Karakura Town arc, when he intervenes to save his life on multiple occasions, he's honoring the woman who saved him from eternal loneliness. Masaki protected Ichigo with her life, and White took on the same role, even if his methods were harsh and his appearance was terrifying. During the Soul Society arc, White's protective nature manifests in ways that are easy to miss if you're not paying attention. Ichigo keeps finding hollow masks appearing on his body, and both he and everyone around him initially treat this as concerning, as it's a sign of hollow contamination that needs to be addressed. But pay attention to when these masks appear and what they actually do. During Ichigo's fight with Renji, he takes what should have been a fatal blow. Renji's Zabimaru was aimed directly at his heart. When Hanataro examines Ichigo afterwards, he discovers that a hollow mask had blocked the attack, preventing the blade from piercing Ichigo's vital organs. Ichigo didn't consciously summon that mask, he was barely aware that it was there. White manifested it from within his soul, placing himself between Ichigo and death. Following the battle with Kinpachi, where Ichigo got stabbed clean through the chest and nearly bled out, Yoruichi discovers another hollow mask on Ichigo's body. Again, Ichigo didn't put it there, White did. Kinpachi's blade should have killed him, but White intervened, using the mask to protect vital areas and keep Ichigo alive long enough for his body to stabilize. This is the pattern that runs throughout the entirety of the Soul Society arc. At this point, he's not trying to take over, he's not trying to corrupt Ichigo, he literally is functioning as armor, absorbing damage that would otherwise kill his wielder. And nobody recognizes this for what it is, because everyone, including Ichigo, assumes hollow influence is inherently bad. The Byakuya fight makes this pattern explicit when Ichigo's Bankai starts overwhelming his body, when his spiritual pressure begins crushing him and slowing him down to the point where Byakuya can pin him with Senbon-Zakura and prepare a killing blow. Ichigo's body freezes in fear. In that moment of terror, he begs his body to move as he is desperate to survive, and his body responds.
Bro's about
But
to
it
die.
is his inner hollow who answers this request. He catches Byakuya's blade mid.
Damn. I had to rewatch Bleach, bro. Bro, but Bleach is not a good anime, dog. I'm sorry. They have an entire filler arc.
As he was using the
An entire arc that's filler.
completely different way, and even unleashing a holified Getsuga Tensho with devastating accuracy. When Ichigo forcibly wrestles back control over his body and rips off the hollow mask, White is frustrated because he was genuinely trying to help them win. This wasn't an enemy seizing an opportunity for a takeover, this was a Zanbakuto spread taking control because his wielder was about
You literally asked him to do it, by the way.
White had told Ichigo the truth from the very beginning multiple times, but Ichigo didn't believe him. During the Kinpachi fight, Ichigo enters his inner world and meets White for the very first time. His inner hollow introduces himself by calling Ichigo his partner. Already, this is a weird dynamic for a supposed enemy. White doesn't push the point further. He continues the fight, teaching Ichigo about how to properly wield his Zanbakuto. After Ichigo leaves, we see White telling Otoman Zangetsu that Ichigo is the king of this world, so he'll help however he can. When we fast forward to the Vizard training, White says it again. During their inner world battle, Ichigo asks where Zangetsu is, and White responds, "I am Zangetsu." He didn't say, "I've taken over Zangetsu," or that I've defeated Zangetsu. He clearly refers to himself as Ichigo's Zanbakuto spread. Ichigo doesn't believe him as he keeps demanding to know what White did with the real Zangetsu. He treats White as an imposter or an infection.
You said, "Well, we've always been together."
White explains that he used to
It has not lied once.
but he has now grown powerful enough to separate from him. At this point, Ichigo treats White's words as a manipulation tactic, and the audience falls for it too. When reading or watching the episodes, most fans assumed that White was either lying to mess with Ichigo's head or was delusional about his own nature. We trusted Old Man Zangetsu because he looked like a wise mentor and spoke in calm, reassuring tones. White
Because of
looked
the way he
like a
looked.
psychotic villain and spoke in aggressive, threatening language. Of course, we believed Old Man Zangetsu over White.
Dang, so y'all hit him with prejudice. He looks bad, so he is.
With the manifestation of Ichigo's Quincy powers, merged Holofied Tensei Zangetsu admits that he wanted to protect Ichigo. This truth was drip-fed to us, but it took us until the 1000-Year Blood War arc for us to truly understand what they meant by this. White doesn't just randomly show up whenever he feels like it. His interventions follow some specific triggers that reveal his actual purpose. The first trigger is related to Ichigo being unconscious or about to die. Against Byakuya, Ichigo's body froze in fear and he was about to be executed. White took over. Against Ukiura, Ichigo literally died. He had a hole through his chest and life had left his eyes. White resurrected him and took over. The consistent thread is that White only assumes full control when Ichigo's consciousness is either compromised or completely gone. If his goal was to steal the body, he wouldn't wait for these specific moments. But if his goal is to protect Ichigo, then these moments are exactly when intervention is necessary.
Good heavens for the lag. This game cannot handle mass spawning.
His spiritual power was overwhelming his body to the point of paralysis. He was unable to move or fight. He couldn't do anything except get killed. White stepped in because Ichigo literally couldn't handle the power that he was wielding. This happens again during training sequences when Ichigo's inability to control his power creates danger. White intervenes to either teach him or take over temporarily. The third trigger is when the opponent is beyond Ichigo's current capability. Byakuya with Bankai was too much for Ichigo at that stage. Ukiura in Segunda Etapa was too much. Grinjao before Ichigo learned to fight properly.
Why is it never Glincera?
White's interventions consistently occur when Ichigo is genuinely outmatched, and he is the critical detail. Once the threat is neutralized, White returns.
It's Glincera.
Every single time.
You ain't gonna get a perfect? Fuck no. I'm doing it, dog. I'm hitting it. He's so rare.
Opportunity to just keep the body for himself, but White doesn't do this. He defeats the threat and gives back control. The fourth and final trigger in this pattern is Ichigo's
He's so rare.
which creates a fatal opening for his opponent. Against Yami and Ukiura,
I got Glincera. He's so rare.
Mid-battle, causing Ichigo's spiritual pressure to fluctuate wildly. Ukiura even comments on this, noting that at its peak, Ichigo's power exceeds his own, but the instability makes it unreliable. What is causing this instability? It is, in fact, Ichigo's fear of White himself. His terror of losing control creates the very opening necessary. It is a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy.
He got an upgrade. Oh my goodness.
Isn't acting out of malice or opportunism. He is acting on
Nah, he might be one. He got an upgrade of Doom.
Protect himself. He teaches when Ichigo needs to learn. He takes over when death is imminent, and he gives back control once the crisis is over. This is not how a villain behaves. The Vastalore transformation against Ukiura is the most extreme example, but it follows the same pattern. Ichigo was dead. The consciousness that would normally maintain control didn't exist anymore. White took over in full hollow form, regenerated the fatal.
I didn't get a single perfect.
Then,
Good heavens.
was defeated and the immediate danger passed.
I'm gonna use him anyway.
Back to Ichigo's returning consciousness. Even
That is
in
tough,
his most
man.
powerful, unrestrained form, White's actions had served
This shit rarer though.
This now
Ain't
brings
even
us
cap.
to the Vizard training, where Ichigo's fundamental misunderstanding of White's nature causes
new
the
photo.
most damage, and why the training methodology itself of the Vizards reinforces the wrong lesson for Ichigo. When Ichigo seeks out the Vizards for help to control his inner hollow, their approach is based on their own experience. They view hollow powers as something external, which
Bro's just an eggling. I'm an egg emperor. Ignore that.
and dominated in order to prevent it from taking over.
Oh yeah, I'm about to take a pic,
Hollow
twin.
powers forced upon them through Aizen's experiments that we learn about in the Turn Back the Pendulum arc. Their hollow powers were as a result of external.
Bro, he's so gas.
subjugation model of the
Who the
Vizard
who the fuck is you, dog?
into submission. Ichigo's entire situation is different.
Who was bro, who was that? Yo, you're holding the pig.
He fused with Ishin's Shinigami powers.
Nah, that was tough. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. I'm not looking. Do it again.
Of Ichigo's soul from the beginning. White is as much as a fundamental part of Ichigo as his Quincy powers from Masaki or his Shinigami powers from Ishin. You cannot subjugate a part of yourself without creating internal conflict, which is ultimately going to weaken you. The Visor training approach reinforced Ichigo's view of White as
You
an
can get
enemy
both?
to be defeated, rather than a part of himself to be integrated and accepted. They had him enter his inner world and battle White for dominance, treating victory as control, and
Do
Ichigo
it again.
did win that battle as he stabbed White and earned his temporary acknowledgement as king.
Oh, that's a
and
good
gained the
angle.
ability to manifest a hollow mask for longer periods of time. But look at what this control actually achieved. He got a time-limited hollow mask, constant internal struggle that created spiritual pressure fluctuations, and a relationship with his own power source based on dominance and fear rather than cooperation and acceptance. Ichigo could use some of White's power, but only by force, only temporarily, and always with this underlying terror that White would take over the minute that Ichigo would show
My
any
goodness,
sign
she's
of
wide.
weakness. Compare this to what happens when Ichigo accepts both White and Old Man Zangetsu as parts of himself during
Nah,
the
that's
1000
tough.
Blood War arc. His dual Zanpakuto with White as the larger blade gives him immediate access to all of his powers without time limits, without internal struggle, without the constant fear of losing control. His Horn of Salvation form manifests hollow characteristics, while Ichigo remains fully conscious and in control because he no longer is fighting against that aspect of himself. The Visor training taught Ichigo to be at war with himself, and that war weakened him for the entire Arrancar arc. Every time his confidence wavered, White could seize control because the subjugation model created a hostile relationship where one side had to be dominant over the other. White was literally playing the same game as Ichigo. True strength, in fact, comes from integration, from accepting White as Zangetsu rather than viewing him as an enemy wearing Zangetsu's mask. Shinji and the others meant well, but their methodology was fundamentally flawed for Ichigo's specific situation. They taught him to control a hollow. What he actually needed was to accept his Zanpakuto. That distinction makes all of the difference, and Ichigo paid the price for that mistake throughout his battles with the Espada in Hueco Mundo, and even during the Fate Karakura Town arc. Let's now examine White as a teacher. His training methods are absolutely brutal.
Bro, I
There's no
just
doubt,
scanned it.
and
It's an
this is
elite,
not
bro.
an
I'm
accident.
never
They
lucky.
specifically calibrated to address Ichigo's biggest weakness. In Bleach, Ichigo's fatal flaw is hesitation. He overthinks and he tries to reason with enemies who have no interest in reason. He holds back his power because he's afraid of losing control. Against genuinely ruthless opponents like Ukiura or Grimmjow or Noitra, these tendencies are going to get him killed. White knows this because White is literally the embodiment of Ichigo's combat instincts. He represents everything Ichigo suppresses, that bloodlust, the killer instinct, the willingness to do whatever it takes to win. So White doesn't coddle Ichigo. He doesn't give him gentle encouragement and hope that Ichigo figures it out eventually for himself. White manifests as a legitimate threat. He's positioned himself as the future opponent.
Wait, it does
that
way
Ichigo
more
is going to
damage.
face. While
What
attacking
the heck,
Ichigo in
dog?
his
He's
inner
like the
world, he forces him
75.
to fight seriously or die. During the Visor training, White destroys Ichigo's sword, stabs him through the stomach, and verbally tears apart his entire fighting philosophy. You fight with your head instead of your instincts. You're trying to cut them with a sheathed sword. White forces Ichigo to confront his own weakness by embodying the predator instinct that Ichigo refuses to acknowledge in himself. The King of the Horse speech perfectly sums up White's philosophy. He asks what makes one being the king and the other the horse when they're equal in form, ability, and power. His answer is instinct, the insatiable hunger for battle, the killer instinct that refuses to hesitate, the ruthless drive to destroy any threat. He criticizes Ichigo mercilessly. You try to reason with enemies. You fight with logic instead of instinct. You're trying to defeat them with a sheathed sword, and that approach will get us both killed. White's training works. After getting absolutely destroyed by him, Ichigo has that vision of Kinpachi, who tells him that warriors born with a desire to fight will always seek battle. It's how they gain power. That revelation is the breakthrough that Ichigo needed. He grabs the sword impaling him, pulls it out, and stabs White in return.
Who is the ice
His
support?
inner hollow's response is, looks like your instincts aren't completely gone. You got me. I have to recognize you as the king for now. White is satisfied. The lesson landed. Ichigo finally accessed that killer instinct that he'd been suppressing. Before this training session wraps up, White explicitly warns Ichigo, if you really want to control my power until our next meeting, make sure you don't get killed. If White genuinely wanted to take over Ichigo's body, Ichigo dying would have been the perfect opportunity for a full body takeover. A dead or near dead Ichigo has no consciousness to resist, but White tells tells him not to die. He threatens to take over if Ichigo shows weakness, yes, but he also tells Ichigo to stay alive. White's actual goal is to keep him alive. The threat to take over is just the stick White uses to make sure that Ichigo never gets complacent. White's lessons helped Ichigo. Against Grimmjow, who just wants to fight and prove his strength, reasoning accomplishes nothing. Against Ukiura, who completely is detached and nihilistic, appealing to his emotions or even presenting him with logic is worthless. Against Noitora, who is seeking death in battle, if you were to hesitate against an opponent
Like,
like
Linsara
this,
might be
then
too
you're
tough, bro. I have to
White
test
knew
him.
Ichigo would face enemies like this, and soft teaching methods wouldn't prepare him.
He
for
doesn't
it.
have an
During
Umbra yet,
Ichigo's
for
final
some reason.
Tensho training, when merged Holofight
What a
King
skill boost.
Zangetsu stabs him with his own blade, we see his Zanpakuto spirit crying, openly weeping while teaching Ichigo the technique that will strip him of his Shinigami powers forever. Through those tears, he confesses the truth that's been there all along. What I wanted to protect was you, Ichigo, not that I
Oh, this one
wanted
doesn't
to
apply
steal,
ice
not
stacks.
what I wanted to devour, not what I wanted to control. The key
Oh, then
word
why'd I
is
do that?
protect. That is the goal of Ichigo's inner spirits. This moment reveals how both of his Zanpakuto spirits were working together for the same goal of caring for Ichigo. There is a bit of a difference in their methodology. The manifestation of his Quincy powers, Oruman Zangetsu, wanted to suppress Ichigo's powers to keep him away from danger, which he would have faced if he went down the path of a Shinigami. While on the other hand, his inner hollow wanted Ichigo to control his powers in order to help him survive that danger. Both spirits were motivated by a desire to protect Ichigo, and when they finally worked together, teaching him the final Getsuga Tensho, it represented both aspects of his power united in their devotion to him, even if that devotion meant losing their connection to him forever. If you want to understand the true nature of Ichigo's inner hollow, then just ignore what he says and watch what he does. His words constructed a villain narrative. I'll devour you, I'll take your body, I'll become the king and you'll die. These are all terrifying declarations that positioned him as a genuine threat, but his actions tell a totally different story. We've talked about the various different ways that his inner hollow has protected Ichigo, from those masks being created in the Soul Society arc to the various times that his inner hollow has intervened to save Ichigo's life. When we get to the 1000-Year Blood War arc, Ichigo accepts both his inner hollow and Oruman Zangetsu. He forges his true dual Zanpakuto, with White manifesting as the larger blade and his Quincy powers manifesting in the shorter blade. White doesn't need to force his way into control anymore because Ichigo finally accepts him as a part of his power. The king and the horse are finally working together instead of fighting each other. This ultimately results in Ichigo becoming exponentially stronger. His Horn of Salvation form, where he manifests a hollow horn and remains in total control, represents the perfect integration of all of his powers. There are no more time limits with hollow masks, no more incomplete Bankai forms, no more fighting against himself, as Ichigo is utilizing his complete true strength. Well, yeah, we've reached the point of the video now where I want to hand over the discussion to all of you. What are your thoughts on the true nature of Hollow Ichigo? Hopefully this video has helped to debunk all of those notions of people thinking that Hollow Ichigo was trying to kill Ichigo all of the time. If there's anything that I've forgotten to mention, then let me know by continuing the discussion in the comments. And lastly, thanks for making it to the end of this one, and I cannot wait to see you in my next video.
A massive thank you goes out to all of my amazing Patreon supporters for helping to make this video possible. If you also want to support the channel and see your name in the end of my videos, then check out my Patreon, which has loads of perks like early video access and so much more. Thank you for sticking around till the end of the video, and whatever you contribute will mean a lot to me.
How a huge ass tail. But this last dude is a troll. Either emergency repair.
Rivalries are some of the biggest tropes in anime, especially when it comes to battle showdown. It creates a memorable duo in the story and can really enhance the narrative and the storytelling of that series. Rivalries like Naruto and Sasuke, Deku and Bakugo, and Asuto and Yuno are big examples of well-written rivalries. But in this video, I'm going to be talking about what might arguably be the most iconic rivalry in anime, and that is Goku and Vegeta. Their rivalry has been legendary since the 20th century and is still expanded upon when you go into the modern stories of Dragon Ball. But what makes Goku and Vegeta's rivalry so impactful? Why is it so well beloved by anime fans around the world? This is going to be a deep dive into the iconic duo that is Goku and Vegeta. Now, starting things off, I think what makes a great rivalry is how both characters are essentially written to be the direct opposite of each other. It can be through their abilities, their ideologies, their journeys, or their way of thinking. And with Goku and Vegeta, their rivalry started off from the Saiyan saga when they first meet up, and they were both written to be complete opposites, which ties into the theme of nature versus nurture. Now, nature versus nurture is a psychological debate regarding what influences a person's development, their behavior, and their personality. Nature is your innate characteristics formed by your DNA, genetics, and hereditary traits that you inherit from your biological parents. And nurture is defined by your environmental
Would have
influences
his
and your
damage.
surroundings that shape up the person that you grew up to become. This can include different styles of parenting, childhood trauma, or your educational influences. The topic of nature versus nurture is the foundation of Goku and Vegeta's rivalry because they are both Saiyan warriors from completely opposite upbringings. So starting with Vegeta, he represents the nature aspect of the theme. Vegeta was born and raised as a prince on the planet Vegeta, and the Saiyan race are a battle-hungry and ruthless warrior race. They thrive in battle, and they take all their pride on their power. Their place in society is determined by their innate combat strength and is categorized into different classes, from the low class to the elite class. And the low class warriors were heavily discriminated against by the upper class Saiyans. Because when you look at the Broly movie and the Dragon Ball Minus manga, we see that the lower class Saiyans all live in the poorer areas, but the high class Saiyans live near the royal capital. This explains Nappa and Vegeta's distaste for Goku when they first meet him, because Goku was a low class warrior. And it also explains
You're
why
a low
Vegeta's
class
younger brother,
warrior.
Tabo, was banished from their home planet, despite him being born into the royal family. So Vegeta being born as the prince of the Saiyan race, with a high innate battle power in the elite class, he is extremely prideful in his combat strength and feels that everyone should be beneath him, because he feels that it is his birthright to rule over everyone. That is Vegeta's nature, being born with high battle power that he inherited from his parents and born into the royal family, explains his extreme levels of pride, and he relies more on his talent and his Saiyan roots in order to defeat his enemies. Whenever Vegeta will lose in a fight, his ego and his pride will be severely damaged because he hates to lose more than anything. He would never seek help from other people and will try to always do things by himself. Like for example, when Vegeta faced Frieza by himself, or when Vegeta wanted to beat Dr. Gero and 19 by himself once he became a Super Saiyan.
When Vegeta,
When he lost to Frieza, he shed tears due to how powerless and how much his ego was bruised. And against Android 18, he lost the fight even after becoming a Super Saiyan, and he couldn't accept his defeat, and instead just flew away in anger.
dude, needs better audio, low-key. I'm one to talk, though. AI thumbnail of Doom. Doom and Destruction?
Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage and man praised among all ninja as the greatest in godlike speed in Data Book 4, is truly an anomaly of the shinobi world, with characters
Yeah, he
like
was a
Minato
little
and
strong.
Kage A believing not a finer shinobi ever lived. However, just how strong is Minato? Like actually taking away all of the biases and arguments that hinge entirely on bringing up one statement while disregarding 10? Well, if you've ever wondered that, you've come to the right place. Today we'll be breaking down not just the character and battles, but more importantly, the power of the fourth Hokage. I promise you will not find this kind of depth anywhere else, especially when it comes to Minato in particular, concerning those hidden feats and implications. So if you enjoy, sub up. In September of 1999, the first chapter of the Naruto manga was published in Weekly Shonen Jump's issue 43, wherein our first introduction to the series would be that, once upon a time, there was a nine-tailed monster who would erupt landslides and spew out tsunamis with just a shock of its tail. However, after all the gathered shinobi clans failed to defeat such a beast, a brave hero died after having defeated it. The shinobi was the fourth Hokage, and so with Minato being hailed as the champion of Konoha in the first page of the entire
That's what that
manga,
is, this
it
one.
becomes oh so easy to then reflect this Minato perpetually, but he wasn't always this seemingly perfect champion. Our first chronological encounter with Minato would be in the first impression of a young girl hailing from the then collapsing Uzushio Gakure and Uzumaki clan, who
They
were
never break
targeted
it.
and eradicated by other nations out of fear for their sealing jutsu abilities, despite Kekkei Genkai like either the Sharingan or Byakugan having no such persecution, and despite hailing from such a clan and being born with particularly powerful chakra, she was kidnapped when she was a junior ninja by Kumogakure Shinobi, carrying out such a top-tier mission that the son of the third Raikage, and then recognized as the strongest in the village, first recognizing Minato, who's developed run-on-sight orders as the
What's
Shinobi
good
who
with you?
stopped our Nine Tails recovery mission, despite the Minato that did so only actually being a junior ninja, likely just graduating the academy, which would be akin to the prankster pest version of Naruto, traveling all the way to the national border and then halting what is essentially an Anbu and/or elite jonin operation entirely, with the boy then at some point not only being taken in by, but also recognized as an unparalleled genius by Jiraiya, a legendary Sannin, and also even developing a technique once and only then used by the late second Hokage Tobirama Senju in the Flying Thunder God, something that future Jonin shinobi would struggle to even use at a primitive level when culminating in groups of 3, with Minato also probably then completing the written exams with the highest scores ever just around this point as well. Then, sometime likely at the end of the Second Great Ninja War, or perhaps the very opening of the Third, which is described as small territorial conflicts and skirmishes that then get cataloged later as the start of the Third, we see a Minato roughly around 12 years old deployed alongside Jiraiya in a battle against Iwagakure's 4 and 5 tails Jinchuriki, Han and Roshi, where he would use his flying Raiji masterfully, though still requiring hand sign, saving an entire squad from this. However, he would then go on from this experience and believe that he too could create a weapon similar but for shinobi, not monsters. As Killer B later hypothesized and Kushina then states, we haven't covered every Uzumaki sealing jutsu yet when he diverts his training over to the Rasengan, which actually would imply for us that Minato, at around 15 years old, had acquired so many Uzumaki sealing jutsu that the assumption that he had learned them all could have been made, which is obviously insane considering the demise of the clan in the first place. Later, in
See how
one
fast
shot,
Hellion kills,
Minato
bro.
would then be training his Rasengan with multiple different craters nearby, where he and Jiraiya decided to take a break after Jiraiya
It's too
pointed
dark. I
out that
can't even
Minato's
think
two
of this
whirls
shit,
in his
bro.
hair is a sign of a genius and that he has an incredible grasp on ninjutsu. And on this break, Kushina accompanies him, but due to her no longer being in the barrier, rampages with Tales of Kurama, slicing Minato's chest open, leaving him both wounded and poisoned to add to his already accumulating fatigue.
Y'all got
But
any
just as
eggs?
Kurama is about to
Oh
take
wait,
over
no. I
Kushina,
got them all.
he
My
locks
fault.
onto her stomach, augmenting the tetragram seal in his own style. Despite this seal later being considered not only by Killer B to be superior to his own steel shell seal, but also Orochimaru to be essentially the pinnacle ceiling of the world, prompting Kurama to call him, quote, a most powerful shinobi, ranking alongside Hashirama Senju, immediately implying that concerning his ability to deal with Kurama, despite being a teenager, he is already rivaling Hashirama himself and his wood style.
Wait, he's
plus other
rivaling
skills inside
Hashirama
the
at
Scroll of Seals, which
teenage?
is the large scrolls here that
You know how
first exist in
glazed
Kyoto
Hashirama is?
Anniversary Guidebook in
Hashirama
the
came back to
anime
life
to
and
be
still
a
smoked
scroll of
Madara.
the first
Like he
Hokage's
came back and said, "Oh yeah,
jutsu
that's my old
that
rival.
was
I'm about to
kept in the
smoke him,"
third Hokage's
and he
house.
did it too.
The technique that Naruto mastered, the multiple shadow
Madara
clone
put
jutsu,
the
is even
whole
recorded
Kage
in
Summit in the
in the
air, bro.
real world,
He
Kurama then
smoked
stabs his
them.
hand right through Minato's chest, with Kushina now having a 7-tails cloak that seemingly evolves into an 8-tails cloak, making this, I kid you not, twice the power, if not multiple times greater than the version that was ripping through Pain's Shibaku Tensei. But in Kushina's mindscape, where Minato's power is suppressed, in comes Minato from above with the Rasengan, then clashing with Kurama's Biju Bomb, pushing his head back to such a degree where he's trembling, and Minato is advancing forward, leaving the weekly Shonen Jump to comment that Minato had won the clash. And we also know that kind of had to be the case, or else Kurama would have just rampaged and completely decimated much of the village. Furthermore, while
Hill Strike is only 15
Kurama's
is
Biju
crazy.
Bomb wasn't at its full capacity, he never actually utilizes it at its full capacity, but rather the size which he deems could rid that threat, as its maximum size is like double the size of half Kurama, if not larger, but Regardless, this bomb rivaling Kurama's head is hyper impressive considering the fact that one closer to a palm size had Orochimaru, a literal Sannin who just healed through having his organs ripped through, an arm torn off, believing that it would basically just vaporize him. And thus, by 15, Minato has saved Konoha from two massive disasters and the life of a Sannin. Being a prodigy considered by Jiraiya to not only have an incredible grasp on ninjutsu, but also to be outright unparalleled. Having in his arsenal, he has the ability to fight Seven Tails Cloak Kushina level threats and Rasengans, Flying Raijin, and several other different elite tier Uzumaki sealing techniques, ranging even to ones rivaling that of the first Hokage. Soon, as you would come to expect, Minato would then take on the entire Third Great Ninja War onto his back, uplifting Konoha possibly to such that had he not participated in it, they would have outright lost, befitting possibly with how Jiraiya believed that he may just be the Child of Prophecy, when that title was only ever seriously considered for a Renegon-wielding Uzumaki and a reincarnation of Ashura. Data Book 2 describes that more than 10 years ago, when the balance of the five great nations is about to crumble and each country suffers from invasion and civil unrest, war becomes the flames that consume the world. Countless small battles that later come to be classified as the Third Great Ninja War had escalated into Iwagakure invading Kusegakure, the grass village, and were approaching the Land of Fire, which then set out to not only defend the neutral country, but also so too its borders, which were likely facing the threat of complete erosion as, quote, crossing through Kusegakure, Iwagakure reached the borders of the Land of Fire, at least 1,000
I found the
men
only egg.
dispatched to the front lines, according to Data Book 2, leaving Konoha, quote, unprepared for the mounting number of the Iwagakure army. And when
But this
Konoha
shiny looks
was desperate, a
insane.
hero emerged, and so this would be the backdrop of a teenager who came to be known as the Yellow Flash, as we learn that Minato was moving from battlefield to battlefield, basically wiping platoons of shinobi, hence to why Data Book 4 later comments that he brought countless platoons of Konoha shinobi to victory, prompting the stone Tsuchikage Oniki to declare an immediate flee-on-sight order for Minato, despite this being the same one who deployed over 1,000 men on certain routes. The birthday columns even remarking not only that outside of the Hidden Leaf, he's a source of terror, but that, quote, for his allies, there's no one they would rather have in their corner, which would outright
might as
include
well.
characters like Orochimaru, who's later shown participating in such a war, and even Fugaku Uchiha, nicknamed the Wicked Eye. But also that, quote, when showing up alone to reinforce the belligerent front line, Minato's reliability is such that his arrival is greeted with a relieved cry. And so you can neither really blame Data Book 2 for noting that he was famous for being a hero as a soldier and that everybody respects and fears him, and calls him the Yellow Flash. The figure of him mowing down and killing enemies in an instant, just like a flash of lightning.
Oh my goodness, I think it can leave a mark on you for years.
Afraid of him, to such that, quote, even veteran shinobi trembled violently just upon hearing his name. Nor the fourth Data
I
Book
would
for
too.
noting
I
that,
ain't gonna
quote,
lie. That's
valor
not glazed.
fascinates even the elites of the other
Motherfucker
nations,
was busted.
which was to be put to the test against
But
the renowned
I don't know. Is he
hero of
scarier than
Earth,
Boruto?
which would also take place during his deployments against the massive platoons, since shutting down Kanami Bridge.
Because Boruto's
effectively
kind of
ended the
busted.
war, and so Minato would likely even have to change his strategy of platoon wiping to fighting the two strongest shinobi the entire cloud had to offer. Hence to why Minato had even more S-rank missions than his student who fought alongside him and became the strongest Jonin in Konoha per Data Book 1. With A, in fact, actually being the title given to the strongest in the village, hence to why he was being shown around the village by the third during the war to soon take over as Raikage. Yet Minato humiliates him by dodging his top speed punch and even giving him advice mid-battle, hence to why A then later thinks back and believes that not a finer shinobi had ever lived than that of the fourth Hokage, when characters like Hashirama and his battle with Madara were only a couple dozen chapters away from this realistically. Although, soon after then taking on his role of Hokage, his power would seemingly grow further in both its depth and admiration, as Kushina tells him
Yo,
to actually be
Prismana,
careful
what's his
when
face,
leaving the
got
house in
the
chapter 664,
craziest
which is actually
upgrade.
primed out to be a dialogue concerning how Kushina will have two things to worry about when Naruto is born, implying that Minato is outdoing dangerous battles relatively consistently during his reign as Kage, with the argument for her being more concerned here for this mission than Obito's attack also being possible. On top of him having, quote, put into practical use his command ability he fostered in battle, according to Databook 2, which also notes that he, quote, owned the rapid judgment needed on the battlefield and knew how to command flawlessly. However, what's so keen about this praise is that Databook 2, in its teacher popularity poll, in which Minato places first, states for Minato that he's kind, strict, and above all else, strong, implying directly for us that Minato is many things, but foremost of whatever it is he's being praised at or
I don't think
discussed
I'm
at,
getting a
his
+1,
strength
bro.
is so too beyond that. And thus, when Jiraiya and Tsunade, two legendary Sannin, both capable of taking on the role of Hokage and the strongest in the world, discuss his late power in chapter 158, when Tsunade mocks Naruto for saying, unlike your last disciple, this kid's got worse mouth, brains, and even mug. To which Jiraiya replies with, "Aw, come on, everyone pales in comparison to Lord Fourth," and that as a shinobi, his capacity was unparalleled, a true one-of-a-kind. And note this, he was
I'm
overflowing
like,
with
you know how much
knowledge
he
and
was
considered
doing
intelligence.
for
He
this
was socially popular, and
damn
he was quite the
village.
looker, just
He
like
literally
his dress.
sealed
And
the
beyond all
Nine
the
Tails in his
laser
own
lasers
child.
aimed at Minato for
And this
Hokage,
motherfucker was
without any
homeless.
mention of
He was
Minato as a
homeless, bro.
looker or
He gets back,
socially popular
like,
or good mouth
he
either.
grows up
It's foremost
in
his
a
power
fucking
that has
apartment. He
him
had a
standing
house, bro.
over
He was the
that. And if you
Hokage.
notice,
He
the
was
panel
one
of
of the
Minato,
craziest
which Databook 2
Hokages.
is showing, is actually from the cover of chapter 238, which synopsis statement actually states that unrivaled strength, that carefree smiling face, aiming for his level, everyone sets off. Which does two things. Firstly, establishes Minato of having also a carefree smile as a defining attribute, and what have you, but more importantly, by the end of part 1, where we've met characters like Hiruzen, Orochimaru, two reanimated Hokage, and even Itachi, Minato has unrivaled strength, and the Genin are aiming for his level above anyone else. And to then even capitulate Itachi Uchiha under him is just as impressive as well, considering he was also conceded by Orochimaru, even after having been declared evenly matched with the same Hiruzen who is stated to be the strongest character in the known world 3 times in Fanbook 1, to be even stronger than him. With that Oro only thinking about a 3 Tomoe Itachi, who within a matter of chapters
3
leaves
Tomoe.
Kakashi, the strongest Jonin per Databook 1, and a shinobi with, quote, top speed among the Jonin in Databook 2, on his knees, asking why Itachi didn't just outright kill him, even after telling Asuma, who stated he couldn't believe Itachi's strength, that no, he's even better. He hasn't even begun to show his true strength. Itachi then
He
in
got
conversation
smoked.
with Kisame, which I analyzed more in my Itachi
Bro,
video,
Itachi needed more
knows
glaze,
not
bro. I feel
only
like he
that
should have had
the
more
Akatsuki members
feats.
can affect battles of his level,
I feel like
the
only
warriors
bald
line up,
knows
but
glaze
also that
Itachi,
he
bro.
just might be able to beat the Nine
You can't even
Tails,
LARP
though
that.
they would hurt each other very badly.
Motherfucker died.
Demonstrating that Minato as a Hokage,
You can't
despite
even
not
LARP
ever even being
Itachi, dog.
shown in any
He's hard to LARP.
flashback or anything like that, is not just beyond the Sannin and the Hokage levels, but even shinobi who outright clear those levels entirely, and then some. But what would you expect from a more powerful character than the Jonin Minato, who would be shown just following the note of him being unrivaled? But no matter how strong he may be, as the birthday column comes to note, he will come to stare down his greatest and final challenge, and what Databook 1 calls the greatest crisis to ever strike the Hidden Leaf Village, and so too Chapter 501, the longest night in Konoha's history. Before opening what is arguably the most dense fight within the entirety of the series, please first note the truly anomalous invincibility the 4th Hokage has been presented with so far, and walk through this with me slowly so that you can really understand why this fight and set of chapters played
There's
out
3.
in the manner which it did. The scene opens with Minato leaving the table of Kushina, Hiruzen, and his wife Biwako in Minato's kitchen, as Hiruzen begins comparing something to happen that also once happened with Mito, the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hiruzen then notes that due to the worst-case scenario being very much possible, it would be best if they held the ceiling on the outskirts of Konoha, inside of the sealed barrier
Yeah, this
guarded by
motherfucker's
Yondu's
hawking me.
Black Ops, directly assigned to Lord Third, with Minato himself also having to be there, as he states, quote, "I'll be there when she gives birth. I must monitor the seal anyway." Which directly implies for us that even if Kushina was not his wife, he would have to guard this seal, alluding to perhaps Minato's sealing prowess exceeding that of the rest of the world rather handily. Furthermore, we then cut to Minato augmenting the tetragram seal during her birth, and it's nighttime. And mind you that this tetragram being virtually the highest level seal on the planet, it's highly impressive since birth on average for first-time mothers lasts 12 hours, but can go for 24 hours on average.
We came up. We came up.
And outputting chakra, and finally Naruto comes out and Minato cries for joy after finally seeing his son. But not for too long, as Biwako and another companion drop dead to the floor and Obito stands before them. And Obito at this point has been commonly said to be 14 years old. However, that's only based upon the 4 Data book and arguably the Kazuna Earth Scroll.
Wait, this Obito was 14?
Necessarily at 18 years old, which
18?
the manga also agrees with.
14 would have been insane.
And in spite of this very Obito being hailed as the strongest man in the Akatsuki, and a threat Naruto needs to master the Nine Tails and get KCM2 to defeat, we see Obito toss Naruto into the air, leaving him vulnerable to the coming kunai. And even from across the room, Minato's facial expression drops, and blitzes over, grabbing Naruto not only out of Obito's path, but even onto the other wall.
That's my far room.
However, notice that Obito actually knew Minato would outright blitz him here, as indicated by the leave it to the yellow flash. And so too, the bombs planted on Naruto's blanket, leaving Minato only the
He has so much information because that's his sensei, bro. That's crazy.
Through the exploding house, dodging over a dozen larger shrapnel pieces and being only pierced by the one on the leg. The explosion was also apparently
Bro, he could have dogged Obito.
Was even smoking several seconds after he and Naruto had escaped the building, which is also odd as we know that the kunai is behind Minato, making it right around here. Yet it wasn't there initially, so Minato had to teleport to a kunai in the exploding house and then react to the explosion
they got more
via diving out afterwards, leaving Obito with his original target, Kushina, as Minato himself deduces.
And they had 2 in one room, dog. They came up. Like, I had one, but it was like in a room by itself. Like, I had to unlock it. It was without a key.
And now injured slightly on the leg. We cut to Obito mentions he's not only going to extract Nine Tails, but also a more minor implication in that Minato can always protect you, with the raw kanji implying more that he's always protecting her. And regardless, this would imply that he would also be thwarting Obito via battle if he isn't forced to another location farther away, summarily furthering Obito's own acknowledgement of Minato's formidability and arguably to such a level that he's agreeing with it being above himself. Hence to why you'll see Obito rely almost entirely on trying to sneak out of the Minato fight, without really trying to battle him. Why? Why not engage in the fire style or Kamui warp attacks we come to see later out of his typical style? Because he would lose. Furthermore, notice the other arguments that are so prominent but really omitted in discussions about this, such as how Obito literally knows all of Minato's style and likely even basic tendencies, when Minato is frankly the opposite in that he knows literally nothing about anything concerning Obito, and foremost has to be worried and conscious not only about his dying wife, but the Nine Tails. And as Obito had then signed the death warrant for Kushina, being extracting Garama, the full variation at that, which should actually exceed KCM2 Naruto's avatar, considering both are just Nine Tails chakra formed into the non-concealed state, and neither suffer the weakness most Shinchurki do, being intelligence, with the full Nine Tails
He's just following my mark.
down to roughly a third to then be sealed inside of Naruto and later become the avatar itself, wherein this full Nine Tails tries to then kill Kushina via slamming his paw down onto her. But in comes Minato, who immediately uses the Flying Rising to intercept, and then body flicker out from under the already set in motion strike, having to also pick up Kushina into his arms, landing on a nearby tree, which all has Minato calc to be several times faster than the Nine Tails. Obito then says that you really are Flash, but you're too late, showing that Obito is acknowledging Minato's speed like how he acknowledges superiority in their first interaction, but rather than trying to outdo such, he banks on the external scenario that Minato is in to give himself the advantage, showing again it's really neither the Nine Tails or Obito that's all pressing for Minato individually,
up here.
but everything that's happening, i.e. the greatest crisis to ever strike the Hidden Leaf Village. His wife's impending death that cannot be reversed, his looming fatigue of having held the Nine Tails for around a dozen hours, the death of Hiruzen's wife Biwako, the whereabouts of Hiruzen at large, and on top of that, the
This thing is 50 minutes on big items. I'm multitasking something serious. All right, 3 hits, gang. Mm, so different. Hey, that one blazing dude is so fast. And there's usually an egg in here. Mm. Hey, I think we're done here. Wow. W heights. Dang, bro, what video we watching? Actually, should I go back to music? Who's coming up in there? I might just go for an egg. I ain't gonna lie. So what is aura actually? Get gang? What do you mean by that? How you gonna watch this gang? I guess, bro. Dang it, 7? Oh, I need a post.
The place on
Oh my.
Earth where
I
our
got some
world
clips
and the
I could use.
Pokemon world
9
are the
hours?
most alike
Bro.
is
I'm about to just
undoubtedly
edit a
the
clip on
ocean.
stream.
Both are just
And keep
filled
streaming.
to the brim with bizarre
Oh,
creatures
bro.
and ruins of the past. But the Pokemon Ocean
Hold
is
on.
missing one thing: the terror and uneasiness that can
You might have to hold on this. I'm gonna post the clip. I'm gonna edit the clip down and then we go keep streaming. Bro, I'm too lost. I'm too locked in, brother. All right, let's see. I think I have some tangents.
Wait,
However,
I
she
got did like that.
explains later on. I've come to evidence without
You guys
mistrustful
don't got buried.
of others.
One else deals with the problems. So he show you what it's like to be a normal hero dealing with these giant. I guess, bro. Edit layout. And then extend it. This man is written beautifully because Saitama is so powerful that it's cartoonish. But the way they show you that he is powerful is by showing you how everyone else deals with the problems. So he show you what it's like to be a normal hero dealing with these giant monsters. And then Saitama comes in and it's one punch and they're gone. That's why One Punch Man is so good. That's why it's so special. It actively shows you that the difference between everyone else and the main character. It takes time to show you what it's like to be a normal hero versus fucking Saitama. Pretty much. Damn, that clip is kind of perfect. Good heavens. Saitama is so powerful that it's cartoonish. But the way they show you that he
Freestyle
is
ass
powerful
script.
is by showing you how everyone else deals with the problems. So he show you what it's like to be a normal hero. You think I could isolate it? Good heavens, that's actually a D script. I just be see that's why when I go on a tangent, I gotta record it. Because then I could just save it and make it do a video. Man, y'all was getting little eggs. I don't know, was getting big ones, gang. How do we tell you? What skills should I run? The passive. So you get crit rate. Hmm. So you get 15% crit when dealing damage to enemies who have 50 who have so this one does bonus damage. Hmm. What if I just spam each one? They strikes Prismata Slash. They get 15% crit. But the other one is goaded. I ain't gonna lie. I think it's hard. I can't even star up this guy. Defeat alphas. Do I farm for a Grimoire? A Grimoire is hard to get, dog. Should I actually edit this? Wait, bro, I literally fixed the layout and the layout is broken. Or now I can't find it. Bro, what? Now I can't find it? What? Dog, I'm trying to find this junk. I could post this junk and be done. All right, where is the script at? No, it's a freestyle. Did he just glitch? Oh, there it is. There it is. So give me go to this one. So I just posted no edit, bro. Oh, no, I edit, bro. Low key, I'm kind of locked in the stream. Bro, just send it to the drive, bro. I'll handle it from there. I'll just edit in the other thing. All right, I'll put that on the drive. We're gonna start a video again. Hey, bro, when you stream it, bro, you gotta make sure you post it, bro. Post on everything, bro. I'm telling you. Actually, I don't even tell them I stream, bro. It's because I'm about to stop, low key, bro. I'm not a streamer like that. But when Aniimo hit me, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm there. I'm like, I'm there, bro. All right. Now I can watch it. What was I watching? The Oceans of Pokemon. Good enough?
Company, the ocean. So, with Halloween just around the corner, I wanted to bring a little bit more of that horror to the world of Pokemon
What was I
by
doing?
drawing comparisons
Oh yeah, I was about to
between the
do
oceans of each world. We'll be covering everything
on
from
a
Pokemon
farm
to
Aerosol
shipwrecks to ruins, and I can guarantee that this
for a
video
chance
will
to
make you
get
more
this.
scared of the depths of both worlds.
Now you have
Not
increased
knowing
damage
what's below you is a big part
5%.
of what
I think it
makes the
increases your
ocean
crit too.
terrifying. A whale, an eel, a giant jellyfish, so many different animals
I have
that
to
just
test it. Let's go.
appear feet in front of your face from the depths.
Technically,
Or
couldn't you
even
spam
worse,
it
they
and
can
activate
pass you
the free
by
crit?
without ever being seen, just being felt. Big enough
I
to
remember
disturb
the
the
thing
water
is it has
around
crit.
you, forcing you to acknowledge you're not alone, yet never letting you know what it was that just passed you, how long it was there, or what its intentions for you were. This aspect of terror is only elevated in the world of Pokemon. It's one thing for a whale or a shark to surprise you from the depths below, but what if that whale was an ocean god? A being not just of immense size, but also of supreme
I'm telling you,
supernatural
breakers are
power.
just better.
Kyogre is one of the most terrifying Pokemon there is in any setting. It's such a force of destruction and terror, turning so many frightening aspects of the ocean up to the max and then some, as it can summon enormous waves, whirlpools, and unbelievably strong winds. Any sailor at sea, when this thing awakes, is not likely to make it back to shore. Even the Pokemon of the ocean and the land surrounding it suffer
its
its wrath.
damage.
Kyogre is not a beast you want to wake. And yet, this enormous entity isn't even close to the largest animals in the oceans of Pokemon. The most powerful, yes, but in terms of sheer size, no. Its own primal form more than doubles its modern length, but even that is quite small compared to the behemoths that are Dondozo and Wailord. While neither of these Pokemon hold the terrifying power that Kyogre does,
Bro, those Pokemon you just named are soft, bro.
these two hold the
Them boys
second and
sweet.
third places in the list of the largest Pokemon and dwarf even monsters like Groudon, Ultra Necrozma, Steelix,
Groudon
and
stomping
God
them, bro.
itself.
I'm telling you
They're
right now,
truly
Groudon taking
titanic.
them down.
But what might be even more awe-inspiring is that even a Pokemon the size of Wailord is little over half the size of a blue whale in real life. Even the largest ocean Pokemon
I'm not
cannot
doing
compare to those
damage.
who dwell in the earthen depths that surround us. Even Eternatus, the largest Pokemon, excluding its
That's,
own Eternamax form, does not meet the size of a
Run a
fully
breaker,
grown
and we're gonna
blue
use
whale.
this.
It
Change
is
the scale.
incredible that
You
we
seen the
get
light
to
skill is
exist
troll.
on Earth at the same time as these magnificent creatures.
Because
The
in
largest
theory, the light
creature
skill
to
should
ever
be
live on
good.
Earth,
But it
and
does.
often
I guess it only
hides
does
just
20 more
below the
damage.
surface, invisible to all except those
Oh, this one
who
can
witness
do
it
what,
come up
85%?
for air. Surely our existence
what's
isn't making their existence significantly worse. The unknowability of the ocean has created a mountain of legends surrounding what might lie in its depths. Sea monsters exist in pretty much every
do
culture. and
it goes
as
up to
such, have been the
101
inspiration for
attack,
a number
101
of Pokemon
might.
over the years. By far the
Good
most
heavens.
famous sea monster, at least in my opinion, is the
Run this
Kraken, the massive ship-swallowing cephalopod that has been recorded numerous times throughout history. It's the perfect example of how the unknowability of the ocean can create a monster far larger than what actually exists. When humans are frightened, we tend to exaggerate, and that's how the giant squid can go from an
them and then he come out.
50-foot-long sea creature to a monstrosity
That's how the game is
capable
supposed to be played.
devouring ships.
I usually don't
The
even
Kraken
bother.
has been created dozens of times in popular
It
media.
goes around a
and
break,
yet
they
it's one
break
of
the
few
sheet.
sea monsters that doesn't seem to have a direct equivalent in Pokemon. Sure, there's Tentacruel,
After
but
that,
that's
you
more
bring
of
out
just a regular
your man who
squid.
does all
it
the
doesn't really
damage.
have the same enormity or terrifying power of the Kraken. There's also Grapploct and Octillery, which are obviously octopi, but also lack the same power in terms of design. The closest visually might honestly be Malamar, but it's likely based on the cuttlefish and its unusual hypnotic abilities. It's bizarre to me that such a famous and fabled sea monster has yet to get a Pokemon, but maybe they're waiting for a special occasion like a new legendary. Or maybe they're just scared of what fan artists will do with it. Regardless, I wanted to mention the Kraken in this video because it is just so famous, and because it is one of the few sea monsters that has been proven real in some capacity. The giant squid, as we mentioned before, is very much real, as is the colossal squid and the bigfin squid, all of which are squids of enormous size, all of which are bizarre in their own ways, and all of which are very much alive on Earth as you watch this video. Aside from the Kraken, another very famous variety of sea monsters is the sea serpent, or rather sea serpents. Once again, pretty much every culture around the world has some iteration of the sea serpent, a long,
Do they even have one in
enormous
this game?
snake-like being filled with the wrath and power of the ocean. The world of Pokemon has many such creatures. I think the most direct interpretation of such a serpent is Milotic, but it doesn't really hold the hostility related to sea serpents. Really, its counterpart is far more in line with the tales of serpents that permeate the seven seas. Gyarados. Described as having infinite rage and
30K
nearly
on
as
a
much
crit.
power, Gyarados is not the kind of Pokemon that would try and eat you or use you as prey, but would kill you on a whim because
Oh my
its
goodness, I
rage
forgot about
will not
Gyarados. Never
overload.
mind.
A tale is
Gyarados
told
ain't
of a
sweet,
town
bro.
that
Everyone
ended
else you just named, bro,
before the
they
sun
kind of
rose
sweet.
the next
Gyarados,
day,
that boy,
flames
not he
utterly
not
consumed the
sweet.
town, leaving no trace behind. The energy
He
of the
not,
evolution
bro.
stimulated its brain cells strongly, causing it to become more ferocious. Mega evolution also affects its brain,
know, Boomerang Blade
leaving
is
no
kinda
other
fun,
function
so
except
1 second
its
cooldown.
destructive instinct to burn everything
It
to
still has that
cinders. The fear inspired by Gyarados does not revolve around the sea, but instead destruction. The fear that you might lose everything you own to something completely out of your control, having to start anew, if you get to start anew at all. While this fear of destruction
I should
is
just start
kind of
editing this
different
junk.
from the fear of the
Welcome.
ocean, a lot of fear from the ocean originates from this very same fear, as we'll talk about
Well,
in
it's
a
here.
little bit. While all this is terrifying enough as is, I think one of the most terrifying things about Gyarados is what it was. In December 2018, the beta sprite for
Wait, what
Gyarados
was
was
he?
revealed, and it is horrifying. This might
the
be
heck?
the single most
It's like a
elegant thing I've
sandworm.
ever seen in the Pokemon universe. It makes Ultra Beasts look like normal Pokemon.
You're supposed to be a
think they
sandworm?
almost put something this horrifying in the first generation. It could have completely changed
makes
the
sense,
design
Loki.
philosophy of Pokemon forever. Lapras is another Pokemon based on a sea serpent, in this case the Loch Ness Monster.
Lapras is
a
sweet,
cryptid
bro.
that supposedly existed in the Loch Ness in Scotland. Considering the fame of the original beast and how beloved Lapras is, I felt I should at least mention it, even if it falls in the same category as Milotic and is a largely benevolent Pokemon. It's one of the few you actually want to see
He
if you're
actually
stranded
sweet.
at sea. I think one of the most terrifying
He'd actually
yet
help
beautiful
you.
aspects of the
Like a
ocean
seal.
is just the sheer depth.
I know seals are
When
sweet
you're
though.
literally in the middle of nowhere.
They just be nice.
There's nothing near
Yeah,
you
at
in
first.
any direction.
They
not
still
even
bite your
below
face
you
off.
for literal miles. In some cases, you're closer to the land on the coast than you are the land below your own 2 feet. And there are, of course, Pokemon that would take advantage of this great depth. The most infamous being
Frillish.
Oh yeah,
According to
this
its
is one of them ones, bro.
entry, Frillish will
He's super
paralyze
rare.
its prey with a toxin before dragging them 5 miles below the surface, where it will consume its victims in its own home. I can only imagine the horror of getting stung by this jellyfish and having no choice but to watch as you are dragged downwards into the depths while you slowly run out of air. I wonder which darkness would consume you first, the blackness of unconsciousness or the lightlessness of the frigid depths. Its evolution jellicent isn't much better.
I need
as
to
it
run
too drags its
someone who
prey
I need a
beneath the
regen.
waves. But rather than drowning them and dragging them to their layers, it just steals their life force directly. In a way, it's a more merciful death. You don't have to literally watch your life drift away from you as you're paralyzed. You at least get a chance to fight back. Although the Pokedex entries for Jellicent make that fight sound quite futile. But I think it's time to move on from sea creatures, because there are still more aspects of the ocean that can invoke fear. We've already covered its scale and
Bruh, it is so
nature,
RNG.
but another is simply how formerly human creations are claimed by it. The terms used are thalassophobia
This
and
dude is tough, though.
submechanophobia, but I
It
don't
was
think
actually hard to
either of these
get.
really encapsulate the way underwater structures truly feel.
Oh,
The
actually, now it's
eeriness
photo shoot
of
time. Oh my
seeing
goodness.
sea life grow on items made for the surface.
Bro, eyes not even
Highly
closed.
engineered and highly
I'm
expensive
supposed to get the
projects
pick, gang.
that were never meant to be at the bottom of the ocean. Ships and buildings that you know at some point in
I don't
time
like how people be acting
someone
like this
will
isn't
be
just like
using. Yet despite
our
all the
kitsune.
intelligence and
I swear
resources
they
put
count the
into
7
these
tails
objects
and be
by
like, yeah, no,
humans,
that's not a
the
kitsune.
ocean
Or
still
they just
washes
ask
them
for
away
ask for
without a
one
second
anyway.
thought.
Like there are
When
people who've been
hear
asking for
sunken
kitsunes and
sea,
we have
the first
this.
thing they think of is often Atlantis or some other mystical ancient city.
Hold on, let
But
me see
my
what you
first
do.
thought comes from Jacob Geller.
Hold on, wait,
as
no,
he
that's free
turned me onto
pics.
the concept of tsunami ruins, not towns destroyed by tsunamis,
wide angle?
but undersea ruins that become exposed by the imminent
Wide angle
arrival
kinda tough.
of a tsunami. When the tide is drawn out,
Wait, chill,
and
bro. Don't do
covering
it.
ruins of towns
The
long
wait, chill.
lost to the sea.
Chill,
With
wait.
tsunamis in general, there is a
All right,
connection
dog.
to the abyssal ruins of the Unova region, as long ago the ruins were taken underwater by a tsunami. The abyssal ruins in-game were
Oh
swept
my God.
underwater 300 years ago and now rest off the coast of Undella Town. The building itself doesn't hold too much story significance and mainly exists as a place to get the plates and a bunch of relic items, but it does hold a lot of lore significance, as it often talks cryptically about the old kings of Unova. This only adds to the eeriness of the location. There's something so inherently human about language, and while it's obvious the abyssal ruins were built by people,
Alright,
I feel like messages being left just makes them feel more real. It gives identity to the people that once lived here, and now these ruins built for people have been swept who knows how far into the depths by a force who knows how strong. I would also argue that the abyssal ruin could have a connection to Atlantis. It at least has the same feel on the exterior, as it seems to be fairly advanced compared to what you would expect for a ruin a few hundred years old. Much like how people who believe in the existence of Atlantis also believe that whoever built it was far more advanced than we would believe, even if the existence of Atlantis doesn't actually make any sense. Another bizarre underwater location that inspires the same feeling of ancient intelligence is the Sealed Chamber. Deep below the rapids of Hoenn lies a chamber only accessible via the Pokemon you have in your party. Within is one of the most
I'm sorry, I
cryptic
think I
and
don't need this jump.
unusual sights in all of Pokemon. A room filled with murals of Braille, paragraphs of text sealed hundreds of feet below the ocean, and perfectly preserved thanks to the seal on the
There's
door.
not many
The
ice types
Braille
in this
speaks
game.
of the golems that have been sealed, the Reggies, but also clues us in on who built these ruins and what they might be doing. To be able to seal a location off via the Pokemon a person holds insinuates a
Wait, hold
high
on.
level
After
of
casting 3
technological
skills,
advancement,
enhances the
because
next
there are
skill
very
during
few
Icebreaker
locations that have
as an
such
extra
locks
effect.
across the entire world of Pokemon.
HP below
and many of the
75%
others that
increases
exist
break
also
efficiency by
relate
20%.
to the Reggies. Could they all have
Also,
been
when you're
built
low,
by
you
this
get
one
more.
group of people?
And if so, what happened to them? And what happened to this technology that would probably be very useful in the modern day? All these questions will probably never be answered because at the
Can
end
you
of the
evolve
day,
him?
this is probably just a game mechanic that we aren't supposed to overthink. While underwater ruins are
He's
eerie on their
cheating.
own, I think
Y'all are
semi-canophobia
cheating.
is a far
I
more
can't have
insensitive
the
fear.
evolution
Basically,
till
the
like
fear of
tomorrow.
machines underwater. I think it
That's
stems
not
from the
fair,
disparity
dog.
between hulking
You
metal
can't be
ships
him. You
created
gotta. I
through
don't know. Can
immense
you?
human labor
No.
and the natural state of the world. Underwater ruins are often hundreds of years old and feel as if they are part of the earth itself. The stone and remnants feel correct, even if they're not, because there's not too much of a separation
I want to see
between
what they
them
run for
and the
once, Sarah.
world's natural state. But the Titanic, or the Thresher, or other sunken ships, they all feel out of
Oh, dang, I'm already
place
getting attacked.
and are almost always the result of tragedy. And yet, despite humanity's efforts,
I try to
the
dodge it.
ocean still takes these structures back. Like the carcass of a whale, each one becomes its own small ecosystem, with marine life feeding off the iron and chemicals produced by the ships as they deteriorate, which in turn exacerbates their decay.
Why does she have a water move?
Mechanophobia, in many ways, is a simple visual fear. It is scary because it just looks so wrong. What danger does a sunken ship pose in the same way
Wrong button.
the
There you
endless
go.
depths do? In some cases, these ships probably pose less of a threat now as a sunken wreck than they did when they prowled the seas. Pokemon has
break
one
it.
shipwreck that I could find, and it is, of course, the abandoned ship or Sea Mauville in the Hoenn region, a cruise liner that has run aground, smashing against the rocks of Route 108. A man in the Nautical Museum of Slateport says the ship reminds him
End it,
of
end it,
the
end it, end
beloved
it. Press the
SS
button, press the
Anne.
button.
While this claim is false, as the scientist in the abandoned ship says it looks like the SS Cactus, I think the idea of the Anne being this wreck brings a new level of
heck, bro?
solemnness to the place. Imagining the abandoned ship as the SS Anne helps bring life and sentimentality to the ship. People once traveled in luxury
not
on
getting the
this ship.
grimoire.
People were probably on this ship when it ran aground. Who knows how many people worked to build this ship?
Can
And
I have the
now
Aurelia
it just
event, bro?
lies here, abandoned. In many places, it is partially submerged, and in many more, it is literally falling apart. Ships this rusted and broken are highly dangerous in the real world. You never know exactly what flooring is safe and what will cave under the lightest of steps. And yet here, children play and sailors just kind of hang out. There's a scientist, which makes sense as it is truly a one-of-a-kind location in the world of Pokemon. Ironically, the abandoned ship seems to be in far better condition than most similar shipwrecks in the real world.
Water,
the ship
grass.
showcased in this video ran aground just 12 years before
I don't even think I have
filming,
a- I
yet
can use a
it is
dark
in
on this
far
one.
worse condition than the abandoned ship. So it
You
seems
bring
the oceans
physical.
of the Pokemon world are far more merciful than our
Magic.
own. Or maybe they're just freshwater ocean, so
Physical.
salination doesn't corrode the ships quite as fast. The further and further I got into this video, the more I realized that I think our own oceans are the one area where our world is more terrifying than the world of Pokemon. That's not to say the waters of the Pokemon world aren't scary at all, more so that our own are just much more terrifying. I think a major reason for this feeling is just how much more tangible our oceans are.
Should I even run
We
for
see
this?
very little of the oceans of the Pokemon world, despite what IGN would have you believe. And the areas we are permitted
Let's
to
do an egg
explore
heist,
are
bruh.
generally curated to be interesting or unique. So of course there aren't a lot of areas, or frankly any at all, that invoke the same feeling of endless dread that can accompany our own oceans. That sense of expanse in all directions would be hard to emulate in a game with mechanics like Pokemon, where the main draw is the creatures that exist in all the corners
Yeah,
of
because
the
I'm almost
world. Now,
there.
a Subnautica style game with Pokemon, that would go hard, even if a game like that would probably never exist. Thank you for watching this video. As always, I really do appreciate it, and I'll see you next week for another one.
All right, what are they cooking on? My recommended. Let's see. What are we cooking today, guys? I'm just not watching Stream University gang. What do we tell you? I want another narrative video. I'm running out. Oh wait, I read the manga for this one. For the
Imagine for a
manhwa.
moment that you are a shadow, a dark, dirty smear, standing beside a star that burns with pure light. The star has a destiny greater than you can fathom. Everyone loves him, praises him,
Or Bam
and
is that goated.
worships his brilliance. His power outshines everything. The star looks upon you with kindness, willing to share his light. But to you, that light is a curse. It exposes everything you hate about yourself: the grime, the emptiness, the fact that you will never shine like he does. So you decide to
Oh no, she
destroy
kind of cooking.
the star, to steal his light, his love, and his destiny.
Hold on.
Instead of him, you will be the star. This is the mind of a shadow, consumed by envy. This is the nature of Rachel from Tower of God.
Hold on. She about to
This video
cook.
contains spoilers from the anime Tower of God.
I ain't gonna lie, it
and
ain't that
minor
much
mentions
spoilers.
Of things from the webtoon.
She gonna
There
get to
will
what,
be
like
no major
season
spoilers
2?
from the webtoon in this video. At the top of the
Trust
tower
me, gang.
exists everything in
I
this
was at the
world,
war
and
arc
it can all
and
be
I
yours.
stopped. That's like
You
I was
can
like
become a
chapter
god. This
460.
is the story of Rachel, the girl who climbed the tower to see
Trust me,
the
she
star,
not gonna spoil
and
nothing
Bob,
crazy.
the boy who needed nothing but her. This is a statement from the beginning of Tower of God. There she is, right at the start of it all. Rachel, a girl so hateable that she drowns every single element in this grand story with her power. So impactful that every villain in a new webcomic is called the new Rachel. In spite of having some serious competition in this area, Rachel has become one of the most hated women in anime and webtoon history, with an army of people who despise her. Yes, that's 1.3 billion reads. How did she achieve this? How did Rachel stand out from countless characters in Tower of God and demand our attention and our hatred? Let's talk about it. Tower of God is a fantasy adventure story centered around a mysterious, magical tower that seems to overshadow the whole world outside. Now, we don't know much about the outside world, but we hear some stuff about the tower itself. What do you desire? Honor and pride? Power and influence? Money and riches? Revenge, or to transcend all such things? Climb the tower and everything will be yours. At the top of the tower, everything exists in the world. Now, I don't know what that means. Okay, it's very vague, and it's the biggest mystery at the heart of the story itself.
I think
What
I go.
is at the top of the Tower of God? We, the viewers, desperately want to see it, but the person who wants it most is Rachel. Rachel wishes to stand at the top of the tower, to be free and see an endless sky full of stars, which apparently you can only see from the top of the tower. In episode 1, she races away from her friend Bum to the massive gates of the tower, desperate to be let in. The tower only lets in the people it chooses, and she wants to be the chosen one. For one instant, you feel sympathetic for her. Who wouldn't want to see the endless sky? Who wouldn't chase freedom? But climbing the tower is no easy feat. In fact, no one has ever seen the true top of the tower. The highest anyone's ever gotten is level 134. The tower is an
Dang.
extremely dangerous place, and you have to cross difficult, impossible
Open.
tunnels in order to
There we
get
go.
from one level to the next. The entire tower is filled with a magic called Shinsu.
They upgraded
It's
this junk
kinda like
so
a
much.
divine magic water.
It was just
It's a
slightly
mystical
pink.
substance that makes all
Weave.
life and power within the tower. It can be converted into fire, electricity, insane lasers, whatever you like. It extends the life of its users and makes them incredibly powerful people, but only if you have an affinity for it. Rachel has no affinity for Shinsu. Even the slightest touch from Shinsu makes her keel over in a coughing fit. For people without any affinity, Shinsu can be like poison. In
Oh,
spite of
damn, I remember
this,
that.
Rachel dreams of being powerful and feared. She wants to beat all of these powerful magic users and climb to the top of the tower, and she is obsessed with these fantasies. She
Or how do I get
believes
over?
she
But I
deserves
don't need
the
to.
top of
I'm
the
an
tower
idiot.
more than anyone else, almost as if she has a right to it. But this alone doesn't make her hateable, right? I mean, every anime starts with a character who is weak, an underdog, who goes on to beat people far stronger than them. The reason why we hate Rachel is because of the person she left behind when she came to the tower, the boy named Ban. Bam, or Yoru in the Japanese anime, is the
We need him
protagonist
Yoru.
of Tower of God.
Bro, change his
A
name back.
character who
Why
stands
is his
in
name not
stark
Bam?
contrast to Rachel in every single
They just
way.
didn't want to say Bummer.
Bam is innocent and sweet, and Rachel really isn't.
I did not
Bam is
watch the
honest
anime. I knew the
and
anime
loyal,
was gonna be
and
bad
Rachel is
because the
ethereal liar
first part of
and
Tower of
manipulator.
God
But
is
most
super
critically,
slow. This
to
dude has
Rachel,
like no
the most
powers
important
for
things
like the
climb
first
the tower.
whole entire
To
part.
Bam,
At
the
the
most
second
important
part,
thing
he gets
is
powers
Rachel.
and becomes
Bam
strong
has
as shit
no memories of who he
and
really
starts to
is.
break into who he
All
is as
he
a
remembers
character.
is being trapped inside a deep, dark cave
But
full of
before
water,
that, it's
hanging on
super
to the
slow.
edge
It's
of
a
the
slow
tower.
burn. He just kind of
That's when the
sits in the
earth
back
above
burner.
him cracked
So I'm
open,
like, oh yeah, it's not.
and
I'm
light
not. It's not even worth
came into
watching.
his life with the shadow of his savior, the only person he had
Wait, where am I?
ever seen, Rachel. Rachel taught Baum how to speak, how to read, how to just be a person. She was his only friend, but it went beyond that.
Or is
She
that
was
just
an
my
almost
earbuds went
maternal
down?
figure in his life. She would take care of Baum and leave to go to an unknown location periodically, and this was his whole life. We don't know what Rachel's life was like outside of that cave, but we do know that to Baum, Rachel was everything. He literally couldn't fathom existence without her. So when Rachel decided to run for the tower and leave him behind, Baum is heartbroken. He is in tears. And
Aw.
here's where I noticed something really strange. Rachel doesn't ask him to come along with her. It doesn't seem like she asked
She
him
don't want to
anything
be near
before.
him.
The tower would be
She
easy
don't
to
want to
climb
be
with
near him
company,
no
and
more,
it
gang.
doesn't seem like only one of them can get in. So why did she have to abandon him? Rachel doesn't just seem
Rachel
like she
is
wanted
just
to climb
weird.
the tower. It seemed like she wanted to get away from the life she had outside the tower, and that included
He wanted to stop
Baum.
being a loser,
She
and if
says
she was near
wants to
him,
be
she will
reborn, in her
always
own
be a
words.
loser.
And we don't know what that means until the last episode of season 1. Rachel's goal isn't to simply climb the tower. Her goal is to be the
I think I
lone
could one
star
shot if I
who
had Star
climbed
up.
the tower. Rachel doesn't want help because she wants to do it alone and be revered for it. She wants to shine bright, be a brilliant, blessed ranker chosen by the tower itself, who did something no one else has, reaching the absolute top. Whatever her life was outside was far from this glorious image, and she wants to shake it off. And part of letting go of that life is to discard
Wait,
Baum.
where did he?
The
Did he go
fact is,
upstairs? Why is
Rachel
it
isn't as
upstairs?
connected to Baum as he is to her.
Why
She
is the rest
did
of my
enjoy
attack
his company,
upstairs?
but only because she liked being seen.
Bro,
as
they
the
sent the
only light in
attack
his
to the
life.
wrong area.
He made her
Missed
feel
delivery, bro.
special, but she wants to be special to everyone. And not only was Baum not a part of that plan, he was a direct threat to that plan. In the final episode of season 1, we get to see things from Rachel's perspective. We see the massive doors of the tower open up to swallow her, and she is elated. She says to herself, "This is probably the peak of my life." But when she meets head-on the administrator of the first floor of the tower, she finds out a shocking truth. The doors didn't open for her. They opened for Baum. He is the chosen one, and she just happened to fall in by chance. Rachel is shattered. She cannot accept this reality.
I
It
go,
is
it's crazy
too
they
much
told
to
her
bear
that.
not
She
only
couldn't even be
is she not
delusional.
special, but Baum is the special one. We kind of get the sense that she always disliked Baum, even before she got into
Oh
the
my
tower.
goodness, big egg
But
with
we
me.
aren't told why. She begs, pleads head-on to be let into the tower, to just be given a chance. The administrator agrees, and he gives her the first floor's test.
He's like,
The
go
same
ahead, bro.
test he gives to every candidate. They have to juke this giant eel monster and break an orb in its cage. The problem is, the big boy is insanely fast and made entirely of impenetrable steel. No big deal, just certain death. Rachel immediately says no. She says the challenge is too hard and totally unfair. She's not even going to attempt it because it's cruel. And
Wow.
honestly, her reaction is sensible. I mean, the thing is a monster. What is the point of trying if you're just gonna die? But then Head-On makes her hide and watch someone else take on the challenge. Bum followed Rachel into the tower. Of course, the doors open for him again. He was the chosen one. When Head-On gives him the challenge, Bum immediately jumps to try it. Because more than death, Bum is afraid of being alone, of never seeing Rachel again. And this is what the test of the first floor is for. It's to see if you want to climb the tower so
If
bad
you even want
that
to,
would
if
risk
you
your
would
life
like
over it.
to live,
And Rachel fails that test.
bro,
Bum
you do
gets
not
a
need help with the
legendary
alpha.
weapon from a friend he makes on the first floor because, well, he is sweet and likable.
Bro, I be soloing them all the time.
Letting it swallow him so he can attack it from inside. It is an incredibly difficult challenge, but he channels his love for Rachel to power through and manages to break the orb and move on to the second floor. Rachel is enraged by this and throws a proper fit. She thinks it's unfair that Bum got to have a weapon, and she whines about how he was stealing everything from her when all he did was follow her into the tower. She has no regard for how hard he worked. She is so incredibly petty, even Head-On calls her thinking shallow and her heart ugly. It's not that she is blind to how brave Bum was. She sees it and she hates him for it. She cannot stand that he succeeded where she couldn't, further proving that the tower was right to choose him. Now he was
That's
going to go to the
crazy,
second
bro.
floor while she was getting trashed on by Head-On. Rachel does get to the next floor of the tower, and I'll tell you how she did that later on. She obviously runs into Bum, and he continuously prioritizes her throughout this
He said, yo, that's my
He
mans.
saves her life, taking a big hit to his head in the process. She hates him even more for doing that, because his big heart makes her look worse. Again.
Yeah,
She
she's
feels
so
far from
self-conscious
grateful. She
that when
hates
someone
him.
naturally
Bum
makes
made
her look
several
worse,
friends in the tower and rallies
it does
into her
damage
citadel.
to her.
He swore that he would take her to
Go
the
over
top
here,
of
I
the
guess.
tower with him, that they would see the stars together. Rachel's hatred only intensified because why does he have the power to help her? Why does he make friends and allies while she sits alone in the dark like an edgy emo teen? Why is he kind while her heart is dark? A person dies in the tower because of Rachel, and she uses this opportunity to pretend to be disabled. She knew she couldn't pass this floor's test without Bum and his friends helping her.
No, Rachel would have won. What do you mean she pretended to be disabled?
God, it's so unlikable.
No, Rachel,
Bum
you got
wanted
it.
her to achieve her
Rachel
dreams
said, I got the
throughout.
method, gang.
I've never seen a better cheerleader. But Rachel herself admits that his words and actions reach nothing in her heart. She truly hated him for simply existing and being happier than she was. Her hatred of Bum and her obsession over the tower was
I lie,
so
bro. You think
bad
being
that we
easy,
got to see one of
like,
the most
you think it's
shocking
easy for
and
you to be happy, you
appalling
live a better
betrayals
life?
in anime at the end of season 1. After a whole season of being rolled around and served by Bum, Rachel needs his help to progress to the next level. In order to do this, everyone engages in a really risky challenge that poses a threat to all of their lives. And just when they're about to end it, right when they're at the finish line, Rachel takes
Yo,
action.
wait, where
She
did they
gets out of her
die?
wheelchair and pushes Bum into the abyss. She watches him fall, leaving him to drown in the murky waters.
Move it, little bro.
When I tell you, this scene set me off. I was fuming. At this
Yeah, he's not
point,
about it.
we didn't know anything from Rachel's perspective, okay? And to us, she was just Bum's friend who straight
Oh
yeeted
no,
him for no
guys.
reason. And as she throws him off, she says, "Instead of you,
Oh
I
no.
will become the star."
Wait, how did they go down?
That is diabolical, okay?
Bro, I
This
actually don't care.
scene
Is that bad?
single-handedly made her the most hated
I could
woman
solo him.
in anime and webtoon history. Even now, if
Is it
you
bad I
search
could have soloed
top
him?
anime betrayals, Rachel will be on that list, right alongside
Is it bad, bro?
blondes, I swear.
Is it bad I actually have the
Kills
money? I have
Bum,
so
or
much
so
money.
she thinks.
Like,
We
I have
see
6 million.
everything from Rachel's perspective
I could have
in the
soloed him.
following episode.
Is that
We
bad?
find out that Rachel had made a deal with Hedon
I
all the way
literally
back on
soloed
the
the.
first floor.
Wait, how
that
are
she
they
would
so
kill
weak?
Bomb in exchange for going to the second floor of the tower.
That's a
That's
good
how
ass
she got
question.
in, even after failing the test. No one
How are
and
they so
nothing
weak?
is
I
more
solo them
important to Rachel
constantly.
than climbing
I
the tower.
solo them on
The
characters I
whole
don't even
season,
play.
all she had done was lie to
Yeah,
Bomb
let's
and
not ask
everyone
question.
else she met.
We know the answer
And
to.
just when they trusted her, she destroyed them. And she felt no remorse for it. Well, almost no remorse. There are moments where Rachel feels pained and tortured.
Oh, no more
Moments where
discount.
she cries
Yeah.
and even wants to tell Bomb to run away from her. She looks like she feels bad, but I don't fully buy into it. It's a rather self-indulgent way of feeling bad. She doesn't feel bad enough to not actually kill
Alright,
him.
and then I need
And
the
after she
chips.
betrays him, she laughs alone in her room like a psycho. There is no redeeming her character after this betrayal. The question in our minds
Yo,
is
I've never
simple.
seen people
Why
actually
is
die to that.
Rachel like this? What
Let me do this jump right
circumstances
quick.
made her be this way? The thing is, we don't fully know. Rachel's past before she met Bum is one of the big mysteries of this story, something we've only gotten hints about in the webtoon. She seems to know more about the tower and about Bum's true past than she lets on. She knows secrets about this world that no other character is privy to. I won't go into them because that would spoil some major reveals from the webtoon, which is far ahead of the show, and I don't want to do that in this video. But there is still some mystery about how she became so deeply insecure and flawed. And the Tower of God certainly didn't help. The world of the Tower is a cruel, ruthless place, where hard work is basically meaningless. Sure, you can train and learn new powers if you have an affinity for them, but if someone is born to have more power than you, there is no hope of you ever beating them. You cannot beat luck. There are countless anime and comics where a powerless underdog slowly gains strength through training, but this is impossible in Tower of God. You cannot train or buy your way into Shinsu affinity or into a destiny. If the tower chooses you, you will move ahead, and if it doesn't, well, tough luck. This environment fosters incredible jealousy and resentment in a lot of characters, but especially in Rachel. She is not stupid nor blind to her flaws. She is acutely aware of every single one of her weaknesses. She feels deeply inferior to others, and that in turn causes her to want to be superior, to win at any cost, to cheat, lie, and even kill to get ahead. She burns with envy over the fact that others are stronger, more liked, and prettier than her, that they're better people than her. And what she hates most is that none of them earned any of this. They were just luckier. And to her, Bum is the luckiest of them all. This Reddit comment by Patahata says it best. Bum is an escapist character. We read about him to escape from our own lives. He appears into the tower, and the first thing that happens is a genius princess drops from the ceiling, gives him a sword because she thinks he's cute, and then the sword gives him a power-up because the sword also thinks he's cute. Bum wins over characters even when he shouldn't. He learns what would take centuries in mere seconds. His power dwarfs even the geniuses of geniuses. No natural born can keep up with him, even putting in 1,000,000 times the effort. He is the chosen one, the child of buried history, returning to take his rightful place. This comment hits the nail on its head. Bum is quite literally the star of the tower, and most importantly, he is the star of the story. Rachel, to me, is a character that is desperate to just be the protagonist. It's strange, when she cries about how unlucky she's been, it feels almost as if she's speaking to the author himself. The author made Bum a star that shone so bright he made her look like a shadow. This isn't just disappointment for Rachel, this is humiliation, a deep wound that festers and burns, turning her into a monster. And that's particularly funny to me because she is actually one of the central characters in the story. Not only is she mentioned in the very first passage of the show, but the author says so himself. If the male protagonist is Bum, the female protagonist is Rachel. In fact, he admits that Rachel is his favorite character, and the author's close relationship with her is evident in the way he structures the story around her. Making a truly hateable character in fiction is not an easy or predictable task. It is almost never the main villains of the story, nor the most threatening or cruel characters. The most hated ones are the characters that hit
White.
closest to home.
Yo, I love
reminding
White.
us in a primal way
Yo,
of
White
evil
is
that
White
we
is one
might
of those
encounter in our
characters.
daily life. The villain-in-chief in Harry Potter is Voldemort, but the most hated character is usually Dolores Umbridge, representing the polite cruelty we often face from teachers growing up or as an adult from the HR rep. Game of Thrones is full of many horrible characters, but Joffrey takes the cake for being the most hated character. He was such an annoying, bratty child that not even Ramsay Bolton could top him, in spite of being far more vile. These characters don't just fall into the category of being hated, they're in the category of you love to hate them. It's an almost enjoyable experience to despise them. Viewers and readers eagerly wait for every next episode just to see if this character in particular will get what they deserve. They carry the story, making it all the more interesting. And in Tower of God, Rachel has this power. She represents betrayal and toxic relationships, something we are all too
Alright,
familiar
that's
with.
enough.
Rachel is part of what made the story interesting and iconic, and she played a great role in making
Alright,
Tower
we'll
of
do that.
God the phenomenon it is today.
But I could have kept going. I need the star up materials. Where do you get those from? I want to star up. One stamp collection? Is that true? Wow, it is. I have 300. Okay, then. Our video is done. Wait, which webtoon is this? But wait, stop. Stop it. Stop attacking me, recommended. Stop it. Stop it. You know I read, gang. Alright, I ran out. What they got it at the shop, gang? Also, swap the double healer so I can stop trolling people. Bro, I could have easily won that. My mind was somewhere else, gang. Regular show lore for 3 hours. A Get Out breakdown. Most oh the phone is that guy. That junk is old. Oh wait, they might be cooking. Narrative and philosophical. Recommended. Are we hitting? Dang, I had tax 700.
The past is the one part of our lives we can never erase or rewrite. Yet all of us regret things we've done. All of us wish we could avoid our mistakes or make up for them.
How low is
become better
my
versions of
headphone?
ourselves. The weight of the past leaves scars. It makes us suffer. And it traps us in an endless cycle of repeating the same mistakes over and over again.
But I put
But
the
what if
left
I told
ones in.
you there was a way to escape your past, to make up for your mistakes, to fundamentally change who you are? And it doesn't matter how heavy your burden is or what you've done before.
I just charged it. How could it be dead?
At some point, I realized that a surprising number of anime and manga keep pointing toward the same answer. Vinland
Oh my
Saga, Vagabond, and even Evangelion all suggest that if you want to be reborn as someone new, If you want to rediscover yourself and leave your past mistakes behind, then all you need to do is...
Do what, twin? What do I do?
But let's go through it, step by
Oh, so you're
step.
gatekeeping, bro?
The prologue of Vinland
Bro,
Saga,
please, dog.
which is its first season, doesn't hold back in portraying
Bro,
the
please.
brutality of its world. This is medieval Europe, where war, power struggles, greed, revenge, and violence
Who the
are
heck is
simply
Jab?
facts of life. Those who aren't killed
Oh,
in
you're
battle
Jab?
often end
Gang,
up sold
trade with
into
me. What the
slavery.
heck?
And Viking culture itself
Oh my
glorifies
goodness,
death
dog.
in
I
combat,
wanted to buy
pouring
drip,
fuel
but
onto a
like,
fire that has already engulfed the continent.
I kind of need it. I'm kind of
Throughout the
making my
season,
dude have a
we
lot of
watch people
attack right.
commit terrible acts. More importantly, through the eyes of Thorfinn, a boy who was drawn into
I
this
still
terrifying
need
world from an early age, we come to accept those acts. Sometimes we even cheer them on. Thorfinn wants
You can get it from a
revenge
chest?
for his father's death, and he's willing
Or
to
a
do
shell.
whatever it takes to get it.
Shell.
And we're
I
completely
see.
on his side,
I know it
no
must
matter
be
what
done.
sacrifices his quest demands. Whether it's an enemy commander or an innocent woman who once offered him shelter, the goal always seems to justify the cost. Thorfinn never stops
do I
to
need
count how many
keys?
people he's killed, how many lives he's ruined, how many fields he's burned, or how many villages he's helped pillage. And as viewers,
Oh, no, I just
neither
have
do
it
we.
flipped.
At the very least, we become passive observers. At worst, we become accomplices to Thorfinn's actions. But everything changes when Askeladd, the man who both killed Thorfinn's father and in many ways raised him, dies.
Wait, why did you buy 2 of these?
In that moment, Thorfinn loses the only purpose he has ever had. He loses the hatred that kept him moving
They
forward.
sell 1 to 1. So.
Everything he learned, everything he knew how to do, revolved around fighting. But now, for the first time in his life, he has no reason to fight at all, and he's left completely empty.
Well, I just bought a big backpack. Where did it go? Here it is. None.
死にたくないから生きてるんですか？生きてると
What? 2900.
何かいいことありますか？俺はなかったよ。今まで生きてきていいこと一つもなかったよ。
So how does a man like that move forward? How does someone stained by blood and consumed by revenge make peace with his past? How does he make up for his mistakes?
It has been killing since he was
How
a
does
kid,
he find
though.
a new purpose in life? To answer that question, Makoto Yukimura makes a bold choice. He introduces a time skip and shows us Thorfinn several years after the prologue, and he's become a slave on a farm. His job is to clear a forest and turn the land into a field.
Oh, I
If
think
he
I've read that
succeeds,
part. I think
the
I've
owner
seen that
promises
part, yeah.
to grant him his freedom. The problem is that Thorfinn barely cares. He has no idea what he would even do with his freedom, but the work gives him something simple and concrete to focus on. Cut down trees, clear the land. One day after another, it allows him to live on autopilot. At first, this might seem like a dramatic departure from the blood-soaked story of the prologue, but in reality, it's the most natural continuation imaginable. For his entire life, Thorfinn learned only one thing: how to destroy. But to escape the emptiness that destruction has left behind, he needs to learn something new. He needs to learn how to create. When Thorfinn plows a field and plants wheat for the first time, he finds himself looking at a plow in a way he never has before. And suddenly, he realizes that someone had to invent it. Someone had to come up with the idea. Someone had to teach others how to build it. Someone had to pass that knowledge on. For the first time in his life, Thorfinn finds himself in a situation where all he can do is wait. Wait for the wheat to grow. And in the process, he discovers something simple but profound. Creation takes time and patience, while destruction can happen in an instant. For the first time, Thorfinn feels pride in the work he's done, not out of greed or hatred, but out of a sense of peace and fulfillment. Einar, another slave working alongside him, notices the change immediately. He says that Thorfinn looks like a little kid staring at a brand new toy with his mouth hanging open. Because in a way, that's exactly what he is. Thorfinn is a child seeing an entirely different way of living for the very first time, which is why it hits so hard when a group of hired workers destroy the freshly planted field, driven by the same greed, the same selfishness, the same urge to take rather than create. This is where Thorfinn's self-reflection begins. Looking at these men, he suddenly recognizes his former self. The destruction of the field symbolizes more than just the loss of hard work. It's a metaphor for the countless people Thorfinn has killed. When you plant a field, there's no guarantee that every seed will grow. But every seed carries potential, the possibility of becoming something more. The same is true for people. Even if someone hasn't accomplished anything yet, even if they haven't done any great good in the world, they still carry the possibility of a brighter future. And that's what makes taking a life such a tragedy. For the first time, Thorfinn begins to understand that many of the people he killed may have been just like Einar. Innocent people, trying to live their lives. For the first time, he starts to grasp the pain he has inflicted on others.
Those dudes were troll. They didn't even bring back the egg. Y'all could not play beta 2, dog. Oh my goodness.
One shows him the path.
They didn't bring back the egg they got.
The other shows him where the path of revenge ultimately leads.
Mind you, I solo Stellaris constantly.
You have no enemies. This is the lesson.
Oh wait, we could photo shoot here.
But forgot. But simply putting down the sword is no longer enough. That's only the first step.
Nah, this could be the easiest
Making
photo
a
shoot. Get me in
promise
there.
not to kill anyone ever again won't make up for the lives he's already taken. Refusing to harm others in the future.
Yeah, your
does
little
nothing to
dude
change
is
the harm
so
he has caused in the
protective,
past.
gang. I can't
debt
flick up.
is still there. And the only way to repay it is through creation. He has to grow as much wheat as he once destroyed.
On the other side.
Build as many homes as
Yo,
he once
your
burned.
dudes are
Save as
so
many lives
weird,
as
dog.
he once
Let me
took.
in.
Only then can he
Let
begin
me in, bro.
to balance the scales. It's telling that Canute, a man moving in the opposite direction, from a timid idealist to a ruler willing to kill and conquer, ultimately backs down in the face of Thorfinn's conviction. Because deep down, he still shares the same belief.
No, I need to flick up,
same
twin.
dream. A world without violence. The second season of Vinland Saga is about the value of labor and the importance of taking responsibility for the harm you've caused. And it teaches that lesson not only to its characters, but to its audience as well. But more than anything, it's a story about how to find yourself again. How to rebuild your life after losing your purpose. How to become someone new.
You think people will notice they're combined?
All you have to do is
Does Vagabond have an anime now?
But before we get there, let's look at one more example.
No.
The themes of Vagabond and Vinland Saga
Vagabond doesn't
are
have an
remarkably
anime?
similar. Both stories grapple with violence, the value of human life, and what a person, especially a warrior, should ultimately strive for. And just like Vinland Saga, Vagabond centers on a protagonist with blood on his hands. From a young age, Shinmen Takezo, better known as Miyamoto Musashi, was feared for his ferocity. He was the kind of person who would kill anyone foolish enough to stand in his way. The people in his village even gave him a nickname, the Demon Child. Obsessed with becoming stronger, he went off to war while still a teenager, and after returning, he set out on a journey to challenge the strongest fighters he could find. One duel after another, one victory after another, always searching for greater strength.
Ooh, that's a good
He was
pick.
obsessed with fighting, and with
That's
the dream of
good
becoming
pick.
invincible, unmatched by anyone. But in reality, that goal was never really about skill or glory. It was a desperate attempt to escape the shadow of his abusive father.
Wait, he's
and the
glitched.
feeling that he was fundamentally worthless. For
He's
Takezo,
supposed to look.
strength
Oh no, he's
becomes a
not.
shield,
It's just blue.
a way to hide his vulnerability and pain. The problem is that his victories feel empty. He moves from one duel to the next, leaving bodies behind him, but gaining neither self-understanding nor any real connection to the world around him. Like Thorfinn in Vinland Saga, he eventually finds himself hollow. And like Thorfinn, when he confronts that emptiness and begins searching for a new meaning in life, he puts down the sword and picks up a plow. The farming arc is perhaps the most controversial and the most important part of Vagabond. At first glance, it seems almost absurd. A legendary swordsman suddenly settles in a poor village and devotes himself to helping its people survive a year of famine. Even Musashi himself repeatedly considers leaving, returning to the road, seeking out new opponents and new battles. After all, he knows how to fight. He doesn't know how to make the land fertile. And yet something keeps him there. Maybe it's the trauma that prevents him from moving forward the way he once did. Maybe it's the orphan boy who takes him in. Or maybe it's the growing realization that every time he kills someone,
it got a
himself.
huge upgrade.
At first, Musashi approaches farming the same way he approaches combat, like a warrior. He tries to overpower the river. He cuts into the earth as if he were swinging a sword. He treats nature itself as an opponent that must be defeated. But nature proves stronger than any warrior he has ever faced.
Get a huge upgrade.
The river still floods, the soil still dries out. And for perhaps the first time in his life, Musashi is forced to ask himself a question. What is the strength I've been chasing all this time? Throughout the arc, the image of water appears again and again. On one hand, water is a force powerful enough to sweep away houses and carve through stone. On the other, it's gentle. It heals wounds. It nourishes life. Musashi learns to live within this paradox. And in doing so, he begins to see life itself as a kind of current, shaped by forces beyond our control, yet still leaving room for choice. In the end, he stops trying to conquer the river. Instead, he learns to work with it. He creates a separate channel for the water and uses it to irrigate the fields. But even that isn't enough. For the land to become fertile, it needs life. Not a single life, embodied by Musashi alone, but countless forms of life. Insects, fallen leaves, compost, microorganisms, and everything else that makes an ecosystem thrive. A fertile field cannot be forced into existence through strength alone. You can't beat the earth into submission with a plow. You have to listen to it.
What do you think will happen?
Like Thorfinn, Musashi must learn the value of life. He has to become, in a sense, a defenseless man.
They got smoked.
Someone whose days are spent protecting fragile plants, caring for them, and constantly asking what more he can do to help them survive. As Musashi works, the people of the village begin to take notice. Slowly, a community forms around him. They place their faith in this strange, wandering samurai. They believe he might be able to help them survive the winter and grow enough rice to make it through another year. At first, Musashi rejects them. He thinks they should be ashamed of relying on him. But gradually, through his struggle with the river, through the search for fertile soil, and through the hardships of daily labor, he begins to accept them. And once he accepts them, he also accepts responsibility for them. For the first time, he is no longer working the fields for himself. He's working for other people. For Yori, the orphan boy who gave him a place to stay. For the grumpy old man who shared his precious farmland. For the women who asked the samurai to teach them how to defend themselves.
It was so different
and for
now.
everyone else who has entrusted
look
a
at
part
the
of
main.
their
It didn't
future
used to
him.
have all this.
And it's here that Musashi
The
finally
tufts on the
discovers the
paws.
strength he has been searching for all along. He realizes that strength is not measured by what you can destroy. It's measured by what you can protect. One of the most powerful moments in the manga comes when Musashi realizes that despite all their efforts, the village will not survive the winter. The harvest won't be enough. People are going to starve. And so he does something that would have once been unthinkable. He goes to the local lord, falls to his knees, and begs for help. In that moment, kindness triumphs over pride. What Musashi once saw as weakness and humiliation turns out to be the very thing that makes a person truly strong. If Thorfinn's journey is about learning the value of labor and the importance of repaying a debt to the world, then Musashi's is about letting go of pride and finding strength in responsibility. Through the quiet rhythm of rural life, through the joy of growing food, through his relationships with other people, and through the fatherly bond he develops with a boy named Yori, Musashi finds a kind of happiness that no victory ever gave him. a happiness greater than anything he felt while climbing toward fame. And just like Vinland Saga, Vagabond suggests that if you want to find yourself again, if you want to discover a new purpose in life, all you have to do is
Stop doing that. Stop it. Stop it.
But what if the thing weighing
Is it
you
just
down
self-reflection?
isn't what you did? What if it's what you failed to do? What if your fear, your weakness, or your indecision led to terrible consequences? How do you become a better person then? These are the questions that confront Shinji Ikari in the rebuild of Evangelion films. By the time the final movie begins, he's completely broken. His inability to act has cost him almost everything. He has lost Rei. His choices helped trigger 2 cataclysmic events that permanently changed the world, and the people closest to him, Asuka and Misato, have turned away from him. Shinji no longer wants to live. But he can't bring himself to die, either. He stops talking.
Man, I
He
keep
stops
getting
eating.
small faded.
He retreats entirely into himself, and like he always has, he tries to run away from the world. At the same time, Rei's clone, someone who has never truly experienced the world before, is encountering it for the very first time. Until now, the only thing she knew how to do was pilot and Yeva. But suddenly, everything is new. For the first time, she sees a cat. For the first time, she learns how to use a bath. And for the first time, she plants rice. It's through the ordinary routines of village life, surrounded by a close-knit community, that this artificial Rei gradually becomes a real person. She discovers that she can want things, that she can dream about the future, that she can care about other people, that she can love. And for the first time in her life, she finds something that feels like home.
Alright, how
Evangelion
soft
is,
are
in many ways, a story
and
about
beta testers should be
repression.
so soft now, bro.
Honestly, that's a topic worthy of an entire
That's why they used
essay
to be scared
on
of
its
this
own.
shit. I'll be on the way
But it's
there
in
tomorrow.
these scenes where Rei is slowly discovering the world around her that we see the series' answer to that central theme. We begin to understand what might help a person find their way out of that darkness.
I'm starting to
Just
notice
like
the
the
difference, bro.
watermelons Kaji once
That's between
grew,
me and
ordinary
the
everyday
others.
life becomes
I'm soloing the
key.
boss every time
Choosing
by
life,
myself.
caring
But
for it,
they need help. They
helping it
die.
grow.
Did
That's
they not
what
bring
truly
healers?
matters. And it's telling that it is this
You could
artificial
run
Rei,
double healer too.
only after learning what life is, what community is, and what it means to
I've been
create rather
soloing the
than
boss
destroy, who
constantly.
ultimately helps Shinji overcome his despair. Her kindness brings him back to reality. It gives him the strength to stand
Good
again.
heavens, bro.
Because of Rei,
Where
Shinji
they
learns
at?
more about the lives of his former classmates.
This one?
He learns about Masato's struggles. He finally understands why Asuka lashed out at him after his return to Earth. And because of Rei, he is eventually able to face his father and recognize himself in him. What Evangelion seems to suggest is that even an empty shell can be filled by the simple routines of everyday life. That caring for others can give a person the strength to save someone
I got
else.
it from here, guys.
And that participating in life can give confidence to someone who has never truly believed in themselves. And honestly, I think these are some of the most beautiful scenes in all of Evangelion. Alright, no more suspense. So what is this one surprisingly consistent answer that so many anime and manga keep pointing toward? If you want to be reborn as someone new, if you want to rediscover
Wait, how are you going
yourself
down?
and find a new purpose in life, you've probably figured it out by now. They want you to start farming. And no, this isn't a joke. Work the land and harvest its bounty. That is how a person should live. From Vinland Saga and Vagabond to Miyazaki's movies and Barakamon, these stories keep returning to the same idea. Renewal is found in nature, or more precisely, in the relationship between people and nature. This idea has deep roots in Japanese tradition. In the Shinto worldview, the world is inhabited by kami, spirits that dwell in rivers, fields, stones, trees, and countless other parts of the world. To cultivate the land is not merely to extract resources from nature.
Take the egg back,
It is to
man.
enter into a relationship with these forces. It
I'm gonna
requires
dodge it right one day.
respect, humility, patience, and attentiveness. That's why When a character in Japanese fiction turns to farming, it is almost never just a practical way to survive. It's a philosophical practice, a path of self-transformation, a way of restoring harmony between a person, other people, and the living world around them. Farming is cyclical. The seasons change, seeds sprout, the land renews itself, and these rhythms of nature become a metaphor for emotional and spiritual renewal. Farming demands humility, attentiveness, and care, but it also demands determination and resilience. It requires cooperation with neighbors, with animals, with the weather, and, in the Shinto imagination, with forces that remain unseen. Above all, it requires patience. It requires time. And all of these things stand
Dude,
in
he's actually
direct opposition
cooking.
to the qualities that define so many lost people in these stories: impulsiveness, destructiveness, fear, pride, and self-absorption. Farming gives a person something increasingly rare: time to stop, time to reflect, time to ask, who was I? And who do I want to become?
Hmm.
And if you can answer those questions, then even a neglected field can bloom again. Just like a soul recovering from grief, from revenge, from pain, and from pride. So does that mean that if you want to change yourself, you should move to the countryside? Anime and manga seem to think so.
Totally.
And honestly, it probably works.
No.
But I think there's a broader way to read these stories. Farming is a metaphor for life itself. A life with changing seasons, unexpected storms, and years when nothing seems to grow. A life where creating something meaningful takes time. In the Shinto worldview, everything contains kami. And that idea extends beyond nature itself, not just to fields and rivers, but also to the spaces we live in, the clothes we wear, the tools we use, and the objects that quietly share our lives. Then maybe changing
getting
yourself
small
isn't really about
faded,
escaping
bro.
to a farm. Maybe it's about learning to
Sure
see
do
your
love to
present
see it. A
differently,
nightmare.
to return to your original form, to become empty again, to listen to the things around
Take
you,
the bit back. Where am I?
and yes,
I'm up
to
top.
realize once again that you have no enemies. That is what farming is about. And that is what anime and manga are trying to teach us.
How do I beat anxiety? Bro, I've been streaming for so long. I already posted.
Letting go of the past can be hard. How do you forgive yourself for the ways you
I'm sorry,
hurt
gang.
others?
Narrative videos help me so
For the
much because I
things
could
you've said
literally I went on a
without
rant
studying
earlier because of a narrative
for the
video
past
and I just turned that into a
version of
video.
you who wasn't good enough. How can you live with yourself knowing that your past self did something that shameful? Do you think you can ever fully forgive yourself? We are often told that time heals everything, that eventually pain fades, guilt softens, and the weight we carry becomes lighter. But sometimes that isn't necessarily the case. Logically, you know you should be able to move on. You tell yourself that everyone makes mistakes, that you've grown, that you'd never make those same choices today. And yet, deep down, a quiet voice whispers that you should have known better. You should have chosen different words. You should have been a better version of yourself back when it really mattered. So you lie awake at night, replaying the same memories, dissecting every moment, every expression, every sentence, as if one tiny fix could rewrite the ending. Your brain keeps hitting restart, showing you scenes that you desperately want to escape. But maybe if you analyze them enough, something will finally make sense. Maybe the regret will fade. Maybe you'll discover that you weren't the villain after all, and you were just the victim of fate. But that moment never quite comes. The harder you fight the thoughts, the stronger they push back. Every mistake, every regret, every what if, they all spin in circles, trapping you in moments that no longer exist, making the present feel like it's happening somewhere very far away. And you wonder, how can you ever forgive someone that you can't run from? How can you forgive yourself? Many stories throughout anime explore this exact struggle. Characters crushed under the weight of their own guilt, trying to believe that they deserve another chance. So in this video, we're going to dive into these stories, not just to understand them, but to understand us. And by the end of this video, I'll hope to have answered one question. How can we ever truly forgive ourselves for the people that we used to be?
Look at that glow. It's straight pastel.
There's a particular kind of guilt that doesn't fade with time. It doesn't soften or slip quietly into the background. It lingers. It embeds itself into the body, a constant ache beneath the skin, a reminder of who someone became when they were desperate to prove that they were worth something. For Reiner Braun of Attack on Titan, guilt isn't a moment or a memory. It is a companion, a shadow that follows every step, a weight that never loosens its grip. Reiner's story began not with hatred or ideology, but with a single desire, to be enough. Born into a world that deemed him lesser, he spent his entire childhood trying to force value
Oh my
upon his
goodness, I
existence.
one shot.
Every word from his mother, every sideways glance from Marleyan eyes, they all carved him with the same truth. Worth
What?
is
That
not
did not
innate,
hit.
it must be earned. So he clung to the only path offered to him, becoming a warrior, becoming the hero that Marley demanded, becoming
Bro, hit me with a
someone who
lag
mattered.
smack, and that junk did
But
all
when
my
a
health.
dream is built on desperation rather than conviction, it quickly turns into something
Tanks are
fragile
actually
and
better.
dangerous.
I'm too
The
fragile.
most devastating part about Reiner's journey is that he never truly hated the people that he was sent to destroy. And the moment his squad captain Marcel died before his eyes, something inside him twisted into something unrecognizable. Survival isn't noble. It isn't heroic. It doesn't care about moral purity. It forces decisions that no one should ever have to make, especially a child. Reiner's mission didn't continue because he believed in it. It continued because turning back meant admitting that he was replaceable, that Porco should have been the armored all along. This is where the fracture began, because Reiner didn't want to just go back to Marley and die. They would have given the armored to someone else. His heart split in two long before his mind did. One half clung to the identity that he was told to embody, the warrior who must complete the mission at any cost. The other half sought comfort in the people he was ordered to betray, the comrades who fought beside him, who laughed beside him, and trusted him. The more he grew to care about the people inside the walls, the more unbearable his role became. Every day spent inside the walls forced him deeper into contradiction. Every kindness he received became another knife twisting into his conscience. When he fought Titans to save his squad mates, when he risked his life to protect them, when he shared meals and victories and grief, the soldier in him flourished, but the warrior suffocated. His split personality wasn't weakness, it was self-defense, a mind shielding itself from the unbearable truth that he was destroying the very people who taught him what genuine humanity looked like. That all those deaths that he caused weren't island devils, they were just normal people, people that didn't deserve to die. Guilt is a corrosive thing. It doesn't simply haunt, it devours. After revealing himself in Season 2, Reiner never again found solid ground. The persona that once protected him began to collapse, and when the world shifted towards a new era, he was dragged along with it, broken, exhausted, and stripped of whatever
I keep bringing
purpose
these little
once held
eggs
him
back.
together. Post-time skip Reiner is the aftermath
You could probably
personified.
run it up to,
Every
that's
ounce
what,
of
7?
confidence
So I'm at
dissolved into trembling
84?
apologies and sleepless nights. When he sits at dinner tables with his family, he praised warriors and cursed island devils. But deep down, he knew with absolute clarity that his own hands shaped the horrors that he blamed others for. That those people that he killed weren't devils
Looking
at
like
all.
Iron Man.
They were just like him, just like the Marlians, and just like everyone else. He lies to everyone back home because the truth would destroy them. He lies because the truth already destroyed him. Reiner's PTSD is suffocating. Flashbacks strike like ambushes. Marco's face twisted in confusion. Children screaming beneath falling stones. The looks of betrayal in eyes he once fought beside. Night after night, he drowns in memories that do not fade. Day after day, he walks through life like a ghost in his own skin. Self-destruction becomes his closest friend. The battlefield is the only place where he can breathe, because dying in combat would only make sense. Dying there would justify the suffering. He charges headfirst into violence not out of bravery, but out of yearning, the desire for a punishment grand enough to silence the guilt. When he says, "Somebody please just kill me," it isn't melodrama. It is a confession, a plea for
We're talking about some yay.
to stop its own beating because living has become the crueler sentence. And yet, life continues. The most painful betrayal Reiner ever committed was not destroying the walls, it was betraying the friendships he let himself believe were real. Eren, Mikasa,
We're talking about some yay
nightmare. The people who might have saved him
Not true.
if he had let them. The guilt of loving the same people he was tasked to murder is the sharpest blade pressed against his throat. If love once made him feel human, guilt made sure he never forget he was a monster. But something subtle changes when new warrior candidates enter his life. Falco, Gabby, children shaped by the same lie that once molded him. They look up to him with the same naive admiration that he once gave others. Through them, Reiner witnesses the cycle he helped perpetuate, one of indoctrination, sacrifice, and the promise that suffering is noble if it serves a cause. Their
Might as well get that
innocence
loot.
forces him to confront a question he has spent years avoiding. If he hates what he became, how can he allow them
I didn't bring a
to
key.
follow suit?
And my
Reiner's
bot. I have
journey
3
towards
keys.
Self-forgiveness is not linear. It
I
isn't
forgot her.
triumphant or clean. There is no moment where he
That's
suddenly
right, what?
believes he deserves redemption. Instead, forgiveness reveals itself slowly, not as relief from guilt, but as the strength to carry it without letting it consume him. He continues
Ow.
to fight not because he believes in a future where he is forgiven, but because he refuses to let children become versions of himself. And there is humanity in that choice, in trying to stop suffering from spreading even when he cannot undo the pain he caused. Reiner was a victim of
We
war
about getting one
long
tap.
before he was a villain in one. He was raised to believe that worth is measured in violence, that loyalty requires
Yeah, we ain't getting no big
dehumanization,
egg, buddy. Let
and
me tell
that
you.
survival is something earned through cruelty.
Can I get a
The
medium egg?
tragedy of his story
No.
was that he internalized
Dang it,
those
dog.
lessons too well.
Is
Guilt
this
has a way
season?
of rewriting a person's understanding of self. Reiner once defined himself by the roles forced onto him: warrior, demon, savior, monster. But as everything collapses around him, he begins to define himself by something far more fragile: the desire to protect, even if protection comes too late for most. His strength is not the armor that shields his body. His strength is the willingness to remain alive.
Why did he turn
even
around?
when living hurts.
Yeah, y'all
That
folks
is
are
what
funny.
forgiveness looks like for someone who cannot forget. It's not a clean erasure of sin.
Bro said, "Whoa,
It's
that's
not
a egg."
absolution granted by others. It's a quiet acceptance that pain can be carried without becoming an identity. Reiner Braun is a man made of guilt.
Bro, I'm sorry. That's
but
just
he
nightmare
continues
shit.
to
You
rise
get an egg,
not
you take it
because
back.
he believes he deserves to,
Because
but
then it's
because
safe.
he hopes that one day someone else won't have to. His story is proof that surviving is sometimes the bravest thing a person can do, because survival allows the possibility of change. And change,
for
no
real.
matter how small, is where self-forgiveness begins. Some stories begin with triumph, with a character who already embodies strength, heroism, and confidence. But Edward Elric from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood begins his story with loss. Ed lives every day with the quiet knowledge that
every
the
day,
most
bro.
defining moment of his life will always
I
be
can't believe
the
that
one
they actually
he
blew that
regrets
song
the
up, bro.
most. Even when the world praises him for his strength, his brilliance, and his unwavering will, he knows none of those things were born from courage. They were born from fear. The fear of what he caused, and the fear that he may never be able to make it right. His story is not the arc of a hero rising into greatness. It's the journey of a boy who believes he forfeited any right to innocence. Where other characters struggle to stand against enemies,
that's a combo.
Edward's real enemy is his own guilt, and
Oh, shit.
oftentimes
Shit,
it's
shit, shit.
personified and standing right next to him,
Ooh, that
trapped
would've hurt.
in a suit of armor, faceless and expressionless. A constant reminder that love can take monstrous shapes when pushed into desperation. Every clang
big.
of Alphonse's metal footsteps is a memory that was supposed to be buried.
There's
Every
usually an egg
hollow
in here.
echo of
Dang
his
it.
movements reminds Ed of the
That's-
body that should have been there instead. From the moment that he
No.
wakes to the moment that he sleeps, guilt shapes how Edward walks through the world. He doesn't allow himself breaks. He
Oh
doesn't
my goodness.
allow
He's
himself
cooking, y'all.
hesitation.
Cook
That
'em.
isn't
Do it to 'em.
perseverance born
Yes,
from
sir.
hope,
Show
but
'em.
punishment born from
Oh
responsibility.
my goodness.
To slow down would mean feeling the weight again, and
Getting a
he can't
Salisbury steak for
afford
that
to
one,
feel
twin.
it. His missing limbs might be replaced by steel, but they still ache with meaning. His automail is the living
How did you get
document
here,
of a
buddy?
mistake that he believes shouldn't be forgiven. Many people chase goals to build a future.
I think you can just
Edward
jump over this.
chases a goal
Nah.
to escape his past. The goal of getting their bodies back, of getting Alphonse
can't.
out of this metal shell, of getting his own arm and his leg back. Every step forward is fueled by the belief that running fast enough might one day rewrite history. But guilt doesn't work like alchemy. There is no equivalent
What the heck? Where did he
phrase
go?
for inner peace. Edward is brilliant.
Oh, there you got an egg in
but
here.
that brilliance betrays him. He knows exactly what he did. He knows exactly why it was wrong. And he understands exactly how much pain that it caused. And what makes Edward's guilt especially brutal is that all this didn't come from selfishness. It came from love. He wanted to bring his mother back, not for power or for pride, but because he couldn't accept a world without her. And when love causes the wound cuts deeper. Mistakes that come from malice can be rejected. Mistakes that come from devotion silently rot in the heart. But Edward's pain isn't shaped only by the loss of his brother's body. It deepens each time he sees the consequences of humans reaching too far. Nina Tucker becomes
it's a bad
an echo
matchup.
of his own childhood, a reminder that the line between tragic innocence and monstrous harm is often crossed by those who think they're doing the right thing. He wasn't the one who performed the transmutation that destroyed her life, but her suffering attaches itself to him like another scar. He blames himself for not being able to save her, just like he's not able to save his brother, and he recognizes the look in her eyes, the look of desperation pretending to be hope. And we see
Wait,
that
rock
this
resist
guilt still
ice?
haunts him
The
because
heck,
years
man?
later, in the final arc, with the world
That's
hanging
bootleg,
in the
bruh.
balance, when he confronts truth for the final time, he tells truth not about nations or homunculi, but of the memory of a girl who didn't deserve what happened to her. He calls himself a puny human, someone who couldn't even save a child who was turned into a chimera. This shows that guilt never faded. It shaped him. Ed's journey is often described as a quest to restore his body and Alphonse's, but the real restoration he seeks runs deeper. It's simply the task of forgiving himself. Self-forgiveness, real forgiveness, is not something earned through action. That is what Ed learns slowly and painfully throughout the series. Forgiveness isn't the reward for success, it's the result of acceptance. His breaking point isn't a failure, it's clarity. When he realizes that no amount of power could ever undo what happened, that no amount of knowledge could bring back what was lost, that love can try its hardest and still lose. He understands for the first time that he has been asking the question wrong. It isn't,
Yeah,
how
you could
do
just
I
jump
fix
the
the
fire
past,
pillars.
but how do I live despite it? And when he reaches the moment where everything hangs in the balance, he doesn't cling to the variability that once made him believe he can control fate. He lets it go. Not as surrender, but as acceptance. Alchemy once felt like the key to redemption, like the thing that would help Alphonse get his body back, or himself get his arm and his leg back. But he realized that giving it up would be the doorway to forgiveness. He chooses his brother's life over the very defining feature of his existence, and in doing so, he removes the last remaining weight of his guilt. The idea that his value comes from what he can fix. He builds a future where love does not demand impossible bargains, where identity is not carved from regret, where being human is enough. And that decision doesn't erase guilt entirely. It never will. After all, he doesn't get his leg back in the end, and some nights, memory will still knock on the door of his mind, asking him to relive what can't be changed. But in choosing acceptance, he gains something that he has never allowed himself before, the permission to move forward without needing to run. Edward began his journey believing that if he tried hard enough,
I know
he
half
could
key
rewrite
too.
the laws of the world. And in the end, he learns that the only thing that he needed to rewrite was his belief about himself. And
This is
it's
like
that
tiger
acceptance, not
stripes.
alchemy, not genius, not rebellion against fate, that ultimately saves him. Because the greatest miracle isn't in raising the dead, it's allowing yourself to finally breathe again. The journey towards self-forgiveness is often long and traumatic. Your guilt can eat away at you until there's nothing left. For Shoya Ishida from A Silent Voice, his journey
Alright, they've been
towards
spamming this character in
self-forgiveness was
every
just
narrative,
as
like
cruel.
in every
Now,
narrative
I know,
philosophical video
I've
I've got.
talked about Shoya before
He has
on
been
the
getting
channel,
spammed.
and if you haven't seen that video, then check it out after you're done watching this one. But I felt that Shoya perfectly identified the journey to self-forgiveness, and that he had to be included in this video. Shoya's story begins long after the damage is done, long
Y'all
after
got
the
egg,
words
bro?
were
Bro,
thrown
y'all
like
got egg?
stones, long after the laughter cut sharper than knives, long after he realized that cruelty is a stain that does not wash out simply because someone wishes it would. His journey doesn't start with innocence lost, it starts with innocence weaponized. As a child, he pushed a girl who only wanted connection into a world of fear and confusion. Shoko Nishimiya did nothing wrong except exist in a way that was different. She couldn't hear the laughter, but she could feel it. She couldn't hear the insults, but she could see the lips that formed them. Shoya led that cruelty with the reckless confidence of someone who hadn't yet learned what trauma looks like on someone else's face. He made her silence the target. He made her difference the spotlight. He pushed her until she cried, and then mocked the tears that he caused. But children eventually grow, and sometimes they grow into the weight of what they've done. And when the consequences of what he had done finally arrived, They did not arrive softly. They crushed him. They left him standing alone. The classmates who once encouraged his jokes abandoned him when those jokes turned back on them. The laughter that he enjoyed became the sound that haunted him. Shoya learned what it felt like to be the one everyone stared at with disgust. He learned what it meant to be the problem that no one wanted near them. He learned that isolation is not just being alone, it is believing that the world is better without you in it. And that belief settled into his bones. From that point on, Shoya didn't need anyone else to punish him, cause he would do it himself, every day and every moment, with a consistency that no bully could ever match. He convinced himself that the only proper penance was solitude, that he should walk through life without friends, without joy, without possibilities. He lowered his eyes and kept them low, not out of shyness, but out of shame. He trained himself to never meet another person's gaze, as though he no longer deserved to be seen, and as he sunk further into his regret, his mind found a way to visualize that belief, with crossed out faces. Everyone he passed was marked with an X. Their identities were erased, their humanity blurred beyond recognition, not because they weren't people, but because he refused to let himself see them as people. To see someone clearly would mean admitting he wanted connection, and wanting connection would mean wanting forgiveness. Forgiveness, as he believed, was meant for better people. So, the X's stayed, day after day, year after year, face after face. His world turned into a crowd of ghosts, and he was the only one who could see the masks that he forced onto them. It was a private language of guilt. You don't deserve to know them. You don't deserve to see them. You don't even deserve to exist among them. Guilt didn't just follow him, it redesigned his entire world. Eventually, the weight pushed him to the edge. When he stood on that bridge, contemplating a final escape, it wasn't a dramatic moment. It was the quiet culmination of years spent believing he was irredeemable. He looked at the water below and saw peace, not because he wanted to die, but because he couldn't imagine deserving to live. But guilt, for all its cruelty, sometimes breaks open a path towards healing. Because before he stepped away from the world, he realized there was something left undone, something he needed to face, even if that confrontation destroyed him. He needed to see Shoko again, not to feel better and not to be forgiven, but simply to say, "I'm sorry." That apology was the first act of kindness.
So this one might actually be a movie, gang.
His efforts were awkward, his movements were stiff, but sincerity rarely arrives polished. And in his clumsy attempts to bridge the silence that he once tormented, Shoya planted the first seed of change. Forgiveness didn't come instantly. It didn't come cleanly. Their relationship grew in stumbles, in misunderstandings, in fear, in wounds reopening without warning. Healing is not a linear process, and neither of them were whole enough to make it look easy. But that's when something began to shift. Because Shoko's face was the first person he'd allowed himself to fully see, the first person without an X. She wasn't a victim of his past, but someone who deserved a place in his present. And then more faces followed. The X's around everyone's faces slowly began to fall away. Not because the world was changing, but because Shoya was. Every time a face returned, it represented a truth he was slowly accepting. Human connection is not a reward for perfection, it is a condition of being.
I might just have to start watching anime on this thing, bro. This setup is low key insane.
The closer he felt to
I'm about to get it
others,
right, bro.
the more terrified he became that he would break them again. When guilt is carved deep enough, joy feels dangerous. Happiness feels undeserved. There were moments when he snapped back, moments he believed nothing had changed at all. Trauma doesn't disappear simply because someone tries to get better. It lingers. It questions. It challenges every moment of hope with the memory of who he once was. His guilt was still gnawing in the back of his mind, but Shoya kept moving forward, one unsteady step at a time, until one day, something extraordinary happened. He lifted his head. For the first time in years, he looked at the world instead of running from it, and as his eyes met the crowd around him, the X's that had dominated his vision finally fell away. It wasn't redemption, it wasn't triumph, it was acceptance. Acceptance that he had done harm, and that he had done healing. Acceptance that he could not change the past, but he could choose what to do with his lessons. Acceptance that self-respect is not a prize given by others, but a decision made in the private moments of courage. When the X's on everyone's faces dropped, the world didn't become new. Shoya did. That moment captures a truth much larger than one boy and one story. Guilt isolates, but self-forgiveness reconnects. Shoya discovered that the ability to greet another person's face, to see them clearly and allow them to see him, is not a small thing. It is a declaration, a quiet, steady refusal to let shame become destiny. The weight he carried will never fully disappear. He will always remember the harm that he caused. He will always carry the responsibility of learning from it. But he no longer lives as a prisoner to who he used to be. He understands now that the point of facing your
My goodness,
mistakes
Mogged.
isn't to erase them. It's to ensure that they shape you into someone who never repeats them.
Oh,
In
perfect.
the end, his journey is not defined by bullying, or by loneliness, or by the darkness that he nearly embraced. It is defined by what came next. The willingness to try again, the strength to ask for help, and the courage to believe that change is possible. And that transformation is what self-forgiveness truly looks like.
Make the video over. Alright, bro. I just don't want to see India love videos, gang. I recommended Loki hitting on something. Nah, actually, hold on. I recommended actually having options now. My shit used to be bad. Bro said he quit competitive games for casual games, but casual games came first. What are you talking about? Oh wait, this one's interesting. Why are rabbits evil? Hold on. How much more do I need? We only need like 30, like 6 eggs, dog. It's a nice 11 hour. Where's my video at? I'm like, I look, you forgot about this shit.
Horror stories have existed for centuries. Gothic novels lead to silent horror films, lead to mid-century psychological horror movies, 80s slashers, and eventually to children's horror book series and modern horror movies. These stories see an array of horrifying creatures. When writing or directing a horror project, it makes sense to start with a terrifying villain, right? Strangely, there's a genre of horror film and literature that focuses on creatures and objects that aren't very scary on their own. Currently, a lot of our horror stories focus on the corruption of innocent figures. Children are innately innocent beings, lending to their fear factor when they're transformed into one of the most recognizable forms of horror iconography.
Come play with us, Daddy.
Children's music has changed too, with nursery rhymes gaining a horror association with Tiptoe by the Window and the music box melodies being distorted by movies like Insidious and The Conjuring. Clowns are friendly and childlike figures known for their ability to bring joy and laughter, until they're twisted into horror figures in books like The Circus of Dr. Lao and movies like It and Killer Clowns from Space. Even the most
Killer
innocent
Clowns from
figures of the
Space.
bunch, dolls.
Look who's come to your house to stay.
Oh yeah, dolls. Nah, dolls actually get scary.
With their purpose being of children's toys and their appearances intentionally designed to be as cute as possible, are morphed into horror creatures in Annabelle, Chucky, and books like R.L. Stein's Night of the Living Dummy. Why are we often more scared by innocent creatures turned evil than outright sinister horror creatures? I'm going to attempt to answer this by using an example of one of the most innocent and friendly creatures I can think of. Rabbits. Just by looking at them, it's clear that they're pretty unthreatening. They're small and fluffy, and their status as a prey animal solidifies the decision not to fear them. But they're inextricably linked to fear and violence through their presentation in the media. Let's take the first example that probably comes to mind when I say the word rabbit.
I'm late for a very important date.
Alice's Adventures in Wonderland is an 1865 children's book written by Lewis Carroll that follows the titular Alice's journey down a rabbit hole and into the fantasy world of Wonderland, where she meets an array of whimsical characters, drinks random potions, and defeats a tyrannical queen who chops people's heads off. It's a heavy kids book, but it was popular enough to define a generation, then continued to impact generations to come as each saw their film adaptation of the novel.
They be letting anybody write kids books, bro. What do you mean they chopping people's heads off?
Culturally, rabbits have been known to symbolize innocence and rebirth. This mostly tracks with his identity in Alice in Wonderland. He represents curiosity, and his anxious nature tracks with the anxious, flighty personalities of rabbits in the real world. Jump forward about 100 years, and you get probably the most violent depiction of rabbits. 1978's Watership Down is a terrifying children's movie, and that's a loose classification, about a rabbit facing oppression and violence from both predators and the authoritarian leader, General Woundwort. There's a literal rabbit slaughter in this movie, and that's probably the nail in the coffin for people's association with rabbits to violence. When you think about it, the people who made some of the movies that will be mentioned later were young children when this movie came out, and that traumatizing image can change the perception of rabbits forever. Richard Kelly, the director of Donnie Darko, even said that when designing the character of Frank, he wanted him to be disturbing and animalistic, and that the 1972 Watership Down novel was the inspiration for the character. The direction and lighting of Frank's scenes, the score that accompanies him, and his costume design all contribute to a very eerie feeling surrounding the character. From a narrative perspective, he symbolizes mortality, and Donnie's struggle with identity and decision-making. Towards the end, Frank is unmasked and revealed to be a regular human, contributing to this notion that a regular, innocent creature is enclosed in this violent and disturbing symbolic shell.
Why are you wearing that stupid bunny suit?
A similar relationship is explored in the 1950 film Harvey, where Jimmy Stewart is acquainted with an imaginary rabbit that represents duality and an escape from reality. This notion even appears in music. Jefferson Airplane's song White Rabbit tells the Alice in Wonderland story, a children's tale, through a very eerie song with a soft-spoken voice and a haunting melody. Again, a seemingly innocent story is obscured by reframing its contents to be creepy. Oftentimes, this symbolism introduces other plots to explain the violent nature. In 1972's Night of the Lepus, the appearance and aggression of rabbits is directly linked to their forced experimentation by humans. They transform from cute, fluffy pets into horror creatures that inflict violence and destruction. This story aims to explore the relationship
They're fucking huge.
animals that we only view as beings that
If he
exist
up
but
in the
aren't
blick,
further from
yo,
scientific understanding.
ain't no blast a stick. Oh my gosh, is that serious?
In the opening scene, the first thing we see are rabbits trapped in cages.
I'll go down.
This scene is creepy for a number of reasons. The music, the lack of specificity in the location, and the confinement lead us to assume the worst fate for these rabbits. The initial assumption likely being that they're about to be violently experimented on. Turns out their fate is even worse. They're about to be eaten. This cements them as part of the cycle of violence. Survival and death, predator and prey. Their status as a symbol of innocence and the fact that the tethered are eating them also serves as a reflection of the violent nature of the tethered, their eventual connection to the people above, and the us versus them message of the movie.
We're human too, you know. Exactly like you.
The rabbits are innocent to the people above, but mere sustenance a means for survival to the people below.
It's their only way of survival.
View each other. Their cages are also in class,
Chill.
possibly hinting towards the use of rabbits in experimentation for
Dang it,
educational
dog.
understanding. Suffice it to say, the inclusion of rabbits in Us is not a coincidence. Nothing in a Jordan Peele movie is. But he stated that in order to make a good horror movie, you have to start with something that scares you.
I really tried to make something that incorporates what I love about those and sort of steps into its own new subgenre.
For Us, he cited his own fear of coming face to face with an evil doppelganger of himself. And clearly this was a popular enough fear to make the movie a commercial success, earning $70 million in the United States on its opening weekend. But why
No, my
rabbits?
doppelganger will be
Well,
fucking
looking at
busted.
the other interviews that Peele did for this movie, it becomes abundantly clear that he has a fear for rabbits.
They'll bring that
In
motherfucker
an
to
interview at the
reality.
time, he said, "Rabbits, they're supposed to be cute. On paper, they're adorable and lovable, but have you ever gotten close to a rabbit? You can tell in their eyes they have a brain of a sociopath. If you put a rabbit brain in a human body, you have Michael Myers. They have no empathy. They're an animal of duality. They're adorable, but they terrify me at the same time. And they've got those scissor-like ears that creep me out." So it's clear that his existing fear for the creatures led to their inclusion in his horror movie. Even his comment about their scissor-like ears and the symbol of scissors in the movie as the chosen weapon of the tethered and the tool to make the hands across
Oh,
America
dang, that's a
cutouts gets to the
double.
message of the film. In another interview, he shared the first horror movie that he remembered watching as a kid.
So scary, so inappropriate for how old I was, and yet I was able to watch it and understand it, and by the end I felt less scared than I did before watching it. So that's how I knew the power of horror.
It makes complete sense that the first horror movie he watched revolved around a fly's DNA being mixed with a human to create this disgusting creature. It's the same story that's been molded with rabbits in the media. A creature with a previously innocent reputation is distorted in a horror movie and impacts its reputation to the viewer. From animated kids movies to adult horror movies, we see this mixing of rabbits with horror. In Wallace and Gromit: Curse of the Were-Rabbit, Wallace is trying to cure the rabbit population problem and accidentally creates a giant human-rabbit hybrid that terrifies the townspeople. The film is lighthearted, but the stop-motion animation and this unnatural hybrid can be scary to child audiences. David Lynch's surrealist sitcom Rabbits is more outwardly disturbing take on the unnatural human-rabbit hybrid. The anthropomorphic family of rabbits is living in an eerie sitcom reality, giving the viewer a sense of unease.
Dang it, almost got
It's a
it.
simple, easy, effortless technique that allows any human being to dive within and transcend and experience this ocean of pure consciousness.
If rabbits don't exhibit horror behaviors, they just have a hint of creepiness. One of the main characters in The Secret History who meets a violent
Usually
end
more
is
than
named
one, so
Bunny.
check.
The Miraculous Journey of Edward Tulane is a children's book about a stuffed rabbit, but Edward is consistently abandoned and experiences poverty and neglect in his journey. If rabbits do exhibit horror behaviors, they're often not some metaphorical
Big
reasoning in the
egg.
background, they're the point of focus. The Bunnicula book series follows the family dog Harold, theorizing that the new pet rabbit is a vampire. These fears are eventually healed, but the cover of all the books features a scary-looking
Bunnicula.
dog with furrowed brows and bright red eyes. Horror movies like Bunny Man and Sexy Beast also directly center around
True.
rabbits being an apt focus for horror, and that's not even mentioning the video games.
Chill.
Bonnie from the Five Nights at Freddy's series is an animatronic robot haunted by the spirit of a murdered child.
Aw.
Robbie the Rabbit from Silent Hill 3 is a rabbit mascot for the Lakeside Amusement Park. Following the themes of the game, his innocent appearance contrasts the dark setting, and he appears as a symbol for fear and unsolved childhood trauma. Even in more indie games like the Rusty Lake franchise, we see characters like Mr. Rabbit, a mysterious anthropomorphic rabbit figure, murder the player Dale's family at his 9th birthday party.
Man, that's messed up. You try spinning back?
This
Oh, he got a
symbolises
Tommy
the death of
gun.
innocence, which goes back to the original characterization of rabbits. So why is this? Why are there so many examples of rabbits as symbols of fear and violence? Well, if we
Look
go
out the
back through
window.
history, we can find a number of possible explanations. Looking back at medieval art, there's a strangely large array of works that feature rabbits as violent creatures. These drawings are drolleries, small artworks in the margins of manuscripts that often feature funny scenes and a mixture of animals. In these drolleries, the enjoyment of them comes from the distortion of reality, a reimagination of the world from a different point of view. So the humor in this likely comes from the universally considered innocent creatures performing violent acts.
Well, where am
Rabbits
I?
may have also gained a negative reputation because of their link to disease. Tularemia was a disease first discovered in 1911. In 1919, bacteriologist Edward Francis linked the disease to wild rabbits, earning it the name rabbit fever. This disease led to a fear surrounding wild rabbits as disease carriers. This negative attitude surrounding rabbits existed years earlier in 1887, when rabbits brought to mainland Australia in 1859 began reproducing at an alarming rate, and 25,000 euros were offered for any method for the effectual extermination of rabbits. They were viewed as a nuisance.
Made 60K.
Rabbits took on other interesting symbolic meanings in different cultures as well. African folklore features a character named Brer Rabbit, a small but clever trickster. In tarot, though the meaning can be changed by the position of the cards, the rabbit tarot usually symbolizes transformation, fertility, and intuition. Another reason rabbits might have developed this reputation as horror creatures is because of their association to witches.
What's cooking?
Witches, like rabbits, are often depicted living in the forest, being one with nature. Both are associated with superstition, fertility, and cunning. Historically, witches don't have the best reputation, and if black cats, which were associated to witches, ended up with their sullied reputation, it makes sense why this connection might lead people to view rabbits in a different light as well. As Christianity began to take over Western Europe, rabbits that were originally associated with the goddess due to their supposed ability to procreate alone were guarded with suspicion because of their association to witches. Stories spread about men following rabbits that were really witches, and their reputation took a major hit. This is solidified in pop culture today by rabbits being familiars to witches, seen in 2015's The Witch, where the rabbit is an eerie, unexplained creature hinted to be related to the witch and the strange occurrences of the town. Another reason for the supernatural association to rabbits can be found in magic shows. Illusionists like Harry Houdini.
Illusion, Michael. Trick is something
I can't do this in combat. I can't go in combat.
Realistically, this was likely due to the availability of rabbits, them
I
being
have to
small
say no.
creatures that were easy to work with, and the magic appearance of a cute creature being
How would they
popular with
start
children.
fighting me?
Pull out a rabbit, but that's a rabbit out of a handkerchief. It's out of a silk. It's not a real.
I have to decline. I'm in
It's also
combat.
not a
Oh,
real
they're
rabbit.
fucking
And
tough.
the last weird association I can think of is the Easter Bunny. Probably the most lighthearted character of the bunch. He's fluffy,
Bro, I was in
small toys for
combat.
children to have fun finding, and he gets you a break from school. But even this figure holds a strange juxtaposition with his cheery and light commercialized identity and the true purpose of Easter as a celebration of the resurrection of Jesus Christ in Christianity. Just like Jordan Peele saying there's a weirdness behind their cute eyes, and just like a real human character existing behind Frank's mask, one of the most highly recognizable holiday figures is just the shell of a rabbit concealing the true internal purposes of this religious holiday. In terms of their representation in horror, it relates to the creation of new fears, because when you base a horror creature off of a normal innocent creature, it allows the viewer to be scared by that during their everyday life. I've never run into a ghost or a zombie, so I'm able to dissociate those creatures from my own life. But Psycho made an entire generation scared of showers, and
Oh
screaming
yeah.
people jump in fear
And
of
then
the
all
power
the dang blue collar workers got turned into the most prolific
evil things.
killer movies. Like Jason. He just worked at a camp
An easy mask for macabre design,
with his
while
mom.
also suggesting powers of easy and plentiful reproduction that happens largely out of view and suddenly results in a vast, unexpected new population. The ordinary into the uncanny valley, and the apparently harmless into deceptive sources of evil. All in all, the transformation of rabbit speaks to the
I can almost
possibility
do
of
it.
horror. You wouldn't think that an innocent creature could become a somewhat irrational fear, but their history explains how their current perception was slowly being built throughout the centuries.
Fucking got 'em.
Rabbits are anxious animals, and
Bring
their
that up.
consistent preference to flight in fight-or-flight situations lends them to be easily used in movies that center around grim subject matter. It poses the question of what innocuous creature will be transformed into a horror icon next. We'll just have to wait and see.
When people believe something can be real, it will scare them more.
I was 10 years old. It was Scream, and I still remember the VHS. The VHS. I was afraid of the tape.
Bro, I've just been watching
Afraid the tape
videos.
would do something to me.
This unserious ass stream.
These things, and we let our fears out. We tell people because we're unsophisticated, and as we get older,
Alright,
we
can you
still have
snipe it?
fears. We just sublimate them.
I mean, David
1,
Lynch,
2,
he's
3.
not a horror director, but he still made some of the scariest stuff
I be
out
drifting.
there. And he's someone that makes his own sound.
Because animals are a reflection of what that person's inner psyche is doing.
Oh, it's clear.
What position they're in. Because the deer, he's in headlights and get out. The rabbits, and about there being an underworld and then being duplicated, and then the horses, how they're
All right,
being
go this
used
way.
in a Hollywood context.
When he told me sort of his dream of how this movie should be, and the mix of fantasy and horror and surrealism that he wanted to imbue in the film, I was just really taken with the man as a sort of dark artist.
Dang it, I'm all out of video. The ugliest trope. Chill. I can't just press skip. Ah, and then the most. I can snipe while I'm doing that. No. No egg thing. All right, while they're doing that, let me get a video. Video game vampire. Is L really that smart? Hold on, wait. Look. Is L really that smart? I'm glad L had to prove that fucking Shinigamis was real in a court.
L is an enigma in the world of Death Note. His
Let's talk
existence
about
not
it.
only transcends the meaning of intelligence itself, but his IQ can't even be
He had to
properly quantified.
prove the
The feats he performs as a
supernatural
child
in
sound
court.
like something that's straight out of fan fiction. And don't even get me started on what adult L can do. His intuition is quite literally otherworldly, and he's casually able to hypothesize the existence of supernatural entities. Simply put, L was too smart for his own verse and had to be taken out of the story. His potential was limitless, and he possessed the brainpower necessary to change the world. But that begs the question of,
This motherfucker
how
did
smart is
literally
L?
prove that
In a
shit,
way
gang.
that is dumbed down and digestible. If such a question has entered your mind, you've come to the right video. We'll be diving deep into L's past and present in the world of Death Note to have you truly understand why he was deserving of the title Greatest Detective. After all, L managed to tackle the irrationality of metaphysics or the supernatural and rationalized it for his detective case, and even us, the viewers, to understand. Make sure to subscribe if you enjoy Death Note
Have the
content.
run jump.
We'll be tackling new perspectives you may or may not have heard before, things regarding L's writing and depth, alongside hidden feats in a structured format. And we'll even be offering some Death Note upscales in their intelligence, including light, so it won't just be L in this video. So, let's see how smart L truly
What's up here?
On October 31st,
Ooh, shit.
1979, a child was dropped from heaven. That child would be named L. As of this video's recording, we have no information regarding L's biological parents. All we know is that they died while he was young, and he became an orphan. At 8 years old, he encountered Watari, who decided to adopt him and take him into Wami's house. It's unknown if L was actually born in the United Kingdom or elsewhere, but either way, he had gained a new home. However, L wasn't an easy child to raise. In the Wami House one-shot manga, Watari reveals to the reader that within 1 hour, L had already gotten into a fight and knocked down all the orphans. Based? He was so problematic that Watari had to isolate him from the other children. In L's own words, they used violence against me. They are the ones who started it. I am justice. A lot of fans write off this scene as a funny little gag or a tweak out over how Kid L
Nah,
was
he
so
beat their
strong,
ass.
but I think there is a
That
deeper
motherfucker
meaning.
put
It's
belt
supposed to
ass. He started
represent
talking
L's
like that.
viewpoint of justice,
You
which
know he
varies from
did.
adulthood. It won't make sense if I explain it here, so we will revisit it during the part in which L confronts Light for the first time. Originally, Watari created Wami's house with the intention of gathering highly intelligent children and nurturing them to excel in their respective fields. Watari had the same intent with L, but he was different. He didn't just understand what he was taught, he improved upon it and ultimately mastered the Wami's house curriculum as time went on. This curriculum involves the gathering of the greatest
there's only one
professors in
egg.
their own respective fields in the world, who traveled to the orphanage orphanage and teach the children.
Bro, we
L showed
you're
more
all
interest
out,
in solving
gang.
complex puzzles, however, but that eventually outgrew him. So he requested access to a computer, which was still an emerging piece of tech. Watari obliged and gave L his own computer, which he would work on for hours on end. Eventually, L gave Watari some investment advice, requesting that he purchase £1 million in Japanese yen. Too many, including ourselves, yes, we, would just laugh off such a request, let alone refuse to even entertain the idea of an 8-year-old child giving us stock market advice. But that sort of logic can't
Get
be
out of here,
applied to
Flo.
L. He was literally built differently, and Watari's not stupid. He's been closely watching L since his arrival in the orphanage, and documented his talent in his diary, specifically his entries on February 23rd, 1987, and July 10th, 1994. Both entries mention L, with the former referring to the boy as talented, but being more so of an unknown variable.
This one looked like it was
Watari
locked.
plays him up and outright saying he is the most interested in L. But is Watari's diary even canon? Well, it's complicated. The diary was created for lore purposes regarding the Death Note live-action films, most notably to give a bit of insight on the main antagonist in L Change the World, K, a former student from Wami's house who escapes to become a bioterrorist. Aside from the information regarding K, at the very least, the contents of the journal should still be canon to the series, specifically the diary entries that range from May 7th, 1973 to August 13th, 2005. This is because the 70s to the 90s are quite literally a blank slate in the world of Death Note. We have no official information from the authors regarding what went on during this time, aside from character births or Light winning his junior high and high school tennis
I want
tournaments
this egg,
in
bro.
1999 and 2000. And minus that, we do know that
Our
L
other
had
dude
many
out here, I'll
cases
think
in his
about it.
career, along with the
Oh,
Billy
yeah.
murder case. Later events are obviously non-canon though, because the CTW timeline is completely different from the original timeline. Thanks to L's financial knowledge, within just 2 years' time, Watari's assets grew by 20,000 times. Such growth in stocks is unheard of, especially during the late 80s. So what did L have Watari invest in? Obviously, we can't be sure.
Bro, you're
but we
supposed to
can
take the eggs back
hypothesize and
immediately, brother.
theorize using real-life examples. I'll make this as easy to understand as possible, since a topic that is heavy on investing in the stock market can be pretty complicated. Firstly, we have L asking Watari to exchange Japanese yen into British pounds. This is already a sign that L was paying attention to how the different currencies of the world were changing in value. This could be taken advantage of, and is something that he noted before making the decision to invest. He also specifically said buy £1 million with Japanese yen, alongside other stocks to purchase as he instructed Watari. But what stocks did L invest in? Well, they were likely Japanese. It shouldn't be that far-fetched, as he literally asked Watari to turn British pounds into yen. Whammies is located in Winchester, England, and you'd need yen if you wanted to invest in Japanese stocks. During the late 1980s, Japan was going through a massive economic boom, most notably with the surge of stock prices related to tech and electronic companies. Things like early computers, home electronics, and computer chips. They were slowly gaining popularity, which is why L most likely invested in stocks that involved companies that were fast growing and introducing new tech to the world. Some of the strongest candidates for the tech company stock that L bought include Sony, Panasonic, NEC, Hitachi, and Toshiba. Sony was leading the tech race around the time, producing items like Walkmans, and Panasonic was also known for its audio equipment. NEC played a massive role in the early introduction of computers and semiconductors, even going as far as to dominate Japan's PC market at one point in time. Lastly, Toshiba was another electronics company that just helped power Japan's tech boom. At the time, they were basically the backbone of the tech world. The list could include other companies, but these ones seem to be the most likely, and it's just fun to theorize. However, it's important to note that just because I applied real history to L's investment journey, it does not make it any more realistic. Going from 0 to a 20,000 times return on investment is basically impossible, especially if we apply normal stock market investing logic. A more realistic number is a 2 or 3 times ROI, return on investment, and if we just upscale it to the max, at most it would be between 50 to 1,000 times. But 20,000 is just out of this world. To put it into perspective, this is literally going from a million to 20 billion in just 2 years. This does not happen from just buying stocks. But Death Note as a whole is unrealistic, so we'll humor this even more. What moves would L have to make in order to raise his portfolio that high? Well, for starters, he'd need extreme leverage, aka borrowing tons of money. This isn't hard, as Watari was already rich prior to founding Wami's house, and L's a genius. He could raise funds through hundreds of ways. But it gets harder when you realize that L would have to make perfect predictions about the market, bet against stock market crashes at the exact right time, and take advantage of multiple opportunities back to back with 0 mistakes. The most notable stock market crash
I
that
thought I
L
was
would
in the
have to overcome
camera.
would be Black Monday, which occurred on October 19th, 1987. Worldwide losses were estimated to be at $1.7 trillion. And L would be one of the only few investors on the planet to overcome the loss and profit from it, and this was in USD. Simply put, you need to have beyond human level comprehension of finance to even remotely pull off what L did. Keep in mind that L did this
How do I
between
keep
the
getting
ages
out of it?
8 to 10. His brain was equivalent to that of a fetus, and his knowledge was nowhere near to what it is during part 1 of Death Note. He was still acquiring new knowledge with each passing day as time went on, and yet he was intelligent enough to make Watari a multi-billionaire in less than 2 years. Some people even make further connections to L's wealth through scaling his investments plus purchases and his status. This all adds up to possibly being $100+ billion, but this is really just a low.
He had 100 bill.
Count that L probably invested more with Watari later on. L is also paid money for cases to solve, stated in the BB Murder Cases novel by Nisio Isin. The minimum amount for L to solve a case, if you hire him, is $1 million.
Damn.
He solved 3,500 cases, so even 500 of these
Good
would be worth
fuck.
500 million. Yeah, 500. L only
What?
finds cases interesting if there's a bag or the case itself is interesting, as revealed in the Death Note final chapters, where it shows L talking to the Whammy House students, explaining he does cases for fun rather than out of some idea of justice. As for a real estimate of his wealth,
I lag.
$400 billion or more in some calcs if we
I'm
take
saving
to
it.
its max.
I told it
Now,
to
I
turn
don't want to
off.
make you guys sit through me bag scaling, as funny as that sounds, since I'm really just
What could they
popular.
possibly?
But if
What
you
could
really
they
want to,
possibly
see it
want?
like this. Bruce Wayne net worth? Well, L probably scales
what
to that. For
what could
someone
you
like Tony
possibly
Stark.
want, brother?
As crazy as it sounds, it really is possible considering the goofiness of his original investments. While I do make a joke of that,
Brother,
just
what could you
really
want?
consider how crazy that is, and he's not guessing at random. Narratively, he should be knowing what he's doing. The reason L's achievement from 8 years old being able to do this should be pointed out, as it's a basic example of showing how impressive L actually is. Outside of logic puzzles, he can make real-world results happen. This also ties into a deeper narrative behind L seeking power and dominance over whatever
What
he
could you
goes
possibly
after. L,
want?
frankly, is a control freak. It's why he must hold authority when running things. This is deserved, of course, due to his insane
hold on.
intelligence,
I'm just
especially in the
straight.
realm of academics.
The
Well,
here's
I
a
have
straight
lot to say.
line
L is
thing.
familiar with a lot. A top polymath, might I add. Whammy's House's curriculum brings the most advanced lecturers in the world, and it's stated time and time again
Straight line
they are
theory.
given advanced work to do. This would include languages, political science, computer science, mathematics, physics, and social sciences, which include economics,
see what the egg is,
psychology,
man.
alongside sociology. This is said in the CTW novel. Canonicity is not reliable for the CTW novel, and sadly it can't be used, but these claims
small
can be supported
faded.
by canon actually,
I'll
and
take
at
it
least
back.
inferred from. Even Whammy House and L One Day can be seen as non-canon by many people, as they were released in File 13. I actually do hope that we get some canonicity confirmation for CTW, as a lot of Whammy House lore is in there. However, what we can do is use the claims that CTW gives and see if they're real or not. It's stated in Death Know How to Read 13 that graduates of the program work in various fields, including investigation and the arts. This can encompass a wide array of things beyond the normal liberal arts, like
Let's do
architecture
video
and
work.
painting, as proven by Linda being
But
a
who
successful
is gonna
artist
be able to
in
keep
Death
up with
Note.
this
Political
motherfucker?
science is
I have to go
obvious, as shown
comics,
through
right?
his later involvement with the CIA and FBI, and he's just L on a lesser
Why I
level.
put like
L is
what
also shown
L
to be a
versus like
worldwide
Daredevil? Actually,
collective, meaning involving
Daredevil's not
knowledge from
like
political
a
affairs of
mind like
many
that though.
countries. L is also compared to 5 investigative bureaus and 7 intelligence agencies in intellect when discussed in the BB Murder Cases novel. L is at a position where he can't be taken down nor found, as his anonymity is so advanced that clearly no intelligence agencies ever even managed to
And so
track
that's
his
why
identity.
Akira
L is
couldn't
fluent
get
in
this
many
nigga
languages as well,
because
being proven by his
he was
English
super
heritage as
rich.
British, and he can speak Japanese. Oba stated that L's heritage is 1/4 Japanese, 1/4 English, 1/4 Russian, and 1/4 French or
This
Italian.
motherfucker
However, his
mud.
heritage doesn't outright mean he can speak those said languages, but there is a case to be made. First, we have his feats within the
I feel like there's
CTW
some
novel,
more in here.
being able to watch 50+ monitors and intake their audio in various languages. However, again, Change the World is to be questioned on its canonicity, and if it could truly be used to scale a canon L. But we don't need CTW once again to prove this claim. The second case to be made is that you actually have to analyze L's various detective codes, that being Araldo Coil and Deneuve. These aren't made up names for the sake of it. As you may remember, L said that he held the top 3 detective codes: L, Araldo Coil, and Deneuve. This was revealed in the Yotsuba arc. However, what many don't know is that he stole these detective codes after a quote-unquote detective war ensued, which was reported in the BB Murder Cases novel. These were actually people who held their title at one point, and if you look at their names, Araldo Coil and Deneuve, they clearly aren't Japanese or English. Araldo Coil is possibly Italian or French, This means to operate as Araldo Coil, he would be speaking in these languages. And it's not odd to assume that L is a polyglot or someone who knows many languages, as if you work worldwide and are involved in political affairs, you would be familiar. Deneuve is also a bit French, though that's only speculation. Learning many languages wouldn't be that
A
insane
bit
for L to do, by the
French.
way, considering his learning adaptability, which is pretty stupid. More proof for L's academics. If you don't want to take anything I've said so far, we have him literally competing with Light in scores at the entrance exam for Toa University, or University of Tokyo.
No egg.
Light and L both scored 100% perfect scores in the Tokyo University. Tokyo University is currently ranked 36th or so in the world. However, the entrance exam that one must pass to enter would be considered one of the most challenging tests among universities globally. You are
Wait,
required
what?
to take exams in 5 different subjects, and English, history, and Japanese are mandatory. You can choose the science subject you want to take, but all of them are at a very high level. If you score 250 out of 500, you will probably pass. But L scored 500 out of 500.
What
Some
the
questions
fuck?
in the exam are even challenging for some professors. The average score for Todai students on the test, in which L ranked number 1, was 93%. However, half of the students who scored 93% or higher on that test failed Todai's exam. L effortlessly achieves a perfect score on the hardest examination in Japan. There's even a case to be made that L wasn't even trying that hard, as Light neither took it that seriously and had arrived late, as he was confident it was going to be a breeze. Light was flipping through pages nonchalantly. L seems to be taking it not that seriously, as he's busy psychoanalyzing Light. And since Light didn't try that hard, it's also most likely the case for L to not be trying that hard. For comparison, I'm going to bring up a real-life example, and please stick through as this massively
A lunge,
L
bro.
and even Light. Gento Kuno, often referred to as one of Japan's smartest individuals, who also won the quiz show Zunbo, which is a
Upscale.
competition specifically designed to test the highest levels of thinking, memory, and problem
There's
solving.
definitely an egg
He
up
also
here.
entered the University of Tokyo with the
We're gonna
highest
check out that
exam
corner.
score in his year. When he later attempted the SAT, he achieved a perfect score in significantly less time than the average student in America without the use of a calculator, which is standard in Japanese exam settings. While universities
Dang
like
it,
Kyoto
almost
or
had it.
MIT may have more specialized or technically demanding entrance exams, the Tokyo University's entrance exam remains one of the
Chill,
most
homie,
competitive
chill.
and intellectually demanding exams in the world. On top of that, Japan also uses the Kyutsu test, or common test, as a benchmark. If your score isn't high enough, you don't have the skill it takes for the University of Tokyo's entrance exams, which, fun
I'm
fact,
too
this
thick.
is what Light showed his mother at the start of Death Note and placed his first place in, albeit being the mock exam for it, but it is designed to simulate the real one. Hence how L knew he was the smartest high schooler in Japan, as most students take it, and it's safe to say he got first place for the official one as well. So despite its global ranking sitting around the mid-30s, it remains one of the hardest exams in the world, and L got a perfect score with no prior study. Recently, Tokyo Uni also had AI surpass human scores, scoring 503 out of 550.
Alright, AI gets to
and the
fucking
other
cheat,
AI
look it up on
models
the
scoring
internet.
a bit lower, and
That's
yet
not
L
fair.
still scored a perfect score, same as Light. These models aren't even at their peak yet. As
The
of
AI can't
2006,
even
but
score
nonetheless,
perfect.
ChatGPT is scored at least
Nigga, you're cheating. You get to look it up.
IQ, according to many people, with its lacking traits being its lack of EQ naturally. However, if you want to extrapolate this more, AI is a collective unconscious of some sorts, due to its full operating factor being a collection of data and info from the internet, which itself is a reflection of history and the mind. Not going to go too much into it, but I'll talk about it more in the future. From what my friend Nucha, who's Japanese, has said, even in Japan, people who get into Tokyo Uni, especially the unit of Medicine 3, are jokingly called aliens. It reflects how insanely competitive that level is. In some of the most academically rigorous high schools, it's not unusual for only the single top student in an entire cohort to make it in, and even that might only happen once every couple of years. To elaborate
They done
on
smoked
how
my
smart this
nigga.
man is, and in comparison how smart L and even
How the
Light
fuck
should be,
he getting smoked?
Gento successfully learns the Hangul writing system and basic Korean vocabulary from scratch within just 2 days of study. Funny enough, after he learns Korean in 2 days, he attempts to take the common test in Korean,
yes.
where there is
You
a
have
15
self-revive?
question, for which there is only a 3% chance of getting it right. He manages to get a perfect score for all,
The
including the killer question. He also did the same for the Chinese writing system and the common test, getting a passing score for both. Furthermore, he's considered a polymath, as he is the 2-time record holder for Japan's smartest man. As for a fun fact, he started learning mathematics at age 1 and solved complex
You have
problems before any of
self-revive?
his peers. That said, he never never got a perfect score for the Tokyo University's entrance exams. What this implies is that L, and by extension Light, who weren't even trying at the time, can easily achieve the feats Gento has shown, as he is a realistic measure of intelligence in our real world. Any smart character, even low tiers in fiction, are leagues ahead of anything a normal person can achieve. So Light, who is no means a low tier, one of the smartest, and L, who is even smarter, would dominate anyone who tries to face them in real life. Now, going back to why getting a perfect score in Tokyo Uni is insane, the highest record holder for it is 489 out of 550 for its score. It's considered impossible to get a perfect score. Even the average cutoff is 395 out of 550, and those people are considered aliens. A perfect score would mean your cognition or IQ cannot be measured via typical standards. And if you also remember that Minoru in the Definite one-shot got a score of 142 for his IQ, and yet a perfect score would mean your IQ cannot be measured by typical standards. Light was also bored and on a unique educational program when getting first for the common test, which is scaled to 1,000 points, again getting 100% for uni. This man's limits for academics alone seem to have no ceiling, and passes anything without effort. And L, whose only motive was to catch or getting a read on Kira, got 100% without trying as well. So with all that being said, you have non-detective environments for L, and he's showing prowess in anything he takes on, by scaling him to Light, which he overscales above Light, by the way. L even manages to fly a helicopter later on, in which he states all you have to do is use your intuition. L is clearly an advanced polymath. Anyways, long tangent aside, L's education is advanced, and I don't want people saying otherwise because the evidence is there. Beyond Birthday in the BB Case novel also showed an example of highly advanced physics and chemistry, and his education being PhD level wouldn't be stupid to say, as the case was so impossible that only L could solve it. Investigative agencies like the CIA or FBI couldn't solve it, as Naomi comes from the branch of the FBI. And this case's mission was designed to L, who couldn't solve it either. So again, insane. Sadly, we don't have an example of L's philosophy level of education, as that would be pretty meta on some Lelouch type stuff, but you can infer that he obviously would have a grasp. Anyways, back to the one-shot. I did go off a bit, but I just need to bring this up outside of L's detective cases, as he is highly capable and once again the most advanced polymath. The L one-shot ends with Watsuri revealing that after several years had passed, L finally found the field of study that he wanted to focus on, criminology, specifically being a detective. After witnessing a case that not even the police could solve, L's eyes began to sparkle. At long last, he had found his path. The path that Watsuri would faithfully walk alongside. The path, no, the journey to become the greatest detective in the world. However, what age was L when he started to take detective work seriously? Luckily, we have Watsuri's diary to fill in the gaps that the manga refuses to elaborate on. As per the diary entry, on July 10th, 1994, L showed great enthusiasm with the prospect of using his own statistics to make deductions regarding criminal investigations. By this date, L would be 15 years old, just 1 year older than Mello was, coincidentally enough. However, the most interesting bit of information is Watsuri's statement about L using his own methods to make deductions. This isn't confirmed, but I believe it's referring to L's infamous percentage gauge that he uses throughout the series. For context, whenever L is doing detective work, he often throws out a percentage to gauge the probability of something being true or false. However, the percentages are unusually low, so nobody pays them much. However, this is specifically meant to be a misdirection. It's stated in Death Know How to Read that anytime L throws out a number of any kind, it means he suspects a person by over 90%. He just makes them lower in order to lower people's guard and make them feel less suspicious, which makes them more prone to slip up. And this really puts into perspective of how ahead of the curve L was regarding all of this. Aside from the aforementioned information, we also have the feat of an 8-year-old L solving a case that was
It's not that
the
cute,
start of
gang.
World War III. But you've heard this numerous times on this channel.
I need to make a video about JIT.
Preventing the bombings that would have led to World War III.
I can.
As many people always say he solved World War III or stopped it, as if he was
Bro,
doing it while
I ain't gonna lie, they might have spaz giving it the extra pink. Because it used to be a slight pink. It used to be a slight pink and almost red. They made it a little more pink. I ain't gonna lie, gang.
It is literally limitless. It's stated in the
They might have went crazy.
novel that in 2002, L's intellect was equivalent to that of 5 ordinary investigative bureaus and 7 intelligence agencies. By the time he took on the Kira case, it had already risen several notches. But just how much is several notches? Well, again, it's not directly stated, but we can use a sort of inference to figure this out. Notches could also refer to levels or steps, so 1 notch is equivalent to 1 step.
It's 2 full
If L's
size?
intelligence increases by several notches, the number
That's
can vary.
10,
Several
17,
generally refers to a quantity that is no less than
18,
3, but no more than
but
7, or just between 3 to 7. The space between the start of the BB murder case
I think
and
I
the
need
start
one
of the
more.
Kira case is just 1 year and 5 months, which means that L's intellect grew
18
anywhere
puts
from 3
me
to 7 times higher than before. In just the
108.
span of a
I need
year and a
12.
few months, which is insane.
We
Although
got to do it.
intelligence
We
growth
got,
is
bro.
rapid, it's
Almost
just
done.
insane in the case of L because he is already at peak
Damn.
genius. You think that someone of his caliber
I'm surprised you
would
ain't
reach a
pressed the
sort of plateau
button.
and could only acquire knowledge rather than grow intellectually. So the fact that a
Oh
Kira
my
case
goodness,
L
bro.
is far smarter than a BB motor case L really says a lot about his talents. In fact, earlier on, L was such a prodigy that Watari added a new goal to Wami's house, which was the successor program. Orphans could now go down 2 paths. They could either train to become a successor to L, or just excel in a field of study that they choose. It's not surprising that Watari was enamored with L's talents and wanted him to take on a successor, as the world quite literally needed a L. He had solved over 3,500 cases prior to the Kira case, which prevented future crimes and murders in an unquantifiable number. Focus on that line. Preventing crime on a level that is actually affecting the world. By no means is he stopping crime or even a cycle of evil, but he for sure is putting in the good reps. But I say to focus on this as it will come into a deeper narrative that not many people speak about, which I'll bring up in the Kira case section. He's also stated to be handling cases at the same damn time. In the novel, it brought a good question. How else could he maintain his reputation as the world's greatest detective? That is actually something you should ponder on. Holding 3 detective codes who are solving several cases, which really is a low ball, but if you take that as the actual number being several, it's still not on a normal level of difficulty. Difficult. The type that will cause intelligence agencies and law enforcement to be stuck on, and L manages to perform at this level non-stop without burning out. He is so productive that he managed to solve all of that.
Bro said Melbourne better get some better skills.
We have now
Oh yeah,
concluded the
Melbourne
section
was a
regarding L's
fraud.
past and going over a bit of his academics. Now let's get into the meat and potatoes. Let's get into the actual feats of intelligence he displays during part 1 of Death Note, aka the case that put L to his death. On December 4th, 2003, at a ICPO meeting, the top police investigative bureaus of the world discussed how they should go about solving this Kira case that has come up. After arguing amongst themselves for countless minutes, they make the decision to bring in L. Shuichiro proceeds to give Matsuda the law drop on who L is and what he represents, but is interrupted by Watari, who is also present at the meeting. He announces that L is already involved. So you gave him aura beforehand with the law drop, and now he's already involved. Just more aura. This shouldn't be, well, that all surprising to the viewer, as at the end of Death Note's first chapter, L straight up says, well, this is one case where I'm going to need some help from the police. Which implies that he was already aware of the killings and doing his own investigation in the background. L is a prideful detective who likes to work alone, only getting involved with the police if it will benefit his casework. He also refuses to fill them in on the details regarding how he'll tackle the case, taking a sort of show but don't tell approach. This presentation of sorts involves having a stand-in by the name of Lindell Taylor appear on live television, publicly mocking and denouncing Kira's actions, calling him evil. This leads to Light writing Lindell Taylor's name in the notebook, but that is exactly what L wanted. He reveals that not only was the person he just killed a criminal scheduled to die today, but by killing said criminal, he's revealed to him that he's in the Kanto region of Japan. With a strategy as simple as public provocation, L has outdone every single police agency in the world and narrowed down the search for Kira from a staggering 6 billion to now tens of millions. Obviously, the latter amount is still a lot, but it's far better because L can now focus on one region as opposed to the entire world. But then that begs the question, did L know all along that Kira was in Japan? Well, not exactly. L's intuition, combined with a hypothesis, made him inclined to believe that Kira could be in Japan. It was a combination of things, involving psychology and pattern recognition. But the most important fact to cling on to is that a majority of the killings occurred in Japan and were heart attack based. This all stems from the random death of Kuro Otahara, a man who held a nursery hostage before he randomly died from a heart attack. L believes that this death was a sort of test for Kira and kick-started his spree of kills. Even stranger, the man's name and face was made public, a piece of information that L remembers. However, I want to briefly cut away from the intellectual side of things and dip into a bit of analysis, specifically with L's parting words towards Light. The two both declare that they will hunt each other down and see to it that they are disposed of, declaring themselves as justice. Anyway, once again, L uses the word justice. But why? What does justice mean to L? It seems like it's a straightforward answer since L takes down criminals, but it's a bit more deeper than that. L isn't a virtuous individual. He sees himself as a monster, incapable of things that we humans consider normal. Even detective work is nothing more than a game to him. He doesn't do it for the sake of upholding justice or punishing bad people. That's just an added positive that makes him out to be a good guy. A sort of mask.
Bro, I need big eggs, not the little ones.
For the literal love of the game. Complex cases cure the itch that he needs, or in simpler words, stimulates his brain which needs a challenge. El is a genius and can't be satisfied with simple endeavors. He needs something out of this world to push him to his limits and have him feel any semblance of happiness. Whether or not you believe this makes El evil is totally up to you, but it certainly does make him less heroic than the world claims him to be. Being bored reminds you of someone, doesn't it? But then this seemingly opens a bigger can of worms. If El knows that he isn't justice, why does he proclaim himself as justice? Well, it's for two reasons. As I said earlier, El claims to oppose Kira's fanaticism for the sake of true, untainted justice, but is simply a mask to cover his true desire of winning the game and solving the puzzle. Stated in the final chapters of Death Note, where he only solved cases for fun rather than justice, end quote. El uses his power to stand at the top of the world.
I just
and has
left
ultimate
and someone
control over
died.
law enforcement agencies. If El wants, he could order them to do anything, if he really needs it. El is so needed due to his reputation of solving thousands of cases and being unmatched. Now, isn't it strange when someone comes claiming justice, El feels challenged, more like the challenge of pride and power. I will go into this more later into the video regarding El's morality. The second reason, though more theoretical, is that
how do
El
they?
may have proclaimed
Oh, we're in
himself as
Nightmare. How are they
justice
dying?
in order to taunt Light. El is aware of Kira's MO, which is to target violent and top-tier criminals. However, by calling himself Justice, El is insulting him and stating that what he is doing is wrong. But more importantly, it sways the hearts and minds of the people and lets them know that the government is against Kira's actions, which tanks the public image he was just trying to build up. I also say government because El is a symbol to the government, as the greatest detective in the world. Also, a few panels prior, El threatens to give Kira the death sentence, which again is something that Kira views as righteous when it comes to dealing with criminals. After all, if Kira can become a mass murderer and dish out his own justice onto evil, then El can do the same, no? So in summary, it's all a mind game. El knows that by publicly mocking Kira, he can possibly push him to make more mistakes, which will lead to his identity being uncovered. It's also
My
a
attack
lie,
is
however,
glitched.
since El knows that deep down he is injustice. He just uses it as a mask, hence why his face is shadowed. Not just to hide his identity, but to show the inner conflict within El. There's also just a lack of passion in his facial features, as he looks far more calmer than Light, as opposed to the anime counterpart, which actually makes him look a bit more angry. Although Light is motivated to change the world, he knows that he can't create a new world with El in his way, so he has to figure out a way to get his real name and kill him. This leads Light to switch up his killing routine, which many people found
I beat a different
I
one.
can understand it to a degree, but you need to remember that Light wanted El to catch on to him.
I
He wants El
killed
to
a
get
different
close,
one.
and once he gets close enough, he can kill him. He can't do that by hiding in his room and killing criminals. It doesn't take long for El to connect the dots and realize that Kira not only has access to police information, but he's able to control the time of death. This leads El to narrow the search down to all the 141 police officers involved in the Kira case. So from millions to now 141, even though
Hey,
Light
bro, I don't know
didn't
who
get
that
information,
was.
It's still pretty insane. But obviously,
Hey,
El's
two
not
of them
monitoring
boys.
every single
I went
family
the wrong. I go
himself,
the wrong
and
way.
so he enlists the help of the FBI to hire agents to watch the families from afar and report about any suspicious details. Now, if not for Ryuk snitching to Light that he was being followed, it's very likely that Ray Pemba could have caught Light eventually down the line. We'll
It's
never
a
know,
12-hour
however,
stream.
because the second Light caught wind of
That's
the
light
fact
work,
that he was
twin.
being watched, he proceeded to concoct a plan that resulted in the deaths of
Posted
all the
during
FBI
it, bro.
agents. The loss of the FBI support really
Oh, I
devastated
left.
El. Even worse for El,
My
he's been
fault.
humiliated. Light sent him multiple messages with no sort of meaning, such as
My
a
fault.
pentagram drawn in blood and written notes that said,
I
El,
left on
do
accident.
know. God to death, love apples. As I stated before, they mean nothing. But El is the type to obsess.
Bro, I'm
over
tired.
every
That's
small
bad.
detail. And so he's going to overthink the meaning behind the information.
Wait, I'm tired.
This
That's
leaves El to be
bad.
susceptible to
I might have to end
unfocused
off of
on what's
that.
actually at hand.
Bro,
This
I'm
is how
so
Light was able to
close
kill
though.
everyone
Nah,
with
yeah,
no
I'm
controversial.
actually
El is
tired
so
off of
rattled
that.
by this defeat that he actually shows emotion and begins to sweat for the first
Nah,
time
that's
ever
bad.
in the series, and pretty much the only time ever in the whole series. This is a loss for El because it
Actually,
forces
I
him
might
to
have to
reveal
end
his
off of
face
that,
to
bro.
the
I don't
remaining
know.
members of the police force. In order
I did it
to
on
gain their trust
accident.
and build a team that is capable of following his orders and taking down Kira. However, it's not a total loss for El, as his previous deduction regarding Kira's ability to not only control the time of death, but also manipulate a person's actions before death was also confirmed. El knows that all he has to do is bide his time, because eventually Kira will make his way to him. El predicts that Kira will want to be a part of these meetings in order to get close to him. Switcho also notes that El must have also predicted this same thing happening, so really losing trust for the police force and then whittling it down to a small amount of people that actually trust El was kind of a part of his plan too. So it's really a win-win for both parties, I guess. El meets with the task force and presents his insane psychoanalysis on Kira, breaking down his philosophy and thought process to a T. It's an insane feat, considering the fact that L hasn't even spoken to Kira yet, and only interacted with him through a scene. He figures this out not just due to his actions, but due to how similar Kira is to himself. He is cocky, hates to lose, sees himself as justice, and when challenged responds with an even greater challenge of his own. It's certainly easier to psychoanalyze someone who probably has a lot of similar to yourself, but it's still hard for a person you've never actually met. So props to L. One thing to note is L's constant bringing up of Kira and him being similar isn't done just for some plot-induced reasons for some cat and mouse. It's a part of his literal psychology embedded in it. His willingness to commit evil to win, which we'll go into later. And remember what he said. Kira has a childish view of right and wrong. What does this tell us about L, who beat up kids in Whammy's house and proclaimed justice? L then locks in on the deaths of the FBI agents, specifically Ray Penber, but notices a discrepancy. Ray was on the train for 1.5 hours, but the Yamanote line is only 1 hour. In the surveillance footage, Ray also entered with an envelope, but exited without it. Based on the security footage and the aforementioned events, L believes that Kira was on the train. Even stranger, he gets confirmation of Naomi Masora's apparent suicide, but finds it odd. Why would such a strong-willed woman end her life? It doesn't make sense on paper, as she dearly loved her husband. L knows Naomi Masora better than anyone. If she were still around, she'd work day and night to figure out who killed Ray. He can't prove it yet, but Kira is somehow involved. He knows it's Kira, but he can't prove it yet. He decides to focus on Ray Penber, which leads to him focusing on the families that Ray was investigating, the Kitamura family and the Tsuchiyo Yagami family. This infuriates Tsuchiyo, but L quickly calms him down by saying that the chance of Kira being within one of the families is only 5%, though he initially says 10. As I previously stated, this is L's personal percentage that he uses, and whenever a number is thrown out, it means he's damn near certain that he's correct. Only in this case, L didn't know who was Kira, but he was very certain that Kira was amongst one of these families. And I mean, look at the evidence and really see what I've been saying. It's kind of obvious. L and Tsuchiyo then start the surveillance, but Tsuchiyo is only really around to be calmed down. L is perfectly capable of analyzing the monsters by himself.
Full size.
He doesn't need anyone. Due to Whammy House's students being able to absorb large amounts of quantity of information at a time. However, Light is able to outsmart L by using the door handle trap to confirm that someone was in his room. This doesn't mean that he's safe from L because he's found to be far too suspicious. He makes the effort to appear perfect, but by doing so, he just looks even stranger. He blatantly reads the fake magazine in front of the camera, publicly mocks L in his kitchen for being an idiot, and much more. L can't help but begrudgingly respect Light's talent, as he calls him very smart. And any sort of praise from the smartest person on the planet is very reassuring. Bear in mind, Light is only 17 and keeping up with L, whom I've established to be pretty nuts. And it's, well, pretty damn impressive. As L says himself, it's like he's trying to force people into
viciously
believing that there's
outsmarts
nothing
it.
to hide, but that just makes him even more sus. Before, when I mentioned L testing Light and him mocking L for his attempt at baiting Kira, I have to mention the point where L figures out that Light is Kira, and it is in that moment. L plays a broadcast which states, Interpol to send a total of 1,500 detectives from various countries to Japan to help solve the Kira case. L proposed this strategy because he believed it would make Kira suspicious, maybe even nervous, and cause him to slip up or just do something that would lead to the task force catching him. This was
Easy
stated when he
clap.
first met with the task force originally.
Easy trap.
However, Light literally just can't help himself. He publicly mocks L as he calls out the fact that this broadcast is idiotic and Kira would see through something like this, specifically saying, this is just a ruse to pressure Kira, but it's pretty obvious, so I bet that Kira's figured it out too. And he's smiling while saying that. Mirroring Light's cheeky attitude, L also
Bro, I've just
smiles
been watching videos.
or laughs.
It's on serious stream, bro.
Which signals L now for the first time in the series thus far that he knows Light is Kira. He knows because this is exactly what Kira would do. It's exactly what he would do, that being L. He would do this. He'd publicly mock someone like this. It's egotistical. And rather, Light himself knows that he's actually talking to L. It's a subtle hint in the entire series. Light already knows that L can know he's Kira all he wants, unconsciously or consciously. What matters is whether he can prove it. For Light to stop L, he has to get close to him by any means necessary. And L knows this.
In addition, the upper brow forms are prismata forms. Thank you, bro.
Very smart. And if you look at the Death Note guidebook, it states that L will not test the task force as he deems them to be too stupid to be Kira. He sees Kira to be very intelligent, alongside childish, and hates to lose. His profile is set. After the infamous potato chip scene, Light believes that he's convinced L to get off his back, but all he's managed to do is have L hyperfixate on him. He has no interest in the Kitamura family, because as far as he's concerned, Light is Kira. He fits the description, checks all the boxes, and L's intuition is screaming at him to investigate it. He decides that if he wants to get close to Light, he needs to enroll in the same university that he does. He becomes a college student at To'o University, but needs to solve an exam that he had 0 prior study on. As I stated in the start of the video, it's a pretty insane feat. Another argument for him not trying is him being forced to sit upright, which he states later on that such an odd posture for him will lower his deductive reasoning by 40%. Whether or not you think that's a joke and has some major impact on L's intellect is up to you. But obviously there's a clear difference between overall intelligence and deductive reasoning. L then decides to test Light's reactions by approaching him and outright confirming that he is L. Light is actually able to stay calm, but inwardly he is panicking. This move could have won L the entire game, because 1. Light isn't just allowed to react. The faintest reaction will be marked down by L, and not to mention, if he's innocent, it should have no effect on him. Maybe you could argue that most people would just be surprised if the legendary L approached them, but it would more so
But you
be
should know L.
or surprise, not panicking and
But you should
sweating.
know L. L is
If Light gets
super
angry and decides to write
secretive.
the alias Hideki Ryuga, he may think of the pop star and kill him instead. That will confirm to the police that Light is Kira, which will lead to his arrest. Light, however, is able to remain completely calm. This doesn't lower L's suspicion, however, but it does embarrass Light. L was able to outsmart him and put him in an uncomfortable position.
We
Not only
checked
that,
them.
but Light is
Check.
essentially quiet for most of it. He can't kill L or do anything to him, and he's not even 100% sure if that is the real L. This only motivates Light even further and ramps up his determination to defeat L, as he regains his composure and decides to use this loss as an opportunity to get closer to L and learn as much as he can. After this, nothing major really happens. There is the tennis game, but as L stated, it won't serve to do much in regard to gathering evidence that Light equals Kira. There is also L's deductive reasoning test, but I'll go more in depth on that in my future Death Note analysis video. Yes, there are still things I will hold off on speaking on. Despite Death Note's length, the writing and foreshadowing is really well done, and is the foundation for all smart characters coming out now. Anyways, what I do want to go over, however, is how L is able to single-handedly put Light into checkmate and force him to wipe his own mind to win. Light meets Misa, a user of the notebook who happens to have access to the Shinigami eyes. This allows her to see the real name of anyone she looks at, which Light decides to
Damn,
use
that
in order to
means
take
that
L
means
out.
Dark
Even
Bears are
better,
gone,
the Shinigami
bro.
agrees to kill L for Light. It all seems too easy, but Light decides to go with the flow. However, in the background, L is setting it all up. He analyzes the forensic DNA recovered from the second Kira tapes, before he outright tells Srucho that if he
They're
dies
dead?
within the next few days, his son is Kira. He sets this up as reassurance in order to prevent Light from smooth sailing through it all, as originally Light had planned to just have killed L and be done with it all. After this, he takes the aggressive approach once again, and meets Light on campus, relaying the same message that he told his father. This causes Light to freeze, because now he can't exactly kill L. He decides to taunt Light even further by claiming that he isn't the only one who calls himself L, and there's actually a whole group of investigators that call themselves L. This is obviously a lie, but it rattles Light and causes him to overthink. Even worse, Misa arrives out of nowhere and makes contact with L. Light believes he's doomed, but realizes he's actually in the clear because Misa can use her eyes to figure out L's real name. Just as Light begins to relish in the prospect of victory, L begins to smile. It's right then and there that he deduces that Misa is the second Kira. Mogi has been following Light for ages, and never reported him having a girlfriend like her until now.
Huh.
One thing to note, especially since moments like L saying, "Light, you're my only friend I've ever had," shows L's acting ability, which isn't ever pointed out. His acting is so good that Light never questions this behavior as, "Oh look, it's Goofy L doing goofy things again." In quote, "If it's my friendship that he wants, then he will get it," end quote. And Light just
Oh my
watches L just
goodness.
maxing with Misa as if that's normal. Which, to be fair
We
to
done,
Light,
bro.
the best manipulation is often mixed with a little bit of truth. And L being an Idol fan isn't wrong, as revealed in L One Day, where L literally attends
Right,
Idol
okay.
concerts. But his quote-unquote admiration for Misa was just a means to an end. This shows a bit more of a dark side of L that people never really speak about. His
How are you?
statements usually are done for manipulative purposes, and to lead people along his control. It's stuff like this that actually causes L grief later on, as Aizawa does genuinely feel disrespected by L, and his lack of care. Though some people chalk it down to autism, which is fine. Honestly, I can see that argument, but as the Death Note databook says, L is slightly evil, meaning it's beyond a misunderstanding of his psychological profile and saying that he's just autistic or is on the spectrum. And people misunderstand him, and he's actually just wanting to make friends, which would be wrong. However, slightly being on that spectrum isn't crazy to say though, for sure. There could be that case. Now, this is the main point I'm dragging along. The parallel between Lionel's morale and psychology is to be noted. Narcissism on
They're
both
jumping
ends.
me.
One grandiose and the other would be low-key. Perhaps you'd say vulnerable. But what makes him different from Light is his self-awareness. And that allows him to say, yo, I am childish and hate losing. I'm a man-child, but I know that. Cue Sabrina Carpenter. This self-awareness, that type of admittance, shows depth in L's writing, which many people don't take. People don't really talk about L's dark side in the mainstream fandom, as diehard L fans love to show L as a goofy, lovable guy, which he is. However, his darkness cannot be ignored, and is fully expressed in his monster speech. His power and status is all that a Kira would want. His power in law enforcement is what Kira later achieves in Part 2 of Death Note. Light's biggest achievement? Well, is getting the United States to bend to Kira's knees. And what had L done? He'd already had the United States bent their knees to him ages ago before Kira. L holds so much power, and Kira later gets that. What I'm making is this parallel. As Kato once put it, a really good YouTuber, doesn't really make content anymore, but he put this perfectly in the video, God of the Old World. A perfect title for L. This really goes into a deeper narrative, as I hinted near the beginning, with L preventing crimes and so forth, with his reputation. While not as effective as Kira, it wouldn't be a stretch to say that he was the prototype for Kira, an absolute control freak, and when someone comes challenging that position, he immediately feels threatened and feels he must go after them. Because remember, L compares his and Kira's thought processes a lot. He always relates to Light during the story,
808.
and this comparison isn't made by accident. The writers are clearly establishing L as an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. The old god of the world versus the new god of the world. This can seem like I'm stretching this narrative point, but remove your biases from L aside and see that he is like Light, in the way that all they care about is winning. L is a more stable version and more mature version of Light. But say if L gained the Death Note when he was younger,
808.
he probably would have used it and done so with pure power in mind. Perhaps he wouldn't be as focused on the idea of justice as Light was due to his father being a huge influence on him. But Kid L used the word justice. He used it specifically, meaning even back then it's making this parallel, and why Light and L truly are the best dynamics in fiction, and this is due to their hidden layer of depth. But remember, L is slightly evil as stated in Death Note How to Read 13. L does have many good traits about him. He does show remorse to some degree when the second Kira got Ukita. However, an argument can be made if that truly was remorse and regret, or rather frustration at the second Kira, because at that time, L hadn't surmised a second Kira, so he actually saw this as the OG Kira playing dirty outside the original rules that he had set, with needing a name and face to kill, and now seemingly getting out of this pattern. He also seems to somewhat feel bad for Aizawa, but it's really hard to tell. The Change the World novel does change L's character a bit, and it shows L as someone who values justice and is actually more morally upright than his manga counterpart. I do like the idea
Why
of
they're
L
too
just being a
808.
good dude at heart, but to ignore these nuances of his character would actually diminish how well written he is. A further point to prove L and Light being two sides of the same coin is the fact that Nier never boosted Light up to be some godlike figure, and rather just a crazy